Konoha 23 BC, by a small river near the Senju clan. A boy who looked about 10 years old was doing handstand push-ups by the river. Even among the Senju tribe, not many people could persist in such a difficult physical exercise. 197, 198, 199. The boy was doing push-ups and counting in his mouth. It seemed that he was not far from 200. Looking at his sweaty head and twitching muscles, I guess he has reached his limit at this moment. 2. When he was about to finish the 200th one, a sweet female voice came from beside him. Why do you work out so hard? For the people you want to protect. Hearing this sound, the boy was instantly distracted and his body was exhausted, so he immediately fell to the ground. The girl couldn't help but laugh when she saw Senju Genma falling to the ground. Hee. When he laughs, he does not forget to cover his mouth with his right hand. You can tell from a glance that he is a person who values etiquette. Only then did Senju Genma realize that there was a girl beside him. He quickly turned his head and took a look. Wearing a pure white kimono, long bright red hair scattered on her shoulders, and a slightly babyish face, she is a little lowly of about 10 years old. Genma secretly thought, are you from the Uzumaki clan? However, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan were adjacent, so it was normal for them to encounter each other. Moreover, the two clans had been on good terms for many years, so he let down his guard. Genma is a time traveler and has been in this world for 10 years. He is lucky enough to be in the Senju tribe, but he is also unlucky, because he has not obtained any cheats so far. The only ones that are considered good are Taijutsu and Ninjutsu, but these are not top-notch among the Senju clan. Even though he has practiced hard, he is still only as strong as Chunin. With the strength of a Chunin at this age, he might be considered an elite during the peaceful period established by Konoha, but he was in the Sengoku period, where the average age of people was less than 30 years old. Chunin was like a piece of grass on the battlefield. Today's training was interrupted, and Genma simply stopped going, because in his heart he clearly understood that he did not have a fairy body, nor was he the reincarnation of Indra, nor did he have any with style. At most, he would be an elite jonin until he was 40 or 50 years old. That's all. Thinking of the girl's question, Genma heard a hint of confusion. This was a person without goals. Don't you want to become stronger? Facing Genma's question, the girl slowly looked up at the sky, and then answered, the people around me don't let me practice. They are afraid that I will be harmed, even if I am practicing physical skills. The short words make people feel a little helpless. Genma thought silently in his heart, is your status noble? Then he thought of one person, and perhaps only that person, who could be treated like this in the Uzumaki clan. Considering his age, he was just right enough to match him. You are Mito Uzumaki, the princess of the Uzumaki clan. When the girl heard this, she immediately trembled, and then subconsciously took a step back. How do you know? Her identity is extremely special among the clan. She is a rare genius of the Uzumaki clan in 100 years. She is usually closely protected. Even ninjas of the same clan rarely see her. Most of the outsiders know her name and do not know her name at all. You may have seen the appearance, even the guy who was engaged to her yesterday had no chance to meet her. Senju Genma thought with a slight smile, looks like I guessed it right. The previous training was interrupted by Uzumaki Mito, but he lost a little face. Senju Genma happened to be fine now, so he was ready to tease this little loli. Not only do I know that you are Uzumaki Mito, I also know that you are engaged to the young leader of the Senju clan. The marriage between the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan can be regarded as a major event for the entire Sengoku. After all, the two clans are the top 3 families in the ninja world, so the news is very tightly sealed. There are definitely no more than 5 people who know the news. Uzumaki Mito should have asked, but at this moment she said sadly, the young leader of the Senju clan has awakened the legendary with style. He is a real genius. I should be happy. These words didn't seem to be spoken to Genma, but instead seemed to be repeating what others had said to her. At this time, Senju Genma still didn't understand that the other party didn't want to marry Senju Hashirama, at least that was the case before the two met. Genma, who had always thought that he might have to live a mediocre life, suddenly felt that maybe he could still do something to change history. At least he had a good opportunity to give Hashirama a hat. Senju Genma naturally heard that these words should be said by Mito's elders, and then said, I know with style, no matter what. People who say such things to you must be doing it for their own political purposes. That's why they say such words of comfort. Wood style is not a rare talent among the Senju clan. The wood style of the Senju clan has only existed in legends, and no one has ever seen it even within the family, let alone ninjas from other clans. Uzumaki Mito has been closely protected since he was a child. Naturally, he doesn't know much about this information, so he subconsciously believed it. I think so too. They don't care about my thoughts at all. They only say that it is honorable for me to do this for the sake of the family and the people. Why don't they marry that Senju Hashirama themselves? Senju Genma didn't expect the other party to believe it so easily, so he quickly added words of jealousy. Yes, how can those adults understand our thoughts? they will only scheming for superficial family interests. Uzumaki Mito responded immediately, yes. I don't want to be a princess. If possible, I just want to be an ordinary person. After saying that, he picked up a stone and threw it on the river. At this moment, a mechanized voice sounded in Senju Genma's mind. The system of King of Blowing Bee is starting. The system has been started. Start binding host Senju Genma. Senju Genma felt happy when he heard the notification sound. Oh my god, God has treated me well for awakening the system at this time. From now on, I can say goodbye to my role as a sidekick. By the way, what kind of system is the King of Beat? Then the sound of the system came again. Congratulations to host for completing your first bee blow and successfully convincing Uzumaki Mito that you have wood style. Get the reward wood style blood inheritance limit. The next moment, Genma felt his body change, and then various methods of using wood style appeared in his mind. This is not just a simple awakening of wood style. He has also directly learned the various changes of wood style and various ninjutsu. As long as his chakra is enough, he can even directly use true several thousand hands now. After that, chakra went up again, and Senju Genma surpassed Senju Hashirama every minute. After all, no matter how strong Senju Hashirama's wood style is, it still needs a little bit of study. It wasn't until the establishment of Konoha that Senju Hashirama was able to use true several thousand hands, and now Senju Genma has mastered how to use this move. Now that we have the wood style, will the immortal body be far behind? Speaking of which, how does the bee playing system work? Does it mean that you can gain abilities as long as you succeed in playing bee? Sensing Senju Genma's question, the system immediately answered. The first time you blow bee is a bonus from the system. The host only needs to find someone to blow bee and make the other party's belief reach 60% to get the reward. Genma hurriedly asked again after hearing this. Sure enough, there is no such good thing. What about the future? The second blow requires a target with a reputation of at least A level, and the trust level must reach 80% to obtain rewards. Starting from the third time, the number of demand targets began to increase, one each time, and other conditions were the same as the second time. Senju Genma said, after all, that means you need to fool 2 A-level targets for the third time, 3 for the fourth time, and so on. Right, that's right. Senju Genma also understood. It seemed that his idea of finding a fool to trick him into earning rewards was probably going to go to waste. With the restriction of A-level popularity, at least the other party couldn't be a fool. And the later it gets, the more people will need to be fooled. What about Mito, the whirlpool in front of me? What is her level of popularity? Uzumaki Mito is the princess of the Uzumaki clan. She is a well-known figure in the ninja world, with a popularity level of S. Genma felt happy and then asked, doesn't that mean that she can satisfy my second request for blowing bee? That's right. After hearing this, Genma asked the question he cared about most. Then the same person can blow bee unlimited times? There is no limit on the number of times. Right, there is no limit. As long as the host can boast, there is no upper limit to the number of times a person can be fooled. At this point, Senju Genma had a general understanding of the bee system, and he quickly exited the conversation in his mind. After all, there was a cash machine in front of him. As long as Mito is fooled and understood about this whirlpool, at least the second reward will be secured. The other party now is young, and the previous conversation has shown that he has some trust in himself. Uzumaki Mito saw Genma stunned for a long time and said with some dissatisfaction, why are you silent? You are from the Senju clan, right? She had already guessed about Genma's identity, and now the only person who knew she was engaged was Senju. Since he wants to gain favor, Genma has no intention of concealing his name. That's right. My name is Senju Genma as expected. Have you seen Senju Hashirama? What kind of person is he? Senju Genma didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. This is not a good message. Once a girl becomes interested in a man, she is not far from falling in love. Thinking of this, he quickly changed his mind and said, Senju Hashirama is nothing compared to me. I am the real genius of the Senju family. Although I am only 10 years old, my wood style awakened earlier than Senju Hashirama, and I also have real talent. Senju's sage body. Hey, he is also the young patriarch of Senju after all. Is he really that unbearable? After all, Uzumaki Mito is a princess of the clan. She just hated arranged marriages before, so she was deceived by Senju Genma. Now that she has recovered, of course she will not believe Senju Genma's lies with just a word. Seeing this, Senju Genma knew that he couldn't fool this little Lolita with his words alone. Fortunately, he had obtained the bee-playing system before, and now he had a genuine wood style. If you still don't believe it, then I'll show you my hand. The Senju family is born with more chakra than other families. This is reflected in even the most ordinary Senju Genma at this moment. At least his chakra should be ahead of Uzumaki Mito in front of him. And what he is going to use next is not an ordinary ninjutsu. Wood style pudding technique. Following his words, a long wooden thorn suddenly grew out of his right hand. With a wave of Genma's right hand, the long thorn flew out in front of Uzumaki Mito. The next moment, the wooden thorn inserted into the soil in front of Mito, and then quickly branched and grew, turning into a sapling in the blink of an eye. "It's not over yet," Senju Genma then shouted, with style Sakura flower technique. The sapling in front of Uzumaki Mito began to grow Sakura flowers in the next moment. The white petals and pink stamens, coupled with the faint fragrance, made Uzumaki Mito get lost in it in an instant. This trick was naturally created by Genma, but it is just a minor trick in wood style. Uzumaki Mito, who has been closely protected since childhood, has never seen such a romantic scene. At this moment, stars appeared in her eyes. As for whether Genma knows wood style, how can she doubt it now? The Sakura flower tree in front of her is the best proof. So beautiful. You really know wood style. I thought you were bragging before with wood style as the premise. Genma quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, wood style is nothing. I am the real Senju sage body, which is inherited from the legendary sage of 6 paths. The amount of chakra alone has surpassed the tailed beast. Mito, who had already captured Genma's heart at this moment, could still question. He nodded and said chakra can actually surpass the tailed beast. Isn't that even more powerful than the clan leader level? By the way, does the Sage of 6 Paths really exist? The clan leader level is also the Kage level in the Sengoku period. At this time, there was no such name as Kage, so the clan leader of the respective clan became the highest standard for strength evaluation. As for the legend of Sage of 6 Paths, even in the ninja world at this time, the legends circulated are extremely rare. Basically, it is known that he calmed down the troubled times and founded the ninja section. It is estimated that only the Uchiha or Senju clansmen know what the Rinnegan of Sage of 6 Paths looks like. As a time traveler, Senju Genma naturally knows all about this matter. At this moment, in order to fool this little loli, she can only shamelessly move them all out. Speaking of Sage of 6 Paths, we have to mention his last name. His full name is actually Atsutsuki Higoromo. As Genma briefly explained the life story of Sage of 6 Paths, and looked serious when he said it, Uzumaki Mito completely detailed his nonsense. Since Sage of 6 Paths was 1,000 years ago, how do you know these things, brother Genma? As soon as Genma heard the other party's name, he knew that his goal was almost achieved. Didn't I say that I am the heir to Sage body of Sage of 6 Paths, so I always have some memories of him in my mind. At this moment, the system prompts appeared again in Senju Genma's mind. A-level character Mito Uzumaki, his belief in the immortal body reaches 80%. Congratulations to host for his second successful B***************** and the reward of Atsutsuki clan sage body. Senju Genma is very happy at this time. Nice. This time even the chakra problem has been solved. With sage body and wood style, I will have the capital to dominate the ninja world in the future. Just when he thought of this, Senju Genma realized something strange. Wait, Atsutsuki's sage body. Just when he thought of this, his body also began to change. First, the amount of chakra skyrocketed from the original Chunin level, and in a short time it reached the level of the clan leader. And his skin color slowly changed from a healthy bronze color to a slightly sickly white color. Uzumaki Mito, who was in front of him, saw this strange change and quickly asked with concern, brother Genma, what's wrong with you? Why has your skin turned white? After speaking, he moved closer to Genma, wanting to check his body. But just as he was about to take action, chakra, which Genma could not fully control at the moment, was forced to take several steps back. When Senju Genma finally controlled his chakra, the airflow around him stabilized. At this time, Uzumaki Mito hurriedly came forward, holding Genma's cheek with both hands, and said with concern, are you okay, brother Genma? You were so scary just now. Raising his right hand and looking at his fair skin, Senju Genma realized that the reward he received was not a Senju sage body at all, but a genuine Atsutsuki sage body. Even his skin color had turned white, which is only available at the 6 Paths level. If he is allowed to grow for a few more years, he will probably be able to directly reach the 6 Paths level by relying on his own talent. Don't worry, Sister Mito. I didn't show you my sage body because you didn't believe it, so I showed it to you. I have never shown it to anyone before. Mito's face immediately turned red when she heard it. Whether it was the affectionate name or the hint in Genma's words, she understood something, but she did not resist. Is this the characteristic of the Atsutsuki clan you mentioned? It is indeed a skin color like white snow. Genma originally seemed to be the resolute type, but now that his skin color has turned white, he has a faint evil aura, and his overall attractiveness to girls has also increased by several levels. In the woods 100 meters away from the two of them, two red-haired Uzumaki tribesmen looked at each other, and then said in shock, this is the leader-level chakra. Who on earth can possess such a level of chakra? Could it be that Senju Butsuma is here? Oops, the princess is still at the river. Only then did the two of them remember their mission and quickly disappeared from the spot. Not far away, in the Senju tribe, Senju Butsuma, who was closing his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. Clan leader level chakra, Uzumaki Kubo? Or Uchiha Tajima? No matter which one of these two people, since they appear in the territory of the Senju tribe, nothing good will happen. The next moment, Senju Butsuma stood up directly secret guard. Following Butsuma's order, 5 people suddenly appeared in front of him and answered in unison. Exist. Anarchy, sound the alarm immediately. There is a patriarchal invasion of Senju territory. The others come with me to see what happens. Senju Genma, who was still fooling Mito at first, now looked at the cute and supportive face of Mito, was inevitably a little tempted. He was not a NC who sent girls to him. The next moment he waved his right hand. A gorgeous sakura flower grew from his hand, and then Genma picked it off and slowly handed it to Uzumaki Mito's hair. Seeing Genma's intimate actions, Uzumaki Mito enjoyed it indescribably, and couldn't help but think of it in his heart. Maybe this is true love. If you are with brother Genma, you will definitely be very happy. Looking at Mito with the sakura flower on his head in front of him, even Senju Genma, who thinks he has read countless movies, can't help but be attracted to him. Compared with this pure and natural beauty, the celebrities before he time traveled are really a bit unbearable. Enter the eyes. Mito, you are so beautiful. Uzumaki Mito looked at the other party's affectionate eyes, but said a little embarrassedly, am I really beautiful? Don't you feel weird about my hair? Although the red hair of their Uzumaki tribe is a symbol, it is also different. Think about it in reality, if that girl had red hair, she would definitely be regarded as a killer. But Uzumaki Mito is different. Her beauty includes this flamboyant red hair. Not only does she not feel frivolous, but she has a calm beauty. Senju Genma wanted to praise him again, but he closed his mouth and the expression on his face instantly became solemn. The next moment, 2 figures appeared in front of them. The 2 people who suddenly appeared were wearing tight-fitting combat uniforms and had bright red hair on their heads. With the Uzumaki logo on their bodies, they were obviously 2 ninjas from the Uzumaki clan. Senju Genma obtained at Satsuki's sage body, and his perception was naturally extremely terrifying. He had already noticed the 2 people just approaching. If you take a closer look, you can see that these 2 people also have a lot of chakra, and both of them clearly have the strength of elite jonin. Where did you come from, kid? Let go of the princess. Princess, please leave this boy, his chakra is at the level of a clan leader. Uzumaki Mito is naturally very familiar with the 2 people who appeared. These 2 people have been protecting her all year round. She could still be immersed in romance with Genma, but the 2 people who appeared at this moment brought her back to reality. Immediately afterwards, Uzumaki Mito left Senju Genma's side and walked towards the direction of the 2. Senju Genma also understands, are they your guards? Mito nodded and turned around, saying with tears in his eyes, it's nice to be with you, brother Genma, I have to go, I'm sorry. Seeing Uzumaki Mito approaching, the 2 guards breathed a sigh of relief. Senju Genma said at this time there is no need to apologize. It's not like we can't meet each other anymore. Just wait for me to marry you, Mito. If it was before, Senju Genma would not dare to say such a thing, but now he has the capital. With its Satsuki's sage body and wood style, he is confident to surpass Senju Hashirama. Uzumaki Mito thought of Genma's talent, and his hope was rekindled at this moment, and he nodded heavily and said, I'm waiting for you, brother Genma. The 2 Uzumaki clan guards also looked confused at this time. They were distracted for a while. Why did the princess fall in love with this guy? Didn't you just get engaged to the young patriarch of the Senju clan yesterday? Uzumaki Mito nodded heavily and was about to wave goodbye when 2 more people appeared on the field. In front of Senju Genma is a middle-aged man wearing red armor with a Senju clan emblem on his head. This man can be recognized at a glance even if he is not a Senju clan member, because he is the current Senju clan leader and one of the 2 strongest people in the ninja world today, Senju Butsuma. There is also a person in front of Senju Butsuma. They are similar in age and are wearing gray armor, but the long red hair is a bit conspicuous. Senju Butsuma looked at the person in front of him and said with a somewhat solemn expression, Uzumaki Kubo, what do you mean? Didn't we just discuss the marriage yesterday? It turns out that the red-haired man in front of me is the current leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kubo. Senju and Uchiha have been fighting for many years, and the 2 sides have been fighting to the death. In order to prevent being stabbed by the Uzumaki clan, Senju Butsuma has taken great pains over the years. Originally, the Uzumaki clan was not good at fighting, and was only famous for their sealing techniques in the ninja world. However, this was different at the clan leader level. The adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan leader's lineage were not bad at all in frontal combat, even if they were Senju Butsuma did not dare to take it lightly either. Uzumaki Kubo said with an unhappy expression, I haven't asked you yet. Senju Butsuma. Yesterday we promised to marry Senju's young clan leader to the princess of our Uzumaki clan. Why did he change his mind today? I have never heard of this kid. Could it be that Senju wants to break the contract? Senju Butsuma's expression was also very embarrassing. Senju Genma was naturally the B**************** D of his younger brother Senju Rama. Not to mention that he was not related to him in this lineage. Even Rama was dispensable. Small role. Such a small character was actually able to hook up with Mito, the whirlpool, and almost ruined his plan. Children of the Kubo clan, don't worry. This may be just a play among children. The one who marries the princess of the Uzumaki clan will definitely be Senju Hashirama, the young clan leader of Senju. Uzumaki Mito, who was standing behind Uzumaki Kubo, couldn't help but feel a little tight when he heard this, and his eyes filled with tears when he looked at Senju Genma. Sure enough, we can't be together at all. Senju Butsuma was afraid that Uzumaki Kubo would not believe it, so he hurriedly shouted to Senju Genma again, Genma, what are you still doing? Come and apologize to Chief Kubo and tell him that what you said before was all a joke. Senju Genma looked at the so-called two major clan leaders in the ninja world. He couldn't help but feel sick at the hypocrisy at this moment. All love Senju was really nonsense. In the face of his own family interests, Senju Butsuma doesn't care whether you are a nephew or not. Of course he knew why Senju Butsuma did this. He was not afraid that the Uzumaki clan would also join the war and flank the Senju clan on both sides. But this is just because Senju Butsuma is incompetent. If he were replaced by Senju Genma as the clan leader, he would be confident that he could stop them even if they faced attacks from two clans at the same time. Thinking of this, Senju Genma came to Uzumaki Kubo. Senju Butsuma's majesty in the clan was extremely high, so he naturally didn't do what he thought, thinking that Senju Genma had given in. After all, when Genma met him in the past, he was always submissive. Uzumaki Mito's heart was in her throat. She was a little desperate now. Did Genma really want to do what Senju Butsuma told her? What I said before was not a joke. Sooner or later, I will marry Mito openly. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito couldn't stop crying and finally murmured, your words are enough, thank you Genma. Then Uzumaki Kubo was even more angry and shouted with veins sprouting from his head. What's going on Senju Butsuma? You're not going to make fun of me. Senju Butsuma was even more furious. This Senju Genma actually dared to disobey him. In this Senju clan, he, Senju Butsuma, always speaks the truth. If anyone dares to question, even his own son, Senju Hashirama, will inevitably be beaten. The next moment Senju Butsuma struck out with a palm, and the terrifying physical skills of the Sengoku ninja were immediately revealed. Even without any chakra blessing, this palm can definitely seriously injure a jonin. Senju Genma's superficial strength is just that of a chinin. If he takes this terrifying palm, he will be disabled. If he fails, he may die on the spot. It can be seen how ruthless Senju Butsuma is, and he really has no regard for blood ties. Wood style wood spindle wall. Over the years, Senju Genma has not stood still. In terms of sealing speed, he believes that he has already surpassed anyone in the Senju clan. Before he lifted his palm, he used the wooden ingot wall to defend himself. 5 solid arches made of wood style appeared on Genma's side in succession. Senju Butsuma's determined palm hit the wooden wall, but it only managed to break 2 walls, but there were still 3 more inside. Seeing the scene, Senju Butsuma and Uzumaki Kubo were shocked at the same time. It's actually wood style. Impossible, wood style can only be used by Hashirama. No matter how Senju Genma deceived Mito before, the 2 clan leader level experts knew how valuable wood style was. The legendary blood succession limit was not just something to talk about casually. Except for Senju Hashirama, no Senju clan member has mastered it for thousands of years. But Senju Genma's wooden ingot wall can't be faked. The power of this move definitely reaches B-level ninjutsu. Normally, it can only be mastered by Jonin-level ninjas. Having mastered wood style and Jonin-level chakra, I'm not weaker than Senju Hashirama at all. Uzumaki Kubo, who originally despised Genma, now couldn't help but compare Senju Genma to Senju Hashirama. The age difference between the two is almost the same, their strength has reached the level of Jonin, and they both have wood style, which makes it a bit difficult for him. Although Senju Hashirama's status as the young clan leader is noble, Sengoku's strength has the final say after all. Isn't the Senju Genma good? Senju Butsuma doesn't know when Genma awakened wood style, but he knows that it is a good thing for Senju Chief Kubo. That's all for today. I will take care of it when I get back. I will definitely give you an explanation then. Butsuma, who originally wanted to clean up his family, is a little hesitant now. Wood style does not just wake up. With 2 wood styles at the same time, Senju's strength may be about to make a big leap forward. Compared with this, marrying Uzumaki is a bit insignificant. Uzumaki Kubo also understood what the other party was thinking, thought about it and said that's fine, but I hope you won't regret the marriage. Even this Senju Genma can't accept it. Senju Butsuma didn't want his son to be our ****D, so he didn't answer the other party's words go back. After saying that, he rushed towards the tribe. Senju Genma knows that continuing the stalemate will lead to no results, and his top priority is to improve his status in the clan. After thinking about it, he waved to Mito and followed Senju Butsuma back. In the dark and unknown space, there was a throne, and sitting on the throne was a man. To be precise, he should be an old man. The skin on his body is as white as snow, which is exactly the same as Senju Genma's Itsutsuki sage body. However, his skin is wrinkled and looks even worse than those of 80 or 90-year-old old men. He also had long curved horns on his forehead that Senju Genma didn't have. Suddenly the old man's closed eyes opened. His pupils were as white as his skin, somewhat similar to the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. Is this kind of fluctuation coming from another member of our clan? The strength is too weak. It can't be Urashiki, nor is it like Momoshiki. It shouldn't pose a threat to my plan. There's a hint of Kagaya, the descendant of that stupid woman. After murmuring a few words, the old man closed his eyes again, as if he didn't care about the fluctuations he noticed at all. On the other side, after Senju Genma left with Senju Butsuma, a few people from the Uzumaki tribe stayed behind. Uzumaki Kubo watched Senju and his party leave, but his expression was more solemn than ever before. Originally, he would be extremely afraid of one wood style. Now that Senju has two at the same time, he is a little unsure of what the situation will be like in the future. Got it. He turned around and looked at the little daughter he valued most, who looked so miserable at the moment, and said angrily, "If you fail to succeed, you will fail. Go back with me." After they left, the river seemed to be calm again. After an unknown amount of time, a shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. The shadow rose rapidly on the ground, and soon turned into a dark figure. Impossible. Ashura's reincarnation should be Senju Hashirama. How could he awaken another wood style? If we let it go, the plan that has been planned for thousands of years will come to nothing. Senju Genma, you alone will never live in this world. In the Senju clan's clan, Senju Butsuma returned with Genma. The ninjas who were on guard saw the scene and rushed over to greet them. "See, Lord Patriarch, we are on full alert. Who is the enemy?" Senju Butsuma had noticed the patriarchal chakra before and quickly activated the martial law. When he arrived at the river, he only saw Uzumaki Kubo, so he subconsciously thought that the chakra belonged to Uzumaki Kubo. As for Senju Genma's chakra, it is now extremely secretive, and it is absolutely impossible for him, Senju Butsuma, to see the depth. After all, in terms of their current physiques, Genma is several stages ahead. Cancel your alert, it was an accident. Regarding what happened by the river, Senju Butsuma naturally would not tell others. Whether it was about marriage or Senju's second wood style, he was not ready to let others know in the short term. After saying that, Butsuma ignored the others and led Genma straight to the meeting hall. "That's Senju Genma, why does the skin color become like this?" The previous alarm couldn't have been caused by him. Probably not. This guy's strength is only Chunin. How can he be worthy of such a big battle? I guess I encountered some enemies and was saved by the patriarch. When the surrounding Senju people saw Genma, they couldn't help but speculate on what happened. Senju Genma naturally heard their conversation, but he didn't take it to heart. He was now looking for the target. Having one wood style and Itsutsuki sage body consecutively, he has tasted the benefits of the B system, and he can't wait to blow B in front of everyone right away. Unfortunately, the system has requirements. At least he must be an A-level character in order for him to receive rewards. Senju showed a character rating B. Senju Eagle, character rating B level. Senju, character rating C. After scanning these people one by one, Genma found that it is not easy to find an A-level character. Even the Senju Shota is only a B-level character. You must know that this is Jonin, one of the best in the Senju clan. It seems that the character must have appeared in the original work, and the level will be higher. Although the strength of these people in front of them is not weak, none of them have reached a level. Thinking of this, Senju Genma glanced at Senju Butsuma in front of him. Senju Butsuma, character rating S. He is indeed an S-class person. He is truly worthy of being the leader of the Senju clan. It's a pity that Senju Genma has nothing to do with Butsuma. Although the opponent is also S-class, Butsuma, who is nearly 40 years old and the current clan leader, will not be like Uzumaki Mito, who can fool Genma with just a few words. Just before the two of them were about to enter the meeting hall, a silver-haired child appeared. Judging from his age, he must be about 10 years old, but his chakra was extraordinary. He possessed Jonin-level chakra at such a young age. Father Senju Butsuma glanced at the child, with a rare smile on his face. After all, this was the son he was most satisfied with. Compared to Senju Hashirama, who seemed to have outstanding talent, this guy was indeed more appealing to him. Tobirama, come too. Senju Tobirama, character rating S. The silver-haired child in front of him is second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who is also an old acquaintance of Genma. Tobirama is 9 years old and 1 year younger than Genma. They are of the same generation. Unfortunately, Genma has always been the suppressed one. In terms of talent, Tobirama is far superior to him, and Sage Body is second only to Hashirama, and is said to be much stronger than Senju Butsuma back then. Senju Tobirama is also very confused now. Why did Senju Genma come back with this Senju Genma if it wasn't just reported that there was a clan leader invasion? He and Genma are old acquaintances and have received chakra enlightenment from the clan together since childhood. However, he is the proud son of heaven. He is only slightly inferior to his elder brother Hashirama in all aspects, and others are not qualified to compare with him. Genma is considered the best among those people, and his strength can barely keep up with Tobirama, but he does not have a sage body, so Chakra is basically at the bottom of the Senju clan, and there is nothing he can do against him in every ninja sparring. Today's Genma is a little different from before. The strange skin color and the unknown depth of Chakra make Tobirama's face look a little more confused. Sitting at the head of the chamber, Senju Butsuma suddenly asked, "Tell me, what's going on with your body, and when did you awaken with style?" "With style? Father, are you not mistaken? That is with style. Isn't the eldest brother the only one in our clan who has awakened?" The expression of Tobirama who spoke was indescribable shock. He can be regarded as the first person in the ninja world to come into contact with style. After all, when Senju Hashirama with style awakened, he was practicing ninja sparring with him. That kind of terrifying escape technique that can absorb chakra definitely has the ability to change the ninja world. Senju Butsuma naturally understood what style meant, and that was why he put aside his prejudice against Genma and forcibly protected him in front of Uzumaki Kubo. "That's right, I saw Genma use style with my own eyes before." Tobirama, who was still a bit lucky at first, immediately understood after hearing this that this was no joke. The Senju Genma really awakened the style. Although he knew that the two people in front of him were not easy to fool, Genma still said tentatively, "You're talking about style." "In fact, I've awakened a long time ago, around the age of 5. Tobirama on the side immediately jumped out and said, "Nonsense. How could you awaken style at the age of 5? When you were practicing ninja sparring, I beat you until you couldn't stand up." At the age of 5, even a child of Senju has just begun to enlighten chakra refining, and does not have much fighting power at all, let alone awakening style. Senju Tobirama did a lot to deal with Genma back then. After all, his sage body is very strong. Even with physical training, his recovery power is far beyond ordinary people. Others spend up to 10 hours a day practicing, but even Senju Tobirama spends 20. "For several hours, my body was able to tolerate it completely." Senju Genma said shamelessly, "You said that time I asked you to do that. After all, using style in a child's battle is a bit bullying. What did you say? Are you worthy of giving in to me?" As he spoke, Senju Tobirama's chakra immediately surged out of his body, and a terrifying aura swept around him. The Jonin-level pressure shook the surrounding floors into cracks. Although Senju Tobirama doesn't usually talk much, the arrogance in his heart is no less than that of Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, he would not jump immediately when he saw 4th generation in Naruto using Flying Thunder God in Shadow Clone in the 4th battle. Come out and say he invented it. He is only 9 years old now. If he grows up for a few years, he will probably be close to the strength of a clan leader. If the original Genma encountered this pressure, he would probably be suppressed immediately. This is the suppression on chakra, and it cannot be resisted by physical skills. "I already told you that it's Jonin's chakra, isn't it? I have it too." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around Senju Genma condensed, and a chakra that was no less than that of Senju Tobirama suddenly surged out. The two auras collided in the air. For a while, Senju Tobirama's chakra did not gain any advantage. This was something Senju Genma deliberately allowed, otherwise his patriarchal chakra would completely explode, and Tobirama's pressure would not be worth mentioning at all. Senju Butsuma had realized before that Genma's strength should reach that of Jonin. Now seeing this pressure, he was even more convinced that this kid really had Jonin's chakra. 10-year-old Jonin is no worse than Hashirama. "That's enough. Stop it, both of you." Following Butsuma's loud shout, both of them stopped their hands at the same time. Needless to say, Tobirama must be afraid of Senju Butsuma. After all, where is the power of this old guy? Even if his own son is disobedient, the end will not be much better. Senju Genma, on the other hand, was thinking about how to squeeze some benefits from these two people. After all, they were 2S-level characters. It would be unreasonable if they didn't fool them. As for style, let's take what you say as true. What about chakra? You were only at Chunin level before, why did you suddenly increase so much? And what's with your skin color? If bloodline can hide, then the amount of chakra can't be faked. The chakra shown by Senju Genma before was indeed Chunin level. Senju Butsuma would never be wrong about this. What made him most suspicious was the skin color. He had never heard of such sickly white skin. At this moment, he was more worried about Senju Genma, a spy from other families lurking in the clan. "You said this skin color, this is sage body. As for chakra, I have been practicing recently and accidentally broke through." Speaking of skin color, Senju Genma suddenly thought of what he needed. He now owns style and Itsutsuki sage body, which can be said to be the two major hardware of the Itsutsuki family. The only thing he lacks now is Itsutsuki's standard software, Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Byakugan. No matter which one of these powerful eye techniques, he can bring his strength to the ultimate level. He is now a Atsutsuki Sage body, possessing the 7 attributes of wind, fire, water, thunder, earth, yin and yang. If he still uses traditional ninjutsu, wouldn't it be a bit pricey? Only those powerful pupil techniques are worthy of him. Thinking of this, he had already prepared a set of words in his mind. After hearing Genma's words, Senju Tobirama immediately stood up and questioned Sage body. I also own Senju's Sage body. Why doesn't my skin look like yours? In terms of chakra, Senju Genma is currently showing Jonin, so the two of them can believe that he has just made a breakthrough. Compared to Wood's style, this breakthrough is not difficult to accept. Senju Butsuma also said, I am very familiar with Senju's Sage body, and I have never heard of people with whitening skin. Senju Genma said calmly, my clan leader, since you know the Senju clan, you should know who our Senju ancestors are, right? Senju Butsuma seemed to remember something and hurriedly said in shock, you mean Sage of Six Paths? The legendary ninja world of Sage of Six Paths has almost become extinct. As the leader of the Senju clan, Butsuma can see clues in some ancient books of the clan. However, due to the age, these books are also in dilapidated condition. The records in them are just a few words. Senju Genma knows that there is something going on as soon as he sees the other party's reaction. He is not afraid that the other party will not believe you, but is afraid that the other party will not take up the challenge. If you meet a fool who doesn't even know who Sage of Six Paths is, then his nonsense will be useless. Even the young Tobirama, because of his position as the young patriarch, is aware of the past events of the Sage of Six Paths. Yes, it is Sage of Six Paths. His real name is Atsutsuki Higoromo, and the characteristic of the Atsutsuki clan is pale skin. My sage body comes from the Atsutsuki clan. Only then did Butsuma remember that it seemed that the clan's classics really wrote about it. Sage of Six Paths seemed to have really white skin. Then how do you know this? Don't tell me, you are Sage of Six Paths. Because I am the bloodline closest to Sage of Six Paths, some fragments occasionally appear in my mind. It is these memories that let me know these past events. After hearing Genma's explanation, Butsuma's expression became erratic. Although he didn't quite believe it, he didn't know how to refute it. Otherwise, how could he explain that the other party knew so much? Genma said, striking while the iron is hot. Not only is it a sage body, I actually have a Rinnegan from the Atsutsuki clan. Rinnegan, what is that? Is it a pupil technique similar to Uchiha's Sharingan? Senju Tobirama had never heard of Rinnegan, so he asked this question. Senju Butsuma stood up from his seat when he heard about Rinnegan. If he could still be calm because he didn't understand Atsutsuki sage body, he knew something about Rinnegan. It has been recorded in ancient books that Rinnegan is the pupil technique of Sage of Six Paths. It is lavender in appearance and has circles of ripples. It is called the eye that controls life and death. It also has the terrifying ability to create all things and destroy everything. If Senju Genma really owns the Rinnegan, then their Senju clan can definitely dominate Sengoku. You mean Rinnegan? Tell me what a Rinnegan looks like, and don't try to fool me. After hearing Butsuma's words, Senju Genma understood that this old guy must have read Rinnegan's description somewhere, so he would be spotted on the spot if he just talked about it casually, and he had to provide some evidence to convince him. He hasn't obtained the Rinnegan yet, so naturally he can't open his eyes directly, but he has been prepared for it. The appearance of Rinnegan is lavender, with no pupils and only circles of ripples. This is just the original form of Rinnegan. The real Rinnegan also has Megatama in it, which is derived from Uchiha's Sharingan. Genma's words were completely consistent with Butsuma's memory. By this time, he had already begun to believe that Genma's words might be right. Tobirama on the side said with some doubts, you said it has Megatama? Or is it derived from Uchiha? Where do you start talking about this? Isn't Sage of Six Paths the ancestor of Senju? How come it is still related to Uchiha? Genma thought for a while and did not go into too much detail, but simply introduced Senju and Uchiha are both descendants of Sage of Six Paths, which is why the two races became the Sengoku duo to dominate the ninja world. Uchiha inherited the eye power of Sage of Six Paths, and Sharingan evolved into a Rinnegan in the later stage. We and Uchiha actually have the same ancestor? No wonder those pinkies are so strong. After hearing this, Senju Butsuma murmured in a daze. Tobirama said, no wonder Uchiha's pupil technique is so strong. Is it inherited from Sage of Six Paths? Unlike the ninjas of later generations, Uchiha of this era can be said to have developed Sharingan to the ultimate level. The application of the inside eye in Taijutsu is even more vivid. Genjutsu has also swept the ninja world, and no other family can match it. And Uchiha's forbidden technique, Izanagi, has not been banned at this moment. It is the most troublesome pupil technique for the Senju clan. Even if no one opens the Mangekyo Sharingan, the 3 Megatama Sharingan is still famous. As the two of them fell into deep thought, a system notification sounded in Senju Genma's mind. S-Class target Senju Butsuma has 80% confidence in Atsutsuki Rinnegan. S-Class target Senju Tobirama has 80% confidence in Atsutsuki Rinnegan. Congratulations to host for successfully blowing B for the third time, and the reward is Sharinan. Genma couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he heard this reminder. Now he even had Atsutsuki's software together. And the reward this time is not the Rinnegan he blew, but the Samsara Sharinan vaguely mentioned in his words. This is a higher level of eyes than the Rinnegan. Under normal circumstances, you must become a Jinchuriki of 10 tails to obtain it. In the original work, even Atsutsuki Kagaya needed to rely on the chakra of 10 tails to have the reincarnation Sharinan. Originally, she only had Byakugan. Under normal circumstances, if a Sharinan evolves into a Rinnegan, it will lose the original ability of Mangekyo's eyes, such as Obito's Kamui, which cannot be used after becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki. The reincarnation Sharinan does not have to worry about this. Not only will it gain new abilities, but it will also be able to use the abilities of both Rinnegan and Sharinan at the same time. As the system prompt appeared, Senju Genma's original eyes began to change. After a while, the eyes completely turned red, and ripples appeared on them, with 9 tomo in the ripples. Like Suzuki's later reincarnation Sharinan, it was actually only a 6 megatama defective. Because it was passed down directly by the old man from 6 paths, there were inevitably some flaws. However, Atsutsuki Kagaya's is different. With its red eyes and 9 tomo, you can tell at a glance that it is a more advanced one. Advanced Samsara Sharinan. And what Senju Genma obtained was this 9 megatama reincarnation Sharinan. The moment he obtained the 9 megatama reincarnation Sharinan, various abilities began to appear in Senju Genma's mind, including Mangekyo's double eye ability, the must-have Susanoo, Rinnegan 6 paths ability, and the special abilities gained by the reincarnation Sharinan. Senju Butsuma next to him couldn't sit still when he saw his eyes. It's really a Rinnegan. Except for the different color, the faint ripples and the megatama in it, it's exactly the same as Genma described. He didn't know what Samsara Sharingan's abilities were, but once anything was related to the Sage of 6 Paths, it would definitely not be simple. For example, their Senju's Sage body, even the Senju clan again, chakra was stronger than the ninjas of other families. Several times more. Senju Tobirama widened his eyes and said, "Does Rinnegan really exist? Then isn't Genma's talent even scarier than my elder brother's?" There was a strong sense of reluctance in his words, and Tobirama's fists clenched unconsciously, thinking that the fluctuations in his heart were more intense than on the surface. When Genma digested the reincarnation Sharingan's ability, his eyes suddenly changed and returned to their original appearance, and his whole body seemed to be hollowed out, and he half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. Genma thought in his mind, isn't the chakra insufficient? Sure enough, the reincarnation Sharinan is too early for me now. I just awakened the reincarnation Sharinan and already exhausted all the chakra. Later, through the understanding of the ability of the Samsara blood chakra eye in his mind, Genma knew that not only did he need a large amount of chakra to awaken, but even if he used any ability in the future, he would probably use up all his chakra instantly. After all, they are glasses used by 6 paths level experts, and it is still too early for Genma, who is currently the clan leader or cage level. I just don't know if it is possible to degenerate these glasses into ordinary Rinnegan and Sharinan. If it is possible, Genma's clan leader level strength can easily control these two equally powerful pupil techniques. As for the Samsara Sharinan, it is estimated that it will only become Genma's most popular move in the short term. Unless it is a life and death situation, he will not easily use the Samsara Sharinan. Seeing Senju Genma kneel down, Senju Butsuma came to his senses. Naturally, he could see that Genma was acting like this because his chakra was exhausted. I also secretly evaluated in my heart, I won't say how powerful it is, but the consumption of chakra should far exceed that of Sharinan. Senju Tobirama thought, does the powerful ability come with high consumption? It only took a few seconds for it to become like this. Could it be that what he said before was true? He was letting me go all along? That's why he didn't use his full strength. The moment Genma obtained the reincarnation Sharinan, he noticed something strange. The amount of chakra at that moment was close to that of a clan leader. Senju Butsuma's face also changed color, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, Tobirama, please go down first. I have something to talk to Genma alone. When Senju Tobirama heard this, his heart became even more complicated. His hands clenched into fists a little tighter, and his nails almost dug into his skin. But he still said it yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left the meeting hall. As Tobirama left, the door to the meeting hall was closed again. The originally dark meeting hall had almost lost all its light at this moment. In the dark room, only Senju Butsuma and Genma were left at this moment. Butsuma, who had always looked solemn, changed his expression the next moment and showed a kind smile. Then he came over to help Genma up and said with a smile, Genma, it was my uncle's fault before, I shouldn't have doubted you. Senju Butsuma's sudden change made Genma a little uncomfortable. If he had only read the original work before time travel, he might have thought Butsuma was sincerely apologizing. However, what he has seen in Senju over the years has made him understand that the man in front of him is anything but simple. Whatever uncle said, it's my fault if you say it. I shouldn't hide this in front of you. Senju Butsuma, as the eldest brother of his chief father Senju Rama, is naturally the uncle of Senju Genma. This is not a random recognition of relatives. It's just that Senju Butsuma never acknowledged his nephew in the past. Senju Butsuma saw that Genma did not distance himself from him, and the address in his mouth was very kind, and the smile on his face became a little bigger. That's good. If you need anything in the future, just tell your uncle. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you, Senju Genma said without revealing any flaws. I don't have any special needs now. If I do, I will tell you. Senju Butsuma nodded. If Senju Genma was polite to him, he would be treating him as an outsider. This sentence would at least increase his credibility. Let's do this. I will announce your story tomorrow and let the entire ninja world know that I, Senju, have awakened a wood style. At that time, I will adopt you as my adopted son and adopt you from Luo Jian. From now on, you and Hashirama will become me. Senju's twin stars, what do you think? Only then did Genma realize that this was what the other party had planned. First he adopts himself as his adopted son, and then declares to the outside world that he has awakened the wood style, and has two wood style ninjas at the same time. Now Senju's prestige will directly reach its peak. Even if Uchiha wants to start a war, he has to be careful. And he can also control Senju Genma in his hands, so that Genma will not do anything that threatens the clan leader's lineage after his strength expands. After all, we are all a family from now on, and Genma is only about 10 years old, so he will definitely get used to it. This identity. As long as Senju Butsuma behaves kindly, a 10-year-old child will be fooled by just a few words. It's a pity that the person standing in front of Senju Butsuma is a time traveler whose real soul age is over 30 years old. Genma will not be fooled so easily. Nephew, obey uncle's orders in all matters. It's not that Genma has never thought of refusing, but his current strength does not allow him to be so high profile. At least at this moment, he has just obtained reincarnation Sharingan and is weak, so he is not qualified to negotiate conditions with Senju Butsuma. Senju Butsuma was even more happy when he heard it, laughed and said, "You still call me uncle, you know you have to change your name in the future." Senju Genma said with a confused look on his face, "It's father." But he couldn't say the last word. Senju Butsuma knew that this change of identity would be difficult to adapt to in a short period of time. Such a behavior was considered normal. If Senju Genma called him father immediately, he would have to think carefully. There is no rush in calling this matter. You can change it slowly in the future. But since you want to tell the ninja world, you must use battle to prove your wood style. I am going to let you and Hashirama have a ninja duel. When the time comes, you will lose to Hashirama due to lack of physical strength, don't you think? Hearing this, Genma sneered in his heart, so I'm waiting here. In the final analysis, the person I trust the most is my own son. Although I have awakened the wood style, I still have to make Hashirama's wedding dress, right? He has also awakened wood style and is the same age. If Genma really loses to Hashirama, this battle will certainly prove his wood style, but Senju Hashirama's prestige will firmly suppress him. After all, Hashirama not only awakened wood style, but also the stronger one in wood style. If it had been someone else, Senju Genma might have considered putting on a show, but the opponent was Senju Hashirama. It would be completely different. He had just put a hat on Hashirama today, and he also boasted in front of Mito that his strength was far beyond the Hashirama. If we lose tomorrow, the wives we finally booked will probably be gone. One is the young patriarch who has the wood style, and the other also has the wood style but is weaker. Everyone knows how Uzumaki Kubo will choose his butt. But he didn't dare to refuse at this moment, because even though Senju Butsuma's expression was kind, the muscles in his right hand hugging him were completely tense. This is the combat state of the ninja. As long as there is a slight change, he can attack with all his strength immediately. Not only that, Senju Genma also noticed that he and Butsuma were not the only ones in the dark meeting hall, but there were at least 6 auras hidden in the darkness. Although they are well hidden, at least ordinary elite jonin cannot detect them, but under the perception of Atsutsuki Sage body, they are still invisible. 4 of these people all have chakra of at least elite jonin. For any family in the ninja world, they are a force that cannot be ignored. They are powerful enough to fight even against powerful clan leaders. Thinking of this, Genma didn't dare to complain, so he quickly replied, "I know what to do." After hearing Genma's exact answer, Senju Butsuma loosened his right hand around him, then slowly backed away and said, "In that case, you go down and prepare first. I will hold this competition tomorrow." As soon as Butsuma finished speaking, several auras hidden in the darkness disappeared instantly. Genma understood that he had finally come out of hell. If his previous answer was slightly wrong, this old guy would probably take action. Yes, after responding in agreement, Genma dragged his tired body and slowly left the meeting hall. Genma's fatigue was not just an act. He awakened Sharingan and his chakra was really drained. Now he may not be an opponent even if he meets Chunin, but it was all worth it. At least he had a great harvest today and got 3 major cheats in a row. Now he could basically go sideways in the world of Hokage. Possessing wood style Sage Body and Samsara Sharingan at the same time is something that can only be achieved by Sage of 6 Paths in Kaguya. Of course, this will have to wait until he grows up. Although the current Genma has a number of cheats, they are still unable to use them. His combat power is at the clan leader level at best, and he is relatively weak among the clan leaders. After all, his physical skills are only at the Chunin level. His absolute weakness in speed means that if he encounters a clan leader, he may only be beaten passively. While walking back, Genma had already made plans for future cultivation. First of all, the first step is to strengthen physical training. In the past, he did not have Sage Body, so training was half the result with half the effort. Basically, he had to take a break after practicing for an hour or two. The efficiency was really poor. But with Sage Body, he decided to increase the training time of Taijutsu to more than 12 hours. This was in order not to fall behind in Genin technique training, otherwise this time would be increased further. After all, the strength of physical skills is the foundation of a ninja. In peacetime, deformed ninjas who specialize in a certain series of ninjutsu have no room for survival at all during the Sengoku period. After all, chakra is limited. After the chakra is exhausted, physical skills will be particularly weak. It's important. Madara's ability to sweep through the Ninja Alliance in the later stages is also due to his powerful physical skills. Genma's current chakra has made a qualitative leap, so you don't have to worry about running out of chakra in a short period of time. Even among the clan leaders, his chakra should be top-notch. It is estimated that only Senju Hashirama, the clan leader, can compare with him. What he urgently needs is to convert these chakra into combat power. Before, he only had the amount of chakra of Chunin, so he basically learned some C-level ninjutsu. Now he can throw away a few S-level ninjutsu, let alone A-level. Although I have mastered wood style and can use all the ninjutsu in the wood style series, I am overwhelmed by the many skills. 2 single moves are often easy to target. In the later stage of Senju Hashirama, in addition to wood style, Grandmaster also has various barrier seals. Ninjutsu. So the second thing he had to do was to quickly go to the ninjutsu hall to apply for a ninjutsu scroll, and at least learn a few A-level ninjutsu to defeat the enemy. As the number 1 family in the ninja world today, the Senju family naturally has the largest inventory of ninjutsu scrolls in the ninja world. There are at least 50 kinds of A-level ninjutsu, covering all types, and there are also S-level ninjutsu, more than 10 kinds. S-level ninjutsu is the top ninjutsu. Even one type of ninjutsu from other families is enough to establish a foothold in the ninja world. However, Senju has more than 10 types. This shows how rich the heritage of Senju is. Naturally, not everyone can learn these ninjutsu. A-level ninjutsu requires at least Jonin to be qualified to learn it, and it must be redeemed with military merit. S-level ninjutsu can only be learned with the authorization of the clan leader. Trying to forcefully enter to study is even more ridiculous. The Ninju Hall has the strictest guards in the entire Senju. There are at least 3 elite Jonin, and the current Senju deputy chief, Senjurakin, is also on guard all year round. Although Senjurama's reputation is not as good as that of Senju Butsuma, he is still one of the most powerful clan leaders in the entire Sengoku. In addition to being the guard of the Ninjutsu Hall, he also has the identity of the captain of the Senju guards. He is also responsible for guarding the clan area on weekdays. As for external battles, Senju Butsuma is basically responsible for it. The relationship between the 2 biological brothers also made Senju Butsuma trust Luo Jian. Senju Luo Jian's greatest identity may be Genma's father. Although the 2 are connected by blood, Genma has never felt a trace of father's care from this man. Of course, Genma doesn't need this kind of love. Genma, who was originally weak, had already recovered more than half of his chakra when he walked to the ninjutsu hall. He also once again had an intuitive understanding of Atsutsuki's Sage Body. This resilience is really terrifying. He was like before. Even for Chunin level chakra, it takes at least an hour to fully recover after being used up. Even when he was refining chakra in situ, his recovery was many times slower than that of Sage Body. Now Genma is walking all the time, relying entirely on his physical strength to recover automatically, and the total amount of chakra is at the clan leader level, so the recovery speed is still lagging behind. With a lot of knowledge, it can be seen how extraordinary the power of Sage Body is. As soon as he arrived in front of the solemn ninjutsu hall, Genma found that he was mentally locked by the count. His senses were extraordinary now, and he immediately discovered that they were the guards who had been guarding the ninjutsu hall all year round. 3 elite Jonin, plus a clan leader, is indeed a big deal. The next moment, a Jonin-level Senju guard led a few people and came to Genma and said, "Senju Genma, why are you here at the ninjutsu hall? I remember that you have redeemed all your military exploits." The disdain was evident when he spoke. In the dark, as Genma's father, Senju Rajian had no idea of speaking out. This was not the first time this happened. If it were in the past, Genma would naturally not come here to ask for trouble, but this is different from the past. The former Senju Butsuma said that as long as he can do it, he can satisfy any request. This naturally includes the permission to learn ninjutsu. Genma believes that he will not agree if he wants to become the young clan leader, but for Butsuma, there is no reason to stop him from learning some S-level ninjutsu. I'm here to learn A-level and S-level ninjutsu. The clan leader has authorized me. Jonin in front of him saw Genma saying this expressionlessly, and immediately laughed and said, ha 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 ha, I heard you right, you actually said you want to learn A-level ninjutsu? Just rely on your Chunin level chakra. There were several more guards behind Jonin, and they couldn't help laughing when they heard his voice. Hey, did I hear that right? This famous loser from the Senju clan actually wants to learn A-level and S-level ninjutsu. Pull him down, I think this kid is crazy. Even I am not qualified to learn S-level ninjutsu. I think he has trouble learning B-level ninjutsu, but he still has A-level ninjutsu. It's just a joke. Genma did not refute in the face of everyone's ridicule. He had seen too many of these situations and was too lazy to get to know them. Moreover, according to the understanding of these people, what they said is correct. Senju, who has been like him for so many years without any sage body, is indeed the only one. The amount of chakra is not as good as that of ordinary ninjas, and it is indeed a bit of a waste. What Genma didn't expect was that Butsuma's order hadn't been sent yet. This was not like his previous resolute style. Senju Luo Jian in the dark also frowned. He didn't expect Genma to say such a thing today. Is Genma really crazy? Just when he was about to show up and drive away Genma, he suddenly found a huge chakra in his perception. If he looked closely, couldn't he see that it was his eldest brother Senju Butsuma? I did authorize it. What? Do you have any objections? These words were spoken by Senju Butsuma, who had just arrived. Senju Butsuma Haki's sideways words. If it weren't for Genma's true age as an adult, Butsuma would probably be moved. The guards on the side shivered in fear when they saw Butsuma taking action in person. Their clan leader had nothing to do with Sixiang. If they made the other party angry, even the ninjas of the same race would have their heads thrown to the ground. The next moment everyone knelt down and said respectfully, clan leader, there is no longer any arrogance like before. Senju Butsuma glanced at the people on the ground, but didn't take it to heart. He immediately changed his expression to a kind one and said to Genma, Genma, I heard what you just said. Just go in and learn any ninjutsu you want. I'm here. That kind expression shocked the guards next to him. Even Senju Luo Jian in the dark didn't know how many years he had not seen his elder brother showing such an expression. It's a pity that this poor performance failed to fool Senju Genma. Only at this moment did he understand why Butsuma, who had always been resolute, was delayed in giving orders this time. Senju Butsuma actually walked slower than him, so he was waiting here. I have to say that this is a very clever way to win people's hearts. If it weren't for Genma, any 10-year-old kid would probably be fooled. Genma still understands the principle of not telling the truth, and besides, he will not hit the smiling person with his hand. Thank you, patriarch. Genma still didn't have the heart to call him daddy. After all, the one who was planning to hit him to death by the river was also the old immortal in front of him. Genma is good at everything but a bit vindictive. He will always remember this slap in his heart. If it weren't for his sudden increase in strength, he would probably be lying in a coffin by now. Senju Butsuma saw that Genma still refused to call him dad, even if he was his adoptive father. Although his face did not change, his heart felt a little heavier. Think this kid is really extraordinary. Even my actions can't make him let down his guard. Keeping such a brat around will probably be detrimental to Hashirama and Tobirama in the future. As he thought about it, Senju Butsuma's palms tightened unconsciously. Genma had certainly seen this kind of scene before. Butsuma, who had rashly attacked by the river before, was exactly the same as now. Genma knew that the other party was already hesitating whether to slap him to death. I have sage body with style in my hands. I will get my revenge sooner or later. Now that I am facing off against Butsuma, my chances of winning are really slim. What's more, I am still in the land of the Senju tribe. The opponent has thousands of thugs. Let this old man, I won't die just for a while. After weighing it up, Genma knew that he still had to pretend to be his grandson for the time being, and then said, Father, do you have any other instructions? Butsuma, who was still hesitating whether to take action, immediately beamed when he heard this, and said with a smile, Ha ha ha, there hasn't been any fighting recently. Just be responsible for your cultivation. Next time if you need anything, remember to contact your foster father directly. The people who were always paying attention to Butsuma were all dumbfounded at this moment. Why would Senju Genma call the clan leader the adoptive father? Did something happen between the two of them? The one who is most confused is probably Genma's biological father, Senju Rajian. How did his son manage to become the adopted son of his eldest brother? Besides, it's still this good-for-nothing son? Although he had a lot of questions, he didn't dare to ask questions at this moment. After all, the target was his eldest brother who showed no mercy to his own people. When Genma heard the old guy's words, he immediately walked into the ninjutsu hall as if he had received an amnesty to choose the ninjutsu he wanted to practice. He didn't want to deal with this gloomy old guy too much. Looking at Genma's back, Butsuma still maintained a faint smile. Naturally, no one of the guards dared to stop him along the way. They heard Butsuma's previous words clearly. This highest level of authorization was only available to Senju Hashirama and Senju before. It has appeared on Tobirama before, but I didn't expect that not long ago, another one would be added. The figure brought to Genma completely disappeared, and the smile on Butsuma's face completely disappeared, and he said to the guards who were still on the ground, "Go and do your work, remember that from now on Senju Genma's status in the clan will be no less than that of Hashirama." Butsuma's words shocked everyone again. Although there were 10,000 questions in their hearts, no one dared to ask them, for fear that the other party would slap themselves to death if they disagreed. After being taken to the guard and exposed, Butsuma glanced at a deserted place, and then said let's go. Luo Jian, who was hiding in the dark, finally appeared and followed Butsuma slowly into the distance. Since Genma has the highest authority, he is unambiguous at all. All of Senju's S-level ninjutsu are accepted. As for the A-level ninjutsu, as long as they are useful, whether they are offensive or auxiliary, he also copied them all. Share. He is now a Atsutsuki Sage body, and learning any ninjutsu is a matter of course, so there is no need to worry about wasting time. All he has to do is make his chakra useful. Dozens of scrolls were copied at once, and Jonin, who was in charge of guarding, had cold sweat on his forehead, and he couldn't help but think of, does this kid know what he is doing? These are A-level and S-level ninjutsu. Even among the Senju tribe, those who can master 4 or 5 of them are the best. This guy can do so many at once. Can you learn it? Despite the clan leader's instructions, this Jonin couldn't help but talk too much. Master Genma, if you copy so many scrolls at once, I'm afraid you won't be able to learn them all. You should understand the principle of biting off more than you can chew. If you don't learn so many ninjutsu at once, you will have physical problems. After hearing this, Genma couldn't help but take a look at the person in front of him. His strength was at the peak of Jonin, and he was probably only one step away from elite Jonin. He was close to 40 years old, and he was considered to be the top combat power of Senju. Genma had seen him before. We met a few times, but never talked to each other. I think his name is Senju Juzo? Although what the other party said was inevitably a bit contemptuous, it was also in line with his normal cognition, and there was a rare hint of concern in his words. Don't worry, my current physique is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even Hashirama is not as good as me. Senju Juzang didn't say much after hearing this, but he was vaguely guessing that maybe what Genma said was true. If his talent was not on the same level as Hashirama, how could the clan leader give him such a high authorization? When he came back to his senses, Genma had already disappeared from the door. This Jonin then shook his head and said slowly, being so close to Butsuma, I really don't know whether you are lucky or bad. The Senju clan has the largest clan area in the entire ninja world. However, for such a huge family, it is naturally impossible for the clan members to live in daytime Pyu. The houses in the core area are decorated magnificently. These houses have nothing to do with Genma, of course, to be precise, they have nothing to do with him in the past 5 years. Ever since his chakra talent was discovered, he was driven out of the core area of the family. The place he lives now is a thatched house on the outskirts of the Senju clan. Most of the people living here are ordinary people under the jurisdiction of Senju. These people are servants responsible for farming and doing odd jobs. Genma was the first person from such a noble family to be reduced to living in such a place. As for Genma's former brothers and sisters, Genma originally had some hope, but unfortunately he has never seen them again since he was kicked out. It seems that under the influence of Luo Jian, he probably forgot that he existed. Along the way, there were some noises around her, but as she approached her home, Genma's ears became quiet. At this time, the servants are probably working, so it is normal to be so quiet. In the past, Genma has been working hard on his physical skills. Today is the first time he went home so early. The scrolls Genma brought back had 5 types of ninjutsu, but these were not the main ones. These ninjutsu were just for him to expand his own abilities. What is really important is the sealing technique and some barrier ninjutsu. Genma frowned slightly as he looked at the house in front of him, which was less than 10 square meters and about the same size as a toilet. He has long been accustomed to this shabby thatched hut after living in it for several years. He used to not care about it, but now he is a man who has awakened to the wood style. Living in such a hut will really cost him points. At this time, Genma remembered that he had a good magical skill among his wood-style ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Genma raised the corners of his mouth slightly, quickly formed seals with his hands, and after a phantom, he drank wood-style 4-pillar house technique. This is exactly the ninjutsu used by Yamato in the original work, the ninjutsu that uses wood-style to instantly build a house. The next moment, several branches rose from the ground, and then spread to the side. After a while, an open space turned into a courtyard covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters. Different from the Japanese-style decoration of the Senju family, this villa has a Chinese architectural style, which looks a bit like a courtyard. It has a tall and wide door, a spacious and bright square, and the wing rooms on both sides are also extraordinary. The courtyard in the middle gave birth to Genma. There are several sakura flower trees. Overall, although the yard is not luxurious, it still has a unique charm. Walking into the courtyard and looking at his masterpiece, Genma nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, this Chinese-style building looked pleasing to the eye. After all, in the final analysis, he is still a Chinese. Even if he travels to this Hokage world, the memories of his previous life are still the most unforgettable for him. Not far from the house built by Genma, a short figure appeared, wearing a blue armor and with bright silver hair on his head. If Genma saw it at a glance, he would recognize him as Senju Tobirama. Seeing Genma using wood style to build a house with nothing, Tobirama couldn't help but said in surprise, it's actually possible to do this. Hashirama, as Tobirama's eldest brother, first awakened the genius of wood style. At this moment, he may not be able to use wood style so well. Although the level of this ninjutsu is not high, he can do it so exquisitely. Tobirama naturally doesn't think Genma just got wood style. Is what this kid said before true? He has been hiding himself all this time? Otherwise, how could he have just awakened wood style and be able to use it so easily? Senju Tobirama is an ambitious man. Even though he is still young now, he has been influenced by Senju Butsuma since he was a child. His eldest brother has no idea of competition. After all, the relationship between the two is thicker than water, and the other party obeys his words. But Genma is different. The relationship between the two has not been good. At this moment, the strength of the other party had suddenly surged again, and it was obvious that it had the momentum to suppress itself. Looking at Genma's house, Tobirama's eyes gradually became colder, and his hands clenched fists unconsciously. After a while, he turned around and left expressionlessly. I don't know what he is brewing at this moment. Tobirama thought he came without anyone noticing, but Senju Genma had already noticed him when he first appeared. The perception of the Atsutsuki clan is no joke. Let alone Senju Tobirama, Genma can easily sense even the existence of Senjuriken, the patriarch of the clan. And this range is also extremely terrifying, not much worse than the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Although Genma didn't know what the second Hokage wanted to do, he could clearly see the cold look in his eyes at the end. Genma understood that this kid might be going to use the knife in the dark. After all, this is a Tobirama who has taught people like Danzo, so it is not surprising that he would do anything for his status. But today, Genma's strength is no longer afraid of Senju Tobirama. If you want to fight Genma, you must at least be Senju Hashirama. Therefore, Genma did not take action against Senju Tobirama, and was prepared to let the other party toss him around, waiting for him to find an opportunity to teach this boy a lesson. If the other party really had murderous intentions, then it would be no wonder that Genma would be ruthless. After coming back to his senses, Genma's first priority was to study the scroll at hand. When he opened it, the first thing that caught his eye was the A-level fire-style dragon flame singing. This trick was used by Madara in the original work, and it is also ranked high in the collection of the Senju clan. No, is the top fire-style ninjutsu. Genma was also curious about how long it would take to learn such an A-level ninjutsu given his talent. Then came to the courtyard. The hands formed seals according to the scroll records, and the chakra of the body operated according to the scroll records. The next moment, he drank to the sky. Fire-style Long Yin Sing's technique. As Genma shouted, 4 dragon-head-shaped fireballs were ejected from his mouth. The 4 fireballs swelled in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they reached a diameter of more than 30 meters, covering the entire sky in an instant, and then exploded instantly after reaching a certain height. The 4 fireballs covered 4 directions respectively and exploded at the same time, covering an area of hundreds of square meters. The coverage of this move alone far exceeded that of ordinary ninjutsu. As for the power of the flames were like magma. You can tell by the deep red color, it's definitely not too low. Genma saw the masterpiece he had created and thought as expected, it defeated Tsunade by How Technique's fire style. Its power is truly extraordinary. But what makes Genma most happy is his talent. He can master such an amazing fire style with ease. The standard for dragon flames to sing is that each fireball has a diameter of about 30 meters. Genma has reached this level with casual use this time. If it is full-scale actual combat, the power is estimated to be increased several times. After all, Madara's ability to use B-level ninjutsu Go Wo Kyo can be increased several times, not to mention Genma who now has the Atsutsuki Sage body. With this conclusion, Genma devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of ninjutsu. In this one night, he had read all the scrolls he wanted. He has mastered all 5 of the ninjutsu attributes, fully displaying the domineering power of his immortal body. As for the summoning technique and the barrier and sealing technique, he also has extremely high talents. Although the summoning technique has not been signed yet and has not been used, he has easily mastered it. As for barriers and seals, he is also very good at learning them. He has also mastered the 4 red yang formation, which was so impressive in the original work The Fourth Ninja War. And there is no need for 4 people to join forces. He only needs to throw out 4 wooden pillars to perform the 4 red yang formation. It is hard to say how powerful it is, but Genma estimates that it is more than enough to lock a clan leader. There are no top-notch ninjutsu and sealing techniques. I think it's because the Uzumaki clan hasn't been destroyed yet. Although Konoha later had a large number of sealing techniques, to be honest, they were obtained from the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, how would Konoha have the chance to master that seal-tailed beast-level sealing technique? At dawn the next day, the entire Senju family was excited. The reason is naturally because of Genma's incident. 2 geniuses with wood style appeared in the Senju clan one after another. How could everyone not be excited? And one of them is Senju Genma. This existence that everyone has always considered to be a waste can actually awaken with style, which really shocked many people's jaws. As for the entire ninja world, not many families know about this. After all, no matter how generous Senju Butsuma is, he will not directly betray the core information of the family. This time, he mainly wants to reveal the news to Uchiha indirectly. There have been more and more frictions between the 2 families in recent years, and there is no telling when a decisive battle will begin again, so he will try to improve Senju's strategic position as much as possible. This is also the reason why he joined forces with the Uzumaki clan. Although the Uzumaki and Senju have been on good terms for a long time, it is inevitable that the other party will stab him in the back at some point. But Suma, who is preparing to start a decisive battle with Uchiha, does not dare to treat the Uzumaki clan lightly. The Uzumaki clan has always been relatively Buddhist and rarely takes the initiative to attack other families, but it does not mean that the Uzumaki clan has no fighting ability. If their clan sealing technique is really used in combat, even Senju Butsuma, the number 1 person in the ninja world, can't deal with it. It's also quite tricky to get up. Although Senju Butsuma intends to join forces with Uzumaki, Senju Butsuma does not directly invite Uzumaki Kubo to the clan to observe. After all, in today's duel, the major families in today's ninja world still need to have the basic precautions. But that didn't stop him from allowing the Whirlpool clan's spies to sneak into the family's hinterland. The spies would naturally bring the news back when the time comes. With the trump card of Doublewood style, I think that when the time comes, the marriage will be able to defeat Uzumaki, and then Uzumaki Kubo will not be able to bleed. Thinking of this, Senju Butsuma was in a very good mood, so he rushed to the Senju clan's duel field early this morning. Because Senju Butsuma deliberately spread the news, everyone in the clan who did not have a mission gathered early in the duel field today. They had only heard about Wood style before, but the only people they had seen with their own eyes were the real senior members of the clan. Today, they had the opportunity to see the real face, and naturally no one wanted to miss it. Moreover, they are also extremely interested in Hashirama, the young clan leader. Jonin is only 10 years old, which is a rare sight in the entire Senju clan in 100 years. In the middle of the duel field, there was a young man standing in it. He looked about 10 years old and had a rather funny watermelon head. It was Senju Hashirama, the young leader of the Senju clan and the future god of the ninja world. Yesterday, after he heard that Senju Genma had awakened with style, he was already eager to give it a try and wanted to have a spar with Genma. However, he was stopped by his father, who also secretly told him that he must win today's battle. In fact, Hashirama had the same plan without the other party's instructions. It was the first time he met an opponent who had also awakened with style, and he was more interested than anyone else. He had met Senju Genma before, but at that time the opponent was extremely low-key and not very strong, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, the opponent had been retaining his strength all along. How could Hashirama, who also has a proud heart, endure this? Today he has made up his mind to force Genma to use his full strength. The audience on the sidelines was already packed with people, chattering and discussing the situation of this battle. Let me tell you, the winner today must be Hashirama-sama. I have never seen a 10-year-old Jonin in my life. Who says it's not the case? Who is this Senju Genma? I've never heard of it before. You don't even know this. He is a celebrity of the Senju clan. It is the first time in my life that I heard that the ninjas of the Senju clan, Chakra, are not as good as an ordinary ninja. I don't know if it's true that this kid has wood style. Don't brag. Then he is too courageous. It's not like you don't know the clan leader's temper. If he dares to lie, he will die today. As the onlookers questioned, a figure appeared on the road in the distance. If you look closely, you can see it's Senju Genma. At this moment, his ferret Satsuki skin color looked so conspicuous that people could recognize him at a glance from a distance. Genma is extremely confident in his own fighting power at the moment. Not to mention that Hashirama is still a little kid at the moment, and he is not afraid even if he gives him a few more years to grow up. Arriving at the center of the duel field, Genma and Hashirama looked at each other. At this time, Senju Butsuma from a distance also walked over. without any nonsense, just announced the start of the duel. Let's get started. I hope you won't lose the reputation of the Senju clan. Then he dodged and left the duel field, and the onlookers became lively at this moment. However, the two people in the field were surprisingly quiet, with no signs of starting a fight. Genma was naturally confident of winning and was ready to let the opponent take the first move, but Hashirama was in shock and was unable to make a move. Yes, it was a shock. With a sage body that far surpassed other clan members, Senju Hashirama's perception was not simple. As soon as Genma appeared on the stage, he discovered the leader-level chakra of the other party. Forget it, the key point is the bloodline suppression from Genma, which makes his movements a little slow. Others may not be able to feel it if their bloodline is not pure enough, but Hashirama is different. His sage body is very close to the physique of the Otsutsuki clan. It's like a dog versus a tiger, it's already trembling before it even takes action. Senju Butsuma on the side frowned when he saw Hashirama standing there motionless. Didn't I just order him to be ruthless yesterday? Why doesn't this brat take action yet? Suddenly Butsuma noticed that Hashirama's hands were trembling a little, as if he was afraid of Genma. How is this possible? Hashirama is actually scared. Not to mention Butsuma didn't believe it, but Senju Tobirama next to him also had a look of disbelief that the elder brother he was most familiar with would actually show such an expression. Senju Genma noticed the performance of Hashirama on the opposite side and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. It seems that bloodline suppression does exist in the Hokage world. He is a pure Otsutsuki, and he is not on the same level as Senju, a branch whose bloodline is thinner. Fortunately, Hashirama is not an ordinary person. After the initial fear, he immediately controlled his emotions and gradually stabilized his emotions. Only then did Genma nod with satisfaction. It seemed that Hashirama still had a lot of potential. At least he was better than Suzuki, who had to rely on self-mutilation to regain his mobility after seeing Orochimaru. Then Genma said calmly to Hashirama, "If you are smart enough, you should understand how big the gap between the two of us is even before you take action." Hashirama said without hesitation, "You are indeed different from others, even so I will not give up easily." Genma told Hashirama to give up without even thinking a word. After all, he was the reincarnation of Ashura, so the watermelon head in front of him was destined to be the same kind of idiot. Genma has made up his mind about this battle. It is really impossible to lose to Hashirama, as Butsuma said. Then his intended wife Mito will run away with someone else, so he cannot lose this time. The next moment Hashirama took the lead. As soon as Hashirama took action, he used his ultimate move that was the ultimate weapon at the moment. Wood dragon technique. With a loud shout, Hashirama opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and pointed at Genma, and then a wooden flying dragon flew out of his hand. Later, this move directly controlled Nine Tails' ultimate move, and it could also continue to absorb the opponent's chakra. As long as he was entangled, the battle would be over. However, the current Hashirama is still immature after all, so the wooden dragon has not yet reached the size that can control Nine Tails. The overall length seems to be only about 30 meters, but being able to achieve this level also made Genma have to lament Hashirama's talent. Although it is a bit difficult to take down Nine Tails with this move now, it should not be difficult to control a large summoning beast like Gamabunta. Genma couldn't help but think with emotion, you are indeed worthy of being the god of ninja. He already has such strength at the age of 10. If Genma was still calm, the ninjas around him were extremely excited. This was the first time they had witnessed Wood style with their own eyes. This was the legendary bloodline. The formation of this attack was far beyond ordinary A-level ninjutsu, making everyone understand the power of Wood style. If they knew that this move could also absorb chakra, I don't know what their expressions would be, but Suma nodded with satisfaction. This move was much better than the wooden ingot wall Genma used yesterday. It seems that Wood style's talent is better than his son's. Genma's actions were exactly the same as Hashirama's. Under everyone's shocked eyes, he also spread the 5 fingers of his right hand towards Hashirama. Wood style wood dragon technique. The next moment, just like the Hashirama wooden dragon, another wooden flying dragon sprang out. Judging from the body shape, it is exactly the same as Hashirama's wooden dragon, even the wooden spines on its body are exactly the same. Hashirama was immediately stunned. It would be fine if the other party could also use wood dragon, but why were their body shapes and appearances exactly the same? Could it be that they did this on purpose? You must know that even Hashirama, the wooden dragon used every time, will always be slightly different, but the wooden dragon sent by Genma this time is exactly the same as his. Has this guy mastered wood style to the smallest detail? Genma's mastery of wood style is one level closer to being meticulous. After all, it is the perfect mastery of wood style that is directly rewarded by the system. This time it was indeed his intention. Others may not be able to tell, but Hashirama will definitely be able to tell. In this way, Hashirama will be even more afraid of him in the future. Immediately afterwards, the 2 wooden dragons collided in the air, and then attacked each other with their claws. The scene was extremely spectacular for a while, The roaring sound was endless, and every attack reached the level of A-level ninjutsu. Only then did everyone watching the battle have an intuitive understanding of Wood style. This shaping ability alone is stronger than the ordinary 5 attributes. Water style and earth style are already the most malleable, and they cannot make a dragon fight here. After a long time, it basically dissipated after a single bombardment. Only a material as tough as Wood style can achieve this level of performance. In fact, this confrontation between wooden dragons is far more dangerous than what outsiders see. At least Hashirama in the field is not so optimistic. As we all know, Wood style has the ability to absorb chakra, and Wood dragon's absorption speed is the best among Wood style. Genma and Hashirama exchanged blows several times, and both of them's chakra was absorbed by the other's wooden dragon. And Hashirama is a Jonin level chakra at the moment. After being absorbed a few times in this series, his chakra is about to bottom out. This is because his natural chakra crushes the same level. If he replaced it with a normal Jonin, he might only it was drained as soon as it was needed. Genma is completely different. His patriarchal chakra is destined to win this tug-of-war without any effort. The chakra he has consumed so far is less than 10% of his total amount. Genma's original plan was to have a draw, but at this juncture, Genma suddenly realized that he had been too cautious since he time-traveled. This was all caused by his previous life and his weakness when he first time-traveled. But now there are already 3 major cheats. Do you really need to live such a useless life? The enemy in front of him is just a small character like Senju Butsuma. If he is afraid of such a thing, how can he fight against Itsutsuki Kagaya in the future? What qualifications do he have to dominate the ninja world? After thinking about this, Genma no longer held back. Looking at Hashirama in front of him, he immediately increased the chakra delivery. The next moment, the claws of the wooden dragon he created more than doubled in size. He took a photo of Hashirama's wooden dragon with one claw, a pile of sawdust. The worst thing happened to Hashirama. This time, all the chakra in his body was directly drained by the wooden dragon, and he fell into a coma on the spot. Everyone on the sidelines fell into shock. They didn't expect that they were evenly matched just now. How could Hashirama be defeated in an instant? Butsuma was furious when he saw the scene, and then shouted so brave. Butsuma's loud shout announced the end of the duel. The hearts of the ninjas watching suddenly shrank. They knew that their clan leader was angry. Although everyone still doesn't know some of the details behind this duel, they can also understand that what Butsuma wants is not the outcome of Genma crushing and winning. Senju Tobirama immediately ran to the court, picked up his already exhausted brother, and led him outside the court. Seeing Tobirama's actions, Genma immediately understood that he was planning to take action. Originally, he thought that Senju Butsuma would be more shameless and would not attack a junior like him in front of so many tribesmen, but the fact was that Senju Butsuma was just so generous. With this thought in mind, Genma turned around and saw Senju Butsuma's right palm in front of him. This palm was a fatal blow when the opponent was furious. Compared with the previous palm by the river, its power was increased several times. The speed is far beyond the ordinary patriarch level. Even with Genma's terrifying perception, he can only trace an afterimage. Fortunately, Genma realized something the moment he defeated Hashirama, so he completed the seal long ago. This time, he didn't plan to hold back anymore. But Suma on the other side was very angry, and with the opponent's strength, even Genma had to be cautious. The fighting power of ninjas in the Sengoku period was generally stronger than in peaceful times, not to mention Senju Butsuma. He was the strongest of this era. Without Hashirama and Madara, no one in the entire Sengoku could match him in terms of personal strength. Comparable. Even Uchiha Tajima was faintly suppressed by Butsuma because he had not awakened Mangekyo. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Following Genma's loud shout, a towering giant suddenly emerged from the ground of the duel arena. This giant's entire body was made of wood. Its terrifying height could cover the sky and the sun at a glance, at least over 100 meters tall. There is even a wooden dragon that appeared before, but this time the wooden dragon is different. Its body length alone exceeds 100 meters. Above the wooden golem's head, Genma's slightly frail body is standing tall with arms crossed. Senju Butsuma, who had failed to achieve anything with his palm, saw the huge monster in front of him and immediately understood that Genma had been hiding his clumsiness before. This move, wooden golem jutsu, not to mention anything else, the size alone was not comparable to the previous small fight. The chakra contained in it made him, the number 1 Sengoku at this moment, look at him with suspicion. The power of this move far exceeds S-level ninjutsu. Even Butsuma couldn't believe that the boy in front of him, who was only 10 years old, could actually use this level of ninjutsu. Tobirama, who was supporting Hashirama on the side, his glasses almost popped out. He originally thought that Genma was an elite jonin at best, but he didn't expect that he could actually use this level of ninjutsu. What kind of elite jonin is this? This is at least a clan leader level. Only a strong person can use this ninjutsu. How old is the other person? Tobirama, a 10-year-old clan leader-level warrior, really never dared to dream that even a genius like his elder brother would be nothing more than a jonin at this age. In the history of the ninja world, there has never been such a shocking monster. When Tobirama was shocked, Senju Butsuma had already woken up. At this moment, he already understood that since he had taken action against this monster, he must not let him leave, otherwise it would be a huge disaster for Senju. Luo Jian, what are you waiting for? Quickly join forces with me to take down this little beast. Senju Luo Jian, who had always been hidden in the dark, now appeared behind Genma. He looked at Genma with a slightly complicated expression, but it immediately turned into determination. Genma didn't expect that Senju Rama was also ambushing him. Did Senju Butsuma plan to kill him from the beginning? This old guy is really very scheming. The other party must not know that his strength has reached the clan leader level, but he still sent Senju Rajian. This shows how cautious the other party is. Senju Butsuma didn't expect that the secret chess he had laid, Senju Rajian, would come in handy. Yesterday, he just inferred from Genma's performance that this kid had a fighting power that he could not control, so he decided to kill him with pain today. The biggest reason for Butsuma's speculation is that Genma showed his talent for ninjutsu yesterday and took away dozens of scrolls. The key is that Genma actually mastered all these ninjutsu in one night. This talent has refreshed Senju Butsuma's knowledge. That's right, when Genma was practicing ninjutsu last night, Senju Butsuma saw it very clearly. Although Butsuma didn't have close surveillance, but if Genma was not careful enough to learn a ninjutsu and throw it into the sky, then even a blind man should have discovered it. The only two patriarch-level warriors of the Senju clan sniped at the same time. This was an honor that even Uchiha Tajima had not enjoyed. Genma didn't know whether he should feel honored by this. The moment Senju Butsuma appeared in Luo Jian, he was already ready to go. The two of them just made eye contact and already decided how to cooperate. After all, they are biological brothers, and they have fought hand in hand for many years. It can be said that they have a tacit understanding. In addition to Senju Butsuma and Luo Jian, a large number of ninjas wearing black clothes and masks appeared outside the venue. The Senju people recognized them immediately. These were the secret guards, the core force of Senju, who directly belonged to them, under the command of the clan leader. Every ninja among them is an elite, and the most inferior ones are also at the peak of Jonin. There are as many as 5 elite Jonin. Only now did everyone realize that today's duel was just an appetizer. The clan leader had decided to kill the Senju Genma since the beginning of his freshman year. At this moment, Senju Butsuma took the lead and formed the seal with his hands like a phantom in the blink of an eye. Composite ninja technique wind-killing fire dragon flame bullet. Immediately afterwards, a hurricane and dragon-shaped flames were sprayed out from his mouth at the same time. The encounter between wind and fire immediately enhanced the power of the flames. The flame, which was originally just over 20 meters tall, suddenly grew to nearly 50 meters in size. This level of fire style can completely threaten the leader-level experts, and this double-handed escape also shows Senju Butsuma's powerful ninjutsu. Later generations of the third Hokage were called doctors in the ninja world. It's just 2 escapes performed at the same time. Senju Luo Jian over there was also unambiguous. At the same time, he also completed the seal and shouted loudly. Composite ninja technique, exploding water, thunder and tiger kill. This time it was a composite ninja technique of lightning style and water style. First, a large-scale water style covering nearly 100 meters was sprayed from Luo Jian's mouth, and then a 30-meter-long thunder tiger rushed into the exploding water. Then it merged and turned into Thunder Tiger, whose body was always covered in dark blue liquid. Although the size is not as good as Butsuma's move, its power cannot be underestimated. When the Senju people who were watching saw these 2 moves being used, they all thought that Genma was sentenced to death. This is an S-level ninja technique jointly performed by 2 clan leaders. Even if Genma is a clan leader, he will still have a narrow escape from death if he takes this move head-on. What's more, Genma is only a 10-year-old kid, and no one present thinks that it can survive this trick. The strength of Butsuma and Luo Jian was indeed beyond Genma's expectations. It was only then that he understood what kind of strength the clan leader during the Sengoku period had. This was obviously 1 level higher than the 5 Kages of later generations. With just their combined ninjutsu, they are already qualified to threaten tailed beasts below 8 tails. Fortunately, Genma was not a vegetarian. He looked at the 2 moves flying towards him quickly and responded the next moment. The wooden golem on the field took the first action and clenched his right fist to attack Butsuma's fire style. The wooden dragon wrapped around wooden golem's body, under the control of Genma, rushed directly towards the thunder tiger behind him. Wooden golem's fist looks simple and unpretentious, but its power can make anyone who has read the original work dare not underestimate it. After all, this is a fist that can shake the complete Susan. The first ones to come into contact were wooden golem's fist and Butsuma's fire style. As soon as they came into contact, the power of fire style was suppressed. This patriarchal fire style, which is said to be a threat, seemed to have met its nemesis under Wooden Golem's fist, but it was completely extinguished in a few breaths. Wooden Golem's fists continued to hit Senju Butsuma on the ground. Senju Butsuma did not expect that his one-kill ninjutsu would be instantly resolved, and the power of wood style in his heart once again reached a new height. Wasn't it blasted away from the front? Chakra was absorbed. As Hashirama's father, he is relatively familiar with the characteristics of wood style and knows the ability to absorb chakra that comes with wood style. However, the speed of absorption this time refreshed his knowledge. He was actually able to absorb a super S-level ninjutsu in an instant. Chakra. If ninjutsu is ineffective, do you really have to rely on taijutsu? If this were the case for the 5 cages of later generations, they would probably be caught without mercy. After all, the cage-level experts at that time were all highly partial. Except for Tsunade and Reikage, who were good at taijutsu, the others' taijutsu was probably that of elite jonin level. However, the ninjas in this Sengoku period are different. Especially Senju Butsuma also possesses Senju's sage body, and his physical skills are far beyond those of ordinary ninjas. Facing the Wooden Golem's fist that was about to hit him, Senju Butsuma slowly placed his right hand on his waist and grasped the inseparable katana. First class in 2 days. Following Senju Butsuma's loud shout, the katana slashed out instantly, and then 2 slashes flew out, turning into a cross-shaped slash in the air. The Wooden Golem, which was easily crushed by chakra, now encountered Butsuma's slash with his fist, but it had no effect at all. With the flash of the sword, Wooden Golem's right fist was cut off directly by this sword. Genma never expected that Senju Butsuma had such a swordsmanship. He could cut off Wooden Golem's fist with just one move. Of course, the opponent's response was also suspected of being tricky. He did not strike hard from the front, but cut it off directly from the side. Wooden Golem's fist. At this time, the Thunder Tiger behind him had also attacked. Fortunately, the Wooden Dragon technique did not disappoint Genma. In an instant, he neutralized the Thunder Tiger with dual attributes of thunder and water, and then attacked the Senju on the ground unabated. Luo Jian. But Senju Rama, as the only 2 patriarchs of the Senju clan, how could he only know ninjutsu? As expected, facing this wooden dragon, he did not change his expression and also held the katana at his waist. With a flash of cold light, Luo Jian behind him slashed out with the same sword. This time, although he failed to cut the wooden dragon into 2 pieces directly, the terrifying slash still left a huge scar on the wooden dragon's head. Mulong's offensive momentum was also resolved with this sword. The ninjas of the Sengoku period were really difficult to deal with. Genma couldn't help but get a headache. He was wielding a knife when he couldn't beat these B ninjutsu. Wasn't this bullying him because he was only 10 years old and not good at physical skills? As Genma's biological father, Senju Luo Jian was naturally even more shocked, but he felt even more regretful. Why didn't he realize that this boy had such a terrifying talent? Otherwise, he wouldn't have to listen to his elder brother all the time now. Senju Butsuma is not so optimistic. He knows that such a level of slashing cannot be issued at will. In just this short fight, nearly half of his physical strength has been consumed, and Senju Rama's strength is slightly inferior to him. Maybe the situation's still a little worse. Even though the 2 of them spent so much money, Senju Genma was still unscathed. This was really unacceptable to Butsuma. What did this kid grow up on, and how can he have such strength at such a young age? Is wood style really that scary? Or is it because of his Atsutsuki sage body? In the current situation, it seemed that he and Luo Jian alone could no longer defeat Genma. Thinking of this, Senju Butsuma immediately spoke. Senju Genma colluded with Uchiha to rebel. He will immediately expel the Senju clan and demote him to a traitorous ninja. All ninjas in the Senju clan will immediately take action and kill this traitor on the spot. If he hasn't taken action today, Senju Butsuma will win over Genma no matter what. After all, the other party's qualifications are really amazing. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Although he regrets in his heart, he has to bear the pain to clear up the trouble, otherwise there will be such a monster. Opponent, life will not be easy for the Senju clan in the future. The Senju clan members who were still around to watch the show can no longer stay away. Although they don't understand the meaning of this battle, it's a pity that the clan leader has spoken. Since Senju Genma has become a traitor, they have to take action. Immediately afterwards, there were at least 1,000 ninjas present, and they all took action at once. Ninjutsu with various attributes were thrown at Senju Genma's wooden golem as if it was free. In an instant, the sky was filled with colorful ninjutsu, including B-level Great Fireball, Water-style Water Dragon Bomb, Lightning-style Earthwalk, attacking wooden golem continuously. Although Senju Genma used wooden golem jutsu, it was consumed, but chakra was still abundant, so he was not afraid of this battle. However, with nearly 1,000 B-level ninjutsu attacking at the same time, even if wooden golem absorbed chakra quickly, it would probably be too much. Too weak to do anything. Unfortunately, his physical skills were too poor. Faced with this overwhelming ninjutsu attack, he had no chance to dodge, so this time he could only resist. With a loud bang, dust suddenly flew around, and this good duel ground was turned into ruins. The joint attack of 1,000 ninjas can temporarily suppress 9 tails. Although Genma's wooden golem is far superior to 9 tails, it still cannot absorb all the chakra. When the smoke clears, his wooden golem appears, but his whole body was already covered in scars, especially the temporary extra layers of wooden ingot walls above his head, which firmly protected Genma in the middle. Thinking about it, if it weren't for these layers of defense, Genma, who was exposed above the wooden golem, might not have been able to withstand this joint attack. However, the wooden golem jutsu was not given in vain after all. Although the appearance looked a bit ugly at the moment, it was not fatally injured, and the body was still intact. Only the right hand that was chopped off by Butsuma was seriously injured. But Genma immediately used chakra to recover wooden golem's right fist again. However, all this is not over yet. Genma, who had just recovered wooden golem's right fist, was hiding in the wall of the wooden ingot, but suddenly felt a chill all over his body. This kind of feeling can only appear when his life and death are at stake, and it is obvious that this is the time now. Genma did not dare to hesitate, and quickly controlled the wooden golem to leap high, and he, who was standing on top of the wooden golem, was instantly far away from his previous position. When the wooden golem landed again, Genma felt his feet stumble, and then all the surrounding wooden ingot walls were shattered. Only after taking a closer look did he realize it. This wooden golem's head was actually chopped off by something, and even the wooden wall around him was shattered inch by inch. If it weren't for these protections, Genma's head would have been missing. Looking further into the distance, sure enough, where Genma was before, Senju Butsuma and Luo Jian appeared at the same time, and their samurai swords also intersected in the air. It was a joint attack by 2 clan leaders. Genma, who had just escaped death, couldn't help but swallow. The physical skills of these 2 old guys are really incredible. This guy is like a samurai sword version of Lariat. No, I'm going to suffer too much if I continue to fight like this. Although the wooden golem is powerful, its speed is too inferior, and the gap in physical skills is too obvious. I can't really hurt the leader level at all. Genma's thinking was too simple before, thinking that with the leader level chakra and the plug-in wood style, he could really challenge Senju Butsuma. However, little did he know that the gap in physical skills between the 2 parties destined this battle to be difficult to win. However, Genma is not discouraged. This gap in physical skills is only temporary. As long as he is given time to practice, is this Satsuki's physique afraid that his physical skills will be worse than those of the 2 Senju clan members? But the current battle could not continue. Since he had been judged as a traitor, Genma had no intention of stopping. After another chakra activation, the wooden golem fully recovered, followed by more than 10 floors of wood-style walls, keeping Genma firmly in the middle. But Suma in the distance thought that Genma refused to admit defeat and would continue to fight, but who knew that this kid ran away without any shame? Although wooden golem has no advantage in speed, it is relatively large in size. When it really runs, its speed is still amazing. At this time, Senju Butsuma also realized that this kid was about to run away. How could he let Genma get his wish when victory was in sight? The secret guards continue to pursue. We must not let this kid escape. After a loud shout, Senju Butsuma took the lead and chased after him. Senju Luo Jian on the side was also unambiguous and hurriedly followed. The 2 patriarchal physical skills were once again on display. Every time they disappeared and reappeared, they were hundreds of meters away. This speed was even faster than the wooden golem running in front. The Senju clan secret guards, who had been preparing for a flanking attack, took the lead at this moment, outflanking Senju Genma's wooden golem from the left and right sides. In terms of speed alone, they were definitely not qualified to catch up, but as long as Butsuma and the 2 could catch up, if they go up and hold them back, they will have enough time to block Genma's retreat. As for the remaining people, Senju Butsuma only let the secret guards pursue him before. It was obvious that he did not want others to continue to participate in the battle, so they did not dare to continue the pursuit. Moreover, in a pursuit battle of this level, they were not even qualified to participate in double teaming. Nothing. Moreover, such a large tribe really needs people to stay and guard it, otherwise the entire Senju will be out of town, and it will be very embarrassing if someone breaks into the house. Genma, who was escaping from the front, sensed the pursuit from behind, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The speed of these 2 patriarchs was really no joke. Wooden golem couldn't even get away from him even if he ran with all his strength. If this continued, he would be killed soon. Caught up. The Senju guards on both sides surrounded him tightly. If he was really surrounded this time, it would not be easy to escape as easily as before. After all, these secret guards are all Senju elite jonin from the Sengoku period. In terms of combat power, they are not necessarily much worse than Heitake Sakumo in later generations. Single body skills alone are enough to restrain him. As for wood style, he can't be beaten. No matter how strong a person's ninjutsu is, it's useless. However, time waits for no one. Just as Senju Genma was thinking, Senju Butsuma and the two people behind him were already within 100 meters of him. This distance is completely enough for the two of them to launch an attack. Then the two looked at each other again, and then rushed towards Genma in an instant. This time, the two of them exploded with all their strength much faster than before. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the wooden golem controlled by Genma. On both sides, once again being flanked by two plague gods, Genma knew that this time nothing could be done to exaggerate. Thinking of this, he took the lead before the two launched an attack. Would style the world of flowers and trees is coming. With a loud shout, the trees around the wooden golem began to grow wildly. In a short time, they grew into towering trees of tens of meters, and then the branches twisted towards the two Butsumas. And on the branches, bewitching flowers began to appear. The flowers looked beautiful but were extremely dangerous. The pollen emitted from them contained extremely strong toxins. Even the existence of the patriarch level could only inhale it. Anyone who eats this kind of pollen will fall into a coma. Senju Butsuma saw this move coming to the flower tree realm, and immediately guessed the approximate effect of this move, but it was not that easy for him to give up this opportunity that was so close to his fingertips. Lightning style. First class every day. This time, he was able to show his trump card. As Butsuma shouted, the originally plain katana was suddenly covered with a layer of lightning style chakra. The originally extremely sharp samurai sword was now so sharp, it has been improved several times. The next moment, a cold light flashed, and a light blue slash visible to the naked eye appeared. The sword was fused with the lightning-style chakra, and finally a slash visible to the naked eye was issued. One knife turned into two slashes in the shape of a cross, and then rose to nearly 100 meters, smashing all the branches and flowers in its path. Senju Luo Jian on the side was also unambiguous. Although his physical skills had not reached this level, it was more than enough to deal with a flower and tree coming from the world. The katana in his hand rises and falls, and each swing of the sword can cut down dozens of branches. The pursuit of Senju Butsuma and his two men was imminent, and the Senju secret guards who were tracking at the same time had already surrounded Genma. There were only about 10 people in total, but their strength was not comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. As soon as these people appeared, they used their strongest ninjutsu and began to clean up Genma's arrival in the flower tree world. Originally, under Senju Butsuma's sword, the arrival of the flower tree world was already in danger. Now coupled with the attacks of Senju Rama and a group of elite jonin, this move can no longer be maintained. Senju Butsuma knew the opportunity was coming as soon as he saw it. Without saying a word, he exerted force with his feet. His terrifying speed suddenly showed, and he was on top of wooden golem in the blink of an eye. Senju Rama was not slow to react. Almost at the same time, he appeared opposite Senju Butsuma, and their samurai swords were covered with a layer of blue thunder attribute chakra at the same time. Senju Genma, who was still in the wooden ingot wall, encountered this life and death situation, but he smiled strangely, as if everything was expected by him. The next moment, two samurai swords collided in the air, and wooden golem's head was chopped into pieces again. The wall of wooden ingots responsible for defense also turned into sawdust flying all over the sky. Genma appeared among them, and was indeed cut into two pieces by the combined attack of the two Butsumas. Senju Butsuma raised his eyebrows when he saw its success, but Senju Luo Jian beside him was not so happy, frowning and said, "Something's wrong, there's no bloodline on his wound." Upon hearing this, Senju Butsuma quickly took a closer look and discovered that there was indeed no bloodline at all on Genma's waist where he had been chopped into two pieces. Fortunately, both of them were experienced ninjas, so they immediately looked back to prevent someone from attacking from behind. Senju Butsuma was very puzzled. There's no way I can't recognize a superficial ninjutsu like the clone technique. What on earth did this kid do? The two of them were on guard for a while, but found that the unexpected sneak attack did not come. At this time, Senju Butsuma patted his head and said, "Oops, this kid should have run away." And Senju Luo Jian also looked very ugly. They dispatched two of their strongest Senju clan leaders, plus 10 Senju secret guards, and actually let a kid who was no more than 10 years old escape. If this spreads out, their Senju clan will be threatened. The majesty was shattered. Senju Butsuma immediately said to Luo Jian beside him, "I will lead my men to continue the pursuit. You must defend the clan immediately and be careful of any kid who kills someone with a carbine." Senju Luo Jian nodded without saying anything and hurried back. And Senju Butsuma came to Genma's fake corpse again. Only after looking at it did he realize that this was not a simple clone technique, but a clone transformed from wood. Wood Style's clone technique. It's actually so realistic that even my senses can't tell the difference. Butsuma looked at the Wood Style clone and murmured a few words, then glanced around, and his head suddenly swelled. Where could he catch Senju Genma in this vast ninja world? The other party is not like a fledgling kid. He is extremely cautious in everything he says and does. It seems impossible to track him based on his footprints and scent. Anaki, hearing Butsuma's call, the most powerful person among the secret guards came to him. "Lead people and search all around. This guy's physical skills are very poor and his speed will definitely not be much faster. If you search carefully, you will definitely find clues. After listening to the order, and immediately led people to launch a blanket search. Senju Butsuma was thinking about it, but did not continue the pursuit, but stood there quietly waiting for news. Leaving aside the situation here, Senju Luo Jian ran all the way and finally rushed back to the tribe. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario he imagined did not happen. Senju Genma did not choose to sneak attack on the tribe. At this moment, the other ninjas of Senju had already resumed their normal work. A guard responsible for guarding the gate saw Luo Jian coming back and couldn't help but curiously ask Lord Luoma, "Has the traitor Senju Genma been captured?" Senjuriken glanced at him, said nothing, and walked towards the ninjutsu hall with a livid face. The two clan leaders who took the lead in the pursuit failed to catch Genma. Such words made Luo Jian himself say that he could not afford to be embarrassed. Of course, this matter could not be hidden, but Luo Jian still decided to let his eldest brother do it. Announce this disgrace. In fact, he didn't have to say it. The guard who asked the question had already inferred something from Luo Jian's expression. Although he knew he shouldn't talk too much, the guard couldn't help but sigh. What kind of monster is this Senju Genma? He is 10 years old. He can escape from the clan leader at the age of 10. Fortunately, there were no one around him, otherwise such breaking news would not have had much repercussions. While the Senju secret guards were searching hard, Genma's figure slowly appeared from 1,000 meters above the previous battlefield. The moment he decided to escape, he had actually made a plan. He used his wood clone that no one could distinguish to attract attention, and he used Itsutsuki's unique flying ability to hide directly in the air. The only person in the ninja world who has the ability to fly at this moment is probably the future first Tsuchikage, and no one else has the ability to track him at all. And Genma did have plans to return to the Senju clan for revenge at the beginning. After all, Senju Butsuma almost killed him several times, and he couldn't swallow the feeling that he would not take revenge. However, the other party was not stupid and sent Senju Luo Jian back to protect him immediately. Now his plan was ruined. It wasn't that his Genma couldn't beat Senju Rajian, but that it was too stupid to fight against a clan leader in the Senju clan. Besides, he had already spent 70% to 80% of his chakra. The Senju tribe is too risky. Although Wooden Golem Jutsu's disguise ability is unique in the ninja world, its consumption of chakra is also extremely terrifying. Even the human-tailed beast Senju Genma has consumed almost half of its chakra after using it once. Now Genma can also understand why after first generation used the wood-style clone to deceive Madara, he just stabbed the opponent and fell down. The first generation was able to use the wood-style clone after a big battle. The amount of chakra was already amazing enough. But Genma, who was flying in the air at the moment, was having a headache about where he would go next. There was really no place for him in this huge ninja world at this moment. It will definitely not work to join other families. No family will accept a foreign ninja at will, let alone a clan leader-level monster. Even if they are willing to accept the curse seal similar to Caged Bird, it will definitely be inevitable. This is not what Genma can do. Accepted. But he had no interest in leaving the country of fire and going to other countries. After all, this was the center of the ninja world, and all kinds of influential figures and major events happened here. To leave the country of fire in such a dejected manner, it's really unacceptable. At this moment, a flash of bright red flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly at the thought. Genma already knew where he should go. In the 23 years before Konoha, a shocking news broke out in the shinobi world, which had rarely been peaceful for half a year. Senju Genma of the Senju clan becomes a rebel nin. At first, when the patriarchs of the major families heard about Senju Genma, they all didn't take it seriously, thinking that he was just some little guy who had stolen the family's ninjutsu scroll. However, when the spies from each family reported the detailed information, the heads of all the families were shocked. First of all, the identity of this Senju Genma is that he is not only the son of the deputy chief of the Senju clan, Senju Rama, but also the adopted son of the current chief, Senju Butsuma. However, he is still judged as a traitor. The most outrageous thing is the reason for defecting. Is it colluding with Uchiha to plot rebellion? This made it difficult for the clan leaders to believe anything they said. They subconsciously thought that Senju was planning some conspiracy and was just putting on a show. However, the following information forced all the clan leaders to believe this. First, Senju Genma mastered wood style, which conflicted with Senju's young clan leader, Senju Hashirama. Although I don't know what the relationship between the two is, after all, not being of the same lineage as the clan leader, there will inevitably be internal friction. Secondly, in the duel between the two, Senju Genma instantly killed Senju Hashirama. This is what made everyone finally believe this information. After all, the stinginess of Senju Butsuma is known to the heads of the major families. His son, Senju Butsuma, was brutally tortured. He probably took action because he couldn't let go. But the most surprising thing is Genma's strength. In that battle, the Genma Wooden Golem Jutsu was used. It was impossible to hide it. The wooden golem that blocked the sky and sun could be seen even from several kilometers away. Although there are no detailed battle details from this wooden golem jutsu, the clan leaders inferred that this senju genma may have a clan leader level combat power. Thinking about a 10-year-old clan leader makes people crazy. If they can get such combat power, then even a third-rate family will rise rapidly in the next 100 years, and it is not impossible to even overwhelm the senju clan. After all, Genma has just risen, and has already been able to escape from Senju's 2 patriarchal men. His future achievements are bound to be limitless. The clan leaders of each family are also wondering, maybe this Senju Butsuma has been kicked in the head by a donkey. If such a genius doesn't win over him properly, he still kicks him outside? Senju Butsuma's heart naturally aches, but even now he has no regrets. He believes in his intuition. With Senju Genma around, people of his lineage will inevitably be suppressed, which he absolutely cannot accept. So even if he lost such a powerful combat power, he could only bite the bullet and continue. As for the successor he had high hopes for, his eldest son Senju Hashirama, although he was instantly killed by Genma with one move, fortunately he did not recover from the fall. He only talked to himself from time to time, saying that Genma was definitely not the kind of person who betrayed the family. Senju Butsuma had a headache, but in the conference room in the Uchiha tribe, Uchiha Tajima was smiling from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, Senju Butsuma is as petty as ever, and he was kicked out of his home by such a powerful warrior. As Tajima burst out laughing, other Uchiha executives in the conference room couldn't help but raise the corners of their mouths. The person sitting at the top of the table said, "Brother, now is a good opportunity. Senju Genma's defection will inevitably affect Senju's combat power. We might as well take this opportunity to start a war." Tajima immediately stopped smiling after hearing this, and looked at the speaker who was thinking deeply. The person who spoke was none other than Uchiha's deputy clan leader and the only powerful clan leader besides Tajima, Uchiha Tomohisa. After thinking for a while, Tajima said, "This is indeed a good opportunity, but how can we be sure that this move is not a ploy by the Senju clan to lure the enemy? After all, Uchiha Tajima is the leader of the clan, so of course he would not dare to order a war so arbitrarily. Besides, he understands Senju Butsuma's character fairly well. Although he is a bit stingy, it is precisely because of this that Senju Butsuma is a cautious person." Everyone was silent after hearing Tajima's words. Only Uchiha thought about it and said, "In any case, it is a foregone conclusion that the Senju clan has lost a genius. Moreover, there is no way that the Senju Genma will cause trouble in the Senju clan. In any case, the Senju's defensive strength will be reduced. I propose to send twice as many people to infiltrate." Senju inquires about the news, while the others adjust their combat readiness and conduct the first wave of testing first. This can be regarded as the most reasonable response at present. It will neither make rash advances nor miss opportunities. Tajima nodded and said, "Very well, I will do as you say and start another war against the Senju clan from now on." After listening to Tajima's words, the senior officials below were also full of fighting spirit. After all, Senju and Uchiha had a feud for thousands of years, and both sides wanted to exterminate each other. Now after a break of half a year, they finally started fighting again. The warlike Uchiha clan naturally has high morale. The one who stood out from everyone was a 10-year-old kid sitting on the edge. This kid had a spiky head. He didn't care at all about the battle plan discussed by everyone. He just kept repeating a name in his mouth. Senju Genma. This person is none other than Uchiha Madara, the famous ninja Shura in later generations. It's just that now he is not well known in the Uchiha clan. Only the eldest son of one clan leader is more conspicuous. As for his true strength, it is estimated that only Uchiha Tajima and Madara's own brother really know about him. Uchiha chose to start a war because of Genma's defection, and other major ninja families also took action more or less. Of course, their strength was not enough for them to target Senju, but if there was some friction with families of the same level, it would still be many people are happy to see it. After all, without war, there would be no reshuffle of interests. No family wants to be stepped on forever. As long as there is an opportunity to improve their strength, they will not hesitate to launch a war. Among them, the Uzumaki clan is probably the more moderate one. Of course, this has nothing to do with the leader. The Uzumaki clan has always been the milder one among all the ninja families. Although most of their clan members have bad tempers, this family rarely causes trouble. Ordinary people may not understand the reason, but as the instigator of the current rampage in the ninja world, Senju Genma is very clear, because the Uzumaki clan is really not good at fighting. Under normal circumstances, the Chunin of the Uzumaki clan has the same fighting power as the Genin of other clans. Jonin is other people's Chunin's combat power. Only when they reach the minimum elite Jonin level can they barely be on par with ninjas of the same level from other families. This huge gap in the middle-level combat power has determined that although they are not afraid of trouble, they do not dare to cause trouble. Of course, the Uzumaki clan is not without merit. At least their barrier ninjutsu is the top of the ninja world, and no one can surpass it. Other families basically rely on guards to patrol their territory, but the Uzumaki family only needs a large clan protection formation to cover dozens of kilometers in radius. Anyone who invades will be able to know the location immediately, even the enemy. The general strength can be known. This is the key to the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan for thousands of years. This kind of protection makes sneak attacks empty talk, and if a frontal attack is carried out, the leader-level powerhouse of the Uzumaki clan is no joke. Take the current Uzumaki clan leader Uzumaki Kubo as an example. But a strong man who has no fear of Senju Butsuma in a duel. Even if other families want to destroy Uzumaki, they must consider Uzumaki Kubo's strength. The Senju have been friends with the Uzumaki tribe for generations, so even Genma, an outsider, knows the situation of the Uzumaki tribe very well. But understanding is one thing. If he wants to enter the Uzumaki clan quietly, even now, he doesn't know if he can do it. The goal of his trip is the Uzumaki tribe's clan. After thinking about it for a while, he finally decided to join the Uzumaki clan and grow here until he has the strength to subvert the ninja world. The attitude of the Uzumaki tribe is the first reason why Genma chose this place. As for the second reason, of course, he came to meet his little lover. Although the other party is just a little lowly and can't do much, he doesn't worry about letting him do so. As he grows, he will be green if Hashirama really kidnaps him one day. After all, Hashirama's charm is not small, and Genma doesn't dare to bet on this kind of thing. However, joining the Uzumaki clan was just his wishful thinking. He didn't know the Uzumaki clan's attitude yet, and it might eventually turn into a solution by force. At this moment, almost a week has passed since the pursuit that day. Calculating, Genma has really flown a long distance. He deliberately slowed down along the way in order to let the news of his defection to Senju spread throughout the ninja world, and at least let the Uzumaki clan understand his strength, so that they would have the confidence to negotiate with him. Calculating the time at this moment, even the Uzumaki clan, who are not good at gathering information, probably have complete information, so Genma will show up at this time. Looking at the Uzumaki tribe's land on the ground, Genma's perception has discovered the barrier that spans tens of kilometers. Even he has to sigh with emotion at the Uzumaki tribe's generosity. Presumably Kanaha's barrier formation was improved based on this barrier. On the ground, in the central conference room of the Uzumaki clan leader Uzumaki Kubo is also leading a group of senior officials to discuss Genma matters. In fact, their information is faster than other clans. After all, Senju Butsuma intended to leak the duel, so their spies were very close to Senju's clan. However, although the spy found the information, he was delayed in escaping. The main reason was Genma's escape, which caused the Senju secret guards to launch a large-scale search. They ignored the clan leader's previous orders and no longer turned a blind eye to the Uzumaki spies. With one eye closed, the spy was tired of running for his life, and it was not until today that the complete information was sent back. Fortunately, this person has good strength and is one of the top elite jonin in the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, his life would probably have been handed over to Senju. Genma's defection was originally a good thing for the Uzumaki clan. After all, their neighbor's strength has declined, and they will have more opportunities in the future. However, it is also related to Uzumaki Mito's marriage contract, which makes it difficult to handle. Now should we continue to marry the Senju, or should we choose which Senju Genma to accept? The person who spoke was none other than Uzumaki Kubo. He had been very worried these days. He finally had two strong candidates for his son-in-law. As a result, he ended up in this situation. In his heart, he wanted to kill Senju Butsuma. A person sitting below said, for long-term considerations, I think we should accept this Senju Genma. Not only does he have with style, but he is also more talented than Senju Hashirama. His future prospects are limitless. If we can build a good relationship with him, our Uzumaki clan can turn from defense to offense. There's a chance. For thousands of years, the Uzumaki tribe has been huddled in their own 1/3 of an acre of land. Due to the lack of offensive power, they have never had any decent offensive, so they can be said to have the strongest desire for powerful fighters. Although what this person said makes sense, Uzumaki Kubo retorted, how can you guarantee the loyalty of this Senju Genma? If the other party has evil intentions, wouldn't we be raising a tiger? Because he knew Senju Butsuma very well, Kubo did not think that Senju Genma was acting with Butsuma, but even so, he did not dare to accept a foreigner hastily. After hearing Kubo's words, the lord and the faction immediately stood up and said, in this case, I think it is better to continue the previously agreed engagement and let the princess marry Senju Hashirama. No matter what the other party says, it is with style bloodline. The rise of the Senju clan is already a certainty. Why don't we just go with the flow? As soon as this person's words came out, the situation immediately became one-sided. There were only a dozen or so senior executives present, and nearly 10 people immediately nodded in agreement. When Uzumaki Kubo saw that the situation was decided, it seemed that he could only choose to continue the marriage. It really made him and Senju Butsuma break up. He didn't have much strength. After all, in the final analysis, he was the only leader of the Uzumaki clan. It was really a single tree cannot support itself. Just when he was about to announce his decision, a person appeared from the screen behind him. He was wearing a pink kimono, bright red hair, and a cute face with a little baby fat. It was Uzumaki Mito, the princess of the Uzumaki clan. As soon as Mito appeared, he shouted to everyone, "I don't want to marry that Senju Hashirama." At this moment, she changed her previous weak image, which shocked everyone present. They had never seen Mito with such an expression before. In the past, Mito would do whatever they said. After Uzumaki Kubo was stunned at first, he immediately became furious. "My lord, what are you, a little girl, getting involved in? Someone knocks her down and locks her up for a month." Uzumaki Kubo also wondered, this Mito used to be so obedient, why did he start to become so rebellious after meeting a certain Senju Genma? Does that kid really have some magic power? Uzumaki Mito wanted to say something more, but immediately an elite jonin came up to hold her back. This elite jonin is the one who escaped from Senju before, and his strength ranks among the top 3 in the entire Uzumaki clan. However, before his hand could touch Mito, he was caught by a slightly immature arm in the air. At this time, another person came running outside the meeting hall, saying, "While running Lord Patriarch, there is an intruder who has invaded the Guardian Barrier, and his strength is estimated to be at the Patriarch level." The person who rushed in to convey the message saw a strange scene as soon as he entered the door. The senior officials of his Uzumaki clan all stared at the 3 people in the center of the field in stunned silence. Even the leader of the Uzumaki tribe, who has always been stern and unsmiling, now has a mouth big enough to swallow an egg. Among the 3 people in the center, one of them is Uzumaki Mito. Her current expression has changed from the previous anger and despair, and some are just happy and excited. The other elite jonin of the Uzumaki clan, the person in charge of the report, also knew him. He was the rising star of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki. He had reached the level of elite jonin at the age of only 18, and was one of the top 3 strong men in the Uzumaki clan. And this person, another identity, is the young leader of the Uzumaki clan and the brother of Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mizuki's right hand is now being pinched by a boy about 10 years old. At this moment, I think back to the news that shocked the ninja world. Isn't this boy's appearance exactly the same as the portrait of Senju Genma? Uzumaki Kubo, who was sitting in the first place, reacted immediately after being stunned for a moment, quickly put on a fighting posture, and then said to Genma, "Senju Genma, what are you doing in our clan?" Senju Genma below had not yet spoken, but Uzumaki Shuijing was the first to make a move. He was just a little shocked at first, but now he looked horrified, and then he immediately took his hand out of Genma's hand, and then stepped back a few steps. Because in the few short blinks of contact before, he found that his chakra had been inexplicably reduced by more than 30%. As the only person present who had close contact with Genma, Mito naturally recognized that this was Genma himself. The grievances he had felt over the past few days broke out in an instant, and he threw himself directly into his arms, crying, "It's really your brother Genma. I thought I would never see you again." Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but blush when he saw his daughter behaving like this. Just when he was about to yell and curse, he remembered that there was a big enemy in front of him, Senju Genma. Genma patted Mito's back gently and comforted him, "Don't be sad that I'm not here. Don't worry, no one can force you to do anything in the future." Genma had heard clearly about the previous discussion of the Uzumaki clan, and knew which watermelon head these people were going to force Mito to marry. And his sage body did not disappoint him. Although he did not escape the barrier formation's glasses in the end, he still hid his aura under the eyes of so many elite jonin. Uzumaki Mito was extremely happy after hearing Genma's words. Before he could think about it, Uzumaki Kubo couldn't sit still. This Senju Genma is going to teach his daughter bad things as soon as he comes. How can he, a father, endure it? "You brat, I, the father, am not dead yet. It's not your turn to teach my daughter." The reason why he hasn't taken action yet is because of the information revealed by his son Shui Jing's expression. He knew something must have happened to Shui Jing to make him show such an expression. It seems that the previous information is true. This kid really has the strength of a clan leader. He might have doubted before that how could Genma, a 10-year-old brat, have the strength of a clan leader. Now with just this short contact, Uzumaki Kubo believed most of it, so he didn't dare to take action. This was in the center of the Uzumaki tribe, where he was fighting a clan leader, and in the end it was his Uzumaki tribe members who were affected. Uzumaki Mito's pretty face turned red when she heard her father's words, remembering that her previous actions were really unreasonable, but Genma's strong right hand kept holding her back, preventing her from breaking away from his embrace. Genma leaned close to Mito's red ears and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." And Uzumaki Mito also believed it by mistake, as if Genma could really fight against the top leaders of the Uzumaki clan in the middle of the Uzumaki clan. At this time, Senju Genma turned to look at Uzumaki Kubo. It was the second time that the two met, but the change in identity was so huge after a few days, and I had to lament that it was fate. "Clan leader, I'm not here to fight. You must have heard about me. Now I have all my strength but no family repayment. I wonder if your Uzumaki clan is willing to accept it." Uzumaki Kubo sighed in his heart when he heard this, as expected. He would not be so naive as to think that Senju Genma entered the Uzumaki tribe alone just to reminisce with his daughter, and most likely to seek asylum from the Uzumaki tribe. After pondering for a moment, Uzumaki Kubo already had a plan, and then he inadvertently looked at Uzumaki Shuijing before saying, "You are indeed the youngest clan leader in the ninja world. You were able to sneak into the barrier of my Uzumaki clan at the age of 10, and you came to the conference room without anyone noticing. You are indeed quite capable, but why should I take you in? You must know that the person you offended is the Senju clan." The senior officials of the Uzumaki clan who were hanging up on the sidelines also agreed at this time. "That's it. Do you want us to make enemies of the entire Senju for your sake? Instead of being an enemy of Senju, I think it is better to capture this kid and give it to Senju Butsuma. Then we can exchange for a deeper friendship between the two races." Uzumaki Shuijing stood up at this time and said, "Peace bought with knees will not last long. If we want to survive in the ninja world, we must rely on our own strength. Blindly seeking peace will only make people look down upon us." And the Lord Harmony faction who spoke before said again, "Young Master Shuijing said this, are you very confident in your own strength? Why did you almost die when you faced the pursuit of Senju's secret guards before? If you meet Senju Butsuma himself, you don't know what the end will be." Genma also understood when he heard this. It was not that the Uzumaki clan refused to accept him, but they were afraid that the news would spread. They could not bear Senju Butsuma's anger. Genma doesn't blame them for this, after all. They have no obligation to do so, not to mention that the Uzumaki are not naturally good at fighting. But Uzumaki Shuijing's words impressed him. Although this person was not strong enough, his ideas were correct. As a time traveler, Genma naturally knew that countries that relied on suing for peace in history often did not last long. Isn't that the Qing dynasty in the previous life? In this way? Thinking of this, Genma stood up decisively and said, "When I join Uzumaki, I naturally have to bear my due responsibilities. As for the pressure from the Senju family, I alone am enough. I dare not say anything else, but I can still do it to prevent them from attacking the Uzumaki clan for a few years." Uzumaki Kubo's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He had no intention of driving Genma away, so he sang along with his son and set Genma up. He didn't expect this kid to fall into the trap so quickly. "You said one person will bear the pressure of Senju? What are you going to do?" It seems difficult to let Senju have no time to take care of the Uzumaki clan, but for Genma, who is familiar with the direction of history, this is not difficult at all. Even if he doesn't need to take action himself, the warlike Uchiha clan will definitely entangle Senju. Even if there is no Genma in the original history, Senju still chooses to marry the Uzumaki clan. And in those years between Senju and Uchiha, it can be said that the war continued to a fever pitch. Even the 10-year-old boy did not know how many died, and he had no time to pay attention to the Uzumaki clan. The real thing to worry about is the Senju clan. If it were the Uzumaki clan in the past, they might not invade Senju at this time, but now with Genma, he is not afraid of anyone in the Senju. If it weren't for the two clan leaders that day, with the addition of the secret guard elite taking action at the same time, he can definitely defeat Senju Butsuma in a one-on-one situation. "Just because of my clan leader level strength." Faced with Uzumaki Kubo's questioning, Genma immediately burst out his chakra. The leader level chakra was immediately visible. The floor of the conference room was also shaken with cracks in an instant. Originally, everyone in the Uzumaki tribe still had doubts about Genma's true strength. After all, he just ran away from Senju Butsuma, and they had no way of knowing the details of the battle. Seeing this terrifying chakra fluctuation at this moment, no matter how hard it is, at least this chakra cannot be fake. In their entire Uzumaki clan, they only have a chakra of the level of their leader Kubo Uzumaki. To say that one person can contain the combat power of the entire ninja family, it is true that only a strong man at the patriarch level can do it. Senju Genma is not exaggerating on this point. As the only clan leader present, Uzumaki Kubo's feelings are more intuitive. He is not only a clan leader, he is also one of the purest bloodlines among the Uzumaki clan, so his perception ability is far beyond that of other strong men of the same level. Compare. Uzumaki Kubo has always felt that his chakra amount is the second among all Sengoku, at most a little inferior to Senju Butsuma, but at this moment, Senju Genma, a 10-year-old kid, shows an amount of chakra that is infinitely greater than him. Uzumaki Kubo was astonished and did not forget to ask, "Is this the sage body of your Senju clan? He has such a terrifying amount of chakra at the age of 10. Does that mean Senju Hashirama also has this kind of talent?" When Senju Genma heard this question, the first thing he thought of was his own foothold in the Uzumaki clan. Even though he was outstanding now and might be Uzumaki Mito's husband in the future, there was still no guarantee that the Uzumaki clan would be alienated from him. After all, they are not from the same family, and even the color of their hair is completely different. It is difficult for them to completely trust me. but Kubo Uzumaki mentioned Sage Body, which gave Senju Genma an idea. I am not the Sage Body of the Senju clan, but a higher level existence. As for Senju Hashirama, his current chakra is slightly stronger than Jonin, and he is incomparable to me. As the two of them talked, the originally tense atmosphere also eased. The Uzumaki tribe members also sat down one after another and watched the conversation between the tribe leader and Senju Genma. Uzumaki Kubo heard Genma's words and asked quickly, a higher level? What kind of physique is that? Senju Genma smiled slightly, and then used the same rhetoric he had with Uzumaki Mito once again. This is about the Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of ninjas 1,000 years ago. As Genma slowly told the story of the past thousands of years ago, everyone had an intuitive understanding of the ninja world they were in. At the same time, they admired the Sage of Six Paths. After all, it was the seal of 10 tails. The Uzumaki tribe has been planning for hundreds of years to seal 9 tails, and only in recent years have they begun to make some plans. Moreover, they did it with the efforts of the whole family, while Sage of Six Paths did it with their individual abilities alone. The difference between them is huge. Genma didn't say much about the Itsutsuki clan, but focused on how Sage of Six Paths sealed 10 tails and then founded the ninja sect. He also revealed that Sage of Six Paths' real name was Itsutsuki Higoromo, and he was already a descendant of Sage of Six Paths. When Genma revealed that Senju, Uchiha, and the Uzumaki clan were all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, the Uzumaki clan members present were vaguely proud. After all, being associated with such a sage was a great honor. Seeing everyone's looks, Genma hurriedly said, speaking of which, your Uzumaki clan and I were a family 1,000 years ago, so we are essentially a family, just different branches. The head of the Kubo clan doesn't need to be so guarded against me. However, the people present were all old guys with a lot of experience, and it was not easy to be fooled, so no one came out to accept Genma first, but at the same time looked at the clan leader Uzumaki Kubo. Uzumaki Kubo also recalled Genma's story at this time. He shook his head unconsciously at first, and then sighed. I didn't expect that the Uzumaki clan has this kind of relationship with Senju. Elders, you can rest assured that this guy is not lying. It is indeed recorded in a book of my Uzumaki clan that our clan is the descendant of Sage of Six Paths, but it's just that that's all. Other things are not as detailed as what Senju Genma said. Combined with Uzumaki Kubo's words, everyone believed Genma's words 70%. If Genma was not a descendant of Sage of Six Paths, how could he know so many secrets of the ninja world? At this time, Uzumaki Shuijing, who had been silent, opened his mouth and asked, earlier you said that your physique is on a higher level than Senju's Sage Body. Doesn't that mean it's on the same level as Sage of Six Paths? Genma didn't know who was stronger between his Itsutsuki Sage Body and Sage of Six Paths, but his future achievements would obviously not be lower than Sage of Six Paths, so he answered confidently, yes, my body is completely different from the Senju clan, and closer to the Itsutsuki clan of the Sage of Six Paths. This system is also called the Itsutsuki Sage Body. Whirlpool Shuijing was no longer calm at this time and hurriedly said again, doesn't that mean that you may grow to the same level as Sage of Six Paths in the future? It's no wonder that Uzumaki loses his composure. After all, he has a fairy-level combat power. This is not comparable to the Senju clan. This is the strength that one person can destroy the ninja world. As long as there is such a strong person, then why does the Uzumaki clan need to act based on other people's faces? His dream has always been to revitalize the Uzumaki clan and say goodbye to their previous weakness. Senju Genma replied confidently, that's right. As long as you give me time, it's not impossible to surpass the Sage of Six Paths. Finally, after hearing Genma's affirmative answer, Uzumaki Kubo, who had been silent until now, spoke up. If it is true as you say, our Uzumaki clan is willing to accept you. From now on, Senju Genma will be a member of our Uzumaki clan. He didn't know if Senju Genma could surpass Sage of Six Paths, but at this moment, the leader-level chakra couldn't do anything fake, so when Genma showed his chakra, he had already intentionally agreed to the other parties joining. All the questions and the subsequent questions were just questions he asked deliberately to find out the origin of Genma's chakra. After all, the amount of chakra sometimes cannot indicate a person's talent. Uzumaki Kubo himself has mastered the method of sealing chakra. Even a Jonin, after learning his secret technique, can burst out clan leader level chakra in a short time. After hearing Uzumaki Kubo's decision, Senju Genma also breathed a sigh of relief. If possible, he did not want to use force. After all, this is Mito's homeland no matter what. If he really relies on violence to conquer the Uzumaki tribe, it will definitely make it difficult for Uzumaki Mito. The Uzumaki clan present, except for those of the main peace faction, were all happy with Genma's joining. From today on, their Uzumaki clan status in the ninja world will change. They will no longer be just fat meat to be slaughtered, but predators with the qualifications and ability to take the initiative to attack. The combat power of the two clan leaders is really even more powerful for them. From then on, they have the strength to challenge the two major Sengoku clans, Senju and Uchiha. Even the Lord Harmony sect, because of Genma's bloodline, they are not rejecting Genma, at least they identify with this tribe. The happiest person here is probably Uzumaki Nito in Genma's arms. This way, she and Genma will have more chances to be together openly. Thinking of this, she quickly blushed and asked Uzumaki Kubo, "Father, what about Genma and me?" Uzumaki Kubo, who had just gained a powerful force, was originally in a good mood. Seeing Mito's anxious look, he suddenly became angry again and said with a bad face, "Humph, what a shameless girl. I agree to your marriage, and I will announce this marriage to the ninja world tomorrow." Rather than saying that this is an announcement of marriage, it is better to say that it is announcing a break with the Senju clan. After all, Senju Butsuma values this marriage very much. If he directly agrees to Mito and Genma's marriage, isn't it equivalent to beating his Senju Butsuma's face? Senju Genma also understands this, so although he is happy to be with Mito, he also understands his responsibilities. Since Uzumaki Kubo can do this, it seems that he really regards him as a clan member who shares weal and woe. After all, Genma, the promises he made are all empty promises. If he leaves tomorrow, the Uzumaki family will suffer. But Genma naturally won't just slap his A** and leave. Uzumaki Nito won't talk about it here. In fact, from his personal point of view, he also feels sorry for the Uzumaki family. A family with such a powerful talent has disappeared from the history of the ninja world, which makes people feel a little sad after listening to it. Since this time travel gave him this opportunity, he naturally wanted to try to use his own power to change the fate of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Kubo still has the majesty that a clan leader should have. Although some of the elders below still have different ideas, the clan leader has announced his decision and they are not entangled anymore. But there were also some cautious people among them who opened their mouths and said, "Now that Senju Genma has joined our clan, the previous surname can no longer be used. From now on, we will call it Uzumaki Genma." Although Genma wanted to join the Uzumaki clan, this whirlpool was too hard for Genma to speak, so he hurriedly said, "If I just cut off the relationship with Senju, it would be fine if my surname is not Senju. Uzumaki Genma is really hard to pronounce. I will still call him Atsutsuki Genma from now on." Uzumaki Kubo laughed after hearing this and said, "Haha, Atsutsuki is not bad either. Since you want to become a sage of 6 paths, you should use this last name." Then, fearing that his subordinates would continue to pester him, he directly issued all the necessary orders. This matter is over here. As for the position of Atsutsuki Genma, he is temporarily appointed as an elder. He will not care about government affairs but will be responsible for fighting during the war. Let's just let it go. Shui Jing will stay. The senior leaders of the Uzumaki clan had no choice but to leave here. Genma didn't stop to hold Mito in his arms, preparing to go out and treat him warmly. However, when passing by the Uzumaki water mirror, the Uzumaki water mirror said murderously, "Be nice to my sister. If you bully her, I will kill you even if I risk my life." Only then did Genma realize that this red-haired pretty boy was actually his future brother-in-law. Originally, he wanted to make a joke, but when he saw the other person's expression was so serious, he didn't expect that he was still a girl. Genma also answered seriously, "If anyone wants to hurt Mito, they have to step over my body first." Mito looked at the two people closest to him, his face also filled with happiness. After listening to Genma's words, Shui Jing put away his murderous intent and nodded slightly to him, indicating that he recognized the other party. After Genma and Mito also left, Uzumaki Kubo waved his hand, and the door of the conference room was closed instantly. Then Uzumaki Kubo waved his hand again, this time just bringing up a circular barrier, closing the huge room. All covered. Uzumaki Kubo changed his slightly smiling expression to a serious one, and then asked, "Why were you so shocked after contacting him? What did you find?" Uzumaki Nizukage replied, "He can absorb chakra. With just a brief contact, I reduced the chakra by 30%. If we face him head-on, we must not be in close contact with him." Uzumaki Kubo also nodded with a solemn expression. "You already have a lot of chakra, but it has been reduced by 30% in an instant. Is this the power of wood style?" Uzumaki Shuijing asked immediately. "Father is saying that the ability to absorb comes from wood style." Uzumaki Kubo nodded again, and then said with a look of reminiscence, "Deep in the ancestral hall of our clan, there is a stone tablet that has existed for an unknown period of time. I used to think it was an ordinary stone tablet. It was not until I reached the master level in the sealing art that I discovered that the stone tablet contained unknown information." Story. The stone tablet describes that the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan, and the Uchiha clan are all descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths. Uzumaki Shuijing said in surprise after hearing this. "So what Genma said before is true?" "Yes, the characteristics of wood style are also recorded in the stone tablet, and the stone tablet of our family not only records the Sage of 6 Paths seal 10 tails, but also explains the true ancestor of chakra. and some secrets behind it. Genma, who had just left Uzumaki Mito not far away, suddenly stopped, and then inadvertently glanced at the conference room behind him. Uzumaki Kubo in the conference room was about to continue saying something, but he stopped talking the moment Genma looked back. Uzumaki Shui Jing was looking forward to his father's next words, but saw him stop and asked curiously, "Father?" Uzumaki Kubo came to his senses after hearing the call, and then continued as if nothing happened. According to the records on the stone tablet, the real ancestor of Chakra is Itsutsuki Kagaya, and the true identity of Sage of Six Paths is Kagaya's eldest son. As Uzumaki Kubo explained the history, he knew no less than Genma. Not only did he mention Kagaya's past, but he also made it clear how she was sealed in the end. Basically, no one knows Black Zetsu except Sage of Six Paths. Uzumaki Kubo can be said to have told all the truth about the entire ninja world. Uzumaki Mizuki, who was beside him, didn't swallow until Kubo finished his last words. There is such a secret behind the ninja world. Uzumaki Kubo also nodded deeply, and then said seriously, "Remember not to tell anyone what you said today, otherwise I'm afraid it will bring disaster to the Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki Shuijing knew that the relationship was important, and nodded solemnly. Genma, who had already walked away, felt huge waves in his heart at this moment. He never expected that the truth about the ninja world was actually recorded in the stone tablet of the Uzumaki clan. This is not the infinite Tsukuyomi version modified by Black Zetsu. It is the real history of the ninja world. Except that there is no record of the existence of Black Zetsu, it can be said that everything is omitted, including Itsutsuki Kagaya, the origin of Kagaya, and the possible invasion of the Itsutsuki clan. All explained simply. This was completely beyond Genma's knowledge. At the same time, Genma couldn't help but have a guess. Is the real reason why the Uzumaki clan was exterminated because they knew the true history? Was it Black Zetsu who took action? After all, the other party's plan absolutely does not allow anyone to know the true history. After thinking about it carefully, it is indeed possible. Black Zetsu has been surrounding Senju and Uchiha from beginning to end, and may have forgotten the Uzumaki tribe, who are also descendants of Sage of Six Paths. After all, the red hair of the Uzumaki tribe is really difficult to let people know. Associate them with Sage of Six Paths. Perhaps it was the Uzumaki clan themselves who leaked this information, which led to the fatal disaster. After all, there is no airtight wall in the world. As long as this secret is discovered, it will be known one day. For example, Uchiha's secret in the original work was originally only visible to Sharinan, but Master Madara, who solved the secret, told it to Hashirama. If ordinary people knew the secrets of the Uzumaki clan, they might have to protect themselves and leave. However, Genma is not immortal. With his bragging system, he is not afraid of Black Zetsu at all. If this old boy dares to come out, Genma will not mind sending him there. Meet his brother. Thinking of this, Genma came back to his senses and continued talking with Mito. He seemed to notice Genma's previous absence. Mito asked curiously, "What's wrong, Genma and I? The more people who know the secrets of the Uzumaki clan, the better." Besides, Mito is still a confused person. Genma changed the topic. "Since I have joined the Uzumaki clan, do I have to arrange a place to live? I don't mind living directly in your house." As she spoke, Genma looked at Mito with a smirk on her face. Mito was worthy of being the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Even though she was only 10 years old, she could tell that she was a beautiful woman. After hearing this, Mito's face turned red immediately. After all, she was still a young girl who was still inexperienced in the world. How could she withstand Genma's teasing? Then he answered honestly, "Of course Mito has no objection to living with Genma and I, but I don't know if my father and brother will agree." Genma lamented that she was worthy of being a girl from the ninja world, and her thoughts were really precocious. "I don't have to ask your father to know that he will refuse. But if we can't live together, I can live next door to you. Then they will have nothing to say." The two chatted while walking, and came to the mansion of the Uzumaki clan chief. This mansion covers a large area, at least not smaller than the one in Senju Butsuma. In this huge mansion, only Kubo Uzumaki, Mito, and Mizumi lived. Mirror two people. Genma asked curiously after hearing this. "Clan chief Kubo, are you and Shuijing the only two heirs?" Mito shook his head and said, "In addition to my second brother, I also have two older brothers, but they are all already." Genma heard this and immediately understood the reason, caressed Mito, and said, "Don't worry, I will protect your last brother." Mito said with eyes shining, "Really, I thought you would hate my second brother." "I still like your second brother's character very much. He is a responsible person." Mito laughed after hearing this. "Gee, how old are you yourself? Why do you say it as if you were judging a junior?" Genma didn't say anything more, just smiled slightly, and then came to an open space next to the patriarch's mansion. This open space is not small, and it was presumably reserved for building a mansion for the clan leader's close relatives in the future, but today it was taken up by Genma. With style 4-pillar house technique, Genma chose a place and immediately used the 4-pillar house technique. In just a few breaths, a Chinese-style courtyard was built in the empty space. The house this time is almost the same as the previous one in the Senju clan, but because of its larger area, Genma added some new buildings, a small pavilion in the middle of the lake, and a training ground in the center of the courtyard. However, the small pavilion in the middle of the lake is still short of water, and Genma needs to make up for it. After another round of work, Genma finally completed the home. Mito on the side has been stunned since Genma used the 4-pillar house technique. This is the first time she has seen the magic of wood style. In fact, you can do this without wood style, even earth style. Unfortunately, even earth style is rare among the Uzumaki clan, so it's no wonder Mito makes such a fuss. Although the house built by Genma is not as large as the patriarch's mansion, it is full of elegance and warmth. Wow, brother Genma, is this where you will live from now on? Genma raised his head proudly and said like it. Mito nodded and said, well, the elegant style is unique to the Senju clan? I really want to live in it too. Genma nodded and said meaningfully, it is indeed the architectural style of my hometown. If you want to live together, let's live together. What are you afraid of? I will support your father. If Mito was still worried that Genma would be embarrassed by her father before, she is not afraid now. Not to mention that her father has agreed to the marriage. Given Genma's current strength, it is estimated that her father will not be embarrassed. At night, in Genma's mansion, Genma, who has had a busy day, is now directing Mito, who has volunteered, to carry out the solemn task of making dumplings. Originally, Genma wanted to savor the delicacies of his previous life by himself, but Mito insisted on doing everything himself, so Genma had no choice but to provide guidance from the side. However, the result was beyond his expectation. Mito actually made exquisite dumplings under his vague guidance. At least in terms of appearance, they were not inferior to the dumplings in the dumpling house. When Mito cooked the dumplings and put the hot dumplings on the table, Genma immediately smelled the aroma from the dumplings and quickly picked one up and put it in his mouth. Seeing Genma's impatient look, Mito had a satisfied smile on his face. The dumplings are thin in skin and thick in filling. After chewing them gently, the fragrance lingers on your lips and teeth. The ordinary pork dumplings are not yet dipped in seasoning, but they actually make Genma want to eat them. I don't know if Mito cooks them too well or he misses his hometown too much. Probably both. It is worth mentioning that the tables and chairs in Genma's home are all high tables and chairs, not Japanese-style low tables, and everyone has to kneel down to eat. Although Japanese culture has merits, Genma cannot adapt to having to kneel down to eat every day, so he has always made his own tables and chairs. This is Mito's first time to experience this kind of desk and chair. He can realize the benefits of this kind of desk and chair just once. At least his knees are much more comfortable than before. The dinner passed in the warmth of the two of them. Genma rarely practiced after dinner, but chatted with Mito. Mito leaned on Genma's shoulder and they sat side by side, looking at the moonlight very comfortably. Mito, do you have any dreams? Do you still remember the first time we met? You seem to be eager to become stronger. Mito replied, my father and brother have been working hard for the rise of the family, and I also hope that I can contribute. However, my father always said that I have a special constitution and are not allowed to practice taijutsu and ninjutsu. Even the sealing technique has to wait until I am 12 years old. Teach me later. Ordinary Uzumaki tribe members cannot learn the 5 elements ninjutsu. As for taijutsu, despite the fact that the Uzumaki tribe has strong physiques and long lifespans, in fact only a few people with good qualifications can get twice the result with half the effort if they practice taijutsu. The rest of the people will injure themselves if they practice taijutsu. The Uzumaki tribe that appeared in the original work, no matter how outstanding their individual combat capabilities are rarely strong in physical skills, which also proves this point. Mito can't even practice the sealing technique easily, which makes Genma a little surprised. Since it was your father who said it, you'd better obey him. If it were before today, Genma might have persuaded Mito to rebel, but after knowing the secrets of the Uzumaki clan, he also understood that the Uzumaki clan and even Uzumaki Kubo may not be as simple as they appear on the surface. This situation involves his knowledge blind spot, nor dare to be blindly arrogant. Afraid that Mito would be sad, Genma comforted her. It's not that you can't practice, it's just that you have to wait a few more years. When you can practice, I will help you become the #1 female ninja in the ninja world. Mito wasn't too sad at first, he just had some small resentments. After hearing Genma's words, his heart felt as sweet as honey. Genma is not bragging, he is a man with a bragging system. Although this system is not used much, Genma guesses that the bragging system can not only affect himself, but may also be used by his relatives. Take Mito as an example. Genma can find a few A-level people to brag about it. Just say that Mito is also a descendant of Otsutsuki. With his own example, it will be very easy for others to believe it. When the time comes, the bragging will come true. Mito's strength, if not, it will be improved. However, after listening to Mito's words, Genma felt that the matter was not urgent. At least, there was no need to rush to improve Mito's strength until he figured out Mito's physique. As they talked all night, the relationship between Genma and Mito became even closer. Surprisingly, Uzumaki Kubo seemed to have forgotten this daughter and did not send anyone to disturb the two of them. Genma did not believe that Kubo did not know about the two of them together. But since the old man didn't interfere, Genma was also happy. After all, with such a caring and cute little loli, who can refuse? Turning his head again, he found that Mito, leaning on his shoulder, had fallen asleep unconsciously. Thinking that the other party has experienced so many ups and downs this day, he should really feel sleepy. Genma carried Mito back to the bedroom with a princess hug, and then gently placed him on the couch. Looking at the crystal clear little face so close to him, Genma subconsciously took a peck. The next moment, he hurriedly exited the bedroom, cursing in his heart that he was such a b******************************. Just when he was still reminiscing, an unexpected but reasonable figure appeared in front of the mansion's gate. After the figure appeared in front of the gate, he did not enter the mansion, but just waited here quietly. Genma didn't keep the man waiting for long. After just a few breaths, he walked out of the room unhurriedly. The visitor is none other than Uzumaki Kubo, Genma's future father-in-law. After Uzumaki Kubo saw Genma, although he tried his best to hide it, there was still a hint of anger on his face. After snorting, he said, "Follow me." Genma knew that the other party had something to say to him, so he followed him without any pretense. Uzumaki Kubo's speed slowly increased along the way. At first, Genma's China-level taijutsu could barely keep up, but later on, Genma couldn't even see the opponent's shadow, and could only rely on his powerful perception range to barely keep up. Don't be left behind. The two of them drifted further and further away from the Uzumaki tribe's territory, and no one conducted any inquiries on them along the way. Finally, Genma saw Uzumaki Kubo again by a small river. This time, he had a deeper understanding of the weakness of his own taijutsu. He has decided to start practicing taijutsu with all his strength from tomorrow. I will never give up even if I am super cage level, Uzumaki Kubo said straightforwardly without too much nonsense. You heard the conversation between me and Shui Jing today. As soon as he said these words, Uzumaki Kubo immediately burst out with his powerful aura. Coupled with the leader-level chakra, an ordinary ninja would probably be frightened to the point of being unable to move. Genma, however, was not affected at all and came to sit beside him carelessly on the floor. Then he said calmly, "I didn't expect the Uzumaki clan to have such secrets." Uzumaki Kubo saw Genma being so calm and admired him from the bottom of his heart. At least his incompetent son couldn't do this. "Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to you here? You can do it here without anyone noticing." Genma smiled and said calmly, "You are no match for me." If any 10-year-old kid in the ninja world said such words, Uzumaki Kubo might not be able to avoid laughing, but Genma did have such strength. "You are outstanding, and I feel relieved to leave Mito to you." Genma saw that the other party finally got involved with Mito, and he felt a little guilty. After all, he had just spoken to Mito. "I heard Mito say that you don't want her to start practicing until she is 12 years old? What's so special about her physique?" Only then did Uzumaki Kubo slowly sit next to Genma and said in a daze, "Her Uzumaki bloodline is rare to see in hundreds of years, and her qualifications are several times better than mine. Therefore, she doesn't actually need too much practice. Even if it is a difficult sealing technique, she may only need you can master it in a day." Genma nodded. "This is not difficult to guess. After all, Mito is the first 9 tails Jinchuriki. Even though the first Hokage may be involved, if his own sealing technique is not powerful enough, he will not be qualified to use 9 tails. Sealed in the body. I have lost too many children. Originally I just wanted this girl to spend her life peacefully, but now it seems that she wants to become stronger than anyone else." Thinking that the average life expectancy of people at this moment is no more than 30, Genma can also understand the old father's thoughts. No father really has the heart to let his children go to the battlefield, and most of them have just turned 10 years old. "She is more ambitious than me. If possible, I would rather spend my life peacefully," Uzumaki Kubo said teasingly. After hearing this is not what someone from the Senju tribe would say. Genma spread his hands and said, "That's not Senju Butsuma looking for trouble. I was just defending myself." At this point in the conversation, Uzumaki Kubo said the question he really wanted to ask. "How much do you know about Itsutsuki?" Genma came over immediately after hearing this and said solemnly, "More than you know." To put it bluntly, the origin of Itsutsuki is the space people. Their clan is born to be powerful and has a bit of a Shin flavor. In addition to Itsutsuki Kagaya, the original work of Hokage also has the appearance of 4 Itsutsuki clan members. Even if these people are the most incompetent Itsutsuki Golden Style, their own strength far exceeds that of Super Cage level experts. Uzumaki Kubo quickly asked, "Tell me more about it." Genma was about to speak, but thought of the existence of Black Zetsu. He changed his words. "It would be better if you didn't know these words. You just need to know that someone is planning something secretly, and this kind of plan is not something you can participate in." No one knows Black Zetsu's own strength, but his concealment method is indeed unique in the ninja world. You must know that he survived under the nose of Sage of Six Paths, which means that his secret technique, even if it is Sage of Six Paths, paths are not detectable. Although Genma is very confident in his perception, he is not sure whether he can detect the black Zetsu hidden in the dark. Who knows if this old guy is near the Uzumaki clan? If he messes with him, his plan to cultivate safely in the Uzumaki clan will be ruined. Uzumaki Kubo was not dissatisfied with Genma's concealment, and then introduced the current situation of the Uzumaki clan, as if he really regarded Genma as his son-in-law. Genma also understood through this conversation why the Uzumaki clan has been unable to expand outward. The Uzumaki clan is located in the southeast of the Land of Fire, close to the seaside. And Uzumaki Island, where the country of Uzumaki is located in later generations, is just an inconspicuous corner of the Uzumaki tribe's territory. If you think about it, you will understand. Who would live on a small island if they could live on land? Therefore, the Uzumaki people did not live on Uzumaki Island because they liked it there. It was probably because they later had to run away. Only by going to that isolated island can his family retain the fire. And none of the neighbors of the Uzumaki clan are simple characters. The first one to bear the brunt is the Senju clan. The Senju, the largest clan in Sengoku, need no introduction. If you are a neighbor of this kind of family, if you don't handle it well, the clan will be exterminated. The other two neighbors are not simple either. Genma happens to know both of them. The silver-haired Heite clan is also a 50-50 Heite clan. In later generations, only Kakashi and his father are left in the Heite clan. The current Heite clan is not small. It is a powerful family that is no less powerful than the Uzumaki clan. The clan leader, Heitake, is dedicated to truly clan leader level combat power. He has 5 elite jonin under his command, which is no less powerful than the Uzumaki clan. They are the truly top-notch clan in the Land of Fire at the moment. Another family in Konoha later gave birth to a third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. This family was the Sarutobi clan. The Sarutobi clan was on par with the Heite clan. With the same clan leader level combat power, the following elite jonin did not. How much difference? There is a senju between these two families, so the first target of expansion avoids the senju and chooses the Uzumaki clan to the east. Every year, just dealing with the spies of these two families and the endless assassinations makes the Uzumaki clan very busy. The attack methods of these two clans are notoriously powerful even if you look at the entire ninja world. When a middle-level ninja from the Uzumaki clan encounters them, they are no different than lambs to be slaughtered. Genma had a headache when he heard this. He alone was not afraid of Heitake and Sarutobi, but the Uzumaki ninjas themselves were weak and there was nothing he could do to improve them. Uzumaki Kubo said at this time the Sarutobi clan in the south has Mizuki leading 3 elite jonin, but it can barely defend itself. The Heite clan in the north has always been under my personal control, but the clan territory is often empty because of this, with only 1 elite jonin left to guard. Genma also realized at this time that his father-in-law came to give him a task, but he was too embarrassed to let himself be a thug when he came, so he took such a roundabout way to tell the truth. Naturally, the other party's intention was not to let Genma guard the clan. No matter how much he trusted Genma, Uzumaki Kubo would not make such a naive decision. Leave the Heite clan in the north to me. The clan leader can guard the clan territory with peace of mind. Uzumaki Kubo got the answer he wanted, showed a satisfied smile, and then said Heiteke's Hein is not a small character. His strength ranks among the best in the entire ninja world. Genma said confidently, no matter how strong you are, can you be as strong as Senju Butsuma? Uzumaki Kubo nodded, feeling that what Genma said was reasonable. The other party was someone even Senju Butsuma was not afraid of, so how could he be afraid of Heiteke's Hein? You only need to persist for a few years. The secret technique that our clan has been studying recently has reached the final stage. By then, there will be an additional clan leader level combat power. Genma raised his eyebrows after hearing this, and immediately had a guess. He subconsciously wanted to say Jinchuriki, but fortunately he held it in, otherwise it would be really unexplainable for a while. Uzumaki Kubo didn't seem to have any intention of explaining to Genma, and he just clicked on this topic and stopped mentioning it. Next, Uzumaki Kubo briefly introduced the strength of the Uzumaki clan, and then left quietly. Genma originally thought that her father-in-law was here to punish him. After all, he had just taken advantage of Mito. However, after hearing about the situation of the Uzumaki clan, Genma also felt a sense of urgency. Not only the surrounding ninja families, but also the Black Zetsu secretly coveted the Uzumaki clan, and if the sealing of the tailed beast studied by the Uzumaki clan succeeds, they may become public enemies of the ninja world. He must also have the strength to shock the ninja world before that. The current clan leader level is far from enough. If a weak person wants to shock the entire ninja world, he must at least have super cage level strength. Early the next morning, Uzumaki Mito woke up from Genma's bed, opened his eyes and saw the unfamiliar ceiling, and immediately thought of his gaffe yesterday, actually falling asleep at Genma's house. Mito's cute little face suddenly turned red. When she looked next to her, she found that there was nothing there, and there was no sign of Genma at all. Judging from the cleanliness of the bed, it was obvious that Genma did not sleep here last night. Mito couldn't help but curse himself. He was so evil for thinking that Genma was that kind of person. After searching around the room, Mito still couldn't find Genma. She didn't see Genma again until she came to the yard outside. Genma was still wearing the black ninja armor, sweating profusely while doing push-ups, as if the two had met for the first time. The only difference was that this time Genma had a huge stone on his back. The stone looked to be Genma's size. They were all big, but Genma seemed unaffected. Mito didn't understand at this time, because the other party hadn't slept at all night and had been exercising. Genma, who was exercising, discovered it the moment Mito woke up, but he was still 500 short of the small goal he had set, so he didn't get up in a hurry. Mito saw that Genma had no intention of stopping, so he didn't step forward to interfere. He turned around and returned to the house again. When Genma finished the remaining 500 push-ups, he returned to the house and saw that Mito had already made breakfast and was waiting for him. Genma said after sitting down, the clan leader talked to me last night. He wanted me to go to the north to defend the Heite clan. Mito didn't say anything stupid about not going, he just said it sincerely. Be careful. These few simple words sounded so warm to Genma. I will marry you when I come back. After breakfast, Genma met with old man Kubo. After getting the letter of appointment, he hurriedly left the Uzumaki tribe. After all, the current situation is not optimistic, and he does not have time to fall in love in the clan. Regarding the information about Genma joining the Uzumaki clan, no other clan knows about it at the moment. Even the Senju clan's intelligence network cannot penetrate into the Uzumaki clan. However, this does not prevent the turmoil in the ninja world after Genma's defection. Even without Genma's incident, it is estimated that by this time, the ninja world will be at war again. The major families are not willing to be lonely. At this moment, in the Senju tribe, after a week of relaxation, the previous incident of Genma's defection seems to have been gradually forgotten by everyone. For the Senju people at the bottom, Genma is just a name that suddenly appears and then disappears. They still want to live their lives as usual. The only ones who will miss Genma are probably the peripheral servants. After all, Genma has always taken good care of them, and he will share some of the endless meat with them when he returns from hunting. There is a scroll placed in front of Senju Butsuma's desk, and he has a sad look on his face. At this time, a person came from the door. It was Senju Rajian, the deputy chief of Senju. Brother, are you looking for me? Butsuma didn't say anything and just pointed to the scroll on the table. Luo Jian picked it up and looked at it, and his expression became as solemn as Butsuma's. It's Uchiha again, these lunatics are really unyielding. Butsuma nodded and said 3 teams have been attacked at the border. This is not a good sign. A war is coming. Luo Jian asked, are the ninjutsu hall's guards going to be transferred? Butsuma said solemnly, all elite jonin except you are sent to the front line. Is this necessary? We have not deployed all of them in previous wars. Senju Butsuma said with a cold snort. I know Uchiha Tajima. This old guy will definitely not be a petty quarrel this time. After such a long truce before, this battle will definitely be protracted. Luo Jian asked again, would the defense of the tribe be too empty in this case? It's hard for me to guarantee that no one will infiltrate me alone. Butsuma sighed and said use all the clansmen who are satisfied with the Genin Chakra, and send more people to patrol the clan area. It will always come in handy. Luo Jian couldn't help but feel his heart twitch when he heard these words. He knew what these words meant. Those genin who may have just turned 10 years old may also join the battle this time. Although he wanted to say something, Luo Jian still chose to remain silent when the words came to his lips, and just nodded silently. Senju Butsuma stood up and said with burning eyes, Uchiha Tajima, don't think that I'm afraid of you because you have less combat power. This time I will make you Uchiha extinct. Genma's own weakness in Taijutsu meant that he could not increase his speed. By the time he arrived at the Uzumaki tribe's northern base camp, 2 days had passed. The guard responsible for guarding the gate saw Genma, a suspicious person with silver-white hair and white skin, and naturally chose to take action without saying anything. This is the family's border, and encountering enemies may happen every day, so they don't have the habit of asking questions when they meet people. What they should do when they see suspicious people is to control them without saying anything. The skills of these 2 people are not weak, and their strength has reached the level of Jonin. They are already considered to be good combat power among the Uzumaki clan. Even if they are not good at ninjutsu, the Uzumaki clan at this level still have a certain degree of lethality. One of them took the lead and threw out several shurikens, blocking several directions around Genma. The speed of this kunao was also amazing, and in Genma's eyes, it almost caught up with the bullets. Sure enough, in a ninja battle, kunao and shuriken are not just thrown around for fun. If Genma was still the same chinin as before, these kunao alone could kill half of his life. However, physical skills are still his current weakness, so after seeing the opponent throw out the shuriken, he immediately activated his Sharingan. That's right, it was Sharinan that Genma activated, a pupil technique that only the Uchiha clan has. And what he prescribed was 3 Tomo Sharinan. He already had the Samsara Sharinan. Normally speaking, he should have mastered the Sharinan and the Mangekyo Sharinan. Last night, he finally had time to practice. After some attempts, he found that he could indeed degenerate the Samsara Sharinan. Now he may be drained instantly with the Samsara Sharinan, but ordinary Sharinan or Mangekyo and Rinnegan are all easy, which invisibly adds a lot of offensive methods to him. At the very least, Sharingan's insight ability, which is basically ignored in the later stage, can still exert good power in Jonin level battles. Sure enough, after activating the Sharinan, the shurikens that were like bullets now looked no different from snails. Genma easily avoided these shurikens while spinning around. This is because his physical skills are only at the Chunin level, otherwise he can do better. He had just defused the shuriken when another Jonin figure appeared behind him. At this moment, the distance between the two of them was already within a stone's throw, and the opponent's right hand was only a few centimeters away from touching Genma. The man also shouted loudly at the same time, "Sealing seal." This was the first time Genma encountered the sealing technique head-on, but he was not stupid and knew that this technique would most likely require physical contact to be triggered. Although Genma is not as fast as his opponent, he is the sage body of Itsutsuki. After gradually adapting, he can now use ninjutsu like Sage of 6 Paths without any seals at all. Wood style wood spindle wall. When the Jonin's hand moved forward again, it encountered the wall of wooden ingots made by Genma. A large number of curse marks suddenly appeared on the wall of the wood style. Genma took advantage of this gap and finally jumped out of the circle, taking out the letter of appointment given to him by Uzumaki Kubo. "Hey, can you stop it first? We are our own people. If you don't believe it, take a look at your clan leader's appointment letter." When he spoke, Genma had already put away the Sharinan. He didn't want too many people to know about his trump card. The previous battle ended in an instant, and the 2 Uzumaki clan members should not be able to discover it. The 2 people who originally wanted to continue the pursuit hesitated after seeing the appointment letter in Genma's hand. There was indeed an order before that someone would come back to the station to take over, but they did not specify who it was. After being stunned, the 2 looked at Genma's face, then remembered the wanted poster they had seen before, and understood the other's identity. "Are you Senju Genma?" The 2 said in unison. Genma's name has spread throughout the ninja world these days. Even 3-year-old children have heard of it. Although everyone has different attitudes towards him, everyone has a consensus that this 10-year-old boy is at least an elite Jonin. The 2 Jonin from the Uzumaki tribe were frightened when they thought that they had actually attacked such a monster before. The 2 of them were really on the verge of death. Genma had obviously stayed behind before, otherwise they would probably have burped in the face of each other. They don't doubt Genma's identity. After all, the previous wood style is still fresh in their minds. There are only 2 people in the entire ninja world who can use wood style. Isn't it such a coincidence that Senju Hashirama is pretending to be one? Knowing that they were not strong enough, the 2 of them did not take action, but one person stepped forward to take the appointment letter from Genma's hand and said, "Wait here for a moment. I need to show it to the captain to confirm the authenticity." Genma nodded without objecting. After this person left, the remaining Jonin faced Genma alone. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't that his mentality was bad, but that Genma's methods were beyond ordinary people's expectations. The person in charge of the report did not keep Genma waiting for long, but after a while, the person came back with dozens of people. The 2 leading people, Chakra, were at the level of elite Jonin. Genma knew that one of these 2 people should be the person in charge of the northern station. The older of the 2 elite Jonin came out and said to Genma, "Are you Itsutsuki Genma?" Everyone present was stunned after hearing this, wondering how Senju Genma became Itsutsuki Genma. Regarding Genma, only the top brass of the Uzumaki clan knew about it before. Originally, the person in charge was going to inform the entire northern garrison today, but unexpectedly, Genma arrived first. "Okay, you all go down and leave this place to me." The old man said something and walked to Genma. "I, Uzumaki Ashina, have met Genma-sama." The old man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with long hair. His chakra was quite strong, and he was only 1 step away from the clan leader level. He was probably at the top of the entire Uzumaki clan. When Genma heard the word Ashina, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This name seemed familiar. He seemed to have heard it somewhere. However, Uzumaki Ashina immediately began to introduce the situation of the station, and Genma had to put aside his thoughts and write down the details of the station first. There are 500 Uzumaki ninjas stationed in this northern station. The weakest ones are Chunin, Jonin, close to 100 people, and Elite Jonin, 2. On weekdays, their mission is to patrol near the border with a radius of nearly 100 miles. Occasionally, Elite Jonin will lead a team to do some harassment in the Heitake tribe's territory. However, this is not the Uzumaki tribe's strength, so they actually do very little. More is defense. Under the management of Uzumaki Ashina over the years, the entire northern garrison has not made any serious mistakes, and several attacks by the Heitake tribe have been defended. Uzumaki Ashina walked and talked, and soon he took Genma to the entire northern station. This station is said to be a defensive border. In fact, the top priority of defense is a mine here. Nearly 50% of the iron of the entire Uzumaki tribe is produced here. That's why the Uzumaki tribe built such a huge garrison for defense based on this mineral vein. Having just witnessed Jonin's power with shurikens, Genma naturally understood the importance of the iron ore, so he decided to personally guard the mine in the future. In fact, the previous person in charge had a similar approach to Genma, so the person in charge's lounge and conference room were all under this vein. After introducing the situation here, Ashina said, "Sir, do you still have any doubts?" Genma thought for a while and said, "You two elite Jonin are leaving. It may not be smooth for me to handle affairs when I just take over this place. Do you have any capable people who can recommend you to be my assistant?" Genma still has little interest in handling government affairs, so he plans to be a hands-off shopkeeper. It is best to promote someone to help him manage it, and he can only come out when he needs to fight. Uzumaki Ashina smiled slightly after hearing Genma's words, and then recommended 3 candidates to Genma. They are all Jonin from the Uzumaki clan, and they are all young. The oldest is no more than 30 years old, and the youngest is just 18 years old. After everything was explained, Genma let Ashina go, but then he asked people to find the 3 people recommended by Ashina. Although Genma's incident has not spread in this station, everyone has heard about the previous riot in the Senju clan. Therefore, although Uzumaki Ashina is missing, the ninjas in the clan still recognize Genma as the person in charge of. The only thing that makes people mind is probably Genma's special white hair. But all of this, Genma believes, will get better after the engagement between him and Mito is announced. After all, he is still the son-in-law of the Uzumaki clan, so there is no reason for any estrangement. After a while, the 3 people recommended by Uzumaki Ashina came to Genma. After looking around for a while, Genma said, "Uzumaki Ashina recommended you to me before I left. I plan to choose someone to be my deputy, who will be responsible for assisting me in managing resident affairs on weekdays." 2 of them responded immediately, "I am willing to listen to your orders." But the 18-year-old Jonin had a cold face and said nothing. Seeing this performance, Genma raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything, and then asked, "Do you know what kind of person Uzumaki Ashina is?" When Genma heard the name Uzumaki Ashina before, she thought it sounded familiar. Now she asked this question just to see if it could bring back memories. The 2 people who spoke earlier were the first to answer. Lord Ashina is very powerful. He is the strongest person in the Uzumaki clan after the clan leader. His sealing skills are not inferior to those of the clan leader. Lord Ashina is also the biological eldest brother of the clan leader. He has been stationed in the cold and bitter lands of the north for these years and is the backbone of the Uzumaki clan. Genma nodded slowly after listening to the 2 people's words. No wonder he felt that Uzumaki Ashina and Kubo were a bit similar. They turned out to be biological brothers. But he still didn't remember who Ashina was. At this time, the young man with a cold face spoke. "Uzumaki Ashina is just a groveling leader. The young clan leader is the real pillar of the Uzumaki clan." The young man's words immediately made Genma feel the undercurrent within the Uzumaki clan. It seemed that Uzumaki Mizukage was the core figure of the main war faction, and if Uzumaki Ashina guessed correctly, he was probably the talker of the main peace faction. The words Lord and faction echoed in his mind for a while before Genma remembered Ashina's identity. He finally knew why the name sounded familiar to him. It turns out that the Uzumaki clan leader who formed an alliance with Senju Hashirama in the original work is this Uzumaki Ashina. This name only appeared once from beginning to end, so even if Genma thought she had a good memory, it was still so difficult for her to remember it. Being a leader of the peace faction has already made Genma a little disgusted with Ashina. In addition, the current patriarch Uzumaki Kubo is his father-in-law. Genma can't help but be wary of Uzumaki Ashina. When we got here, Genma had already considered the candidate for his assistant, and then said to the 2 people who spoke first, "You 2 go down first." The 2 of them didn't know that they had been eliminated at this moment. Although they didn't know the reason, no one dared to question Genma's decision. They were just a little confused as to why Genma would choose that cold-looking guy. After the 2 people left, the cold young man from before said, "Is your lord from the young patriarch's side?" He doesn't know Genma's engagement yet, so he can't connect Genma and Uzumaki Shuijing yet. "That's right, Mito and I have already made an engagement. We were supposed to announce it at the station today, but it was postponed because of my arrival." But the young man couldn't help but clapped his hands and cheered. Great, the clan leader finally made the right decision. The Uzumaki clan must not marry Senju, as that will make others look down upon them. Genma was also very satisfied with the young man's performance and then asked, "May I have your name?" This time, the young man no longer had the Sema face before. Instead, he put on a respectful face and answered, "My subordinate is Uzumaki Shotai." Genma couldn't help but cough after hearing the other person's name. Uzumaki Shotai didn't know why and asked, "What's the problem, sir?" "No, it's nothing." Genma couldn't help complaining in her heart, "You're such a little boy, brother, you don't even look at your age. You will be my assistant from now on. In order to test your ability, you will be responsible for handling all affairs of the station for a period of 1 week. I will decide whether to formally appoint you based on your performance." Suddenly promoted from an ordinary ninja troop captain to a level close to the person in charge of the station, Uzumaki Shotai was still a little unbelievable and stuttered. Is this okay? The Uzumaki clan has never had such rules. I am just a jonin, how can I be responsible for the affairs of the entire station? Genma waved his hand and said, "There's nothing wrong with that. I'm the one in charge now. I have the final say in everything here. You can just do it with confidence. But if you don't do it well, I won't forgive you." Although there was a hint of intimidation in Genma's words, Uzumaki Shotai was not afraid. Instead, he raised his head and said, "Sir, please feel free to leave it to me. I am confident that I can take care of the station well." Genma nodded and said, "Go down and remember to announce my engagement." Uzumaki Shotai naturally agreed, and he acted even more excited than Genma, as if he was the leading actor in the marriage. Genma also understands that this is a sign that the main war faction has seen the light of day. Judging from his observations these days, the power of the main peace faction in the Uzumaki tribe is indeed not small. At least close to 60% of the Uzumaki tribe are all from the main peace faction. The Northern Territory is a land that has been plagued by wars all year round, and the ninjas here are actually more of the warring faction, which is beneficial to Genma's actions. After seeing off Uzumaki Shotai, Genma did not rush to start training, but took out a ninjutsu scroll from his waist. This is what Genma got from Uzumaki Kubo before he left. It is also the most precious ninjutsu of the entire Uzumaki clan. This scroll records the ninjutsu called Inspiration Barrier, which is the Uzumaki clan's clan-protecting formation that covers the entire clan. This barrier generally requires at least one elite jonin to continuously provide chakra. If you want to expand the formation, you must at least master the enchantment technique to the level of a master. Genma was going to test whether he could master this bug-level barrier, so he got it from Uzumaki Kubo. Although his current perception is not bad, it has not been enhanced by any ninjutsu, so it may be far from his limit. You must know that the second generation and first generation in the original work can sense Madara on the battlefield in Konoha village immediately after being resurrected. It can be seen that their perception range is extremely amazing. Genma has a Atsutsuki sage body, so there is no reason to compare with the two of them. Bad? Genma didn't want to improve his perception on a whim. He had thought about it after he decided to come to the north to take charge. This time here, he has no chance to take the initiative to attack. On the one hand, his strength is not enough to crush the clan leader level. Another point is to be able to better monitor the entire north. Although the Uzumaki tribe is good at barrier techniques, it is always a waste of time to transmit information. Fighters are often missed every time. If Genma can include the entire border in perception, then it can be done without fail. This clan-protecting formation is indeed different from ordinary barrier ninjutsu. The B-level barrier Genma learned in the Senju tribe is completely different from this formation. The various curse seals involved are dozens of times different. Fortunately, Genma has a certain foundation, so it's not a black eye. After spending almost a day until it was dark, Genma read through all the details recorded in the scroll. Not to mention anything else, the complexity of this barrier alone far exceeded any S-class that Genma knew. Ninjutsu is indeed the magic weapon of the Uzumaki clan. Next, it depends on his qualifications. Genma is not very sure whether he can successfully use such a powerful barrier. Originally, this barrier required more than 30 seals in a row, but Genma skipped this step due to physical problems. After the chakra operated according to the scroll records. Inspirational barrier. As Genma muttered silently in his heart, he used the inspiration barrier. A barrier invisible to the naked eye began to spread around Genma, and Genma's chakra continued to be consumed in the process. Fortunately, he himself is a monster no less than a tailed beast, so this consumption is not worth mentioning. The coverage area of the inspiration barrier is also related to the user's chakra, and Genma doesn't know how far he can reach it now. The barrier has expanded from a few tens of meters in the beginning to thousands of meters in just a few breaths, and is still expanding. Genma knew that he had succeeded. It seemed that his understanding of barriers was no worse than that of Uzumaki Mito, the strongest bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Genma used to rely purely on his own physical perception. The highest range of perception was about 10 kilometers in radius. This range is not small, it is far beyond the 1 kilometer of Byakugan, and the perception is truly 360 degrees without blind spots, even the ground can be sensed. However, this is nothing compared to the hundreds of square kilometers of the northern border. Fortunately, the inspiration barrier did not disappoint Genma. In a short time, it spread to a range of hundreds of kilometers. This level was not Genma's limit. However, he does not plan to continue to expand. Chakra can fully support it. The consumption of chakra does not dare to restore his sage body. It is just that he can sense so many people at the same time, and his mind is still a little unable to turn around. He needs to slowly adapt to this, and also slowly master this barrier, so that he can freely control the direction instead of always maintaining a circular barrier. As Genma sinks his thoughts into the barrier, everyone covered by the barrier appears in his mind one by one. Originally, the inspiration barrier can only know the strength of chakra. If it is stronger, it can also distinguish the goodness of chakra. Evil. However, Genma can directly perceive a person's appearance. Although he cannot hear clearly what the person is saying, as a ninja, lip reading is basic, and none of this is difficult for Genma. Also through this move, Genma was able to thoroughly study the defensive division of labor in the station in just a moment. If this was used to sneak in, he would be able to do so without being noticed. At the same time, Genma also had a general understanding of the attitude of the people below. At this moment, the ninjas stationed in the north were, as he had guessed, most of them from the war faction. After Uzumaki Shotai announced his engagement, more than 70% of them expressed support and were full of energy. Only a few people would occasionally complain, but nothing showed extreme resistance to him. Genma then focused his attention on the border. Fortunately for him, the northern border was still safe for the time being, and no one from Heitake was found secretly. Along the way, I sensed that they were all red-haired Uzumaki tribesmen. After getting familiar with the inspiration barrier, Genma was about to continue his physical training, but he stopped as soon as he took a step. No matter how closely the Uzumaki clan is deployed, there can't be a single foreigner near the border, unless the other party doesn't need to know the information at the moment. Intelligence is everything in war. Many classic battles are nothing more than poor intelligence. As a famous clan in the ninja world, the Heitei clan has extremely extraordinary tactical skills. How could it be possible to easily cancel the spy against the Uzumaki clan? That would not mean digging oneself eyes. Even though the Uzumaki clan is not good at fighting, the number of spies for the Heitei clan has never decreased and has always been maintained at a minimum level. Not to mention the Heitei clan who are good at sneaking and assassination. Thinking of this, Genma knew that he could not hesitate, and immediately changed his perception barrier from a circular range to a rectangular one, mainly sensing the direction of the Heitei clan. As expected, there was a problem with this investigation, although the Uzumaki clan spies were still intact and there were no problems. But a large number of Heitei ninjas have appeared near the border, and the number has reached nearly 1,000. Such a large ninja force actually slipped to the border under the eyes of Uzumaki spies. No one would believe it. These 1,000 elites of the Heitei clan, led by one person, were slowly moving towards the Uzumaki clan station, avoiding layers of secret sentries along the way, as if they had opened their eyes. Seeing this, Genma also understood that it was not because Heitei's perception was so strong that he avoided the guards, but that there might be a traitor in the Uzumaki clan who could leak the location of the entire station and the secret agents. The status of this traitor is probably not low. Chakra, the leader of the Heitei clan, has reached the level of clan leader. Genma didn't need to think about it. This silver-haired man who looked to be in his early 30s was Heitei Kishine, the leader of the Heitei clan. Fortunately, he happened to learn this barrier ninjutsu today. Otherwise, although the opponent would not have succeeded in a sneak attack, the Uzumaki clan would have suffered heavy losses. When Genma sensed Heitei Kishine, the guy also stopped and looked in the direction of Genma and frowned. Just now, Heitei Kishine felt a feeling of being visited, a feeling he had only seen with Uzumaki Kubo. Is it Uzumaki Kubo who is here? A person next to Heitei Kishine saw him stop and asked, "What's the problem, Mr. Patriarch? Start the attack directly, don't avoid the guards anymore, we have been discovered." Heitei Kishine didn't explain too much, but directly gave the order. Fortunately, the people of the Heitei clan did not question Heitei Kishine's order and launched the attack directly. Because just after Heitei Kishine gave the order to attack, the Uzumaki clan's northern garrison had already sounded the alarm. The huge bell pierced the night sky and resounded throughout the northern border. At this time, everyone in the Uzumaki tribe understood that there was an enemy invasion. The people of the Heitei clan did not dare to delay any longer. They immediately found the secret sentries of the Uzumaki clan that they knew before and launched the most violent attack. The person next to Heitei Kishine asked, "Our whereabouts have been exposed. It is better for the clan leader to retreat. I am afraid that if we continue to fight like this, we will suffer heavy damage." Heitei shook his head and said it's no longer just a matter of quitting. The person in charge on the other side is not a vegetarian. The man suddenly said in surprise, "You mean that Senju Genma?" Heitei Kishine suddenly narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "He came." Sure enough, following Heitei's focused gaze, he suddenly discovered that in the dark night sky, a young man wearing a black combat uniform and long white hair was flying towards here. Taking a closer look, it is none other than Genma Atsutsuki, who is now famous in the ninja world. Heitake was focused on feeling Genma's terrifying chakra power, and he couldn't help but feel a little heavy. Fortunately, he knew the news before, otherwise he might not be able to avoid revealing his flaws when he suddenly saw such a 10-year-old monster. "You lead the attack and I'll stop this kid." Having said that, Heitake decided not to stay any longer, and left the center of the Heitake tribe with the force of his feet. The Heitake tribesman who heard the order was ordered to attack immediately, but he murmured to himself, "It seems that the outcome of this battle is only the outcome of the clan leader and its Satsuki Genma." Although the people they sent out on this trip were all elites, they were fighting on the Uzumaki clan's grounds after all, so the opponent would definitely have an advantage in numbers. Therefore, it is difficult to determine the winner in terms of mid-level combat strength. We can only look at which cage-level player frees up first. Genma, who was in the air, also took advantage of this moment to take a good look at Heitake's hind. He has short silver-white hair that is almost the same as Heitake Sakumo, but what he carries on his back is a short sword that is slightly shorter than a katana, and is only about 30 centimeters long when opened. The amount of chakra is the lowest among all the clan leaders Genma has ever seen, but Genma will not underestimate him just because of this. After all, he is the ancestor of Heitake who is 50/50ths. The chakra is normal, but his combat power is unknown. Sure enough, the next moment, Heitake's hind showed his strength, and the terrifying speed of the force of his feet was revealed. Genma almost completely lost the opponent's figure in his perception. It's Sengoku Ninja's Taijutsu again. Genma, who had suffered a loss once, did not dare to be careless and immediately shouted Wooden Golem Jutsu. This time there are no steps to perform the hand seal, and Wooden Golem Jutsu is faster to use than expected. In just an instant, a wooden golem that was more than 100 meters tall rose from the ground, with a lifelike wooden dragon wrapped around it. After Genma used Wooden Golem, he didn't pause much and hurriedly punched the sky. Sure enough, the next moment Heitake's hind's figure appeared in front of the fist. This time Genma was prepared and did not give the opponent a chance to cut off the wooden golem's arm. The timing of this punch happened to be the moment Heitake's hind swung his sword. Heitake saw the mountain-like fist in front of him without any fear, and immediately slashed it out. Tianxiang flashes. However, Heitake's hind was not senju but suma after all, and at this moment he was facing Wooden Golem's fist head-on. His invincible slashes, although leaving scars several meters deep on Wooden Golem's fist, failed to cut off the fist. Heitake sighed silently. "What a terrifying wood style, can't even kill me with my swordsmanship." You must know that more than half of his strength lies in this sword. As for other ninjutsu, although he is a grandmaster, the consumption of chakra will also rise sharply. Fortunately, although he couldn't cut Wooden Golem's fist, his speed was still extraordinary, and he narrowly dodged the punch by exerting force on his feet. This Wooden Golem's fist is not a single-point attack, it is a real nuclear bomb fist. The fist was chopped off by a trick before, but now the fist is bombarded on the ground, and it truly shows its power. A huge booming sound spread throughout the surrounding area of 1 kilometer, and then a shock wave like a nuclear bomb explosion formed, and then spread in all directions. This punch enveloped all the ninjas in the entire Heitake clan. Wherever he passed, not to mention the Chunin of the Heitake clan, even the Jonin lost their combat power in an instant, and the weak ones died on the spot. The nuclear fist that was so powerful in the battle with Uchiha Madara in the original work finally showed its terrifying side. However, it was inevitable that the Uzumaki clan members who could not dodge would suffer. Fortunately, the place where the fighting broke out at this moment was still some distance from the clan territory, so the losses were not too heavy. Compared with the Heitake clan, it can be said that they are not worth mentioning. When the smoke cleared, Heitake's hind's figure appeared again. Although his speed was astonishing, he still could not escape the scope of this punch. Fortunately, he has good physical skills, so although he suffered some internal injuries, it had little impact on his strength. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Heitake's hind hurriedly yelled at the other Heitake ninjas, "Retreat immediately, I will come to the rear." After this terrifying punch, the Heitake ninjas who were still able to move were basically the Jonin, while the Chunin were all destroyed. Counting the number of people left standing, there were only 300 at most. This time, they lost so many people before even launching an attack. It can be said that the Heitake tribe lost both their wives and their troops. Genma is not satisfied with the lethality. You know Hashirama in the original book, but he can directly punch the entire Susanna. His wooden golem is still a little worse than Hashirama. This is of course not because Genma's wood style skills are insufficient, but because his strength is not even beyond cage level, and the patriarch level is equivalent to cage level. After the terrifying punch, the ninjas of the Heitake clan lost any fighting spirit. After hearing the clan leader's order, they no longer hesitated and fled in the direction of the Heitake clan. Genma didn't pay attention to the escape of these ninjas, they were just some little shrimps. As long as Heitake can be kept wholeheartedly today, the Heitake clan will not be far from extinction. Genma didn't expect that the other party would be so generous and choose to sacrifice himself to save his tribe. "You don't think you can stop me?" Facing Genma's question, Heitake did not answer, but burst out all his chakra. If Heitake really concentrates on defeating Genma, he may not be able to do it, but he is still confident if he only blocks one or two, because he has already discovered Genma's weaknesses in the short encounter before. Genma saw that this guy was silent and had no intention of talking to him, so he turned on his Sharingan and prepared to win this Heiteike's Hein in a battle. Heiteike saw the three Tomo Sharingan in Genma's eyes. Even though he had been calm, he couldn't help but said in shock, "Sharingan, who the hell are you to have both senjus with style and Uchiha Sharingan?" Genma replied calmly, "Me? It's Satsuki Genma, a man with the same physique as Sage of Six Paths." When Heiteike heard the word Sage of Six Paths, his heart could not help but skip a beat. Who in this world does not know the legend of Sage of Six Paths? Anything related to Sage of Six Paths must not be. It will be simple. Genma was not in the mood to explain too much to Heiteike. He turned on the Sharingan and then ran the chakra again. Immediately, the three Megatama in the scarlet eyes began to rotate rapidly, and after a while it turned into a shuriken shape. This was his Mangekyo Sharingan, almost identical to Ataka's, except in his eyes the shuriken had 6 blades, more like a plum blossom dart. But his Mangekyo abilities are a bit unsatisfactory. There is no Kamui and Hollow that Genma desperately desires, just Amaterasu plus distinguished heavenly gods. These two ninjutsu are relatively useless in the original work. Although Amaterasu is known as the flame that burns out everything, it has never burned anyone to death. Distinguished heavenly gods was even cracked by the samurai leader Mifune. However, this may also have something to do with the user's pupil power. In the final analysis, Danzo is just a transplant of some cells and is used forcibly. Compared with the real Uchiha clan members or even Genma, the Otsutsuki clan member, it may be a world of difference. Originally Genma's 3 Tomo Sharingan was enough to shock Heiteike, but now it changed into a pattern he had never seen before, making him even more fearful. He didn't know what the glasses meant, but judging from Genma's aura, it was definitely an eye technique more powerful than the 3 Megatama. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to hesitate and launched the attack first. Chakra had already been unleashed in the previous one, and now it was completed in an instant. Wind Blade Tianxiang Flashes. The original Tianxiang Flash was already very powerful and could hurt wooden golem head-on. Now with the wind attribute nature transformation added, the sharpness must have gone up several notches. This wasn't over yet. After a huge slash, Ishain used ninjutsu again. Fire style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The next moment, flames like a violent flying dragon flew out from Ishein's mouth, covering an area of nearly 100 meters. The power of this fire style alone reached S level. The fire dragon fused immediately after contact with the wind blade. Ishein's control of the two ninjutsu reached the point of proficiency, and there was not even a slight change in the process. The originally nearly transparent wind blade suddenly became a crimson slash after being fused with the fire dragon flame bullets. Genma looked at the crimson slash and sighed. It's like compound ninjutsu. Didn't the clan leaders during the Sengoku period lack such skills and were too embarrassed to go out to meet people? Although he said it lightly, Genma's movements were also unambiguous. He knew that such a level of slashing was not a joke. Then let me show you the true power of wood style. As Genma shouted, Wooden Golem punched out again. This time Wooden Golem's fist was not so easy to deal with. After a while, a deep crack appeared on the fist. Genma smiled slightly. The next moment, the wooden dragon on Wooden Golem flew out, followed by 6 wooden dragons rising into the sky from the surrounding ground. Together, the 7 wooden dragons hit the crimson slash at the same time. After continuously resisting such moves, this terrifying slash finally couldn't hold on anymore and turned into air and dissipated in the wind. But Genma's wooden golem continued to move forward, surrounding Heiteike's Hein, and right in front of his Hein, the fist of the wooden golem was approaching. This time Heiteike's Hein was doubly forced into a desperate situation. Genma didn't believe the opponent's speed and could still escape from such a flanking attack. This set of combos is not a single-point attack. As long as it hits the ground, it will produce a range attack of hundreds of meters. Previously, Ishain Heiteike suffered internal injuries with just one punch. If he was hit by the wooden dragon again, Ishain Heiteike would basically lose his fighting power. Wind style. Instant technique. At this critical moment, Heiteike Ishain fully unleashed his best speed. Coupled with the bonus of wind style, his speed, which was already far beyond the average clan leader level, was once again increased at this moment. After narrowly avoiding the most powerful wooden golem, Ishain once again avoided the attack of 3 wooden dragons. However, there were too many wooden dragons. Even though he was fast enough, he still showed his flaws in the flanking attack, and was immediately hit by the remaining 4 at the same time. This troubled forest is destined to be unable to calm down today. It has just experienced the terrifying punch before, but at this moment, it once again erupts with an impact that is not inferior at all. Amid a large amount of smoke and dust, Heiteike Ishein's figure flashed out. This time, he was no longer as cool as before. He was directly blasted hundreds of meters away by 4 wooden dragons, breaking countless trees along the way. In the end, Heiteike fell heavily to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out more than a meter away. What a terrifying wood style. Not only is it impactful, it can also absorb chakra. As he said this, Headache desperately wanted to stand up and continue fighting, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only kneel down, and he couldn't even stand. It's not because of his lack of physical strength, but because his chakra was drained out by Genma in the previous encounter. He has been controlling his chakra consumption since the battle. Even after using so many ninjutsu before, he still retained almost 30% of his chakra. This amount of chakra was enough for him to escape when he was not low in the end. However, he underestimated the power of wood style and Genma's chakra. After a series of attacks, not only did his terrifying speed have no way to hide, but he also directly drained the chakra. Genma opened Mangekyo before, not to use any pupil technique, but actually just to see through his Hind's actions more clearly, and to predict the blockade in advance. The power of Mangekyo did not disappoint him. Even if he didn't use any pupil technique, it was still physical, the biggest nemesis of magic. Seeing that Heiteke's Hind could no longer stand up, Genma controlled the wooden golem and slowly walked to him and said, "Any last words?" Heiteke's Hind. Heitake raised his head with difficulty, looked at the godlike wooden golem that covered the sky, and said lightly with style, "You are worthy of being the strongest bloodline. It seems that the chaotic ninja world may be coming to an end in your hands." Genma didn't expect the other party to suddenly say such a thing. Suddenly Heiteke's Hind raised his right hand and slashed the blade towards his abdomen. Genma immediately understood that the other party was going to commit seppuku. Speaking of which, this is also the opponent's only choice. Defeated ninjas often end badly. Not only do they suffer all kinds of inhuman torture, but they may also be subjected to various secret techniques to steal intelligence from the clan. Therefore, rather than being captured alive by the enemy, most ninjas actually choose to commit suicide after being defeated. As the leader of the clan, Heitake naturally has responsibilities in this regard. If he is really captured alive today, then the Heitake clan is really not far from extinction. Genma didn't intend to let Heiteke's Hind die so easily. In this battle, he wanted to try his distinguished heavenly gods to see what level they could reach, so he didn't kill Heitake immediately after he lost his fighting power. However, the opponent has already taken action at this moment, and Genma is not a ninja known for his speed, so it will be difficult to stop him. Fortunately, there was a turn for the better, because Heitake, who had committed seppuku, kept his eyes fixed on Genma, as if he wanted to engrave Genma's appearance in his heart. Genma saw this scene and quickly used his distinguished heavenly gods. The shuriken in the pupils randomly began to rotate rapidly, and then stopped at a certain moment. Heiteke's Hind, who was looking at Genma, turned into a six-edged shuriken at this moment, the shape of which was exactly the same as Genma's Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking further down, the short sword in his Hind's hand was less than 1 centimeter away from his abdomen. It is estimated that if Genma moved a little closer, Heiteke's Hind's life would be at stake. After using distinguished heavenly gods again, the corners of Genma's mouth immediately rose. Because he already knows the strength of his distinguished heavenly gods, his distinguished heavenly gods are an order of magnitude higher than what Danzo can use. The opposite Heiteke's Hind is a leader among the clan leaders, but at this moment he has completely become his puppet. No matter what Genma's orders, he will execute them. However, the cooldown of distinguished heavenly gods is too long. Due to his Itsutsuki physique, Genma does not have to wait more than 10 years like Shisui, but it still takes almost 5 years before he can use it again. This number of years may gradually shorten as his strength grows, but this will not be known until Genma improves his level. After controlling the Heitake in front of him, Genma had to think carefully about how to deal with him. After all, the other party is also the leader of the Heitake clan. Genma can't just keep the other party by his side. Here Genma is thinking about how to deal with the opponent, but behind him, the large army of the Uzumaki clan has already arrived. This is not because the other party is well versed in the routines of certain relevant personnel and always rushes to the scene afterward, but Genma told them when he came out before that he would come back when there was no movement on his side. Because Genma knows his moves, which are basically a wide range of AoE skills, so he doesn't want them to come over and affect his performance. When Uzumaki Shotai led people to the vicinity, he immediately saw the deep crater that looked like a meteorite impact. Although it was not comparable to the Valley of the End, it was nearly 1 kilometer in diameter. This was caused by the wooden golem's fist before. Everyone in the Uzumaki clan couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw this. They couldn't imagine what scale of battle they had experienced before. From the beginning to the end, they were in the distance, only seeing the wooden golem that blocked the sky and the red slash that Heiteke's Hind finally sent out. Uzumaki Shotai, who was walking at the front, suddenly spotted Heiteke's Hind when he got close to 400 to 500 meters away. He was still breathing. Be careful, Heiteke's Hind is not dead yet. Genma, who was still standing above the wooden golem, was still thinking about how to deal with Heiteke's Hind. He came to his senses when he heard Uzumaki Shotai's voice and jumped to the ground. Seeing Genma appear again, everyone in the Uzumaki clan respected him from the bottom of their hearts. The other party had just joined the Uzumaki clan and had already made such a great contribution. Even those of the Lord Harmony faction had nothing to say now. If Genma hadn't discovered the enemy attack today, they would have killed or injured hundreds of people to stop the Heitake tribe's invasion. What's more, Genma still has the strength to suppress Heitake's Hine. Ninjas respect the strong, not to mention that they are on their side. After Uzumaki Shotai was stunned for a moment, he hurriedly walked to Genma and said cautiously, "Sir, Heitake's Hine is not dead yet, do you want us to push him back?" Although Heitake's Hine is still alive, everyone present can see that he has exhausted his chakra. At this moment, he can completely subdue even an ordinary Jonin. Genma has already thought about how to deal with Heitake's Hine before, and he has no intention of bringing Heitake's Hine back to the clan. You clean up the battlefield. There should be some Uzumaki alive in the ruins. I will deal with this Heitake one by myself. After today's battle, Genma also understood the importance of intelligence, so he decided to keep Heitake as a secret chess piece to control the Heitake clan in secret. As for the complete incorporation of the Heitake clan, this is currently not something the Uzumaki clan can do because their current manpower cannot fully control the Heitake clan. If they are really forced to incorporate them, a large-scale rebellion will inevitably occur. By then, at least half of the Heitake clan's casualties would be lost, so there would be little point in reincorporating them. The territory would be increased by more than half, but the manpower would not be increased much, so it would be a bit stretched if they wanted to set up defenses. Moreover, Genma recently wanted to improve his lower body skills first, and did not want to involve the Uzumaki clan in the whirlpool of war. When his strength reaches the Super Shadow or even 6 paths level, it will be easy to unify the entire ninja world. Naturally, no one dared to object to Genma's orders. After everyone else had gone away, Genma came to Heitake's Hine. Because of the exhaustion of chakra, Heitake's Hine could not stand until now. Fortunately, Genma can not only absorb chakra, but also transmit chakra to the opponent. Even the 4th Hokage can do this in later generations, so it will naturally be even more difficult for Genma. After Heitake was determined to obtain chakra, he fought again and said respectfully to Genma, "See Genma-sama." Genma has been carefully observing the other party's actions and the feedback brought by distinguished heavenly gods. Finally, Genma concluded that the other party was really completely controlled by him, because not only can he affect Heitake's consciousness, he can even know clearly what the other person is thinking at the moment. In the current ninja world, the only 2 behemoths that have the strength to annihilate and annex their opponents are Uchiha and Senju. Although other families occasionally fight, they do not have the strength to swallow up each other. The emergence of Genma gives the Uzumaki clan, which has been weak for a long time, the possibility of this, but this will only happen after the Uzumaki clan's personal strength improves. But Genma has a better way, which is to attack the enemy from the inside. The current Heitake is a good target. The wisdom of the Heitake family is destined. It is difficult for ordinary families to annex them, unless they are exterminated. In the original book, only the Heitake Sakumo lineage is left in the Heitake family. This may be the reason. However, Genma can use Heitake to act internally and subtly change the Heitake clan's thoughts on the Uzumaki clan within the family, thereby making future annexation smoother. As long as the Uzumaki clan can merge with the Heitake clan, they will truly have the ability to exterminate the clan, and it will be easy to quell the war and establish a ninja village. Even the powerful Senju Hashirama in the original book only gained true unrivaled power after annexing Uchiha, integrating all the families in the Fire Nation in one fell swoop. Otherwise, the ninjas of the Senju family alone would not be able to complete such a large-scale campaign. No matter how strong Senju Hashirama is, it is impossible for him to use his ultimate move to attack the whole screen every time. That will only leave a lot of holes, country, and the population that is not even 1 out of 10. After having an idea, Genma said to Heitake in front of him, "When I go back, I will publicize this battle so that the entire Heitake clan will have a certain fear of me, and spread this battle throughout the ninja world." Although Heitake's Hine was hit by distinguished heavenly gods and had his mind tampered with, he is not a puppet. He has his own thoughts and is still a complete person, but he is absolutely obedient to Genma. "Sir, do you want to annex the Heitake clan?" Genma also had some admiration for Heitake. With just one sentence, he had already guessed his intentions. As expected, the ninjas of the Heitake clan are all highly intelligent. Yes, the current Uzumaki tribe cannot swallow Heitake, so we can only reduce the internal resistance to the Uzumaki tribe first, and then conduct a large-scale battle to make the ending appear one-sided. We should be able to take down the Heitake tribe in one fell swoop. Heitake listened and nodded. "I'm afraid there will be a few years in between, and more adults will be needed at the border to provide more deterrence." "You mean, I still need to repair the Heitake clan ninjas at the border from time to time?" "That's right, and if we really want to annex the Heitake clan, I'm afraid we will need to unite with other families to launch an attack, and the Uzumaki clan will have to rescue them at this time. Only in this way will the ninjas of the Heitake clan truly surrender." Genma originally had a simple plan for this matter, but he didn't expect it to be perfected by Heitei Hine. If he really followed what the other party said, it would probably not take a few years for the Heitei clan to return home. Genma himself is not very good at these conspiracies, so he is going to try his best to follow Heitei Hine's design in this matter. So, do you have any good candidates for this attacking family? Heitei Hine said without thinking much. The Hayaga family. As the only family after Senju and Uchiha, the Hayaga family has been coveting the Heitei family for a long time. Coupled with Hayaga's unique contortion skills, it has always been a major problem for Heitei. Genma nodded. The Hayaga family at this moment was not the first family in Konoha that was not worthy of the name. It was a powerful family that no one could underestimate in the entire ninja world. How does the strength of the Hayaga clan compare to yours? Genma didn't know much information in this area, and he had never had the opportunity to come into contact with such information in Senju in the past. Since the Uzumaki clan did not border Hayaga, there was very little information. The current clan leader, Hayaga Tenin, has extraordinary strength. I have fought with him several times and we were always at a disadvantage. We only relied on our speed advantage to get in a fight. However, Hayaga Tenin is nearly 60 years old and his strength has begun to decline. There are only 4 elite Jonin, one less than our Heitei clan, and they are quite young. The number of Jonin and Shinin is slightly better than that of the Heitei. It can be said that the entire Hayaga clan is supported by the old guy Hayaga Tenin. There have been almost no rising stars in the past 20 years. When Genma heard this, he also understood why Hayaga was so miserable later on and never even passed a cage level. It seems that this problem has existed since the Sengoku period. There are so many people in the entire family, but the people who support the facade are all old people. Guy. Then choose Hayaga. I will look for opportunities to contact them in the next few years. Genma had just finished speaking, and Heitei Hine retorted. Sir, you don't need to have too much contact with the Hayaga clan. You just need to leak the news to the Hayaga clan before the next war. The Hayaga Tenin will definitely take action at that time. Genma asked curiously, you seem to know Hayaga Tenin very well? Yes, this old guy dreamed of annexing our Heitei clan. Fortunately, you didn't kill me today, otherwise it would have provided opportunities to the Hayaga clan. They have 2,000 ninja troops who guard the border all year round. They can launch genocide at any time. War. Genma didn't expect that his whim would have such an impact. Genma himself was not afraid of the Hayaga clan, but he didn't want to experience the feeling of having the fruits of victory stolen by others. Suddenly, Genma remembered the infiltration of the Heitei clan in front of the station. He had already concluded at that time that there must be a traitor in the Uzumaki clan, so he hurriedly asked, it's obvious that you knew the Uzumaki tribe's deployment well during today's raid. Did anyone report this? Who is this Uzumaki tribe traitor? Heitei nodded and said it is true that someone leaked the information, but we don't know who did it. That person was very careful. He just secretly sent the vice admiral information to the Heitei clan spies table without being noticed at all in the process. It was only after testing that we concluded the information was true. Genma didn't expect that the man would be so cautious and never revealed his identity from the beginning to the end. However, this piece of information also allowed Genma to narrow down the scope of suspects a lot. At the very least, he could bypass the Heitei clan spies and quietly put the information on the table. The opponent's strength could never be lower than that of elite Jonin. When did you get this information? 1 day ago at noon. Genma made some calculations and found out that it was the day he set out from the Uzumaki clan. I wanted to persuade Genma and Heitei to ask the details again, so I didn't dwell on this issue anymore. Then let's do it like this. You go back and arrange it first. If there are any special circumstances, you can find an opportunity to notify me. After speaking, Genma asked Heitei Hine how to handle the Heitei clan's confidential information, so as to facilitate the secret communication between the two in the future. After Genma saw off Heitei Hine, Uzumaki Shotai came over from afar. I guess he had been waiting far away for a long time. Sir, that's the leader of the Heitei clan. Are you just going to let him go? Uzumaki Shotai is a war fanatic. How could he not be excited when he saw Genma let go of the leader of the Heitei clan? Genma shook his head and said with a smile, if we really kill him, we will be making wedding clothes for the Hayaga clan. Letting him go is to annex Heitei in the future. Don't worry, I know it. Genma did not tell Chint the detailed plan. After all, the two had only known each other for a short time, and Genma could not completely trust this person. Uzumaki Shotai seemed to understand something when he heard this. He has been living on the border all year round, and he still has some knowledge of the affairs of the Hayaga clan and the Heitei clan. Even so, Uzumaki Shotai said unwillingly, but it would be a pity to let Heitei Hine go like this. I don't know if there will be a chance for a clan leader to seize him next time. Genma waved his hand and said, don't worry, as long as I'm at the clan leader level, there won't be any worries. After explaining to Uzumaki Shotai, Genma returned to his residence and continued to practice. By the time someone brought over the statistics of this battle, it was already close to 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Genma browsed and found that the Heite clan had suffered heavy losses. A total of more than 600 Chunin came and were all killed. Of the more than 300 Jonin who remained, less than 300 survived. The number of casualties this time reached 20% of the total number of Heite people. It was indeed a massive hemorrhage. The price paid by the Uzumaki clan was acceptable. 35 people died in total, and they were all Chunin who died in Genma. Although the death was a bit depressing, people would always die in war. Genma asked himself that even if it were not his wooden golem, these 30 Chunin would most likely not be able to escape the Heite clan's pursuit. After reading the statistics of this battle, Genma began to think about the previous traitor issue again. Although the Heite clan didn't know who the traitor was, from the traitor's behavior, Genma had reason to suspect that the intelligence leak was aimed at him. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? As soon as his front foot arrived at the station, the Heite clan just launched an attack. If Genma hadn't been astonishingly powerful, this battle would have ended badly. The battle of the Heite clan is no joke. When the Uzumaki clan loses the opportunity, even if the clan leader encounters such an elite siege, it will be a disaster. All in all, the people who might want to kill me right now are Senju Butsuma, Black Zetsu, and Uzumaki Ashina. Senju Butsuma can be eliminated first. After all, even if the opponent has great hands and eyes, it is impossible for him to grasp Genma's information so quickly. Black Zetsu is possible. After all, the appearance of Genma will break the balance of the entire ninja world. This is definitely not what Black Zetsu, who has been planning for thousands of years, wants to see. But the most likely one is Uzumaki Ashina. After all, the other party is the leader of the main peace faction, and he definitely doesn't want Genma to join Uzumaki Kubo's side. The more Genma thought about it, the more weird Ashina felt. This old guy later became the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Most likely, he took it from his father-in-law. No matter what the reason, Genma had no reason to let this guy go alive. However, it has been a day since the other party set off. According to Elite Jonin Speed, he may have returned to the Uzumaki clan's territory. Thinking of this, Genma added another paragraph to the secret message on the table that he was going to send to Uzumaki Kubo. Uzumaki Ashina is suspected of leaking information and shall be executed immediately. There is only so much Genma can do. If Uzumaki Kubo really can't bear to take action in the end, then Genma can only do it himself. He cannot let the Uzumaki clan break out into civil strife at this time. After sending the information away, Genma saw that it was getting late and he simply stopped practicing. He hadn't slept for 2 or 3 days and was ready to lie down and rest. Even his sage body was a little tired at the moment. After lying down for a long time, Genma, who was originally tired, couldn't fall asleep at all. Genma always felt like he had overlooked something. Suddenly Genma stood up, and he finally realized what he had overlooked. That is to ignore Uzumaki Ashina's possible next actions. If it was Uzumaki Ashina who leaked the information, then this would definitely not be his only action. Maybe he even had a plan for what would happen after returning to the clan. After today's battle, no matter how powerful Genma is, he will definitely not have the chance to return to the clan, so if he just returns to the clan, wouldn't it be the best time to seize the throne? You know, in the current Uzumaki tribe, the main fighting faction except Uzumaki Kubo may only be about 40%, and the Uzumaki Shui Jing has also rushed to the south. Although the entire Uzumaki tribe is extremely tightly defended against foreigners, but it can be said that it is useless in defending against the civil strife of the main peace faction. Thinking of this, Genma did not dare to hesitate. After putting on his combat uniform, he hurried towards the Uzumaki tribe's territory. Genma knew that his speed was insufficient, so this time he chose to consume chakra to make up for it, that is, using a large amount of body flicker technique. Body flicker technique itself is a type of physical technique. It can be used in various terrains and uses different 5 elements. Body flicker technique also has bonuses, but the consumption of chakra is not small, and it can often only be used in a straight line, so in battle it can only be used depending on the situation. Now it is used for traveling, and Genma's chakra recovery speed is fast enough, which can support him to teleport all the way to the clan. The scene comes to the Uzumaki clan's clan territory. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, which is when normal people are most sleepy, even ninjas are no exception. After all, not everyone has a sage body like Genma. Uzumaki Ashina, who was in the clan, was not sleepy at all at this moment. He stood quietly in his courtyard, as if waiting for someone. After about a few minutes, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Uzumaki Ashina. This person's face was wearing a mask, which was the symbol of the core guard of each major family. This shows that this man is a real elite in the Uzumaki clan, and he is also the clan leader's right-hand man. My lord, everything has been arranged. When Uzumaki Ashina heard the report from the visitor, the expression on her face suddenly changed. There was no trace of the kindness in the past, but a gloomy look on her face. Today is the day when I, Uzumaki Ashina, ascends to the position of clan leader. Then Uzumaki Ashina said again, is there any news from the north? Has the Heitake tribe taken action? According to the latest intelligence, the Heitake tribe and the northern troops have started a battle. The detailed results of the battle will be released soon. Uzumaki Ashina pondered and said there is no need to wait for information. The victory or defeat there is not important. As long as they fight, they will have no time to take care of the clan. We can take action and start taking action immediately. Following Uzumaki Ashina's order, dozens of figures suddenly appeared from the surroundings. If you look carefully, each one has the strength of Jonin, but they all wear veils on their heads, and even have turbans on their heads. People cannot see hair color clearly. Then Uzumaki Ashina took the lead and disappeared into the courtyard with a group of people. When everyone appeared again, they were already at the door of the patriarch's mansion. Originally, this place was heavily guarded, with patrols disappearing 24 times without interruption. Even if the Uzumaki tribe was really invaded, this place would definitely be the safest. But today was different. Uzumaki Ashina had gone through a lot of hard work and finally managed to get 70% of the guards into his hands today. His chance is only this day, because after this day, the guard will have at least half of the main fighting faction at any time. The preparation mentioned earlier is to let your own people take action and quietly deal with all the guards who are not your own. Of course, they don't need to be afraid of Uzumaki Kubo knowing about this process, because they have already set up a barrier around them to isolate their perception. It took a lot of time to arrange this bit by bit, and today it is considered complete. Everything is everything. Uzumaki Ashina has been planning for a long time, and finally waited for the harvest moment today. Just like that, Uzumaki Ashina led 2 men with elite Jonin strength and 200 Jonin into the clan leader's mansion. The moment they entered, Uzumaki Kubo in the mansion had a sense. After all, he was also a clan leader, so naturally he wouldn't know that an enemy had entered the house. Unfortunately, it was too late. When he discovered the enemy, he also discovered the same thing about the mansion. All the usual guards were gone, and his own proud perception could not spread when he reached the outside of the courtyard. Uzumaki Kubo naturally knows this barrier as the leader of the clan. This is a barrier specifically designed to isolate sensory ninjutsu. Among the entire family, only Uzumaki Kubo and his eldest brother Uzumaki Ashina can use this barrier. As Uzumaki Ashina led people to surround the clan leader's mansion, the door of the mansion also opened, and Uzumaki Kubo walked out of it with a solemn expression. Looking at Uzumaki Ashina, who did not hide her identity, Uzumaki Kubo said sadly, "Brother, what are you doing?" Although the people present were well hidden, how could they escape Uzumaki Kubo's glasses? It was immediately apparent that these people were all ninjas from the Uzumaki clan, and the murderous looks on their faces showed that they were not here to chat with him. "Brother? If you still think of me as your eldest brother, then obediently let the clan leader out, otherwise you will die today." Uzumaki Kubo shook his head after hearing this and said the position of patriarch has always been occupied by the capable. "After so many years, I thought you had given up," Uzumaki Ashina said with some sadness and anger after hearing this. "Put it down? If I were the patriarch, my poor children wouldn't die." When Uzumaki Kubo heard this, he suddenly looked guilty and said, "I'm sorry about them, but they all went to the battlefield voluntarily." Although Uzumaki Kubo acted very guilty, Uzumaki Ashina didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. "Do it!" With his loud shout, Uzumaki Ashina, including the more than 200 ninjas he brought with him, all made seals. The seals in their hands were actually exactly the same, and even the speed was the same. Then hundreds of people shouted loudly at the same time, "Adamantine sealing chains." After shouting, 8 golden chains suddenly flew out from the ground. Each one looked lifelike and extremely solid. They didn't even think about the objects transformed by chakra. Isn't this the sealing technique that sealed Nine Tails in the original work? It is the most advanced form of sealing technique. It not only has extremely strong sealing ability, but can also materialize the seal chain for combat. It is a sealing technique that can both attack and defend in one move. It is also the strongest combat ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. In the history of the Uzumaki clan, anyone who can use this technique alone is at least clan leader level. Although Uzumaki Ashina is very talented in sealing techniques, he still cannot practice this move alone. This is just because his chakra is not at the clan leader level, so he has to rely on so many helpers this time. Uzumaki Kubo on the opposite side saw this move and immediately understood that he had nothing to hold back today. Adamantine sealing chains. Unlike Uzumaki Ashina, who gathered more than 200 people to join forces, Uzumaki Kubo relied on one person to use the adamantine sealing chains alone. However, Uzumaki Kubo used it alone, so the adamantine sealing chains he used only had 7 chains. Uzumaki Kubo's chains had just appeared here, and Uzumaki Ashina attacked with 8 chains, not intending to give Uzumaki Kubo a chance to defend. 8 chains attacked Uzumaki Kubo from different directions. At this moment, his chains had just appeared and he could not return to help. In desperation, he could only rely on physical skills to dodge. Fortunately, he himself has good physical skills. Although his speed is at the bottom of the clan leader level, it is still far higher than the average Uzumaki clan member. But this is not worth mentioning in front of the diamond chain. After all, this move can be locked by 9 tails, so what is the use of trivial clan leader level physical skills? Sure enough, Uzumaki Kubo escaped only 2 chains and was entangled in the next 6. Fortunately, he was not a vegetarian. At this moment, his chain was back at his side. After a burst of fighting between the chains on both sides, he finally escaped from Uzumaki Ashina's chain. But this time he felt uncomfortable. No one dared to touch the diamond chain. With just this brief contact, 20% of his chakra meridians were sealed. His strength has dropped a lot. He was already at a disadvantage, but now the situation has taken a turn for the worse. At this time, Uzumaki Kubo could no longer remain optimistic. He was just glad that he did not let his most beloved daughter Uzumaki Mito stay in the mansion, otherwise he would probably have to let his daughter see the scene of his death. He didn't think Uzumaki Ashina would be merciful. Rebellion was not a rare thing in the ninja world. Every time it was accompanied by the death of a clan leader. Although he knows that he may be defeated, Uzumaki Kubo will not surrender. The first thing he has to do is to break the outer layer of perception barrier. As long as he does this, he can at least attract the attention of his tribe and prevent him from being attacked, falling into a solitary situation. Fortunately, Uzumaki Kubo himself is a master of sealing, so he knows how to target this barrier. This move is similar to the Uzumaki clan's clan protecting formation. To maintain it, an elite jonin is required to continuously deliver chakra. Although this barrier can block perception, it cannot defend against ninjutsu attacks. In the following battle, Uzumaki Kubo showed his great strength as the leader of the clan. While distracted, he defused the attack of 8 diamond chains while forcibly bombarding the outer barrier. Uzumaki Kubo's fighting power is certainly good, but after all, he is unable to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. In addition to the initial injuries during the fight, Uzumaki Ashina gradually found opportunities to attack several times. Although Uzumaki Kubo is still holding on with his willpower, he doesn't know how long he can hold on. In this way, the two sides started a tug-of-war. Uzumaki Kubo hit the back and even attacked the barrier with all his strength, almost giving up defense. This posture of dying together finally paid off. When Uzumaki Kubo's own chakra was 80% sealed, the outer barrier was finally broken. Elite Jonin, who was responsible for maintaining the barrier, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground like a deflated balloon. Uzumaki Kubo's continuous attack consumes his chakra, so when the barrier is broken, it means that this person's chakra is exhausted. As soon as the barrier here was broken, many ninjas from the Uzumaki clan sensed the situation in the clan chief's mansion. Although Uzumaki Ashina has taken away most of the people and eradicated all outsiders in the guard, it is still difficult to complete. After all, the perception of the Uzumaki tribe is generally strong. Even the later ninjas can far surpass the average perception of ninjas. This shows how powerful the perception of the Uzumaki tribe is. In addition, it was already dawn and the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan had already woken up. Within a few minutes, 200 ninjas from the main fighting faction gathered at the clan leader's mansion. The number of these ninjas is not small, but Uzumaki Ashina has also been prepared. He seems to have expected that the barrier will not last long. Therefore, there are still a large number of troops in the clan as backup. They arrived at the same time as the ninjas from the main battle faction, and there were also ninjas from the main peace faction as backup. The number was close to 300. Counting the 200 people who joined the battle earlier, Uzumaki Ashina alone has more than 500 ninjas that he can control in his clan. The current clan leader's mansion has nothing of the solemn look it once had. It has long been reduced to ruins. In the center of the ruins is Uzumaki Kubo, the clan leader of the Uzumaki clan. At this moment, he looks a bit miserable. His clothes were in tatters, with gaps everywhere, and blood was flowing all over his body. He almost turned into a bloody man. Uzumaki Kubo had tried his best to break the barrier before, but he received countless attacks in the process. Although he is not dead now, there is not much chakra left. He can only pray now that his people in the clan can be more than the rebels. However, what he waited for was despair, because Uzumaki Ashina's reinforcements were actually more than his. As the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito was led by 2 guards to run outside the clan the moment the barrier was broken. These 2 guards were not simple. They each had the strength of elite jonin, although they also wanted to assist the clan leader. Neihi's order from the patriarch is to give priority to protecting the princess under any circumstances. Although Uzumaki Mito kept asking what happened along the way, both of them refused to speak. She has not yet systematically learned the sealing technique, and her perception is not strong due to her age, so she has not noticed what happened at the clan leader's mansion. The silence between the two made Mito more and more uneasy, but in the end he just ignored them and wanted to run back to the clan. The guard had no choice but to pick Mito up and continue running away. The choice of the two was wise, because as soon as they took the lead, dozens of Jonin men from Uzumaki Ashina attacked Genma's mansion. Not seeing Uzumaki Mito, this group of people immediately started tracking him, and finally traced his whereabouts from clues and chased him all the way up. The order Uzumaki Ashina gave them was not to kill Uzumaki Mito, but they had to capture Uzumaki Mito alive, so they couldn't let Mito go no matter what. Fortunately, the speed of the two elite Jonin was pretty good, so these Jonin never succeeded, but their chakra was limited. However, the pursuers behind could pursue them in batches with all their strength, always ensuring that there was a group of people with sufficient chakra, but the two of them could not rest for a moment. When the two finally emerged from the Uzumaki clan's protective barrier, their originally determined expressions could not help but reveal a trace of despair. It turned out that there was an ambush on the outside of the formation. These people did not enter the formation in order not to be discovered by the barrier squad. There were only about 100 people in the ambush, and most of them were Chunin. If a ninja of this strength were encountered by two elite Jonin in normal times, it would not be easy to deal with them. However, they have pursuers behind them now. Once they are delayed by these Chunin for a while, they will be attacked from both sides. Fortunately, the two elite Jonin had rich combat experience. After being stunned for a moment at first, they immediately launched an all-out attack. By this time, Uzumaki Mito stopped making trouble and allowed one of them to carry him. Although she still didn't know what the purpose of these people was, the enemy's same red hair and the occasional familiar face made her guess that there was civil strife in the Uzumaki clan. Thinking about the two people taking him out without hesitation, Uzumaki Mito guessed that maybe the civil strife this time was aimed at their clan leader's lineage. Tears began to well up in Uzumaki Mito's eyes when he thought about his father who was harsh on him but loved him very much. The strength of the two elite Jonin is indeed extraordinary. Faced with the siege of 100 people, they relied on their excellent physical skills to avoid all the oncoming sealing techniques, and then relied on the excellent shuriken technique. Harvested a wave of enemy lives. Elite Jonin level shurikens are not something that just a Chunin can dodge. The Chunin level sealing technique either requires close proximity or is very slow, making it difficult to get close to the two guards. The two guards did not use sealing techniques to fight the enemy, but in order to deal with the tug of war, they both chose the safest method of saving chakra. But the number of shurikens was limited after all. It took 2 people to kill 50 people and they had already used up all the shurikens. Next, both of them used the evil sealing chain, which can only be used by elite Jonin. This move is second only to the adamantine sealing chains in the Uzumaki clan. It can summon black chakra chains to fight against the enemy, but it is definitely not as powerful as the diamond chains, and you can only control one. However, it is enough to have extraordinary combat power, and can easily resolve any A-level ninjutsu. Elite Jonin will be hit by this chain, and a large number of chakra meridians will be sealed at once. The strength of the two guards is truly extraordinary. The 2 black chains cooperated perfectly. Not only did they block all attacks in a flash, but they also took the time to kill the enemies one by one. In a short time, they defeated all the Chunin who were ambushing them. But at this time, the 2 of them were also double-teamed by Jonin who was chasing them. Genma used chakra without scruples along the way, and finally arrived near the tribe's territory the next morning. Fortunately, his sage body's recovery speed was amazing, otherwise even if he barely made it there, he wouldn't have chakra to continue fighting. Genma was just about to take a breath, but immediately found a familiar figure in his perception barrier. It was Uzumaki Mito and her 2 guards. The current situation of the 3 of them is not optimistic. The chakra of the 2 guards is almost exhausted, not to mention Mito, who has no fighting ability. She is basically a burden for the 2 guards. But even so, the 2 elite Jonin did not leave her behind. They had been desperately resisting attacks from all around, without causing Mito to suffer any harm. The results of the 2 elite Jonin's battles were also impressive. The number of corpses lying around them now was close to 120. This is a mixed force of Jonin and Chunin. This kind of formation can cause a certain burden even if it is used to deal with some clan leaders. Genma didn't understand what was going on when he saw this. What he was most worried about had indeed happened. Then Uzumaki Ashina must have launched a coup. Sure enough, after the perception spread to the Uzumaki tribe, the formerly harmonious Uzumaki tribe was now in a raging war, and everywhere was filled with smoke. They have the same red hair, but they fight against each other in the clan. Genma can't tell which side is which, but it seems that one side has an absolute advantage, and the rest of the battle is almost a matter of finishing the battle. If things develop as Genma suspects, then there is a high probability that Uzumaki Ashina's side will win. Immediately, Genma stopped staying and exerted force on his feet again. The scene returned to Uzumaki Mito's side. The 2 elite Jonin had exhausted their chakra at this moment and relied on their own taijutsu to hold on. However, after fighting for so long, they had no physical strength left. The 2 men, who had never been injured, began to show scars on their bodies. Jonin, who took the lead in besieging Mito, saw this situation and knew that victory was in sight, so he did not intend to procrastinate. Use combined ninjutsu to kill both of them in one move. The 30 or so Jonin who were present heard the order and immediately responded. Yes. The two guards originally had no chakra. If the enemy used taijutsu to attack little by little, they might still have a chance, but if they faced combined ninjutsu, they would definitely die. One of the guards looked to be in his 30s, and his eyes were inevitably a little moist at this moment of life and death. I didn't expect that my Uzumaki clan, which has been inherited for thousands of years, would be destroyed today due to civil strife. The other elite Jonin next to him looked to be close to 50 years old. Although he looked shocked at the critical moment of life and death, he couldn't help but look a little sad after hearing his companion's words. They all know that after this battle, the strength of the Uzumaki clan will be weakened by more than 40%. The powerful enemies surrounding them will not be polite. The Uzumaki clan will be destroyed in just an instant. United Ninja Technique. Evil Sealing Chain. The two of them had just finished sighing, but the Jonin chasing troops over there had completed their seals and were actually practicing the amazingly powerful combined ninjutsu. The same evil sealing chains were used by all the Jonin together, but there were 3 of them, which was far better than the effect of a single spell cast by elite Jonin. Now even if there is only one, the 2 elite Jonin cannot handle it. After all, their chakra has been used up. As soon as the 3 black chains appeared, they attacked the 2 elite Jonin. Their speed was so fast that even the average elite Jonin could not match it. The 2 guards closed their glasses silently at this moment, as if waiting for death to come. Mito couldn't bear to ask the enemy to stop in the rear. Unfortunately, in this case, no one would listen to her. Mito, who was slightly desperate, couldn't help but think of Genma's back at this moment. It would be great if Genma Nii is here, he will definitely be able to defeat these rebels. Thinking of Genma's figure, Mito could no longer control his emotions and shouted to the sky, "Genma brother." As if to answer her, a familiar voice came from the sky at the same time. Wood style wooden golem jutsu. Mito heard this and quickly took a closer look. It turned out that there was a boy above her head at some point. The boy in black with a stern face was none other than Genma. At the same time, the chains controlled by the Jonin troops had arrived in front of the 2 guards. Just when everyone thought they were sure to win, a huge fist fell from the sky and hit the dark chains hard. The evil sealing chain, which was invincible against elite Jonin, was instantly smashed to pieces after being focused by the fist, and then disappeared into the air. The huge fist concentrated on the ground, directly creating a huge pit several meters deep. Countless cracks spread around the huge pit, as if it had just experienced a terrifying earthquake. The 2 guards finally escaped death, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw the fist in front of them. Fortunately, this violent fist was not directed at them. Otherwise, I can smash them into meat pies with just one punch. The next moment, the wooden golem controlled by Genma fell from the sky and landed directly in front of the 2 elite Jonin. The sight of the figure that covered the sky and the sun made the 2 of them feel like worshipping. Uzumaki Mito kept looking at Genma above wooden golem. The heart that she had been holding on was finally let go. She knew that as long as Genma came back, everything would be saved. Genma looked at the 2 elite Jonin and said, "You guys should take a rest and leave the rest of the battle to me." The 2 elite Jonin naturally recognized Genma. Although they were afraid of Genma's strength in the past, they had never felt that Genma was so kind as they do today. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. If the Uzumaki clan is experiencing such civil strife, if it were other foreigners, they would probably wish them to fight harder. However, it seems true that Itsutsuki Genma can choose to help the clan leader at this time, treat them as one of their own. The 30 or so Jonin who were about to continue the pursuit were already confident of victory. At this moment, the divine fist suddenly smashed all their combined ninjutsu to pieces. What a slap in the face. After they recognized Genma's identity, they all immediately backed down. The man in front of them was no ordinary person. He was the owner of Wood Style, a true clan leader monster, not something that an elite Jonin could compare to. Genma is a little confused. He doesn't know how to deal with these rebels. Just kill them. Then there will be at least half of the entire Uzumaki tribe's rebels. By then, the Uzumaki tribe will exist in name only. But if you bypass them so easily, I'm afraid you won't have a long memory. After some thought, Genma made up his mind. Looking at the rebels who were preparing to flee, Mangekyo Sherinan suddenly appeared in his eyes. Facing some inconspicuous rebels, Genma naturally does not plan to use distinguished heavenly gods, and his distinguished heavenly gods is still on cooldown. His plan was to use Mangekyo to strengthen his own genjutsu, and then give these rebels a genjutsu similar to Tsukuyomi's. Logically speaking, illusions of Tsukuyomi's level are extremely rare. Fortunately, the Senju clan has been dealing with Uchiha all year round, and they had an S-level illusion in their inventory. The effect is similar to that Tsukuyomi drags people's consciousness into the specific consciousness space of the caster, and then everything there is determined by the caster. It's just that it's not Mangekyo's pupil technique. Although this move is indeed powerful, it consumes an astonishing amount of chakra. A leader-level chakra can only be used 4 times at most. Moreover, it is necessary to form more than 10 seals in a row. If the enemy wants to be hit, he must continue to look into the eyes of the caster for nearly 10 seconds. This is an almost impossible requirement in a real master battle, so this move is useless among the Senju clan, even among the Uchiha, and basically no one goes back to learn it. Genma, on the other hand, did not bother to learn anything else at that time because of his outstanding talent. I didn't expect that it would come in handy today. Mangekyo can theoretically enhance the power of all genjutsu, so it should also be able to reduce the prerequisites for this genjutsu. Genma has a sage body again, so he doesn't need any seals at all, so this move can be said to be tailor-made for him. Illusion, Jingti and Fady. The rebel ninja present were all staring closely at Genma, fearing that Genma would kill them all as soon as he took action, so they happened to notice the change in Genma's pupils. They had heard of the 3 Tomo Sharingan at first, but after it was finally transformed into a 6-edged shuriken, they were a little confused and had no idea what the pupil technique was. Even though some of them were experienced ninjas, they immediately thought that Genma might use genjutsu, but it was too late. Genma's kitten Baki, after being strengthened by Mangekyo, only needs to look at each other for 1 second to cast it. The next moment, all the expressions of the traitorous ninja became dull, and in just a moment, they fainted on the ground. Their expressions before fainting were full of guilt, and they didn't know what they had experienced at this moment. Although it only lasted a moment from the outside, Genma took them through the spiritual world for 100 years. After dealing with these rebellious ninjas, Genma jumped off the top of the wooden golem and said to the 2 elite jonin, "Thank you for protecting Mito. Now you can find a place to rest and leave Mito to me." The 2 looked at each other and nodded. In their current situation, taking the princess with them would mean seeking death, and it would be safer to leave it to Mito's fiancée Genma. Besides, given Genma's strength, the person in the entire ninja world who can really fall for Mito in his hands must be at least the clan leader level. Yes. After the 2 responded, they slowly walked towards the clan's territory. Although they had exhausted their energy and chakra, they must have been extremely concerned about the war situation in the clan's territory. When Mito saw the guard leaving, he immediately rushed into Genma's arms. As a young girl, she had never experienced such a disruption. Although she acted extremely calmly and did not cause trouble to the guard, she still felt deeply powerless. Genma patted Mito's back and said, "Let's go. The battle is not over yet, the patriarch is probably still fighting hard." Mito immediately stopped crying when he heard this and said, "A battle broke out at my father's mansion from the very beginning. I don't know what the situation is like there, and the 2 guard uncles refused to tell me." Genma felt a little heavy when he heard this. If a battle broke out in the clan leader's mansion from the beginning, even if the opponent was a clan leader, he would probably be unable to support himself now. Genma didn't dare to think too much. He hugged Mito and came to the top of the wooden golem. Next, he could only rely on the wooden golem to move forward. Otherwise, if he encountered an enemy, Mito would be injured accidentally. Fortunately, wooden golem's speed is not bad either. Although it is not as good as the body flicker technique, its steps are long enough and much better than Genma's own taijutsu. In the center of the Uzumaki tribe's land, where was the original clan leader's mansion. After a night of fighting, the current patriarch's mansion has long disappeared, and the battle is gradually coming to an end. Uzumaki Kubo, who had been fighting for a whole night, was now in a coma. Under the protection of a group of brave and fearless subordinates, he could barely breathe his last breath. But there were not many of his subordinates left, and by calculation there were only about 30 jonin left. Uzumaki Kubo originally had fewer people in this clan. If these people had not been stronger in fighting ability than the main peace faction, they might not have been able to hold on for long. Although Uzumaki Ashina's side captured Uzumaki Kubo, the 200 people who had taken action previously had almost been consumed by chakra. Now they can only fight more than 100 people. This number seems very small, but for Uzumaki Kubo, the pressure has not reduced at all. There are still many stragglers fighting in other parts of the clan. Although the main combatants on these battlefields are still persisting, they are still at a disadvantage. This is not a matter of strength, but caused by the difference in numbers. Uzumaki Ashina had been planning for a long time. He had already planned everything. This battle could be said to be a must-win for him. Looking at the main combatants who were still resisting, Uzumaki Ashina spoke with difficulty. "You should just go ahead and capture him. I only want to kill Uzumaki Kubo. Why should you sacrifice your life in vain?" His current chakra has been exhausted, so he is inevitably a little weak when he speaks. After all, the opponent is Uzumaki Kubo, whose chakra volume is second only to Senju Butsuma. It would be great if they can win with the strength of their numbers. A little attrition is inevitable. The warring faction who were still resisting did not waver at all after hearing Ashina's words. They knew that Ashina's words were true, but their disagreements destined them to never join the warring faction. Seeing that these people still refused to surrender, Ashina snorted and said, "Humph, kill them all." After hearing Ashina's order, his subordinates no longer held back their hands, and began to greet him with various shuriken sealing techniques. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The ground, which was still illuminated by the sun, suddenly fell into darkness. Everyone present looked at the sky at the same time. Upon looking at it, I immediately discovered that a wooden golem made entirely of wood was leaping down towards the ground in the sky. Uzumaki Ashina's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw this scene. As the mastermind of this rebellion, he certainly understands what this wooden golem means. Etsutsuki Genma. Genma ignored the surrounding battles along the way and finally arrived at the last moment. Fortunately, Uzumaki Kubo was still alive, otherwise the Uzumaki clan would have suffered heavy losses today. It doesn't matter if the ninjas below are dead. If even the only leader-level combat power is lost, then this huge Uzumaki clan will really exist in name only. Uzumaki Nito's perception is not as good as Genma's. He only saw his father being protected by a group of people in the middle, but he had lost consciousness. Subconsciously, she thought that Uzumaki Kubo had died in the battle, and her heart couldn't help but tighten a little. The next moment, Genma's towering wooden golem landed directly in front of the rebels, directly separating them from the people on Uzumaki Kubo's side. Looking at the wooden golem that suddenly appeared in the middle, the Uzumaki rebels were a little helpless, and they didn't know what to do at this moment. The rebels are well aware of Genma's strength. He is a genuine clan leader. They spent so much effort to defeat a clan leader, and now they have to face a more terrifying Genma. It is really difficult for them. Uzumaki Ashina looked at Genma and Uzumaki Nito on the wooden golem, and immediately understood that her backhand had also been destroyed. Originally, just to be sure, he asked people to capture Uzumaki Nito, in order to prevent Genma and Uzumaki Nito from constantly telling him to use Mito's life as a threat. Who knew that if he miscalculated even this move, he would lose the bargaining chip with Genma? But Uzumaki Ashina really couldn't figure it out. Are the people of the Heite clan just living for a living? They had revealed the information in such detail, but they still didn't stop this brat? How did you get here? Didn't the Heite clan launch an attack? Before Genma could say anything, Uzumaki Ashina was the first to question Genma. When asked, Uzumaki Ashina directly admitted that he was the one who leaked the information about the northern garrison to the Heite clan. Not everyone among the rebels present knew this. After all, although they were dissatisfied with Uzumaki Ashina's rule, they were still essentially ninjas of the Uzumaki clan. They would never betray their own family. However, Uzumaki Ashina actually leaked the defense information of the north to the Heite clan for the sake of his position as clan leader. This made the Lord in faction, which had always firmly supported Uzumaki Ashina, begin to waver in their determination. Genma said with disdain after hearing what Ashina said. The Heite clan did attack, and they sent out 1,000 ninjas. After listening to Genma's words, the rebels felt even more complicated. Although they carried out a coup, they never thought about annihilating the Uzumaki clan. The Heite clan dispatched 1,000 ninja troops, which was almost double the strength of the entire northern garrison. Not only did they not provide support, they were also fighting among themselves here. Immediately, someone stood up and questioned Uzumaki Ashina. Lord Ashina, did you really leak information to the Heite clan? This is what happened to the Lord and the people in the sect, not to mention the people on Uzumaki Kubo's side. Anyone who can still breathe at this moment can't help but despair after hearing Genma's words. Their main fighting faction has been fighting all year round, and they know even more clearly that if the northern garrison is lost, it will be a devastating blow to the entire Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Ashina simply ignored his subordinates' questions, and he was even more puzzled by Genma's answer. 1,000 ninja troops were dispatched, so Heite Kashin must also be present. Genma is only a clan leader. How can he fight against so many ninjas and still have the ability to return to the clan to help? Did you just abandon the northern station? Otherwise, how could you possibly return reinforcements in time? Uzumaki Ashina brought the topic to Genma again. The Uzumaki ninjas present suddenly looked at Genma with red eyes. Although Uzumaki Ashina was wrong first, he was their clansman after all. If Genma really abandons the northern garrison rashly, then the peace faction, which had been demoralized previously, may have to work together to attack Genma again. Genma faced the stares of so many pairs of eyes present, but said calmly, who said we have to abandon the northern garrison in order to return reinforcements in time. I only managed to deal with the ninjas of the Heite clan with just a few attempts, and as Hein Heite was my defeat. After finishing speaking, Genma controlled the wooden golem under his feet, stamped his feet hard on the ground, and burst out all his chakra. The wooden golem's original size was very huge, and its power was even more frightening. With just such a stamp of its foot, a bottomless crack suddenly appeared on the ground. Coupled with Genma's leader-level terrifying chakra, the rebels who had just revealed their fierce light were immediately shocked and unable to stand. Even the battle on the outskirts of the clan's territory caused a terrifying earthquake due to this stomping, and the ninjas who were still fighting subconsciously stopped. Only then did they discover that a towering wooden golem had appeared in the center of the clan's land. Atsutsuki Genma's wooden golem is now well known in the ninja world, and the Uzumaki tribe naturally knows it well, so at the same time they understand that Genma has rushed back to the tribe. The rebels were naturally hesitant, but the main fighting faction saw the dawn of victory, and all of a sudden they burst out with strong combat power. Looking at the power generated by Genma's wooden golem kick, the rebels who were still a little confident suddenly became frightened. This lethality was incomparable to the sealing technique of their Uzumaki clan. A slight stomp of the foot can have such power. If he were hit with a fist from the front, I don't know how much noise it would make. Even the mastermind of everything, Uzumaki Ashina, couldn't help but retreat after seeing this terrifying wood style. What he still doesn't understand is that Genma's strength is far beyond the average clan leader level. Although Heiteki's Hein is amazingly powerful, compared with the monster Genma, it seems to be quite inferior. Uzumaki Ashina himself has fought against Heiteki's Hein many times. Although each time he had to team up with another elite jonin to barely fight, he still knows Heiteki's Hein very well. But recently, when compared with Genma, they are far behind. In terms of chakra, Genma is much stronger than his Hein, not to mention that Genma also has this terrifying wood style. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Ashina already had the intention of retreating, but she didn't know how to speak. Now Uzumaki Ashina's chakra has been exhausted, and he relies on the support of the surrounding rebels. However, after Genma's wave of pretending, no one among the rebels present dared to fight him. Genma can forgive any rebel, but only Uzumaki Ashina cannot, because this old guy is the culprit, and if there are more secrets behind him, Genma must also know. Thinking of this, Genma's eyes changed. The original black pupils first turned into Sherinon, then Mangekyo, and finally turned into lilac with ripples. Universal pull. That's right, Genma is using Rinnegan. His glasses can already be switched to Rinnegan. However, Rinnegan's ability is not very effective in combat, so Genma has rarely used it. Don't look at the original book where Pain destroyed Konoha by relying on the Rinnegan. It just means that Pain has more chakra. After spending so much chakra to use the Shinra Tensei, if you control the tailed beast and throw the tailed beast bomb, you can still achieve the same effect. However, you can use the Sherinon to control the tailed beast, and the chakra consumed is far less than that. Super Shinra Tensei Duo. As for Rinnegan's other abilities, they are not particularly useful in battle. Even in terms of physical detection, they are not necessarily much better than Mangekyo Sherinon. Anyway, Genma's positioning of Rinnegan is basically to play support. If he really wants to fight, he needs Mangekyo Sheringan's ability and his wood style. Universal pull. In some cases, universal pull is a good control skill. As Genma fell down with a sound, his right hand was also raised towards Uzumaki Ashina. How could Uzumaki Ashina, who had already exhausted her chakra, still have the ability to resist this universal pull? In just a moment, Genma had it in his hand. Then Genma used his right hand to tighten his neck tightly. Coupled with the ability to absorb chakra, even if Uzumaki Ashina temporarily refines chakra, only as much as Genma will absorb. This time Genma used Hungry Kido's absorption ability, and the effect was no worse than wood styles. Uzumaki Ashina was caught in Genma's hand. She originally wanted to refine some chakra but resisted. Unexpectedly, the newly refined chakra disappeared immediately. When he thought about wood styles ability, he suddenly realized that his chakra had been sucked away by Genma. Later, because he was very close to Genma, he finally saw clearly the eyes in Genma's eye sockets, the lavender eyeballs and the circles on them. Uzumaki Ashina seemed to have heard of all this somewhere. Rinnegan. Are your eyes Rinnegan? Genma thought that the only people in this world who could recognize this Rinnegan were Black Zetsu and Uzumaki Kubo, who had seen the stone monument, but he didn't expect that Uzumaki Ashina also recognized him. The rebels saw their leader fall into Genma's hands in the blink of an eye, and their fear of Genma deepened even more. This mysterious method directly refreshed their understanding. At this moment, they can say that they have no intention of resisting at all. An elite jonin is like an ant in Genma's hands. These Chunin jonin, shouldn't they be trampled to death by stamping their feet? After hearing what Uzumaki Ashina said about Rinnegan, the Uzumaki people below were all confused. How did they know what Rinnegan was? Genma thought of something and then asked, "Have you seen that stone tablet too?" Uzumaki Ashina heard the stone tablet and sneered. Uzumaki Kubo also said that he would keep this secret. I didn't expect that you already know all this just after joining the family for a few days. It turns out that Uzumaki Kubo is a hypocritical scumbag. Genma was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy. The old guy was obviously mentally disturbed. Shallow-hearted. After Genma said softly, he put his palm on the top of Uzumaki Ashina's head. As soon as his palm landed on his head, Uzumaki Ashina immediately rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. This move is exactly the ability of Rinnegan's human world, which can directly probe the enemy's memory. Direct interrogation was too troublesome, so Genma directly chose this more effective move. As for whether Uzumaki Ashina would become confused after using it, it didn't matter to Genma. It would be a pity to kill a traitor. Uzumaki Ashina is not young, so she has a lot of memories. Genma can only browse them bit by bit. At this glance, Genma has an understanding of Ashina's life. As the eldest son of the Uzumaki clan leader, Uzumaki Ashina has always been the proud son of the entire family. Until the birth of Uzumaki Kubo, all his glory fell on his younger brother. All this is just because Uzumaki Kubo's talent is better than him, not only in physical skills but also in chakra training and other aspects. Uzumaki Ashina is suppressed by Kubo. This also caused Uzumaki Ashina to be somewhat hostile to her younger brother since she was a child. In the final selection of the patriarch, Uzumaki Ashina was easily defeated by Kubo, and the seeds of hatred were planted in his heart from then on. If only this would not lead him to commit such treasonous crimes as treason, it was all because of his children. They were willing to be driven by Uzumaki Kubo, but Uzumaki Kubo looked down upon other families too much after he became the patriarch. In an active battle with the Saratobi tribe, several children of Uzumaki Ashina were eventually killed. Although Uzumaki Kubo felt guilty, he always said that people would die in war. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Ashina did not intend to forgive Kubo. At this moment, a mysterious man appeared, a man covered in darkness. He guided Uzumaki Kubo step by step in planning the rebellion. When Genma saw that this guy was Black Zetsu, he immediately understood that it was actually this 1,000-year-old silver coin Black Zetsu who planned to cause civil strife in the Uzumaki clan. Genma doesn't know Black Zetsu's purpose for doing this, but it is most likely related to the stone tablet, or it may be for other reasons. Even Genma has reason to suspect that the marriage between the Uzumaki clan and Senju in the original work was also caused by Black Zetsu. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that Senju Hashirama and the princess with the purest blood of the Uzumaki clan became a pair? There is nothing novel about the subsequent memories. They are basically Uzumaki Ashina's implementation of this rebellion. Fortunately, Uzumaki Ashina had a bit of a bottom line and did not leak the information to the Saratobi clan. Otherwise, the Uzumaki water mirror in the south would probably be in trouble. But all this is not difficult to understand. Several of Uzumaki Ashina's children died at the hands of the Saratobi clan. This was also his lifelong resentment. How could he choose to inform the Saratobi clan? After Genma exited Uzumaki Ashina's mind, Uzumaki Ashina went crazy as Genma expected. This kind of ninjutsu that directly probes the enemy's memory is not good at all. If you are not careful, it will cause memory confusion or even go crazy. However, Genma was not satisfied yet. With a little force from his right hand, all of Uzumaki Ashina's chakra meridians were shattered by him. From now on, even if he doesn't die, he will be no different from an ordinary person. Next to him, Uzumaki Mito looked at the miserable condition of his uncle. Although he wanted to speak, he held back his words. Uzumaki Ashina is a rebel, a traitor to the Uzumaki clan. This ending may be enough, otherwise according to clan rules, such traitors will be quartered. Uzumaki Ashina has surrendered, all rebels surrender without killing. Genma activated the chakra and amplified his voice countless times. For a time, the entire Uzumaki clan heard this shout. There is only one real leader of the entire Uzumaki tribe's rebellion, Uzumaki Ashina. As for the elite Jonin, there are only 3. Although they are all good in strength, their rebellion is not as determined as Uzumaki Ashina's. In addition, since this battle has been ongoing, the leaders of the entire rebel army are here in the center of the clan. After seeing Genma's terrifying strength, they naturally have no intention of continuing to resist. No matter who loses or wins in the end, the purpose is just to let the Uzumaki clan rise, but they use different methods. Now that even the leader is gone, these leaders naturally don't mind having someone else follow them. What made Genma feel more at ease was that these rebels did not put up much resistance and all surrendered after hearing Genma's order. Glancing at the main combatants who were still with Uzumaki Kubo, Genma said, "You go and surrender the rebels. The clan leader is still breathing. I have a way to revive him." Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this, and they asked in disbelief, "Genma-sama, can you really save the clan leader?" Previously, Uzumaki Kubo was breathing a sigh of relief, but by the time Genma got rid of Uzumaki Ashina, Uzumaki Kubo was already exhausted. From the perspective of the Sengoku ninjas who lacked medical ninjutsu, this situation was basically the same as a dead person. Mito, the whirlpool next to Genma, was even more excited when he heard Genma's words and squeezed Genma's hand. Genma did not explain to the crowd, came to Uzumaki Kubo's broken body, and opened his right hand towards Uzumaki Kubo. Rain Tensei. As the owner of the Rinnegan, Genma still possesses the ability to resurrect people, not to mention that Uzumaki Kubo is not completely dead yet, just on his deathbed. Samsara Fuse was a powerful ninjutsu that directly resurrected a village when pain invaded Konoha. Genma is now only used to resurrect one person, and the chakra consumed is not much. As a light green chakra flew towards Uzumaki Kubo's body, the originally damaged body began to recover quickly. After a while, the skin became a little tighter than before, as if the whole person was younger. How old? When Uzumaki Kubo opened his eyes again, everyone on the side finally believed that what Genma said was true. Uzumaki Kubo, who was already about to die, was actually resurrected intact by Genma's random ninjutsu. Genma couldn't help but feel a little proud in her heart. This is not comparable to low-level resurrections like Impure World reincarnation. It is a genuine resurrection without any sequelae. Uzumaki Kubo was naturally shocked when he was resurrected. He even saw his dead sons when he was dying, and even his father had a few words with him. However, under the guidance of a burst of green light, resurrected again when Uzumaki Mito saw this, he couldn't control his emotions for a long time, and he threw himself into Uzumaki Kubo's arms. When the Uzumaki tribesmen on the sidelines saw this, they didn't understand that what Genma said was true. He actually had the ability to resurrect the dead. At the same time, they were even more curious about the lavender eyes in Genma's eyes. Seeing that they were still there, Genma quickly said, "Why are you still standing there? Go collect the rebels." Originally, Genma's strength overwhelmed everyone, and he was also an elder of the Uzumaki clan. After today's rebellion, he was probably going to be in trouble again. This sudden order made everyone nervous. I no longer dare to treat Genma like a 10-year-old child. After the initial shock, Uzumaki Kubo realized that he was really resurrected, and his physical condition was better than before. He felt at least about 10 years younger. He used to be in his 40s, but now he feels almost the same as his 30-year-old self, and his strength has returned to his true peak. As the leader of the Uzumaki clan who is relatively knowledgeable in the ninja world at the moment, even he does not know what ninjutsu is, but he can actually achieve this level. This is much better than the medical ninjutsu that Uzumaki Kubo has been studying. Know how many times. Immediately afterwards, Uzumaki Kubo saw Genma in front of him, and the Rinnegan in Genma's eyes also came into Uzumaki Kubo's eyes at this moment. Is this a Rinnegan? Genma had already guessed that Uzumaki Kubo must know about Rinnegan, so he did not put away Rinnegan at this time. In fact, it was just to give the other party a look and understand his potential. Yes, the ability to resurrect you also comes from the Rinnegan. You should understand the power of these eyes. Uzumaki Kubo nodded longingly and said legend has it that these eyes are the unique pupil technique of Sage of Six Paths. They are eyes that can control life and death. Then Kubo sighed and said, I originally thought that even if you had Satsuki's sage body, you wouldn't necessarily get these eyes. I didn't expect that you, at only 10 years old, would already have these powerful eyes. Genma didn't know what would happen if he told the other party that he still had the Sharingan, but in the end he held back. Later, Uzumaki Kubo also found his crying daughter in his arms. The relationship between the two has been bad over the years. Even he himself didn't know how long it had been since he hugged his daughter like this. Seeing this, Genma didn't want to disturb the family happiness of their father and daughter, so she turned around and left the clan. He still has something to do next. The rebellion of the Uzumaki clan has been put down, but even if these peace factions surrender, it is difficult to guarantee that they will really act with the same heart as the clan leader in the future. Genma must copy the way he used to deal with the rebels surrounding Mito and brainwash these guys. Fortunately, after a great war, the number of rebels was greatly reduced. With the only remaining main war faction in the clan, they were barely able to subdue all of them. Through his own perception, Genma made a simple statistics of the casualties in this battle. There should be about 600 Uzumaki ninjas who died first, of which about 400 were from the main war faction. Only 400 of the main peace faction are still alive. As for the main war faction, there are barely 100 survivors. There were originally more than 1,000 ninjas in the clan, but now 60% of them were dead. It can be said that the damage was heavy. After calculation, there are only about 500 people left in the entire Uzumaki core clan area. If there is an invasion from a foreign tribe, these people really don't know if they can resist. Fortunately, Uzumaki Ashina arranged for the civil strife more thoughtfully, so even if the fight among his own people was in full swing, it was still difficult for outsiders to notice. When the rebels were almost gathered together, Genma appeared in front of them in a flash. In addition to the rebels, there were also the war faction who had met Genma before. At this moment, no matter which ninja was on the other side, they looked at Genma with awe from the bottom of their hearts. After all, this is the man who single-handedly ended this civil strife. Even though the opponent's body looks so small, the energy contained in his body is not something they can compare with. Uzumaki Ashina was the only one in the entire family who existed only after Uzumaki Kubo, but in the hands of Satsuki Genma, she was no different from a baby. Ashina was crippled with just a wave of her hand. If not, how could the rebels surrender so easily? Genma looked at everyone's eyes and understood that this time he had established his authority in the entire Uzumaki clan. From today on, his status is probably not much worse than that of Uzumaki Kubo. Even if he really becomes the clan leader in the future, it is estimated that these Uzumaki the tribesmen will not object too much. However, Genma was still worried about these rebels and said to them, speaking of it, you lords and factions have really violated the family's taboo. According to the rules, you will all be executed, but considering that you are all bewitched by Uzumaki Ashina, I choose to give you a way to survive. The rebels were first intimidated by the intimidation from the front, which made them panic. It was not until Genma said what he said later that they breathed a sigh of relief. Genma looked at them and said, "You cannot escape the punishment of death, so I will let you repent of your life under my illusion." As he spoke, Genma's eyes turned into Mangekyo Sheri-nan again. Everyone still didn't understand what was going on, but they saw the change in Genma's eyes and subconsciously looked over. Even those war factions looked into Genma's eyes subconsciously. Genma was not polite, since his illusion was not fatal anyway, so he used it anyway. Illusion Jingti and Fadi. As Genma fell, more than 500 ninjas present fell into the illusion. In the blink of an eye, the rebels present fell down almost at the same time, and they were exactly the same as those who had been hit by this trick before. His face was full of self-blame. The ninjas of the main fighting faction were better. Although they looked tired, they did not faint directly, but there was an unspoken anger in their expressions. Speaking of which, Genma's methods are not difficult to explain. He just led the rebels of the Uzumaki clan to witness the changes in the ninja world in the next 100 years in the world of illusion. During this period, Genma showed them the fate of the Uzumaki tribe based on his own guess. First, they were driven out of the fire country due to lack of manpower due to rebellion, and then there was the marriage of the princess, but the result was still unequal treatment. The ceiling barrier that was the foundation of the clan was completely plundered. In the end, they still did not survive long in the overseas country of Whirlpool. Not long after the ninja village system was established, they were completely exterminated. Although all of this is Genma's guess, it is shown through illusions as if it were a real experience, making everyone remember it vividly. After seeing the final outcome of their own family, even those from the Lord Harmony faction couldn't help but look guilty. And those warring factions are even more angry about the outcome of their family. Their struggle all the time is not just for the rise of their family, but if they are really defeated by the rebels this time, then the scene in this illusion, it might become a reality. Thinking that the scene in the previous genjutsu was so real, Elite Jonin from the main battle faction couldn't help but ask Genma-sama, will the scene in the illusion really come true? Genma nodded. Even if I don't have the ability to predict the future, can't all this be guessed? The marriage between the Senju clan seems to be sincere, but who can really know the reason behind it? And without their greatest secret treasure, the sealing technique, what will happen to the Uzumaki clan in the future other than annihilation? The main war faction, which originally did not want a marriage, now hates Senju even more. Thank you for your guidance, sir. From now on, we, the Uzumaki clan, will definitely follow the leader's lead. Although this person is not the clan leader, he probably has a certain status in the main war faction, and he is an elite jonin after all. Genma nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that this illusion had achieved the effect he wanted. Okay, everyone should be busy with their own business. This clan is in a mess now and it urgently needs you to repair it. After hearing this, Elite Jonin remembered that after a great battle, the entire tribe was basically in ruins, and he quickly took people down to start repair work. And Genma has experienced several battles from yesterday to now, and there is also a period of traveling at all costs. Even with his strong physique, he is exhausted. After finally dealing with the rebels, he fell down in the ruins and fell asleep. Fortunately, Uzumaki Kubo came here later. Seeing Genma falling asleep, he didn't understand Genma's hard work. First you blocked the Heide clan's attack, and then you rushed back to the clan's territory overnight to put down the rebellion. You are really the savior of my Uzumaki clan. Originally he was not satisfied with Genma kidnapping his precious daughter, but at this moment, Uzumaki Kubo really liked Genma more and more. He even couldn't help but sigh, perhaps it would be a good choice for him to take over as the clan leader? This is actually not a whim. In fact, Uzumaki Kubo already had plans in this regard after announcing Genma's marriage. Not to mention Genma's powerful talent, the care and sense of responsibility he shows for the Uzumaki clan is not something that ordinary clan members possess. Although his son Uzumaki's water mirror ability is also good, his talent is still a little bit behind. It is not certain whether he can reach the clan leader level in his lifetime. Compared with Genma, it is obvious who is stronger and weaker. However, choosing a clan leader is not something he, the clan leader, can say. It will also depend on the reaction of the entire family, so this matter cannot be rushed in a short time, not to mention that he has just experienced Rain Tensei, and his whole life the situation is extremely good, but it's still early to retire. The civil strife in the Uzumaki clan did not cause any turmoil in the ninja world in the end, as if it had never happened. After all, it was a rebellion within the clan protecting formation, and even if spies from outside the clan wanted to find out some information, it would be extremely difficult. But there happened to be one family who knew all the details. In the Kanagawa garrison on the border between the Senju clan and Uchiha, Senju Butsuma has led people to guard here, and the two major families have once again launched a head-on decisive battle a few days ago. He was sitting on his knees in front of the case. He did not look at the information about the battle situation, but murmured Uzumaki Ashina is a loser. After planning for so long, the rebellion failed. In front of him, there was a man covered in darkness. He was not in the shadows, but he was completely covered in darkness. Counting the time, less than a day had passed since Genma put down the rebellion. Senju Butsuma knew the news, and it was as if he had grown eyes in the Uzumaki tribe. Speaking of which, it's not all about how strong Senju Butsuma is, it's all thanks to the man in front of him who was dressed in pitch black. This guy has been seen by Butsuma since he was young. It was also this man's guidance that allowed him to ascend to the position of clan leader step by step. He also suppressed his powerful younger brother firmly under his feet, thus ascending to the throne in one fell swoop. Ascended to the position of clan leader. This man looks so inconspicuous, but even Senju Butsuma at this moment has no confidence in defeating him, and this guy seems to know everything. No matter how secretive the family information is, this guy all can be said accurately. If Genma were here, he would be able to recognize him at a glance. He was the old silver coin Black Zetsu. I'm afraid that no matter how smart Genma is, he would never have thought that the Senju clan is actually related to Black Zetsu. After hearing Senju Butsuma's emotion, Black Zetsu took the lead and spoke with his unusually hoarse voice. Don't think about annexing the Uzumaki clan for a while. It's not easy for its Satsuki Genma. After hearing Black Zetsu's evaluation of Genma, Senju Butsuma couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Oh, this is the first time I've heard you praise someone else. Even if it's me, the number one person in the ninja world, you've always been very disdainful." Black Zetsu's expression remained unchanged after hearing Butsuma's words, and he didn't even bother to look at him. Of course, Black Zetsu looks down on Senju Butsuma. Although he is also a good successor to Senju Sagebody, compared with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama planned by Black Zetsu, they are no different from trash. Madara and Hashirama are beings that can change the entire ninja world. They are the implementers of the plan that he has waited for 1,000 years. How can they be compared to a slightly stronger clan leader? The existence of Genma is Black Zetsu's biggest obstacle, so since discovering Genma's existence, Black Zetsu has been planning to kill Genma, but unfortunately several attempts have not been successful. This Uzumaki rebellion was originally part of his plan, but Genma was involved. It's a pity that Genma was still able to resolve it easily. By this time, Black Zetsu also understood that ordinary clan leaders were no match for Genma, so he was not prepared to take action easily. He had to wait until he could succeed with one blow before taking action. And he has already selected a man. It is Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Indra. The opponent has talents very close to Indra, and his future achievements are limitless. The important thing is that Madara is radical enough. As long as Black Zetsu guides him properly, he will become infinite Tsukuyomi, the best implementer of plans. During this period, Black Zetsu only needs to guide Uchiha Madara to open the eternal Mangekyo, and then Madara can take action to kill his biggest obstacle, at Satsuki Genma. His plan was naturally thorough, but unfortunately he still didn't know enough about Genma's true strength, and he seriously underestimated Genma's growth rate. Now he appears in front of Butsuma, naturally not to reminisce about the past, but to take action against Uchiha Madara, whom he has planned for a long time. You don't have to worry about Satsuki Genma's affairs. Just fight Uchiha with peace of mind. Senju Butsuma didn't expect the other party to really tell him why he paid so much attention to Genma. Anyway, Black Zetsu has always been so mysterious. Knew this time Senju Butsuma invested a lot of combat power in this battle. As soon as the battle started, he achieved good results. Even one of Uchiha's elite jonin died in this raid. Then Black Zetsu told another piece of information, which made Senju Butsuma furious. You should pay attention to your eldest son recently. He is very close to Uchiha's kid. After hearing this, Senju Butsuma immediately became obsessed with, "Are you telling the truth? That brat Hashirama actually has contact with Uchiha's people." Naturally, Senju Butsuma would not suspect that Senju Hashirama would rebel. He still knew his son well. Although he was too kind-hearted, he could still see clearly the major issues of the family and would never do anything to rebel against the clan. But that's why he hates iron for not becoming steel. People who meet Uchiha not only don't take action, but also get very close to each other. This is completely contrary to Senju Butsuma's ninja creed. Black Zetsu said without further explanation, "Your second son should know very well. He has been following Senju Hashirama." After saying this, Black Zetsu slowly sank into the ground, seemingly no longer intending to talk to Senju Butsuma. His goal has been achieved, and the next performance depends on Senju Butsuma himself. With Black Zetsu's understanding of Senju Butsuma, he knew that everything would evolve in the direction he wanted. Black Zetsu, hiding in the dark, was still paying attention to Senju Butsuma's actions, and nothing was beyond his expectations. Senju Butsuma immediately called Senju Tobirama for questioning. In a few words, it was confirmed that Hashirama was really in contact with the Uchiha clan, and his identity may still be the young clan leader of Uchiha. What happened next was just as planned by Black Zetsu. Senju Butsuma asked Hashirama to assassinate Uchiha Madara. After confirming the situation of the Senju clan, the old silver coin Black Zetsu did not stop and soon came to Uchiha's residence again. This time he did not show his body again, but secretly placed the Vice Admiral information on Uchiha Tajima's desk. Uchiha Tajima is different from Butsuma. He has been a very guarded person since he was a child. Black Zetsu does not dare to get too close to the other party. In the past, he often just put information on the other party's table, but this was enough. Uchiha Tajima, who discovered the information, called his youngest son Izuna, and learned about Uchiha Madara and Hashirama from Izuna. In this way, Black Zetsu's plan was implemented successfully, and Hashirama and Madara did meet the next day, and the classic farewell in the original work happened. What Black Zetsu wanted was Uchiha Madara's radical anger, so he deliberately let him and Hashirama get to know each other, and then personally said goodbye to the two, in order to stimulate Uchiha Madara and enhance Madara's Sharingan. Putting aside the grudges between Uchiha and Senju, there have been a lot of big events in the ninja world recently. First, Uchiha and Senju fought again, and it is said that the elite Jonin who thought Uchiha was killed in the battle. Then 1,000 elites of the Heitei tribe attacked the north of the Uzumaki tribe. Not only did they not succeed, but they lost hundreds of people. In this battle, the reputation of Otsutsuki Genma resounded throughout the ninja world. For a time, the limelight even surpassed Senju Butsuma. You must know that Senju Butsuma is recognized as the #1 person in the ninja world, and Genma has such a record when he is only 10 years old. The heads of various families can't imagine how strong Genma will be when he fully grows up. In fact, it is not surprising that the patriarchs of the major families compare Genma and Senju Butsuma, just because Senju Butsuma has fought against Heitei Kashine. Although the two men fought, Senju Butsuma always had the upper hand. But there has never been anything like Genma, where Heitei was defeated by Kashine in just a few face-to-face encounters. The difference in strength is obvious to everyone. It is obvious that Otsutsuki Genma is simply a monster with stronger strength than Senju Butsuma. But now this monster is completely on the same front as the Uzumaki clan. The clan leaders couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why didn't they have the heart to accept Genma, who was truly the #1 fighting force in the ninja world? As long as he can find a good-looking daughter and marry her to Genma, then the family that defeated the Heitei clan at this moment may become them. It's a pity that there is no such thing as regret medicine. These families have lost their best chance to compete for Genma, and they may not be as beautiful as Uzumaki Nito's princess. As neighbors of the Uzumaki clan, the Sarutobi clan is probably under the greatest pressure. The Sarutobi clan and the Uzumaki clan are feuding, and their hatred is no less than that of Uchiha and Senju. The top leaders of both sides didn't know how many children had died at the hands of the other side's ninjas, and the Uzumaki clan suddenly showed up with such a powerful helping hand. How could the Sarutobi clan feel at ease? At this moment, all the senior leaders and elites of the Sarutobi clan gathered in the conference room to discuss the next action of the family regarding Otsutsuki Genma. Originally, when Genma had just defected to Senju, the Sarutobi clan had already held a meeting, but that time they chose to ignore Genma. Who knew that not long after this, Genma's combat power had greatly improved by several levels, directly reaching a level comparable to Senju Butsuma. The leader of the Sarutobi clan sitting at the top is a man who looks upright, with a kind-hearted face and a Chinese character face, but his aura is not simple, not to mention the bulging muscles, the amount of chakra, and no one in the entire family can compare. The Sarutobi clan has been a family of ninja and body masters since ancient times. Not only is every member of the clan a grandmaster in ninjutsu, but their body skills are also among the most powerful in the ninja world. Even the Senju clan, which is the strongest in body arts, is no less powerful when facing them head-on. It is also because of their strong fighting power that they have not been easily exterminated over the years, even though they are surrounded by major ninja clans. At this moment, the Sarutobi clan leader was the first to speak. Since this Otsutsuki Genma is so powerful, our previously planned sneak attack on the Uzumaki clan tomorrow should be put on hold for the time being. The words of the Sarutobi clan leader are also reasonable. Although the Sarutobi clan is very powerful, he is the only one at the clan leader level. If he really fights against Uzumaki, which has 2 clan leaders at the moment, he will probably lose more than he wins. Naturally, he would like to destroy the Uzumaki clan in one battle, but it is a pity that the Sarutobi clan does not have much strength for the time being. The surrounding senior officials also sighed, and then expressed their thoughts. Although the Uzumaki clan's fighting ability is insufficient, this Otsutsuki Genma is not simple. He stopped Heitei's attack by himself. That's a being whose fighting power is no less than our clan. The clan leader is a little too cautious. You must know that Otsutsuki Genma is guarding the north, hundreds of kilometers away from our Sarutobi clan. Yes, even if Atsutsuki Genma supports us, we can complete the battle before then. I have received information earlier that although Atsutsuki Genma is very powerful, his physical skills are not that good. If he travels back and forth from south to north, it may take him about 5 days. Listening to the various opinions below, Chief Sarutobi also had a headache. He didn't know what to do now. Although there is a certain chance of success in launching a sneak attack, Uzumaki Shuijing is not in vain. He led his men to deploy a large number of perception barriers in the south. Although the power of a single one cannot be compared with the inspiration barrier, it is better in numbers, so that the Sarutobi clan also helpless. If he didn't have the intelligence released by the other party, there is a high probability that this sneak attack would still be discovered. After all, the Uzumaki clan's barrier is too annoying. If they really fight head-on, how can the Sarutobi clan be afraid of them? However, the Uzumaki clan is just like a turtle, guarding its own barrier and not coming out, so they really have no way to start. This time they would choose a sneak attack because they knew from their years of fighting experience that the barrier would weaken every once in a while and their perception might decrease, which was their best time to attack. But the sudden appearance of Atsutsuki Genma made the Sarutobi clan become wary of rats. At this time, the leader of the Sarutobi clan suddenly said, "Let's forget about this matter. It's really unfavorable to choose to attack rashly. Besides, we still have backup. We will have a perfect chance in a few years." After everyone heard the clan leader's words, no one was making any noise. Moreover, the Sarutobi clan did have a backup man. In a few years, they would be qualified to compete with Senju. After the Sarutobi clan leader dismissed the meeting, he made a slight move with his right hand, and a guard immediately appeared in front of him. This man was the intelligence minister of the Sarutobi clan and a confidant of the Sarutobi clan leader. "How is Suzuki doing in the Holy Land? He is the hope of our family's future. We will never allow anything to go wrong." The intelligence minister also knew the seriousness of the matter and said with a serious expression, "Master Suzuki is all normal, and his training in the Holy Land is on track." The immortal even praised Master Suzuki as a once-in-a-thousand-year genius of the Sarutobi tribe. Chief Sarutobi couldn't help but show pride when he heard this, and then said, "You have been keeping an eye on Suzuki recently. As long as his training is over, the Sarutobi clan will have 2 clan leaders, and we will not be afraid of the Uzumaki clan." The intelligence minister nodded in agreement, and then disappeared into the room. Chief Sarutobi then looked far away in the direction of the Uzumaki clan, with a look of dissatisfaction and hatred on his face. "Uzumaki Kubo, I will let you take a breather for a few years. As long as Suzuki succeeds in training, I will let you see how terrifying the Sarutobi clan's fighting power is after hiding it for many years." Uzumaki Kubo, who was far away in the Uzumaki clan, was looking at the Sarutobi clan from a distance at this moment. He knew in his heart that the real enemy of the Uzumaki clan was still the Sarutobi clan. Senju and Hatake are just fighting in a small way. The hatred between Sarutobi and the Uzumaki clan is truly irresolvable. The previous clan leaders of the 2 clans died together in the battle. In recent decades, the battle has become even more fierce. In fact, not only Uzumaki Ashina, but also one of his Uzumaki Kubo children died at the hands of the Sarutobi clan. After a day's rest, Genma, who had been running around continuously, finally recovered as before, and Genma also found that his chakra seemed to have improved a lot. It won't be long before he reaches the peak of the clan leader level. Sure enough, fighting is the best training. I have only experienced a few battles, and my strength has improved so much. It is much faster than just training. After a day, the Uzumaki clan's reconstruction work has begun in full swing, and the clan leader's temporary residence has been built. Fortunately, the courtyard built by Genma himself was not affected. Even though his courtyard was closest to the clan leader, since the focus of the battle was there, Genma's side was spared. After a brief romance with Mito, Genma approached Uzumaki Kubo. After this civil strife, Genma is very worried about the future of the entire Uzumaki clan. Now he has no time to fall in love. Now Uzumaki Kubo is in the temporary office, reviewing information from all directions with a heavy expression. Sensing Genma's arrival, Uzumaki Kubo also rarely stopped what he was doing. "You're here, and I'm about to find you too," Genma asked curiously after hearing this. "Oh? What's the matter?" Uzumaki Kubo chuckled first, and then said, "First of all, I want to thank you for giving me a way out, and for arranging the Uzumaki rebels so well." Genma waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "I let him go because of your face. As for the rebels, I just used some tricks to make them understand how much trouble they caused by falling to the ground." Uzumaki Kubo nodded, deeply convinced of Genma's words. The current rebels have changed their past one by one. They no longer have the weak momentum before, and they have adopted a positive attitude towards the war. With this in mind, although the Uzumaki tribe suffered heavy losses this time, at least they are united internally. Several times more. Genma sighed with emotion. The impact of so many casualties is still there. "I originally wanted to annex the Heite clan within a few years, but now the strength comparison between the two sides has become imbalanced. I'm afraid we will have to wait a while longer. Uzumaki Kubo's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing this. War is for resources, and the fastest way for the entire ninja world to get rich is to annex families. Although the situation in the ninja world has been turbulent over the years, the annexation of ninja families has become more and more, less and less. Each clan leader has a tacit understanding with each other. Although there are occasional large-scale wars, no clan really dares to annex others. Not only is the gap in strength too small, but other clans will not let you annex them. Even if they are as powerful as Senju and Uchiha, if they really want to annex the surrounding families, the other clan leaders will not just watch and will definitely join forces to stop them. The Uzumaki clan has never tried this kind of taste, so Uzumaki Kubo's desire to annex the family can be said to be far more than the clan leaders of other families. What's more, Genma is talking about the Heite clan, which is famous for its high IQ and combat power in the ninja world. Not a weak family. You already have a plan? Didn't you just rush to the north? The intelligence said that you defeated Heite's Hind and then let him go. Is there anything fishy in this? Uzumaki Kubo admires Genma's strength from the bottom of his heart, and in his opinion, Genma now is the real #1 in the ninja world. Genma nodded and said, I have used illusion to control Heite's Hind. In the future, he will subtly change Heite's attitude towards us. As long as we wait until the time is right and we rescue Heite once, and with Heite's Hind's internal cooperation, we can easily conquer the Heite clan. Genma then explained in detail how he conquered Heite's Hind and how the other party gave him advice. In fact, this time Genma came to Uzumaki Kubo in order to tell him about the matter and let the other clan leader understand it, so as to save Genma the trouble of transmitting information when he wants to take action. After Uzumaki Kubo heard this plan, he had to decide that Heite's Hind's planning was quite careful. As long as Genma really controlled Heite's Hind, this plan would be successful in all likelihood. The era of ninja has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years, and naturally there have been many ninjutsu that can control the enemy, but there has never been anyone that the enemy can completely trust without any flaws. For example, the Uzumaki tribe has a sealing technique that controls thoughts, which seals the enemy's thoughts and then completely implants the memory modified by the caster. This move seems to be easy to use, but it is already very difficult to deal with elite jonin, and there is a high chance of being seen through. A strong leader-level person has no way to use it. Even if the enemy loses consciousness, it is difficult to use it successfully. And if you are not careful during the process, the enemy will die on the spot. Is there no problem with your control? If Heite is bent on acting with you, and when the time comes to cooperate inside and outside, it will be our turn to suffer. Genma naturally understood the seriousness of this matter, so he confirmed it again and again that day. Don't worry, my move can be said to be the most powerful illusion, and it is definitely not something that a character of Heite's Hind's level can resolve. When Uzumaki Kubo heard this, he could only believe Genma. Although he had never seen any Genma in Genma, Genma could possess Rinnegan's man. With eyes like those linked to Sage of Six Paths, any ability to pervert would be acceptable. Let me know in advance if you have any needs at that time. The Uzumaki clan's strategic policy will fully support your plan. As long as we can annex Heite, we will truly dominate Sengoku. Genma thought for a while and said, actually, I don't need any manpower here. I have already learned the inspiration barrier and can cover the entire northern border. I basically don't need to worry about spies and invasions. And if we encounter a frontal war, my strength alone is enough to stop any family's army. In this case, the permanent troops stationed in the north can be greatly reduced. After Uzumaki Kubo heard this, he was first shocked by Genma's talent. This inspiration barrier serves as the Uzumaki clan's protective formation, but it is a masterpiece of many ancestors who worked hard. Even he, Uzumaki Kubo, took 2 years to learn it. And Genma actually learned it in just 1 day. Looking at the posture, Genma said, the range of perception even exceeded the range of the clan's formation. Genma seemed to be more talented in this barrier technique than his daughter Mito. Your talent, forget it, it's more irritating than others. Even Kubo, who is always serious, couldn't help but sigh. You will be in charge of reducing manpower in the north. Manpower is indeed a bit tight here in the clan. Many daily tasks are no longer available for manpower. Genma indeed considered the clan's manpower shortage, so he chose to reduce the manpower in the north. In the final analysis, the biggest problem is that the middle-level ninjas of the Uzumaki clan are too weak in combat effectiveness. Although it was in front of the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Genma pointed out the biggest weakness of the Uzumaki clan without hesitation. In fact, as the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kubo didn't know this. He just wanted to fundamentally change this, but it didn't happen overnight. He thought that he had already prepared to make Genma the next clan leader. Uzumaki Kubo finally told the biggest secret in his heart. In terms of high-level combat capabilities, our Uzumaki clan actually already has an idea, and after years of improvement, we have developed a feasible method. As long as we operate it properly, we can directly mass-produce clan leader-level warriors. When Genma heard what Kubo said, he had already guessed that it was the 4-image seal that could seal tailed beasts. This method could indeed mass-produce Jinchura Ki, and the lowest strength of Jinchura Ki was basically the clan leader level. However, there is a prerequisite for becoming a Jinchura Ki candidate. The vitality must be strong enough, otherwise it will be difficult to accommodate the tailed beast. The Uzumaki clan has no worries about this. They are recognized as having tenacious vitality, and their average lifespan dominates the ninja world. They can be said to be a longevity clan. What method? Tell me it's okay. I just joined the Uzumaki clan not long ago. Uzumaki Kubo looked at Genma's probing words and chuckled. Don't be so cautious. If it weren't for you this time, our Uzumaki clan would be close to extinction. I won't test you again in the future. Genma chuckled after hearing this. Uzumaki Kubo then continued, the method is to use the 8-sign seal that we have developed to seal the powerful tailed beasts that exist in the ninja world into people's bodies to become Jinchura Ki, so that people can control the huge chakra of the tailed beasts, thereby mass-producing powerful clan leaders. Genma said curiously, now that the 8-sign seal has been developed, why haven't you started taking action yet? Can't you find the tailed beast seal? Uzumaki Kubo shook his head and said, we have selected a target for the tailed beast. It is the 9-tails demon fox, the most powerful among the tailed beasts. Its location is in the southern part of the Fire Country, in the primeval forest not far from our Uzumaki clan. As for why I didn't take action, I feel a little ashamed. It's because the Uzumaki clan is not strong enough to surrender 9 tails. 8-sign seal can seal chakra, but the prerequisite is that the tailed beast loses its ability to resist, otherwise the Jinchura Ki will be killed if it bites back. Death is certain. Genma thought about it, and it was indeed the case. At this time, the bug-level ghoul seal had probably not been developed yet, so if you wanted to seal the tailed beast, you would have to rely on force. However, Uzumaki Kubo is a tall man among the patriarchs. When he meets 9 tails, whose physical strength is not inferior to that of Chaoying, it is estimated that it is not enough for him to hit the tailed beast bomb. Even if he brings a few elite jonin, he will not be able to face the current situation. 9 tails probably won't work either. Genma wanted to understand this and asked again, what about the other tailed beasts? If 9 tails is not easy to attack, the strength of the other tailed beasts may not be as strong. Genma is familiar with the entire original work and naturally knows clearly that the most powerful among the tailed beasts is 9 tails. The other ones from 1 tail to 7 tails are actually about the strength of the clan leader. A few tailed beast bombs will lose their power. Chakra, the recovery speed is far from comparable to 9 tails and 8 tails. Although we have also investigated other tailed beasts, they are all scattered in other countries on the ninja continent, and they are quite far away from the land of fire. If thousands of mountains and rivers are used to seal them, the clan will have no defense. Genma finally understood what was going on after hearing this. Although the tailed beasts in the current era have not been assigned to each family, they are not all in the same country. Besides, Kurama has such a bad temper, he probably does not allow other people in his territory. Tailed beast. I can actually handle the 9 tails matter. With style is essentially the best way to restrain tailed beasts, and my current strength is not weak at all even if I face 9 tails head-on. Since he had such a perfect plan, Genma naturally stepped forward and chose Mito for Jinchura Ki. Genma knew it was Mito without even thinking about it. It was a simple matter for Genma to help his future wife make an appointment with 9 tails in advance. Uzumaki Kubo immediately became excited after hearing this, but calmed down immediately and said, don't underestimate 9 tails. In the early years, our Uzumaki tribe tried to seal 9 tails. The strength of the Uzumaki tribe back then was much stronger than it is now. We dispatched 2 clan leaders, 6 elite jonin and 5 more than 100 jonin's elite troops, with this configuration, still suffered heavy casualties, and they were not able to seal 9 tails. Genma knew that the other party was reminding him with good intentions, but he still said confidently, don't worry, Patriarch, it's not like you haven't seen my wood style before. In front of my wooden golem, 9 tails is just a little fox. Although this statement is a bit boastful, after all, no matter how strong wooden golem is, it is still not the Buddha of truth several thousand hands. At most, it is only a little higher than 9 tails. However, Uzumaki Kubo had seen wooden golem at least, and compared the body shapes of wooden golem and 9 tails in his mind. Not to mention that wooden golem seemed to be taller, which made him feel relieved. This matter cannot be rushed at the moment. The location of 9 tails is changing all the time. We will wait until the next report from the tracing team to take action. When will the next report be? Uzumaki Kubo replied, there will be reports about once every half a month, so you have to be prepared in advance. Genma nodded after hearing this. In fact, he himself is also very interested in 9 tails, and he doesn't know how strong the current complete body 9 tails is. Who is stronger or weaker than him, the wood-style strongman of Atsutsuki Sage body? Fans of the original Hokage have actually always had a way to identify a truly strong person, and that is to watch that person's battle with 9 tails. For example, Madara and Hashirama played Nine Tails like pets in the original work, so no matter how well Naruto and Sasuke showed up after being cheated in the later period, they were still recognized as the strongest. The fourth Hokage blew loudly, but ended up sealing Nine Tails and dying. In the end, most Fire fans classified it as uninteresting and useless. And Pain, who claims to be a god, even sealed half of Nine Tails to the point of death. In the end, he was inspired by the mouth escape. From then on, Pain fell from the altar and became the best blower in the ninja world. Of course, there is some information about Pain that is known, and he launched a Super Shinra Celestial Conquest before the battle. Otherwise, it is still unclear whether he can win in the end. However, compared with Super Cage level, Pain is still a bit unsatisfactory. And Genma even believes that if you don't have the strength to defeat Nine Tails, you have no right to say that you dominate the ninja world. After the two discussed the high-end combat power, Uzumaki Kubo talked about the mid-level combat power again. As for the combat effectiveness of the low-level ninjas, our Uzumaki clan has been troubled for thousands of years. Naturally, it's not that we don't have any plans, but there are big problems in implementation. Genma nodded after hearing this. The Uzumaki tribe's naturally powerful vitality is destined to live longer than other ninja families. If the fighting power at the bottom could be even slightly equal, the Uzumaki tribe would have dominated the ninja world long ago. Genma believes that if the Uzumaki clan does not think about solving this problem, then there is something wrong. After all, the other party has even thought about it at the mass production clan leader level. How could they not consider this basic issue? Uzumaki Kubo continued. Actually, to put it bluntly, the lack of combat power of the Uzumaki clan's ninjas is only due to the lack of offensive methods. In order to form a combat power with sealing and barrier techniques, they need to reach at least Jonan's level. In order to solve this problem, the sages of the Uzumaki tribe invented a space sealing technique that can seal ninjutsu into scrolls. Genma's eyes lit up when he heard this. This technique was naturally familiar to Genma. This kind of ninjutsu sealed into scrolls and talismans was used by Jiraiya in later generations. Even this move is not only a sealing ninjutsu, but can also directly store various ninja tools, thereby achieving a magical effect similar to the space storage bag in the novel about cultivating immortals. Genma had paid special attention to this move before, but it was not found in the inventory of the Senju clan. Unexpectedly, the founder of this move turned out to be a ninja from the Uzumaki clan. It makes sense when you think about it. This move is not only a space ninjutsu, but also involves a lot of knowledge about sealing techniques. How could it be invented by a Senju family who specializes in ninjutsu and physical skills? Sure enough, according to Uzumaki Kubo's introduction, this trick can indeed store ninja tools. Now the Uzumaki clan has put it into use. It's just that Genma has only joined the Uzumaki clan not long ago, so he hasn't noticed it yet. Although storing ninja tools can save a lot of transportation time, the combat power they can convert is still limited. After all, shuriken technique requires a lot of physical skills. The best way to solve the lack of combat power is to develop ninjutsu scrolls. Genma didn't ask any more questions because he knew Uzumaki Kubo would give him the answer. The biggest problem is ninjutsu. The Uzumaki clan itself cannot learn regular ninjutsu, so there is no ninjutsu that can be sealed. There is no way to talk about this sealing ninjutsu. We have also tried to negotiate with other families and asked them to provide us with it. I helped to seal the ninjutsu, but it all ended hastily without any follow-up. Genma nodded. Even if the Uzumaki clan secretly concealed this matter, other families would not agree so easily, because this fact is too suspicious. Even if he does not consider other things, there is no possibility that his family's ninjutsu will be revealed. Which family would agree? Things took a turn for the better a while ago. Senju Butsuma agreed to this deal, and the bargaining chip was to let Mito marry Senju Hashirama. You also know the outcome of this matter, so currently you are the only one in the Uzumaki clan who can use ninjutsu. Alone. After hearing this, Genma finally understood why the Uzumaki clan tried their best to please Senju, and when he chose to join, Uzumaki Kubo agreed without much hesitation, presumably because of the ninjutsu seal. Of course I'm willing to take action, but I don't know if this sealing ninjutsu is troublesome and can it be mass-produced? My main task now is to practice. I can't keep making these ninjutsu scrolls. Although Genma was willing to agree immediately, he still asked the matter clearly. He did not want to become the printing machine of the Uzumaki clan's ninjutsu scrolls in the future. It would be difficult for him to improve his future cultivation. The Jonin of the Uzumaki tribe can do the sealing thing. You just need to take the time to use some ninjutsu. The power does not need to be too high, A-level. An A-level ninjutsu can produce at least a dozen ninjutsu scrolls. Genma then asked what about the materials? This sealing technique requires quite a lot of ink and paper. Uzumaki Kubo nodded and said solemnly, "You are very thoughtful. These are indeed consumables. The cost of a ninjutsu scroll is no worse than a shuriken, or even much higher. Fortunately, we have planted the relevant materials in advance, which is enough to support the entire Uzumaki clan. Genma also didn't expect that the Uzumaki tribe was so well prepared. It seemed that they had already started planting related materials an unknown number of years ago. The ancestors of the Uzumaki tribe were indeed quite ambitious. Actually, I have an idea to improve this ninjutsu scroll. Although the ninjutsu scroll is good, it still consumes chakra. It cannot be used in large quantities. If the sealed ninjutsu is replaced by an explosion similar to a firecracker, chakra may be omitted. Consumption, reaching the same power as a ninjutsu scroll. Genma is talking about the famous detonating talisman. This war artifact has not been developed yet. Although I don't know who invented it, I think the Uzumaki tribe must have the best chance of inventing it. Maybe what they lack is just an opportunity. When Uzumaki Kubo heard that Genma could draw inferences, he couldn't help but look at it again, and then said with some confusion, "I do know about firecrackers. Those things are not very powerful. Even genin may not be able to hurt them." Although the technology of the ninja world is not yet developed, some people have still developed firecrackers, but they are mostly used to celebrate during festivals, and no one realizes the strategic significance of gunpowder. Although Genma didn't know the proportion of gunpowder blending, the ninja world never lacked geniuses. What they lacked was just an idea. As long as he told the idea of blending explosives, it wouldn't take long for the Uzumaki clan to prepare it. After that, Genma talked about the gunpowder in detail. Although Genma himself knew little about it, Uzumaki Kubo still understood that there was indeed room for manipulation. Moreover, if this research is successful, the Uzumaki clan's offensive methods will be enriched, even far exceeding the value of the ninjutsu scrolls. This alone makes Uzumaki Kubo worthy of investing a lot of energy in research. I will put this matter on the agenda. I have started sending people to study it in recent days. With your ideas, I can produce the sealing talisman in a short time. Genma said with some pride after hearing this. Since I proposed this matter, the naming rights are also given to me. This thing will be called the detonating talisman from now on. Uzumaki Kubo naturally has no meaning, and the name is also very appropriate. He can already imagine that the future Uzumaki clan will use detonating charms and ninjutsu scrolls to change the decline of the past, and now their high-level combat power is extremely powerful. Not to mention the two clan leaders, Genma may still be the strongest in the entire ninja world. Before long, his daughter Mito may become the first Jinchuriki, the leader of the three clans. A super-level person, this foundation has surpassed Uchiha and Senju. After a conversation between the two, they immediately implemented the two major inventions that would shock the ninja world in the future. From this day on, the war in the ninja world turned to technological video, and the ninja tools bid farewell to the single shuriken. Of course, within a short period of time, these two great inventions will only be unique to the Uzumaki clan. This will be the step in the rise of their clan. Starting from these two great inventions, the Uzumaki clan will truly emerge in the ninja world. After talking to Uzumaki Kubo, the two of them went non-stop to the Uzumaki clan, the secret place where ninjutsu scrolls were developed. This place is covered by a perception barrier all year round. Outsiders, even Genma's perception, cannot easily cover it. Therefore, only the true core of the entire Uzumaki clan knows about this place. Ninjas from other races have no chance to get close to this place, because this research and development site is underground in the Uzumaki clan leader's mansion. If others want to get close, they have to ask Uzumaki Kubo if he agrees. Genma didn't skimp on his chakra either, throwing out a few A-level ninjutsu to make people seal it at the beginning. Because he still has physical problems with his chakra, every A-level ninjutsu used by Genma has a power close to S-level. Therefore, the original plan of using ninjutsu to create more than a dozen at a time is not enough. Every time Genma uses ninjutsu, it takes at least 30 ninjutsu scrolls to seal it. This has damaged Uzumaki Kubo on the side. Now their output speed will be greatly accelerated. The only problem may be the recovery speed of Genma's chakra. However, the speed of Genma's chakra directly refreshed the understanding of the R&D personnel and Uzumaki Kubo. Genma has been using A-level ninjutsu from morning to night. Among them, he has dabbled in the 5 elements of ninjutsu: wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water. He can use every escape technique perfectly, and the power is blessed by the chakra attribute. It can be seen that Genma is born with a 5-attribute physique, and when he uses it from morning to night, this monster's chakra does not show any signs of being used up. Only under this situation can everyone in the Uzumaki clan understand what kind of monster Genma's physique has become. Before Genma lay down tiredly, the Uzumaki clan members responsible for the seal had gone back and forth for more than a dozen times. These people were jonin per capita, but they were still a drop in the bucket when it came to sealing ninjutsu, and there was no comparison with Genma. It continued until later. Although Genma's chakra was still enough, his head was a little blurred. Finally, he remembered that he had a clone technique, and he could just let Wood clone do the job from now on. And he has to put the annexation of the Heite clan on the agenda. As long as the Heitei clan joins Uzumaki, the job of making the ninjutsu scroll printing machine can be handed over to others. However, what is directly proportional to Genma's hard work is the output of the ninjutsu scrolls. In one day, with Genma's help, nearly 10,000 ninjutsu scrolls were sealed. Fortunately, the Uzumaki clan has enough scrolls in stock, otherwise Genma would have to use up their stock in one day. Uzumaki Kubo was also happy and said to Genma, "Good son-in-law, you have made great achievements. You won't have to work so hard in the future. The scrolls of our family cannot provide you with such seals every day. Just do it every 10 days and a half." Seeing the old guy smiling so happily, Genma didn't show any mercy to him, but he had made up his mind to let his clone do this from now on. Moreover, the processing of this ninjutsu scroll is not complicated. Even if he goes to the northern station, he can do it there. It's just a little troublesome to transport it back and forth. However, Genma will not be able to return to the north in a short period of time, because the next Nine Tails location information will come soon. Instead of wasting time coming back and forth, he might as well wait for the news in the clan area, and then capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki in one fell swoop. It's not too late to go back to the north. Fortunately, he has conquered Heitei Yishin now, so he is not worried about the Heitei clan suddenly attacking. What's more, the Heitei clan is now unable to launch an attack in a short time. They have just suffered a series of tragic blows and are already tired of dealing with the Hyuga clan's attack. The two sides will not be able to tell the winner for a while. Although it is not yet to the point of genocide, but this war between the two sides will inevitably be protracted. Heitei Kishine has sent a secret report today, and Genma also knows the details from the secret report, which is much faster than the Uzumaki clan spies. When Genma first got this information, he also thought about sending troops to the original Heitei immediately to find a way to annex the Heitei clan, but after thinking about it, his arrangement has not yet taken effect. The Heitei clan does not recognize the Uzumaki clan enough, and even Genma, the pressure on them has not reached its peak. The most they can do now is to destroy the Heitei clan. It is not easy to conquer them. In the next 10 days, Genma will send his wood-style clone to seal the ninjutsu whenever necessary. No one of the Uzumaki people present could be so extraordinary that this is a clone. First of all, the chakra of the wood-style clone itself is also extremely amazing. The reason is that the wood-style clone is so powerful. This is not an ordinary clone, but the original body. Completely split in two, not only has chakra but can also restore chakra, which is basically equivalent to a real person. Uchiha Madara later used wood clone to use Susan. Because this is basically a living person, it will not dissipate directly due to strong physical attacks. Only after suffering a fatal attack, the wood-style clone will reveal its prototype. During the rest of the time, Genma, in addition to continuing to taste the delicious food cooked by Mito, was also immersed in the practice of taijutsu. As a result of his hard training, his physical quality has improved significantly. In just 10 days, he has improved from the original Chunin level physique to Jonin. Thinking about it, it won't take much time to upgrade to elite Jonin. Mito's cooking skills have become stronger and stronger under Genma's guidance. If she was just a whim at first, now she really likes the feeling of cooking. If Genma hadn't been afraid of ruining Mito's training talent, she would have wanted her to be a full-time cook. As the person involved in sealing Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito also knew her important responsibility, but she did not object. Instead, she was extremely looking forward to becoming a Jinchuriki. She has always been eager to become stronger and become a truly useful person to the family. This time, if it succeeds, her long-cherished wish will come true. In the original book, she waited for this day for at least 10 years. This time, with Genma's help, the Uzumaki tribe is determined to win Nine Tails. After receiving information about the latest location of Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kubo took Genma and Mito, and the three of them quietly left the Uzumaki clan. According to the latest information obtained by Uzumaki Kubo, Nine Tails is located near the seaside in the southern primeval forest. After getting the information, Uzumaki Kubo was originally going to bring a few more elite Jonin, but Genma interrupted him. In Genma's own words, this time although it was apparently sealing Nine Tails, creating the first Jinchuriki in the ninja world. In fact, it is essentially a battle for Genma to test his own strength, so he does not need any helpers. The reason why he brings Uzumaki Kubo is because Kubo is good at sealing. When the time comes to seal, he can provide guidance from the side to avoid mistakes in Genma's crude sealing skills. After all, the carrier is Genma's future wife, and he doesn't want any mistakes to occur. Uzumaki Kubo had no choice but to agree to Genma's statement. There were only 3 people traveling this time. Although it seemed a bit small, their strength was not weak. With the strength of the 2 patriarchs, even if there is any accident, Uzumaki Kubo believes that it can be resolved. At the very least, Mito's safety can be guaranteed. There is absolutely no problem with this. As for the issue of whereabouts being leaked, the Uzumaki clan had just tried their best to use Genma's genjutsu. They were very loyal and were not afraid that anyone would leak them. The two clan leaders were responsible for covering up their whereabouts, and spies from other clans could not discover them. Therefore, although the number of people in this group is small, they can be truly invisible. If they really bring a few elite jonin originally ordered by Uzumaki Kubo, they may not be able to be so secretive. The southern border of the Uzumaki clan is the Sarutobi clan. There are many spies from the Sarutobi clan. Along the way, both Genma and Kubo opened barriers to shield their perception. The two layers of barriers are superimposed. Even Genma himself may not be able to break through. Therefore, unless they are seen from the front, the whereabouts of the three people can be said to be absolutely secret. While Genma is shielding his perception, he also uses his own 24-hour inspiration barrier. Under this inspiration barrier that can cover a radius of more than 100 kilometers, any secret sentry is as useless. However, Genma did not dare to probe too carefully, because ninjas who have reached a certain level of strength will have a certain sense of other people's probes. It is better than Heitakus Hein, who discovered Genma's probe that day. This is not a barrier ninjutsu in itself, but just the sixth sense from the strong. Genma was naturally afraid that he might accidentally detect the leader of the Sarutobi clan and their whereabouts would be revealed. The number of secret sentries along the way is extremely astonishing, at least about 500 people, which shows how much the Sarutobi clan attaches great importance to the Uzumaki clan. In addition to an astonishing number of secret sentries, there are also continuous patrols. Even with Genma's perception, the three of them often need to stop and wait for the opportunity if they want to pass quietly. Otherwise, under the layers of patrol troops, you will be discovered head-on accidentally. As for the secret traps made of silk threads that are difficult to see with the naked eye, there are countless of them. This kind of defense is really watertight. This is only the border of the Sarutobi clan. If it were the Sarutobi clan's territory, the deployment would probably be even more strict. Only then did Genma understand why some families were not easily invaded by other families even though their senses were not very strong and they did not have barrier ninjutsu. This was all because of such dense guards. Come to think of it, the Sarutobi family is not the only one with this arrangement, other families are probably not much different. Previously, the Heite clan used thousands of troops to attack, so Genma failed to discover their deployment. Otherwise, the Heite clan's deployment would probably not be worse than that of the Sarutobi clan. Genma also sighed at this time. If anyone dares to underestimate the tactical prowess of Sengoku ninja in the future, he will fight him. Although the ninjas here are powerful, there are few tricks in the battle, but it's not that they don't use them, but under such tight defense, sneak attacks are basically impossible. Even Uzumaki Kubo, a patriarch, can be exposed accidentally. After all, not everyone has Genma's bug-level perception. Along the way, the three of them kept their speed to a minimum. After 5 days of sneaking, they finally passed the tight defense of the Sarutobi clan's border. Next, they had to continue south until they entered the primeval forest in the southernmost part of the Fire Country. After the three people left the Sarutobi tribe's defense, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the ground somewhere in the Sarutobi tribe's territory. Upon closer inspection, it was the old silver coin Black Zetsu. Seal 9 tails, do you think I will let you achieve it easily? At Satsuki Genma, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Black Zetsu's current location was far more than 100 kilometers away from Genma, but he was still able to understand their actions, and his terrifying stealth ability was only revealed at this moment. Genma did not relax his senses along the way, especially knowing that Black Zetsu would most likely target him, so he focused on sensing suspicious vegetation along the way, but he found nothing. After Black Zetsu murmured something, he once again hid his figure in the darkness. By the time Black Zetsu became active again, he had already arrived at the center of the Sarutobi clan's territory. His unpredictable stealth ability allowed him to ignore the strict layout of the Sarutobi clan and went directly to the clan leader's mansion. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiraki, the leader of the Sarutobi clan, is handling family affairs in the room. In the corner of the room, Black Zetsu's figure suddenly appeared. Sarutobi Hiraki, who was still immersed in the scroll in his hand, pulled out the katana that was inseparable from his waist as soon as Black Zetsu appeared. IAI Flash. After a soft drink, Sarutobi Hiraki used the astonishingly powerful IAI Slash. He once used this move to kill an elite jonin instantly. Even if a powerful man at the patriarchal level encounters this sword, he must deal with it with all his strength. However, the knife that he was determined to win seemed to cut into the air. Sarutobi Hiraki knew that he had not hit the enemy. Although he was a little surprised, he also expected it. After all, the enemy is a strong man who can sneak into the clan chief's mansion silently. How could he be easily killed with such a slash? But when he turned around again, there was no shadow anywhere, only a scroll on the ground. Aren't you here to assassinate? Although Black Zetsu's actions were strange, Sarutobi Hiraki still analyzed that this person did not intend to kill him, and the purpose was probably just to give this scroll. Before going to check the scroll, Sarutobi Hiraki thought carefully in his mind, but found that he had never heard of anyone similar to Black Zetsu. Logically speaking, a strong man of this level would definitely not be only unknown people are right. The scroll now came from a strange strong man. He would not go over and open it stupidly. After thinking about it, he called Genin to open the scroll, while he himself watched from a distance. Genin was called over by Sarutobi Hiraki. Although he didn't know the situation, he still opened the scroll out of absolute obedience to the clan leader's order. But things didn't seem to be as terrible as he thought. The scroll didn't seem to have been tampered with. Sarutobi Hiraki on the side saw that he might have been too cautious, but he still did not approach, but asked from the side what's recorded in it. At this time, which Genin took a serious look at the contents of the scroll. The imaginary encryption did not exist. The common language of the ninja world was used, and he, a Genin, could easily read it. But the more he looked at this Genin, the more solemn his expression became, and finally he showed an expression of disbelief. Sarutobi Hiraki asked even more impatiently when he saw this. What on earth was written? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiraki's voice became obviously heavier, and the Genin quickly replied, the scroll says that the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kubo, led its Satsuki Genma and Uzumaki Mito, secretly passed through our clan's border defense to seal Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiraki couldn't sit still when he heard this and continued to ask, seal Nine Tails? What are you doing to seal Nine Tails? He couldn't help but feel nervous. This time, Uzumaki Kubo and Uzumaki Genma were dispatched. Uzumaki Kubo was not to mention Uzumaki Kubo. Sarutobi Hiraki and Uzumaki Kubo were old acquaintances. They had played against each other countless times, and they knew in their hearts that they were the same. A troublesome enemy, Satsuki Genma is even more powerful in the ninja world than Senju Butsuma at the moment. He would never believe that two people took action at the same time just to seal a Nine Tails. Nine Tails is a famous monster throughout the Fire Country. Its strength far exceeds that of any clan leader. It is synonymous with natural disasters. Wherever it appears, it will inevitably cause countless casualties. Such a monster, why did the Whirlpool clan have no time to seal it? Isn't this looking for trouble for themselves? As for Uzumaki Kubo and the three of them passing through the Sarutobi clan's defense line, Sarutobi Hiraki was naturally surprised, but it was not that difficult to accept. After all, although the border defense lines are extremely tight, if you really investigate carefully, you will always find a loophole. He didn't expect that Uzumaki Kubo and the others could pass the test because the test was Genma's terror perception, otherwise he wouldn't have been shocked. Facing Sarutobi Hiraki's questioning, the Genin just said tremblingly, the scroll just says that once Uzumaki Kubo successfully seals it, Uzumaki Mito will be able to control Nine Tails chakra. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiraki couldn't help but exert a little force on the wooden floor. A crack was instantly created on the wooden floor. I think he must have been extremely angry. Even if this information has not been confirmed, Sarutobi Hiraki does not dare to be careless in the slightest. You must know that it is the chakra of Nine Tails, which is far beyond any clan leader level. Even without the concept of super cage level, Sarutobi Hiraki can understand how strong it must be. At that time, the Uzumaki clan will have 3 clan leader level combat powers in one fell swoop, even more powerful than the Uchiha and Senju clans. However, the Sarutobi clan's plan to destroy the whirlpool that they have been planning for many years is about to come to nothing. How can Sarutobi Hiraki accept this? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiraki was about to say something, but Genin, who was responsible for checking the scroll, suddenly foamed at the mouth and fell down. When Sarutobi Hiraki looked over, Genin was no longer breathing. Is there poison in the scroll? Although this subordinate is only a Genin, the poison on the scroll can kill people in an instant, which shows that the poison is extremely terrifying. Sarutobi Hiraki is also glad that he is cautious enough. Fortunately, he already knew the information about the scroll, and the next question was how to deal with it. He absolutely could not let the Uzumaki clan seal Nine Tails, but the specific location of Uzumaki Kubo and the others was not mentioned in the scroll. On Genma's side, after passing through the territory of the Sarutobi clan, they entered the primeval forest in the southernmost part of the Fire Country. There are no ninja families here, just a large number of wild beasts and countless poisonous insects. Logically speaking, even if there are no precious resources for such a chassis, no family should let it go, especially the Sarutobi clan whose territory is closely adjacent to this place, let alone this chassis. All this has to do with the owner of this forest, Nine Tails. Although Nine Tails has been wandering aimlessly in this forest, as long as someone enters this forest, Nine Tails will take action without mercy. There are countless ninjas who died tragically after entering the forest. Even those at the clan leader level have not died tragically here, so this forest has become a forbidden area of the Kingdom of Fire. Even if the strength reaches the clan leader level, they will not enter rashly without any special circumstances. Although the Sarutobi clan is strong, they are not able to resist Nine Tails, so they can only watch and not eat this large chassis. No one knows the exact area of this forest, but it is conservatively estimated to be at least over 50,000 square kilometers, which is already the size of a province in Genma's previous life. If no one is here to explore in advance, it is really not easy to find the location of Nine Tails here. After entering the forest, a large number of poisonous insects began to appear. The toxins of these insects are not simple. Let alone ordinary people, even Jonin would die within an hour if he was bitten. Fortunately, Genma and Uzumaki Kubo were present, two powerful clan leaders. They used their own chakra to shield the surroundings, and they easily separated the poisonous insects. Because they had already left the territory of the Sarutobi clan, although the three of them did not control their speed along the way, Genma carried Mito on his back and drove with Uzumaki Kubo at full speed. Fortunately, Genma's taijutsu has improved greatly after recent training, so although his speed is not as fast as Kubo's, he can still keep up. In the next 3 days, the three of them arrived at the meeting place based on the intelligence description. They finally met the Uzumaki spies who had been lurking in this forest all year round. This is a man with dark skin who looks to be in his early 30s. He may have been living in the virgin forest all year round. His beard covers his face, like a wild man. Although he looks a little sloppy, this person is extremely alert, and the chakra is also the peak of Jonin. It is estimated that it will not take long to break through to elite Jonin. Naturally, that person had met Uzumaki Kubo and came up immediately and said, "Clan leader, are you really okay with just the three of you? That's Nine Tails. I've almost been killed countless times over the years when I've been monitoring it." At this point, Uzumaki Kubo couldn't say anything more. He could only comfort the man and said, "You go back to the clan first. You have worked hard these years. As for Genma here, the two of us work together. Even if we lose to Nine Tails, we can escape unscathed." Jonin, who was in charge of the investigation, didn't say much. After being away from his family for many years, he naturally missed him very much, so he didn't stay much after receiving the order. But along the way, I kept looking at Genma curiously, even though Genma's name was well known in the entire ninja world. But when I saw it with my own eyes, no one could connect this 10-year-old child with the powerful Atsutsuki Genma in the ninja world. Genma's expression was a little excited at this moment, because in his perception, he had discovered the figure of Nine Tails. Not to mention anything else, just the evil and huge chakra, Genma believed that he would never admit it wrong. A chakra of this level was definitely Nine Tails. Genma also realized the power of Nine Tails for the first time. It was more terrifying than any clan leader he had seen so far. Although he didn't know what the super cage level chakra was, it was obvious that Nine Tails should be at this level. This is the first time that Genma is slightly inferior to a person in terms of pure chakra quantity. Oh, Nine Tails may not be considered human, but the amount of chakra is indeed stronger than Genma. I just don't know whose recovery speed is stronger between the two. Just 2 kilometers away in the direction Genma was looking at, an 80-meter-tall Nine Tails demon fox, blocking out the sky and the sun, stood in the forest. His proud head and violent eyes proved that it was restless at the moment. Then, as if he noticed something, Nine Tails, who was taking a walk, suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of Genma. Then his originally violent eyes suddenly revealed a look of human shock. The next moment, Nine Tails, who had never spoken in front of anyone, couldn't help but murmur, "This is what the old man from Six Paths feels like. How is it possible?" If other people in the ninja world saw this, they would probably be shocked. After all, Nine Tails has never spoken to a human, so everyone thinks that Nine Tails is just a beast. In fact, Nine Tails has always been able to speak human language, but his hatred of humans makes him disdainful of talking to humans. Nine Tails' voice sounded extremely old, like an old man over 50 years old. In fact, he was over 1,000 years old, so it was normal to have such a voice. But the shock in his words showed that his heart was not at peace at the moment. The old man Nine Tails calls Six Paths is naturally the sage of Six Paths. In the entire ninja world, this old man may be the only one who is qualified to let Nine Tails speak. Genma in the distance naturally sensed that Nine Tails opened his mouth to speak, and he did not expect that Kurama would recognize him as Sage of Six Paths. Thinking about Genma's Atsutsuki sage body, he was then relieved that indeed his physique might actually resemble Sage of Six Paths in some aspects. Uzumaki Kubo saw Genma's excited look and asked quickly, "Genma, have you found Nine Tails?" Genma nodded and then waved his hand and said, as expected of Nine Tails, "Chakra is indeed rare in the world." Uzumaki Kubo said with a serious face when he heard this. After a while, "We will double team from the left and right sides, and then we will proceed as planned." Genma pressed Uzumaki Kubo's hand and said, "There's no need to plan. I'm here just to challenge Nine Tails. Just protect Mito." When Uzumaki Kubo heard this, it was okay, but it was Nine Tails, a monster that the entire ninja world regarded as a natural disaster, and Genma actually wanted to challenge him to a duel. If there were 3 shortcomings, how could he explain it to Mito? Uzumaki Mito on the side was even more worried. She had naturally heard about Nine Tails, and knew that this was not something that ordinary people could fight against. She was worried about the two of them joining forces, but now Genma actually said that they wanted to fight alone. The two of them wanted to say something, but Genma on the other side moved his feet and left directly. Uzumaki Kubo became even more anxious when he saw it. He just wanted to chase Genma, but then he remembered that there was another Mito, so he could only catch up with Mito slowly. But Genma in the air didn't hold anything back. He put his hands together and shouted loudly while he was still in the air. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Genma used chakra to amplify this loud shout, which instantly spread throughout the forest. Even Nine Tails in the distance could clearly hear it. The next moment, the wooden golem, which was more than 100 meters tall, appeared in the forest. Compared with the wooden golem, all the surrounding trees could not even reach the height of the knees. Originally, Nine Tails was not too far away from here, and the height of wooden golem was so amazing, so even from a distance of 2 kilometers, Nine Tails could clearly see wooden golem. Coupled with the slightly provocative shouting before, Nine Tails naturally knew that this wooden golem was created by Genma. Seeing the kid standing on top of wooden golem, Nine Tails said with disdain, "As expected, it's not Hagoromo, it just looks a bit like it." Because of the distance, Nine Tails could only see that Genma's skin color and hair were white, exactly the same as Sage of Six Paths. In fact, Genma not only used wooden golem at this moment, but also his Mangekyo Sharinan. No matter who Genma is and why he looks so much like Sage of Six Paths, in Nine Tails' dictionary, as long as he is human, he must die. This is a habit it has developed over thousands of years. It is also its persistence. It has been heard enough by humans, so even if Genma is a Sage of Six Paths, it does not choose to have more BBS. Thinking of this, Nine Tails didn't hold back anymore. He raised his head to face the sky, and his bloody mouth opened wide. When Genma saw this posture, he didn't know what Nine Tails was going to do. Is this how tailed beasts say hello? Genma also didn't expect that Nine Tails would be so hostile to him, and would hit his face with a tailed beast bomb as soon as they met. This is the tailed beast bomb of Nine Tails, no joke. Genma thinks that the time the Uzumaki clan sealed Nine Tails before, it might have been because Nine Tails was in a good mood and did not use the tailed beast bomb, otherwise the entire army would most likely be annihilated. It doesn't matter that Genma himself is strong, but the two people behind him, Uzumaki Kubo and Uzumaki Mito, may not be able to survive this meeting ceremony. In desperation, Genma had no choice but to pick it up. But at the same time, Genma still shouted at Uzumaki Kubo, "You two leave quickly, you can't get involved in this kind of battle." Uzumaki Kubo, who was originally walking here, suddenly felt a terrifying chakra reflection coming from the distance. Then the chakra was still gathering rapidly, and the energy in it was huge that he had never seen before. At this time, he finally understood how powerful Nine Tails was. If they met such a clan leader, they could be instantly killed. Coupled with Genma's shouting, Uzumaki Kubo immediately did not dare to hesitate and retreated continuously behind him with Mito in the whirlpool. At this moment, Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb also finished condensing, and then spit it out, turning into an orange-white chakra light ball that came quickly. Genma was also unambiguous. Not only did he not dodge the wooden golem, but he jumped towards the terrifying tailed beast bomb. The wooden golem transformed by wood style itself restrains the tailed beast's chakra, so after holding the tailed beast bomb in his hand, it did not explode instantly, but instead firmly controlled it in his hand. You must know that the tailed beast bomb is not a balloon. It is highly concentrated chakra. It will explode instantly when touched, and its power is comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Only a terrifying bloodline like wood style can control tailed beast bomb at the palm of his hand. Uzumaki Kubo, who was retreating quickly in the distance, couldn't help but his heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. His perception was not simple, so he could clearly know the energy of tailed beast bomb, but Genma actually used wooden so much. Golem picked it up with his bare hands. This made Uzumaki Kubo directly sentence Genma to death in his heart, but he still thought that if Genma did not die after this time, he would have to educate him no matter what, and at least be cautious in ninja battles, instead of being so reckless. But the next moment, this idea was thrown away by Uzumaki Kubo, because the tailed beast bomb held by wooden golem did not explode at all, but was pressed hard against Nine Tails' face and wooden golem's hand. Kurama on the opposite side had never seen such a battle before, and was stunned for a moment. When the tailed beast bomb hit its face, it realized it, but at this time it was too late to hide. Boom! With a deafening bang, the tailed beast bomb exploded directly in Nine Tails' face. Immediately afterwards, there was a violent impact like a nuclear bomb explosion. The explosion instantly produced a mushroom cloud that spread for several kilometers, and the scope of the explosion was no less than that. From a distance, it looked like a huge bowl, covering several kilometers in radius. Within Uzumaki Kubo, who is now retreating quickly, can't help but feel lucky at this moment. Fortunately, he retreated in time. At this moment, he is barely on the periphery of the explosion, so he did not suffer any damage. As for Uzumaki Mito, he was under his protection. The next one is intact. However, although the two of them were not injured, the flying dust still made them look a little embarrassed. Looking at the terrifying explosion in front of him, Uzumaki Kubo also swallowed his saliva. He finally understood how naive he was before, actually thinking that two clan leaders could conquer Nine Tails. Uzumaki Mito's whole heart was clenched together. She didn't know whether Genma could remain intact under such a terrifying explosion. After the explosion was completely over and the smoke and dust dissipated, the virgin forest with a radius of about 3 kilometers had turned into a huge deep pit, with half a tree still there. In the deep pit, the figure of Wooden Golem still stood tall in the middle, while Genma jumped off the top of Wooden Golem's head and came to the ground. Around him, the wood style slander technique has been protected for a long time. As an absolute defense in the wood style, the slander technique Genma has naturally been able to be used for a long time, but today is the first time he has used it. It was the first time for him to encounter such a powerful enemy. Nine Tails, who was in front of Wooden Golem, had his head pressed to the ground at this moment. The explosion of the tailed beast bomb had burned his fur, but after only a few seconds of confusion, Nine Tails had raised its head, and now its eyes were full of fear when looking at Genma. It is definitely impossible to say that it was killed by its own tailed beast bomb, but the power of the Wooden Golem previously shocked Nine Tails deeply. This is the first time since Sage of Six Paths died that it has met someone who can really hurt it. Now because of the previous attack, the distance between Nine Tails and Genma has been greatly shortened. It was only at this moment that it discovered that Genma's eyes were actually Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharinan. Nine Tails is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years, so he naturally knows what Mangekyo is, so although Genma's eyes have different lines, Nine Tails can still recognize him. With these eyes and the same physical characteristics as Sage of Six Paths, even Nine Tails had to wonder where Genma came from. Who are you? Uchiha? Or a member of the Senju tribe? This was the first time Nine Tails spoke in front of humans other than Sage of Six Paths. Now that he was shocked, he naturally ignored the previous rules. Genma originally wanted to say Senju, but the thought of Senju Butsuma made him sick, so he changed his tune and said, My full name is Itsutsuki Genma. Although Genma came to Nine Tails for a duel, he would be very happy if he could develop a relationship with Nine Tails. It was not because of anything else, but because Nine Tails would live in his wife's body in the future. If this relationship was not if it is done well, if Nine Tails causes trouble for Mito in the future, Genma will have to come out to repair it again, which will be very troublesome. If Genma was talking about Uchiha or Senju, or even the Uzumaki clan, Nine Tails would be dismissive, but Genma is talking about Itsutsuki, which makes Nine Tails have to think carefully about how to face Genma. The surname Itsutsuki has completely disappeared from the ninja world in the past 800 years, and there are not even many records left. Therefore, Nine Tails has reason to believe that Genma may really have something to do with Sage of Six Paths, otherwise, how would they know? This surname, what's your relationship with Yui? Nine Tails didn't say anything clearly, but asked with a hint of mystery in his words. Genma naturally saw through Nine Tails' thoughts at a glance, and then said Sage of Six Paths and I are both members of the Itsutsuki clan. I wonder if this is related. Nine Tails didn't understand when he heard this. Genma knew about the Itsutsuki clan, but the secrets of the Itsutsuki clan, Nine Tails didn't know either. He only knew about Sage of Six Paths and his younger brother. However, Nine Tails also knows that Genma may have nothing to do with Sage of Six Paths, at least it is not some backup left behind by Sage of Six Paths. The tailed beasts like them are the backup left behind by Sage of Six Paths. Sooner or later, someone will appear who confuse them again. Genma has no intention of reminiscing at this point. After all, this is not the territory of the Uzumaki clan. This battle is so loud. If spies from other families are alerted, he will be fine, but Mito and the others will be in danger. The time for reminiscing about old times is over now. I'm here to seal you away. When Nine Tails heard that Genma had no good intentions, he immediately changed back to his previous fierce expression. Although Genma was powerful, he had not yet used his full strength. The previous tailed beast bomb was just an appetizer, and then Nine Tails opened its mouth and spit out 5 tailed beast bombs in a row, directly surrounding Genma from the middle. This time it has almost no charge. Although the explosive power may be slightly less, the tailed beast bomb is also a tailed beast bomb again, and with 5 of them together, the power may be even greater than the previous blow. With 5 tailed beast bombs in a row, Genma's Wooden Golem hand was no longer enough. Wood Style's strongest defense against slander technique has amazing defense, but it requires people to stand motionless and get beaten. This is too passive. Besides, Genma doesn't have the habit of standing still and being beaten. Fortunately, Genma has more than one Wooden Golem jutsu. In addition to the Wood Style blood succession limit, he also has the Mangekyo Sharinan, who is also not inferior to the Wood Style. And Genma's Mangekyo, because he has evolved to the Rinnegan, is an eternal Mangekyo in itself. Both the Sharinan ability itself and the pupil technique attached to Mangekyo have been greatly enhanced. The only regret may be that Genma's eternal Mangekyo was not transplanted from a close relative's Mangekyo, so there are only 2 abilities and no additional abilities. But this does not hinder the ability that Genma needs to use now. Looking at the five-tailed beast bombs in front of him, Genma raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then said Susanoo. In the distance, Uzumaki Kubo had just dodged a wave of tailed beast bombs, but 5 more shots came randomly, which frightened him out of his wits. He quickly took Mito to distance himself from Genma again. Fortunately, Genma has been seen before, and Uzumaki Kubo can at least confirm that Genma did not die or be injured in the previous tailed beast bomb. Uzumaki Kubo only now fully believes that Genma's statement that he wanted to challenge Nine Tails was not bragging, but that he really has the strength. He, Uzumaki Kubo, is indeed not qualified to participate in this level of battle. Perhaps what he has to do now is to protect his daughter. As long as they are not affected by the battle, it will be the greatest help to Genma. Genma also used Mangekyo sharing in strongest defense, Susanoo, against 5-tailed beast bombs. As Genma fell, a chakra no less powerful than the wooden golem surged out of the Sharingan, and then instantly turned into a ferocious giant with a light blue body. The giant wore an armor similar to that of a Sengoku ninja, with long hair on both sides of the body. He has 3 pairs of arms and a ghost mask on his head. Coupled with the terrifying height that is no less than that of the wooden golem, just one look can make people fearful. Anyone who has read the original work will recognize that Genma is using the complete form of Susanoo, which is much more powerful than the mature form. This Susanoo is very similar to Madara in appearance, but the color is slightly different. The color of Genma is closer to lightning style, and the overall look is like a thunder god. Susanoo has just fully appeared, and the 5-tailed beast bombs have already arrived. Susanoo, the Genma controller, drew the katana in her hand. As the complete body Susanoo slashed out with one strike, the 5 originally powerful tailed beast bombs were immediately cut into 2 pieces and then exploded in the air. Genma's Susanoo slash was not over yet. After the invisible slash slashed through 5 tailed beast bombs, he came to Nine Tails. Nine Tails, who had just used his ultimate move, saw Susan's. He was already extremely shocked. Nine Tails, who had seen the battle between Indra and Ashura, had certainly seen this scene before. Although he knew Susanoo was scary, Nine Tails had no time to hide now, and all he could do was lower his head. Unfortunately, Nine Tails reacted and lowered its head at the moment when the slash came, otherwise it would have been killed right now. However, Nine Tails' tails were not so lucky. 2 of the 9 tails were not closed in time enough, and they were cut off by Genma's Susanoo as soon as they met. The cut then hit several mountains behind Nine Tails, directly destroying the peaks. Kill him. It wasn't until the slash completely dissipated that the 5-tailed beast bombs that were sent out first exploded. The simultaneous explosion of 5-tailed beast bombs was even better than the previous charged one, but due to the distance, it did not affect Uzumaki Kubo and the others. Genma's perfect Susan is naturally not afraid of a mere tailed beast bomb. When the smoke and dust dissipated again, the original ruins once again had several bottomless pits. The only thing that didn't change was Genma's motionless body. Now he was standing on top of Susanoo's head, his whole body protected by Susanoo, and his defense was even stronger than standing on top of the wooden golem. Although Genma used Susanoo, he did not take away the wooden golem. If you want to seal Nine Tails, the wooden golem is still indispensable. Using 2 Gundams, the Susanoo and the wooden golem at the same time, even Chakra's amazing Genma, is a bit difficult, so now he has to fight quickly. After the explosion, Nine Tails looked at its 2 broken tails. It was originally able to remain calm, but now it felt the threat of death. At this time, it did not dare to hold anything back. What a great Satsuki Genma, I admit that your strength is enough to fight me, but it's still far behind the old man from 6 paths. Naturally, Genma can't compare with Sage of 6 paths, but he said it unforgivably. As long as I'm better than you, little Nine Tails can't catch you. As soon as he finished speaking, Genma took action again. He was not in the habit of being beaten all the time. He had already let Nine Tails show off his muscles twice, so this time it was his turn to take action first. Immediately after the 6 arms of the complete sequel, a samurai sword condensed with chakra appeared at the same time. The light blue samurai sword was like lightning, and Susanoo, wielding the katana, was like a thunder god coming to the world. Nine Tails almost died with just 1 strike before, but now Genma has 6 strikes at once. He wants to see where Nine Tails can hide in the face of 6 paths' terrifying slashes. This attack is called Senluo Wangziang. The next moment, 6 knives were slashed out at the same time, covering a range that was not comparable to the previous one, and the speed was far beyond any patriarchal level of physical skills. Susanoo had just taken action, and the slash came in front of Nine Tails. Fortunately, Nine Tails is also an old monster who has lived for 1,000 years, and he dodges the moment he sees Genma's sword coming out. It's not that it doesn't use tailed beast bomb to fight against it. The enemy's slashes are really too sharp. The 5 previous tailed beast bombs were all instantly chopped open. If it puts too many tailed beast bombs in it now, the result will probably be the same. Nine Tails is also extraordinary. Such a large body can be so flexible. In the end, it jumped into the air to avoid 6 paths' slashing attack. However, it is not easy to dodge Genma's myriad creatures. Although the sky is a safe zone, Nine-Tails' tails were still unable to escape being covered by slashes when they jumped. Originally, there were only 7 left, but now they suffered another attack. After the attack, there were only 3 tails left. Nine-Tails, who originally thought this was the end, didn't know that the real threat had just arrived. When he raised his head, he saw that the wooden golem had arrived on top of its head, and its palm was touching its head. Coming! The palm of the wooden golem in the air is facing Nine-Tails' head. Nine-Tails has never seen this move before, but it has instinctively developed fear. I don't know why, but it always feels that if its head is touched by this palm, freedom is lost forever. It's a pity that Nine-Tails can't fly after all, so it completely loses the chance to dodge in the air. Genma also drank it at the right time. 10th Edict on Enlightenment. Following Genma's command, a character Zhao appeared in the center of wooden golem's palm. This is exactly the original Hashirama's famous headbutt kill, which gives Nine-Tails complete control with just one move. The next moment, wooden golem's right hand slapped Nine-Tails on the head. This slap did not have any earth-shattering impact, but was just like a caress. However, with just this light palm, Nine-Tails' thoughts were instantly silenced, and his consciousness was disappearing rapidly. In the end, Nine-Tails was still no match for wooden golem, and his eyes slowly closed. Genma was not sloppy, and then threw out the wooden dragon from the wooden golem, directly controlling the unconscious Nine-Tails. This move not only controls the wooden dragon, but also continuously absorbs Nine-Tails' chakra, so that even if Nine-Tails regains consciousness from 10th Edict on Enlightenment, it will not be able to violently hurt others. At this point, the battle between the two most powerful monsters in the ninja world has come to an end, and the winner is naturally Genma. Although he consumed a lot of chakra in the battle, Nine-Tails could not touch him from the beginning to the end. Genma also understands now that with his current strength, it is estimated that even if he encounters a super cage level the power of war, Nine-Tails is just a tailed beast after all. If its chakra is replaced by an experienced ninja, Genma may not be able to win so easily. After all, Nine-Tails' chakra recovery speed is not inferior to that of Genma, who has not yet reached its peak. In the distance, Uzumaki Kubo saw that the battlefield finally took the opportunity to come down, and he guessed that the battle should be over. After careful inspection, I discovered that the previously arrogant Nine-Tails had been slapped on the head by wooden golem's palm, and his body was tied tightly by the wooden dragon. Combined with the way Nine-Tails closed his eyes, Uzumaki Kubo didn't know that Genma had one. Uzumaki Mito also asked anxiously, "Father, how is Genma's battle situation?" Nothing happened to him. Uzumaki Kubo also saw Genma, wooden golem and Susanoo appear together at this moment, and he admired Genma's strength even more. Genma, this guy, can always give me some new tricks. Uzumaki Mito saw the slight smile on her father's face, and she didn't know that Genma was okay, but she was still young and didn't understand what Genma's new tricks meant. Uzumaki Kubo can clearly sense the energy contained in the complete Susanoo. This is a move that is not inferior to the wooden golem jutsu's ultimate move, but this move is another powerful secret technique that can crush the clan leader level. After collecting Nine-Tails, Genma hurriedly collected Susanoo. This feat of opening a pair of Gundams was still a bit too early for him now. Coupled with the previous 6 swords coming out, only chakra was left, about 30%. He still has to maintain the wooden golem to suppress Nine-Tails, so he can only put away the majestic Susanoo first. It is the first time to use Susanoo, and the effect is still very satisfactory to Genma. In terms of attack power alone, it may even be better than wooden golem. Genma also considered that if it was just normal enemies in the future, it might be more practical to use Susanoo. After all, Susanoo was not only amazing in combat power, but also looked more intimidating. While Genma was thinking, Uzumaki Kubo came over with Mito. Observing Nine-Tails at such a close distance, Uzumaki Kubo even sighed. As expected of Nine-Tails, this amount of chakra is truly unheard of. Uzumaki Mito hurriedly came to Genma and asked with concerned, "Brother Genma, you are not injured?" Genma touched Mito's head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's just a little fox. How can you defeat me?" Uzumaki Kubo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard this. "A little fox, you are the only one who dares to say this in the ninja world today. This is the Nine-Tails demon fox that no one is afraid of." Genma waved his hand and said, "I know, when will you start sealing? Even I can't suppress Nine-Tails for long." Uzumaki Kubo is very serious when it comes to talking about business. "Originally, I thought I would use adamantine sealing chains to control Nine-Tails. Now that you are controlling Nine-Tails, sealing it will be much faster. I can successfully seal Nine-Tails in 10 minutes at most." After hearing this, Genma hurriedly said, "Then let's get started." The noise from the previous battle was quite big. If other families notice it, I can't guarantee that I will be able to escape unscathed. Uzumaki Kubo nodded heavily, and then said to Mito, "Let's start, Mito. Success or failure depends on this. You just need to do what I taught you before." Uzumaki Mito also has a serious look on her face at this moment, changing her previous weak expression. Finally, she will have the ability to fight. From now on, she will also completely say goodbye to the dilemma of needing protection from others. Although she was protected by Genma and her father every step of the way, Mito still longed to become stronger. She didn't want to be a burden to others. This seal sounds complicated, but in fact it doesn't require Mito to do much. It's just a circle drawn by Uzumaki Kubo lying flat on the ground, and then Uzumaki Kubo does the rest. During this process, Mito couldn't help but lift up his clothes to seal the seal, exposing his flat belly. Genma didn't have any embarrassment at the side, but was admiring Mito's figure intoxicatedly. After Uzumaki Kubo made preparations, he immediately came between Mito and Nine Tails, and then shouted loudly 8-sign seal. With a drink, 2 ink-like arms appeared around Uzumaki Kubo, and then grabbed the unconscious Nine Tails. What was caught in this grasp was not the body of Nine Tails, but the chakra inside it. Originally, at this step, Uzumaki Kubo would inevitably have to play a tug-of-war game with Nine Tails. Fortunately, Genma had already controlled Nine Tails in advance, so everything went smoothly. Next, all we need to do is seal the chakra into Mito's body peacefully, but all this needs to be done step by step. After all, Mito is still young. If she seals it in all at once, it will easily explode her body. As Nine Tails' chakra began to slowly enter the body, Mito also began to fall into a coma, thinking that he also started to have a relationship with Nine Tails in his mind. Seeing that everything was in order, Genma was about to sit down and restore chakra, but found that the scene he least wanted to happen appeared in his perception. Not far from them, a ninja troop was rushing towards them. This ninja unit does not have many ninjutsu, there are only 5 people in total, but the strength of each person is at least at the level of elite jonin. The leader has the chakra of the clan leader, and the 5 people have the emblem of the Sarutobi clan. Genma immediately realized that the person coming was the elite of the Sarutobi clan. Needless to say, the clan leader must be the clan leader of the Sarutobi clan. The entire Sarutobi clan is also the clan leader of Sarutobi Hiraki. But what puzzles Genma is that no matter how loud the movement is on his side, the patrol force of the Sarutobi tribe should be the first to arrive. How could they just come out with all their best troops? Even if they got the news and took it seriously, Sarutobi Hiraki, who was far away in the clan, couldn't have arrived in a blink of an eye. There is only one possibility for this, and that is that the other party knows the whereabouts of his group, so he has made complete preparations in advance, so that he can directly show up with elite troops at such a critical time. In fact, Genma's guess was correct. After Sarutobi Hiraki obtained the information about Black Zetsu, he immediately started tracking Genma and the others, although no clues were found in the clan. But the intelligence said that the purpose of Genma and his group was to seal Nine Tails, so even if he didn't know the location of Genma and his group, Sarutobi Hiraki could have led his people to the south to wait for the information. The Sarutobi clan spies did not disappoint Sarutobi Hiraki. As expected, not long after Genma and the others entered Nine Tails territory, they were discovered by the Sarutobi clan spies. All this was due to Genma's carelessness. He felt that after leaving the Sarutobi clan, he could not be so cautious, so he did not use the maximum range of the barrier and did not hide the footprints along the way too much. Only then was he noticed by the Sarutobi clan. Arrive! It's no wonder that Genma, even the wily Uzumaki Kubo, was rarely careless in the current situation of Nine Tails. This time Sarutobi Hiraki also made a big move. Except for himself as the clan leader, except for the 2 elite jonin who had missions, all the other 4 members of the Sarutobi clan were temporarily recruited by him. Behind them, there are 500 jonin troops. All of these 500 people are jonin. This power cannot be underestimated. Even if it is against the clan leader level, it is fully capable of dealing with it. After Genma sensed Sarutobi Hiraki, he immediately understood that he was careless, and then hurriedly increased his perception barrier to the maximum. His expression became more solemn under this perception. Not only the 5 elites in front, but also a large number of jonin from all directions began to surround them. In addition, the Sarutobi clan is very close to this place. If there is a real fight, the Sarutobi clan will definitely have constant reinforcements. The 3 of them, Genma, are far away from the Uzumaki clan, but separated by a Sarutobi clan, they can really be considered isolated and helpless. Genma turned his head and looked at Kubo and Mito, who were closing their eyes tightly. He knew that the seal between the 2 had reached the final moment. Now he had to buy time, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. Even if he was not careful, Mito is also in danger of dying. Without speaking, Genma didn't want to disturb the 2 of them. He just hurriedly restored the chakra before the enemy arrived. Without stopping, he rushed directly towards Sarutobi Hiraki and others in the distance. Since he knew that this battle was unavoidable, Genma naturally had to leave the battlefield far away, otherwise the use of his large-scale ninjutsu would inevitably affect Mito and the 2. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiraki and the others seemed unable to determine the direction of Genma and the others, and just rushed towards the direction of the previous battle, so Genma still had room to maneuver. Sarutobi Hiraki, who was on his way, had basically concluded that Genma and the others were in this forest. When Genma fought against Nine Tails, the Sarutobi clan spies could see clearly. The powerful wooden golem and Nine Tails tailed beast bomb all showed that the information they had received before was correct. Everyone is speeding up. We must arrive before Uzumaki Kubo seals Nine Tails. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiraki's speed increased a bit. The elite jonin behind him no longer stingy with chakra at this moment. They all took out the body flicker technique and barely kept up with Sarutobi Hiraki's clan leader level taijutsu. The few people here had not gone far when they saw a boy of about 10 years old standing on a tree in the distance. The boy looked young, but his aura made the five of them dare not look down upon him. With his iconic white skin and hair, Sarutobi Hiraki recognized his identity at a glance. It's Atsutsuki Genma. Several other elite jonin were not blind, so they naturally recognized Genma's identity. Then the five of them immediately formed horns and surrounded Genma. Sarutobi Hiraki carefully observed Genma's surroundings, and then thought in his heart, is there only one person who has not seen Uzumaki Kubo and Uzumaki Mito and has already started sealing? Genma looked at the five people in front of him and felt that it was a little tricky. He originally thought of using wood style to lure the enemy, and then using his own body to protect Mito and Mito in the dark. However, his chakra was only 30%, so he used wood style again. If style clones himself, he probably won't be able to stop these five people. Genma's physical skills were not enough to throw off the pursuit of these five elites, so instead of wasting chakra clones, Genma finally decided to stop these five people in person. As for the jonin around him, Genma could only hope that they couldn't find Mito and the two. If that didn't work, he could only use the move that suppresses the bottom of the box. Genma did not take the lead after seeing Sarutobi Hiraki, but said with a slight smile, "Isn't this Chief Sarutobi? What brought you here?" Sarutobi Hiraki was in no mood to waste time with Genma. He could see through such an obvious delaying tactic. Uzumaki Kubo has already begun to seal it. There is no way to delay it. You all stop this kid together. I will kill Uzumaki Kubo. Sarutobi Hiraki ordered the other four elite jonin. Sarutobi Hiraki had already arranged the mission for this battle, and he had no intention of fighting Genma head-on. After receiving the order from the clan leader, the four elite jonin did not hesitate at all. They put their thumbs to their mouths and bit them. As the blood flowed out, they shouted at the same time. Summoning technique. After a burst of smoke that covered the sky, four ferocious-looking apes suddenly appeared in the center of the field. These were none other than the summoning beast demon of the Sarutobi clan. The size of these four is similar to that of Sarutobi's counterparts later. Although this monkey demon is not as big as Sun and Summoning Beast, in terms of speed and strength, the monkey demon is not inferior to the three holy places. The Uzumaki clan, the beasts of the same age as the Sarutobi clan, naturally know each other very well. After all, the two families are old enemies and they know each other very well. Genma also understands that each of the four monkey demons from Elite Jonin summoning has this Elite Jonin level of strength. In addition to the original four Elite Jonin, Genma now needs to face 8 Elite Jonin at the same time. This would definitely be a problem for Genma before the battle with Nine Tails. But now his chakra is not enough, so if he really wants to fight, he will have to go through a lot of trouble. Although he intended to delay, Sarutobi Hiraki's decisiveness made Genma finally choose a quick decision. He didn't dare to be entangled by these 8 elite jonin, and let the clan leader Sarutobi Hiraki pass Genma's level. Even if Genma had backup, there was no guarantee that Mito and Mito would be safe. After thinking about it, Genma no longer stayed behind and shouted loudly, "Susanoo!" Then he used Susanoo, who had just put it away. Everyone in the Sarutobi tribe had seen Susanoo. Even Genma's wooden golem had only seen it in the intelligence. At this moment, they saw Susanoo covering the sky and the sun with their own eyes. Everyone couldn't help but froze in place. Even Sarutobi Hiraki, who was originally planning to bypass Genma, froze in place subconsciously. It's not their fault. Any ninja would be shocked when they see Susanoo, who is like a god, not to mention that Susanoo is completely made of chakra. The next moment, as Susan's chakra flow became completely stable, the complete body of Susan was officially revealed in front of everyone. Genma didn't intend to waste time in order to fight quickly. As soon as Susanoo used it, he pulled out the samurai sword from his waist. This sword directly included several kilometers in front of him within the attack range. Even Sarutobi Hiraki, who wanted to bypass Genma, could not ignore this blow. As the leader of the Sarutobi clan, he was the first to recover from the shock. After feeling the possible terrifying power of this sword, he hurriedly said, "Get out of the way." After saying that, he took the lead to dodge and evaded hundreds of meters with his feet. Several elite jonin and the monkey demons themselves were also specialized in speed, so they reacted immediately. However, the speed of this sword exceeded other cage-level attacks, so how could elite jonin be able to dodge it? The knife dodged and a bottomless crack suddenly appeared on the ground. One of the four elite jonin did not dodge in time and was cut in half by the knife. It seemed that he would not survive. This was just a meeting. The Sarutobi clan killed elite Jonin. How could Sarutobi Hiraki accept this? Elite Jonin's combat power is absolutely elite in any family. To put it bluntly, there are only 6 of them in the Sarutobi clan. They suddenly lost one, which can be said to be a heavy loss. But when he looked at Genma Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiraki felt a sense of fear. He asked himself that he had never seen such a storm in the ninja world for many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a pervert move like Susanoo. This is not an ability that mortals can handle at all. It can instantly kill elite Jonin with one move, which is much stronger than the leader level. But now that they have taken action, they cannot retreat at all. After Sarutobi Hiraki was frightened at the beginning, he quickly adjusted his mentality and said to everyone, "You use joint ninjutsu. Buy me time." The remaining 3 elite Jonin immediately understood what Sarutobi Hiraki was going to do, and hurriedly formed a triangle to protect Sarutobi Hiraki in the middle. The elite Jonin who was cut in half with a sword before was also dead at this moment. With his death, the 8 demons summoned by him also disappeared. 2 elite Jonin were missing from the scene, but the remaining people did not flinch. As the 3 elite Jonin formed a formation, the remaining 3 monkey demons did not hesitate and each of them turned into a puff of smoke. United Ninja Technique. Gen High Strike. The next moment, 3 elite Jonin chakras rushed out crazily and transformed into a blue giant made of chakra. He was close to 50 meters tall just by looking at it. The knotted muscles on his body showed that the giant's power was absolutely extraordinary. Although his size were Susanoo cannot be compared to her, but she is also uniquely tall in the ninja world. This wasn't the end yet. With the appearance of the giant, the 3 ape demons that had turned into smoke also appeared. It turned out that the 3 ape demons had joined forces and turned into a 100-meter-long stick. After the blue giant appeared, he picked up the stick and hit Genma with the stick. Similar moves were also used by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was old after all. At that time, it was difficult to fight Orochimaru in actual combat. At this moment, Sarutobi Elite Jonin is not only young and strong, but also 3 people working together. The power is even more amazing. The 3 elite Jonin of the Sarutobi clan joined forces, and the power of the stick is not inferior to any clan leader level ninjutsu. Genma has never encountered this kind of combined ninjutsu. It seems that this is also a unique move of the Sarutobi clan. Just this move is enough to make Genma look at the Sarutobi clan with admiration. Not to mention anything else, the appearance alone is comparable to the summoning beast from Sun and Later. Even Genma felt a sense of oppression under this stick, which shows that the power of this stick is absolutely extraordinary. Faced with Genhai's stick, Susanoo also responded, swinging the samurai sword in her hand again, and struck the stick falling from the sky. When the 2 moves faced each other, a terrifying shock wave was immediately generated, sweeping towards the surroundings. After Genma faced the stick, his expression was a little solemn. This stick is indeed not simple. Although it is still not as good as the sword of the perfect Susan, it can definitely threaten the clan leader level. In the end, Genma Susanoo defeated the 3 elite Jonin giants. He cut the giant in half with a single blow. The stick transformed from the ape demon turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. It was obvious that he had been too seriously injured. Cancel summoning technique. The 3 elite Jonin did not expect that they would proudly join forces with ninjutsu. Facing Genma and Susanoo, they collapsed at the first touch. Then, because the giant was cut in half, all 3 of them suffered serious internal injuries and spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the 3 of them were not ordinary people. Although their joint ninjutsu was broken, they quickly picked themselves up again and used their terrifying speed to instantly arrive behind Genma, forming seals in their hands quickly. Genma immediately felt troubled when he saw it. The speed of these 3 people was extraordinary. Previously, Senluo Wangxiang had the element of a sneak attack, and he could kill an elite Jonin instantly with one sword. Now that the 3 people are alert, it will be difficult to start. What gives Genma the most headache is Sarutobi Hiraki with his hands clasped and his eyes closed. This posture looks familiar to him. If you think about it carefully, isn't this the starting move to activate Sage Mode? Genma in the distance struggled to deal with the 3 Sarutobi Hiraki, and Uzumaki Kubo here also reached the last moment. Calculating the time, the ceiling is almost done, and it is only about a minute away from the end. Although Genma didn't say anything when he left, Uzumaki Kubo, who closed his eyes now, also knew that something was wrong, especially when Susanoo used it again before and fought against the giant of the Sarutobi tribe. The terrifying shock wave, even if Uzumaki Kubo can be felt here. Uzumaki Kubo didn't know who the enemy was, but he thought it wouldn't be a low-ranking clan leader. Thinking that this place is so close to the Sarutobi clan, it becomes obvious who will appear. Although he has the intention to help Genma, it is a pity that he has reached the most critical moment. If he stops rashly at this moment, let alone the seal, 9 Tails fell short, and even Mito on the ground was in danger. Fortunately for him, Genma seemed to still have chakra to deal with the enemy, and he might be able to withstand it in the short term, but he didn't know how they would escape afterwards. Uzumaki Kubo couldn't help complaining about Genma. He had long said that he would bring more people, but Genma was so confident and always said that he could handle it alone. Now that the Sarutobi tribe has come out, the disadvantage of not having enough manpower is immediately revealed. Returning to the front battlefield, after Genma destroyed the three people's joint ninjutsu with one move, before he could take any action, three elite jonin appeared from behind Genma again and stood side by side. Fire style fire spear technique, lightning style thunder god spear, wind style wind kill technique. The three elite jonin cooperated tacitly, and then used their own special ninjutsu at the same time. The first is the flame spear technique. Although the name sounds very ordinary, the appearance is not simple. The spear transformed by the flames has appeared to be nearly 100 meters in length, and then highly compressed to a length of less than 10 meters. The flames above were extremely deep red, infinitely close to the weird purple color. The Thunder God's spear is not simple either. Lightning style is the most lethal of all ninjutsu and the most difficult to shape. However, in the hands of elite jonin, it was forcibly shaped into a 5-meter-long spear. Despite its small size, it also condenses a large amount of thunder attribute chakra, and there are constant rumbling sounds from it, which is many times more powerful than the chorus of 1,000 birds. On the contrary, this wind-killing technique saw this as the most ordinary thing, just a gust of wind whistling by. Only Genma's powerful perception knows that this move is the most terrifying among the three moves. In the seemingly ordinary strong wind, there is a slash that even Genma feels threatened. But the sharpness of wind style is used as the ultimate ninjutsu. These three moves have reached the level of S respectively, and the fire style and lightning style are extremely powerful gun ninjutsu in terms of destruction, and the three moves are the most lethal among the 5 elements escape techniques. Genma had no intention of caring about Sarutobi Hiraki at this time. He quickly concentrated a large amount of his chakra on Susanoo. The speed of these three moves was incredible. Even the leader level might not be able to dodge it, let alone Genma's speed. The next moment, three moves were focused on Genma's Susan at the same time. The most terrifying-looking flame spear directly poked a hole in Susan's helmet. Fortunately, the user was only an elite jonin after all, and in the end he did not continue to penetrate deeper into Susan's helmet. Genma, who was protecting them, couldn't help but feel frightened. But then the Thunder God spear attacked, accompanied by the paralysis effect of thunder and lightning. Fortunately, Susan's defense was amazing enough, and Genma was not affected by this effect, but the Thunder God spear happened to attack the previous hole. This time it went several meters deep again. Fortunately, Genma tried his best to input chakra and finally managed to carry the Thunder God spear. But the most difficult one to deal with, the wind-killing technique, also arrived, and this move was aimed right at the face of Susanoo, who had been attacked twice in a row. When Genma saw this, he knew that it would be difficult to defend. He immediately made a decision and quickly used his strength to break away from Susanoo. The next moment, Fengsha technique followed closely, and the slash hidden in the wind hit the wound that had experienced 2 attacks, instantly giving Susanoo a chill in her head. Fortunately, Genma jumped away from Susanoo first, otherwise he would definitely die this time. The strength of the 3 elite jonin is certainly good, but after using such powerful ninjutsu continuously, they have begun to gasp for breath, and it is expected that it will be difficult to continue attacking in a short time. Genma was not polite when he saw this posture. The serious Mangekyo Sharinan immediately spun around and turned into a purple Rinnegan the next moment. Universal pull. With a loud shout, a terrifying suction force suddenly appeared from Genma's hand. The 3 elite jonin had just used their ultimate move, but now they were in the void and couldn't use their strength. They were instantly sucked in front of Genma. The 3 of them were not fools. Although they didn't know what method Genma used, they immediately understood what Genma was going to do and hurriedly threw several shurikens each. Not everyone can catch elite jonin shurikens. Unfortunately, when their shurikens reached Genma, they were immediately protected by light blue bones. This powerful shuriken technique did not have any impact on Genma. A little blocking. Although Genma had consumed a lot of chakra and could no longer maintain the full form of Susan, a mature form was still no problem. After blocking the shuriken, Genma immediately electrocuted 3 dragons. The 3 Sarutobi elite jonin who had no strength to resist in the air were immediately entangled by the wooden dragon and lost the ability to move. The remaining chakra of each of them was completely absorbed in just a few breaths. At this point, the 3 of them were people have completely lost their ability to fight. Genma also absorbed the chakra of these 3 people, replenishing some of the chakra that was close to bottoming out. However, before the 3 people lost their ability to move, they actually consumed more than half of the chakra. At this moment, being absorbed by Genma, it actually replenished their chakra. Chakra reaches 20%, which is really a drop in the bucket compared to Genma's situation. As for Sarutobi Hiraki, who has not taken any action, it's not that Genma didn't target him. The previous universal pull Genma also included Sarutobi Hiraki as a target, but the opponent seemed to have been prepared for it. He said that chakra was attached to the solace of his feet early on, so he was not targeted by Genma. Inhaled to the front of the body. When Genma completely eliminated the 3 elite Jonin, Sarutobi Hiraki also opened his eyes. At this moment, his nose turned into a monkey's nose, red paint appeared on his face, and the hair on his body became a little thicker. Genma couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw this scene. Is it really Sage Mode? Sage Mode. Genma is no stranger, but this is the first time he has seen the Sarutobi clan use it. Thinking about it, it is not difficult to accept. After all, the Sarutobi clan also owns summoning beasts. Who knows if the Monkey Demon clan is no less than the 3 holy places? It seems that it is normal to have the cultivation method of immortality. Sarutobi Hiraki, who uses Sage Mode, even if it is not Super Cage level yet, but the enhanced ninjutsu is definitely capable of threatening Super Shadow Masters. This is the bug in Sage Mode. Genma has never heard of any information about the Sarutobi clan's Sage Mode before. Even the Uzumaki clan, their perennial enemies, don't know about it. It's obvious that the Sarutobi clan has only mastered the skill in recent years. Maybe, I just plan to keep it at the bottom of the box and only use it when I have the ability to exterminate the Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi Hiraki naturally heard what Genma muttered, and then said with a slight 080 shock, "You actually know Sage Mode?" Genma looked at Sarutobi Hiraki and said with a frivolous expression, "I have a deep understanding of Sage Mode. For example, although your mode greatly enhances physical skills and ninjutsu, it does not last too long. In the original book, Naruto's Sage Mode lasted only a few minutes because 9 Tails did not cooperate at the beginning, and the magic chakra had to be re-extracted from the clone each time. In fact, the complete Sage Mode can continuously provide magic chakra after it is turned on, but the speed provided is definitely not as fast as the speed of use, and due to qualification issues, the total amount of natural energy that people with different talents can accommodate is also different. All the same, Genma doesn't believe it. This Sarutobi Hiraki, who has never been mentioned in the manga, can he still be talented in senjutsu and use Hashirama? Moreover, the changes caused by Sarutobi Hiraki's use of senjutsu are really not small. Compared with Hashirama's perfect Sage Mode, it is still far behind. After listening to Genma's words, Sarutobi Hiraki didn't understand that Genma really understood Sage Mode. He immediately made a decision. Even if Genma could really use Sage Mode, Sarutobi Hiraki would never give him a chance. You have fought against 9 Tails and several of my men. Now you are just at the end of your battle, so you should just accept death. Sarutobi Hiraki's words are not completely based on guesswork. After turning on Sage Mode, his perception has been greatly increased, so he can clearly feel that Genma's current chakra amount is higher than that of Sarutobi Hiraki. However, it is obvious that there is not much chakra left, and he already knows that Genma can use with style to absorb chakra. He has seen the previous battle, so naturally he will not be fooled again like his subordinates. While Genma was wrangling, he was calculating at the same time. It is estimated that it won't be long before Uzumaki Kubo's side is done. Thinking of this, Genma doesn't plan to hold back anymore. He can only use the complete Susanna once at most, so he must win with one blow. Sarutobi Hiraki did not intend to continue the conversation. He seemed to be chatting with Genma earlier, but in fact he had already accumulated chakra, and in Sage Mode he could already perform ninjutsu without forming seals. And this time, what he wants to use is his ultimate move to press the bottom of the box. Even if Senju Butsuma is hit in the front by this move, he will definitely die. Sage Art. Skyfire Kirin. After a loud shout, Sarutobi Hiraki's mouth burst out with the dual attribute magic chakra of wind and fire at the same time, and then turned into a strange purple unicorn in the sky. The unicorn was over 80 meters tall, no less than the full-body Susanna. Duerang, the purple flame on his body instantly distorted the space. Even though they were hundreds of meters away, the surrounding trees began to spontaneously combust instantly. The soil on the ground was burned red by the heating temperature in an instant, and the temperature was still rising sharply, and the surrounding area had a tendency to turn into magma. With the Kirin's figure completely stabilized, it raised its head and roared to the sky, then thought about Genma flying quickly. Due to the bonus of the wind attribute, the Kirin's speed was faster than Sarutobi Hiraki's own body. The technique is much faster. Even Genma couldn't dodge at this speed. This time he had no choice but to attack head-on. And Sarutobi Hiraki's Sage Mode can only use this move once, so he must defeat the enemy with one move. Genma wants to see if the Fire Kylan with this Sage Art increase is more powerful, or his Susanoo is better. The next moment, Susanoo's complete body appeared again. Without any hesitation, he directly drew out the katana in his hand and slashed out with all kinds of weapons. After all, the complete Susanoo is extraordinary. Even the Fire Unicorn with increased celestial skills could not escape the end of being cut in two. However, this move is not originally focused on defense. After the Fire Unicorn was hit, it exploded immediately, and the terrifying purple flames began to sweep towards the surroundings. With such a terrifying temperature, even the caster Sarutobi Hiraki did not dare to get close, and had already been far away. Left, Genma could only rely on Susanoo to deal with it. The flames of this fire unicorn were indeed extraordinary. Even if Susanoo was affected by the flames, it immediately started to spontaneously combust. Genma could only quickly input chakra to maintain Susanoo, otherwise once Susanoo disappeared, he will be burned to ashes. Sarutobi Hiraki in the distance naturally discovered Genma's rapidly decreasing chakra through his own perception, and Susanoo was completely covered in flames shortly afterwards, and it seemed that it would not be long before he was completely burned. This flame not only enveloped Susanoo, but the surrounding forest of nearly a kilometer was also covered in fire in an instant. The virgin forest suddenly turned into a sea of fire, and wherever the purple flame passed, whether it was rocks or soil, it was burned in an instant. This power is estimated to be very close to Amaterasu, who burns everything. The power of magic can be seen in Madara. Even Naruto's Sage Art Spiral Shuriken hurt Madara's Susanoo in the original work, so it is reasonable for Sarutobi Hiraki to be able to hurt the complete Susanoo. In Sarutobi Hiraki's perception, Genma's chakra almost bottomed out after just a few breaths, and then at a certain moment in 3.3, his perception of Genma completely disappeared. Sarutobi Hiraki said subconsciously, "Has it been burned to ashes?" Originally, Sarutobi Hiraki was prepared to wait for Genma to escape the flames before giving him a fatal blow, but he did not expect to understand Genma so easily, which surprised him. However, he was not one to hesitate, and then rushed in the direction of Uzumaki Kubo that he had previously identified. After all, killing Genma was just incidental to him, and the most important thing was to prevent the Seal of Nine Tails. The scene returned to Uzumaki Kubo. He had just completed the seal, but found that Genma's chakra disappeared. Even if he was confident enough about Genma, he could not help but think about the bad things. But at this moment, Genma's voice sounded next to him and Mito Yomi Hirazan. Yomi Hirazan is the secret technique of the Itsutsuki clan. Even the Itsutsuki clan cannot be used by everyone. Only Itsutsuki Kagaya and Itsutsuki Urashiki are known to be able to use it. This move can be said to be one of the strongest among the time and space ninjutsu. It belongs to the blood successor snare and requires the Samsara Sharinan to be used. In terms of casting speed, Huanquan by Reizaka may be slightly slower than Flying Thunder God, but the distance spanned by space and the auxiliary capabilities of Huanquan by Reizaka are both better. Genma has been able to use this magical skill since he mastered the Samsara Sharinan. This is why he, who has always been at a speed disadvantage, did not try to find a way to obtain moves such as Flying Thunder God. Because Huanquan Hirasaka is with him, it would be a waste to engage in other space ninjutsu. However, Genma has always regarded this move as a last resort. One of the reasons is that the chakra consumption of this move is very large. Genma's current chakra amount cannot be used multiple times. Unless it is a life or death situation, he does not dare to use it casually. Today's Sage Mode battle against Sarutobi Hiraki forced Genma to a life and death moment for the first time. If Genma is completely victorious, he will definitely not be afraid of Sage Mode. However, he previously opened 2 Gundam Susanoo and Wooden Golem, which consumed a lot of his chakra, so 01 was forced to use Hirazaka today. Compared with Genma's poor dual abilities of Mangekyo, his Rinnegan is much more powerful. Not only Yomi Hirazan, but also has 3 other abilities. One of them is Tian Zizhong, which is described in the Book of Formation as the ability to freely weave space, the magical power of the ancestor after opening his eyes. If Yamaizumi Hirasaka has the strongest ability to move in space, this Tenagaku has the ability to create space. With such ability, even creating a new ninja continent is not impossible. However, the chakra consumption of this move is also more terrifying. In the original work, only Tera Yoryuaki can use it flexibly. Even Suzuki, who is Sage of 6 Paths, cannot use it flexibly. For this powerful ability, Genma can only watch but not use it now. If he wants to reluctantly use it, he must at least reach the 6 Paths level. The other 2 abilities are also extraordinary. One is Infinite Tsukuyomi. This move is a real world-destroying illusion. It can only be used by Samsara Sharinan. Genma now has insufficient chakra and cannot use it. Moreover, this move is used for Genma is not as radical as Kagaya in destroying the world, so he has no plans to do so. The last ability is Time Freezing. This move involves the law of time and is Genma's strongest trump card. However, the chakra consumption exceeds that of Tian Ziyuzhong. It is a move that his current chakra cannot try at all. With such powerful 4 abilities, Genma has not been able to boast recently. It is not that he is not motivated, but that he already has too many cheats, and it would be too much to bite off more. Counting it all together, the only one Genma can barely use is Yamaizumi Hirasaka, who has relatively little demand for chakra among the 4 major abilities. Although Huanquan Hirasaka is also a pupil technique of Samsara Sharinan, the amount of chakra used is proportional to the distance to be teleported and the number of people. A short-distance single-person teleportation may only be an S-level chakra amount. Uzumaki Kubo heard Genma's whisper and turned his head quickly. This time he happened to see Genma behind him. At this moment, Genma's breathing was a little short, and his face was full of exhaustion. What shocked Uzumaki Kubo the most was that a third eye opened on Genma's forehead at some point. The bright red pupils were like Sharingan, but with Rinnegan's ripples on them, and the ripples were also mixed with 9 Tomo. This is Genma's reincarnation Sharingan. Genma didn't have time to explain anymore. He grabbed Uzumaki Kubo and Mito, who was unconscious on the ground, with both hands. Then the black portal around him quickly shrank and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. As for the figures of the 3 Genma people, they have already left here for who knows how far. Genma had previously used complete Susanna once again, and now he used Hirazaka again. It can be said that he completely overdrafted chakra. After confirming that he took Uzumaki Kubo and 2 people into the space teleportation, he had already been overdrafted by the pressure on his body, crushed and fell into coma. Next to him, Uzumaki Kubo was so shocked that he had nothing to say. It all took a long time to talk about, but just after he heard Genma read Yomi Hirazaka, his eyes dazzled, and then in just a moment, they found that the 3 of them had arrived at the residence of his clan chief, Uzumaki Kubo. Such a powerful space ninjutsu, even Uzumaki Kubo has never heard of it. Thinking about Genma's reincarnation Sharingan, it is not exactly the same as the eyes of Atsutsuki Kagaya recorded in the Uzumaki tribe's stone tablet. Could it be that Genma's talent surpasses that of Sage of 6 Paths and is on the same level as Sage of 6 Paths' mother, Kagaya Haim? Thinking of this possibility, Uzumaki Kubo was even more excited. He turned around and was about to ask Genma about the specific situation, but it was discovered that Genma had lost consciousness, and even the Samsara Sharingan on his head had disappeared. Only then did Uzumaki Kubo realize that Genma had overdrawn the chakra by activating the Hirazaka. This was probably Genma's last trump card. Thinking about today's situation, Uzumaki Kubo was also a little lucky. If it hadn't been for Huan Quan Hirasaka's move, the 3 of them might not have been able to return to the Uzumaki clan intact. You must know that Uzumaki Kubo may not be at the clan leader level, but after the previous seal of 9 tails, the chakra has been exhausted, and his current combat power is at most an elite level of 460 nin. Not to mention Uzumaki Mito. She has just sealed the 9 tails chakra and cannot use it for a short time. She has no combat power at all, not to mention that she is still entangled with the 9 tails in her consciousness. If Genma falls, then Uzumaki and Kubo will also be powerless to resist. Fortunately, all this has passed, and Genma has surprised Uzumaki Kubo enough. Now that the Uzumaki clan has obtained Mito, the only Jinchuriki key in the ninja world, the future Uzumaki clan will have 3 major clan leaders. Such a strong foundation is something neither the Senju clan nor the Uchiha clan has ever possessed. With these 3 clan leaders, the rise of the Uzumaki clan is already certain, and they can be where they are today. Genma has contributed a lot. Take the 9 tails seal this time. If it weren't for Genma's strength, they would have struggled to defeat 9 tails, let alone the seal after defeating 9 tails. There is interference from the Sarutobi clan. Not long after the Genma trio disappeared, Sarutobi Hiraki led people to surround the location where 9 tails was sealed. His perception was unmistakable. Uzumaki Kubo must have been here before. But after a while, Uzumaki Kubo and Uzumaki Mito lost consciousness, and he also noticed the presence of Genma's aura, even if it was just for a short moment. Hole. Sarutobi Hiraki, who seemed to understand something, punched the ground hard. He is still in sage mode now, with a thick layer of hair on his fists, which looked like the fists of an ape. The power of this punch was so powerful that it shattered the ground inch by inch. The surrounding Sarutobi clan members were secretly shocked when they saw this scene. Sarutobi Hiraki kept sage mode extremely secret. Except for a few elites in the clan, no one else knew about it at all. So it was the first time that they saw the clan leader like this, and this terrifying physical skill, which the previous Sarutobi Hiraki had never possessed. Although Sarutobi Hiraki didn't know what method Genma used, he guessed that Genma must have used a method similar to space ninjutsu to instantly escape the burning of the fire unicorn. Then they also took Uzumaki Kubo and 2 others away. He didn't know if Uzumaki Kubo's final seal was successful, but in the forest in front of him, he couldn't sense any of 9 tails chakra. Even if the seal was not successful, 9 tails must be dead. With all the elites of the Sarutobi clan out, not only did they fail to stop Uzumaki Kubo's sealing plan, but they also hooked up with an elite Jonin. What is gratifying to everyone is that the 3 elite Jonin that Genma defeated before were not dead, but were simply sucked dry of chakra. Otherwise, the Sarutobi clan would have been bleeding heavily this time. Sarutobi Hiraki was furious and immediately said to everyone, Jonin, immediately search all over the area. That guy doesn't have much chakra left. Even if he uses time and space ninjutsu, he will never be able to run very far. After hearing this, Jonin of the Sarutobi clan understood that the Otsutsuki Genma, in the state of the clan leader, not only was not killed, but actually ran away, and even took Uzumaki Kubo and Uzumaki Mito with him. Although they were shocked, the Jonin did not dare to be vague. After receiving the order, they immediately dispersed and launched a carpet-like search of the forest. Sarutobi Hiraki stood there a little unwillingly. Sending people out to explore was simply a matter of luck. From the past intelligence and analysis of previous battles with Genma, this Otsutsuki Genma was not a fool. How could it be so easy to be caught again? The only chance for the Sarutobi clan was when Genma was trapped in the flames. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiraki at that time could not get close to the fire unicorn. But even if Uzumaki Kubo and the others escaped, Sarutobi Hiraki would never make it easy for them. Now he would not dare to send troops to attack the Uzumaki clan. After all, the Sarutobi clan also lost an elite Jonin, and Sarutobi Hiraki did not know the location of Genma and the others. If they just attacked, Otsutsuki Genma would directly if they sneak attack the Sarutobi clan, they will be attacked from both sides. Moreover, even if everything goes well, Sarutobi Hiraki can only stop Otsutsuki Genma alone. Then the Uzumaki clan still has Uzumaki Kubo as a clan leader, even if the sealing of 9 tails is successful. Add in Uzumaki Mito. Such a powerful strength is no longer something that the Sarutobi clan can resist. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiraki has a trump card, and that is his most talented son. Calculating the time, he is almost finished training. By then, as long as he operates properly and cooperates with other ninja families, he has a chance to win over the Uzumaki family. It's best to find traces of Otsutsuki Genma and the others in the territory, so that we can avoid future troubles. However, things just backfired. After 3 days of searching, even the Sarutobi clan's own clan's territory was turned upside down, but Genma and the others were not found. By this time, everyone also understood that the 3 of Otsutsuki Genma had successfully escaped. When Sarutobi Hiraki heard the news, he inevitably smashed a big hole in the ground again. The Sarutobi clan elites on the side were frightened when they saw the clan leader angry. At this moment, the 3 elite Jonin who participated in the siege were also among these people. After 3 days of rest, they had recovered their physical strength and were able to move normally. However, even if they did not die this time, their master was already fearful of Xian's strength. This kind of strength is not possessed by ordinary clan leaders. The 3 of them are not ignorant of Sage Mode. Even Sarutobi Hiraki's Sage Mode will be at a disadvantage when faced with the siege of the 3 of them, but Genma Susanoo can crush it. Killed 3 of them. One of the 3 men, a man about 40 years old, stood up and said, "Clan leader, since the 3 Otsutsuki Genma have escaped, why don't we incorporate 9 Tails territory into our territory?" Regardless of whether they succeeded in sealing it or not, that territory has become a no-owner's land. After hearing what this person said, someone else immediately stood up and echoed, "Yes, according to intelligence, although the conditions in that primeval forest are harsh, it is extremely rich in minerals. As long as that land is swallowed up, the weapons output of our Sarutobi tribe can be doubled at least." 9 Tails territory in the entire Fire Country is only bordered by their Sarutobi clan, so other families basically have no way of knowing what is going on inside, and even if they know, they have no chance to intervene. So although the Sarutobi clan has lost elite Jonin, but Uzumaki Kubo also helped them solve a serious problem, the 9 Tails demon fox, and now they can take over this territory unscrupulously. Sarutobi Hiraki, who was still furious, finally calmed down after hearing this. "Very good, I will do as you say. From now on, we will take those mortals without chakra to the south to develop it. We must develop it to a level no less than that of the clan within a few years." The Sarutobi clan, which had received a huge benefit, could be considered a change from its previous decline. Immediately someone stood up and suggested, "Chief, do you want to keep the Uzumaki clan's successful sealing of 9 Tails a secret?" When this person mentioned Sarutobi, Hiraki also understood. It seemed that only the Sarutobi clan valued this matter. In fact, no one in the entire ninja world did not value it. The Uzumaki clan had already mastered the ability to create an additional clan leader-level combat power out of thin air. The Sarutobi clan cannot stand to be the only one who can't stand the forbidden technique that has caused the imbalance of power among the major families. How can the Uzumaki clan's plan not go as they wish? They immediately spread the news and revealed the Sarutobi clan's ability to control the sealed-tailed beasts to the clan leaders. "I want to make the Uzumaki clan the public enemy of the entire ninja world from today on." The news of this battle is not small. Although other families have no way of knowing the details, if the Sarutobi clan takes the initiative to disclose it in detail, then naturally it will not take long for it to spread throughout the ninja world. With the spread of the Sarutobi clan, in just one day, the entire ninja world already knew everything about the Uzumaki clan's seal of 9 Tails. The heads of the major families attach great importance to this matter. All this was expected by Sarutobi Hiraki. The forbidden technique that can seal the tailed beast will be jealous of any family, including the two heroes of the ninja world, Uchiha and Senju. In the temporary command post on the border of the Senju clan, Senju Butsuma immediately sent someone to confirm after receiving the information. Although the southern part of the Fire Country is not close to Senju, there are still spies active there all year round, but the information is transmitted back slowly. After all, there is a Sarutobi clan in the middle. But no matter how slow the speed is, 4 days have passed since the battle that day, and the information from the Yumi clan should arrive in less than a day. Only after the information is obtained, he can judge whether it is true or false. After all, the Sarutobi clan is not a good person, and Senju Butsuma will not be used as a gunman by someone with a few words. If this information is true, Senju Butsuma will be in a bit of trouble. He was originally able to form an alliance with the Uzumaki clan, but now that everyone has announced that Itsutsuki Genma will be his son-in-law, he will definitely have no chance at all. As the family with the most borders with the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan at this moment has to carefully consider whether 500 should fight Uchiha. Otherwise, if they are attacked by the Uzumaki clan during the most intense fight, even if they are known as the number one in the ninja world, I am afraid that the rich family cannot afford this consequence. It's this damn Senju Genma again. I should have slapped this beast to death that day. Even though Genma has changed his name to Itsutsuki Genma, and this news is known to the entire ninja world, Senju Butsuma still calls him Senju Genma, which certainly puts Senju's face at ease, and more importantly, he reminds himself, such a powerful fighting force came from his Senju. However, shooting Genma to death was just Senju Butsuma's wishful thinking. Genma had already awakened to its style at that time, and it was not certain who would win or lose in a real fight between the two. Just when Senju Butsuma was secretly resentful, a secret guard finally walked in at the door, holding in his hand the information sent from the south. After opening the information and browsing it carefully, Senju Butsuma was so angry that he smashed the table in front of him. And Yi, who was kneeling in front of him, was also secretly surprised. This was the first time he saw Senju Butsuma so angry. Although Senju Butsuma, Abai, was a bit stingy in the past, he basically showed his emotions and anger. Even if he was very angry, he would kill directly. How can there be such incompetent rage? The reason is naturally the information in Senju Butsuma's hands. The information inside did not disappoint him. It really recorded the battle in the south in detail, and the details inside were almost exactly the same as those sent by the Sarutobi tribe. This proves that the Sarutobi clan did not resort to any plot to kill people, but actually published this information accurately. It is also written in the information of the Senju clan that Genma initially fought and crushed the Nine Tails demon fox, and then Uzumaki Kubo sealed Nine Tails into Uzumaki Mito's body. Itsutsuki Genma then fought with the elites of the Sarutobi tribe, severely injuring 3 elite jonin and killing 1 elite jonin. Sarutobi Hiraki also used the Sage mode that he had never used before, repelling Itsutsuki Genma in one fell swoop. They failed to catch the 3 of them and escaped. Senju Butsuma's anger mainly comes from Genma's rapid growth, and now he has the strength to fight Nine Tails alone, and then suppress the elite of the Sarutobi clan. This is not something he, Senju Butsuma, can do. In other words, the current number 1 person in the ninja world has officially moved from his head, Senju Butsuma, to Itsutsuki Genma. The thing that makes Senju Butsuma fear the most is Sarutobi Hiraki. This old guy actually practices Sage mode quietly. Senju Butsuma has never heard of this move before, but its power is so amazing that even a strong person like Genma can do it. Anyone can fight. It's obvious that the Sarutobi clan has been hiding their clumsiness for a long time. I'm afraid Sarutobi Hiraki has learned this trick a long time ago, and he will probably use it suddenly in the future to intimidate the ninja world. Thinking back to Sarutobi Suzuki, the most outstanding son of Sarutobi Hiraki, it seems that there has been no information for a long time. Senju Butsuma is even more worried. If Sarutobi Suzuki also masters Sage mode, then their Sarutobi clan will pose a great threat to Senju. Promote. Even though the later Senju Hashirama could activate Sage mode, it was just him. The Senju clan had never had the custom of signing a contract with a ninja beast. They believed in the personal strength of Qianyin above all else. It is also because of this that no one has ever contracted the summoning beast, so Sage mode, a big cheat, has passed them by. If it were not for the opponent Uchiha Madara in Senju Hashirama later, he probably would not have thought of enriching his own means. And the time he mastered Sage mode was after Konoha had been established for quite some time. Returning from his thoughts, Senju Butsuma took a long breath and said to Yi with a serious face, "Prepare people, I want to talk to Uchiha Tajima in person." And was even more surprised when he heard this. Uchiha had a meeting with the Senju clan leader. This was something that had never happened in thousands of years. Even if the two clans fought until they ran out of ammunition and food, it would never happen. Talking about meeting Son's wife would definitely be a matter of life and death. Today we are actually going to have a meeting for an Uzumaki clan, and Aniki naturally understands what this means. The rapidly rising Uzumaki clan has threatened the dominance of Senju and Uchiha. At this moment, the two families must sit down and discuss together how to face the Uzumaki clan. On the Uchiha clan side, which is a few kilometers away from the Senju clan, Uchiha Tajima's expression is not necessarily much better than Senju Butsuma's. The Uchiha clan was originally superior to the Senju in terms of espionage capabilities, and they basically had their spies in every corner of the entire ninja world. Therefore, they knew what was happening in the south immediately, and the level of detail of the information was no less than that of the Senju clan. That's why Uchiha Tajima was even more shocked. The Uzumaki clan has grown so fast. Under the eyes of Uchiha and Senju, it has 3 clan leaders. If it continues like this, if a few more tailed beasts are sealed by the Uzumaki clan, doesn't that mean he has the power to crush the ninja world? Uchiha Tajima would not allow this to happen. Thinking of this, he made almost the same decision as Senju Butsuma. Get ready, I'm going to talk to Senju Butsuma. Just after Uchiha Tajima sent the message, someone came in to report from outside the door. Inform the clan leader that there are people from the Senju clan outside who want to see you. They say that Senju Butsuma wants to hold talks with you. When Uchiha Tajima saw it, he stood up immediately. He knows Senju Butsuma very well. This old guy hates Uchiha very much. Even if he kills him, he is not willing to talk to Uchiha's people. Now he actually takes the initiative to talk to him. This side shows how influential the Uzumaki clan is. It is obvious that the Senju clan over there should also have received detailed information. Without much thought, Uchiha Tajima immediately agreed to the messenger's request. Then the two sides discussed that they would start talks at the junction of the two tribes the morning after tomorrow. The information about the Uzumaki clan seal of 9 tails has just spread throughout the ninja world, and here the two heroes of the ninja world are about to meet again. At this moment, any ninja family understands the extent of the threat of the Uzumaki family, which can actually make the two families who are sworn enemies sit down and have a meeting. The major families who were still fighting at the same time all immediately chose to shake hands and make peace, because now there is an existence that breaks the balance. If these families continue to fight and leave an Uzumaki clan alone, it will take a few years for the Uzumaki clan to fully master the tailed beast seal, and they will be dead. The mass production of clan leader level ninjutsu has brought great influence, not to mention the Fire Nation. Even other countries in the ninja world are extremely afraid of it at this moment. The major families secretly sent out countless spies to sneak into the Uzumaki clan's territory, just to have a chance to obtain this ninjutsu. Even the Kingdom of Water far away overseas has many ninjas who have traveled thousands of miles to the ninja continent in order to get a glimpse of the mystery of this move. The sudden rise of the Uzumaki clan inadvertently caused the major families to stop fighting. Although an alliance has not yet been reached, it is obvious that no one will look for trouble at this time. The Uzumaki clan is completely destroyed, or the ability of the tailed beasts is sealed. Before being robbed, everyone will try their best to restrain themselves. In addition to secret spying, there are naturally some families who want to attack the Uzumaki clan, but due to the distance, other families cannot attack the Uzumaki clan in a short period of time. The neighbors of the Uzumaki clan have become the focus of the entire ninja world at this time. The 3 major families of Senju, Sarutobi, Heitake have also become crowded in recent times. Many spies and diplomatic ambassadors from other clans are like raindrops, like spilling over. The most calm among them is the Heitake clan. Heitake has always remained neutral on this matter and has no intention of actively attacking the Uzumaki clan. The senior leaders of the Heitake clan seemed not to want to meddle in other people's business, and did not do much to dissuade Heitake Hain. Naturally, Heitake Hain will not take the initiative to attack the Uzumaki clan because he has been controlled by Genma. The other Heitake clan members were shocked by Genma. They suffered a big loss in the previous invasion, and they were tolerant of Genma's strength. The world knows best, so the senior leaders of the Heitake clan are unwilling to take action. What they want is to wait for Senju or Sarutobi to take action first, while the Heitake clan is waiting for the opportunity, and then they will be able to take advantage of it. However, they don't know yet that the clan leaders of their own families are all Genma people. The Heitake clan has a strong influence on the Uzumaki clan. Not a threat at all. The Senju clan had to hold talks with Uchiha, so there was no diplomacy for a short time, but they have always maintained a positive attitude towards attacking the Uzumaki clan. As for the Sarutobi clan, they are more active than anyone else, taking the initiative to engage in diplomacy with nearby families, and are even preparing to form alliances with other families to form an anti-Uzumaki clan alliance. In addition to the Uzumaki clan, there are 4 other families surrounding the Sarutobi clan, one of which is Senju, but Senju Butsuma is not in the mood to talk to them, so the only allies they can win over are the other 3 families. These 3 families are all second-rate families in the ninja world. They may be inferior to the Sarutobi family, but the 3 families often interact with each other. Although the relationship is not close, it is much stronger than the intrigues of other families. These three major families are the Inoshikacho of later generations, the Nara family who are good at shadow manipulation, the Yamanaka family who are good at spiritual ninjutsu, and the Akamika family who have powerful physical skills. Facing the olive branch offered by the Sarutobi clan, the Inoshikacho clan did not rush to agree, but always paid attention to the attitude of the Uchiha clan. Because the Uchiha clan borders the Inoshikacho clan, if Uchiha is not prepared to fight against the Uzumaki clan, the three clans must not take action rashly, otherwise there is always the danger of Uchiha's madmen stealing their homes. In this way, the alliance plan of the Sarutobi clan has been temporarily shelved. At this moment, even they have to focus on the meeting between Senju and Uchiha. This meeting will determine the future trend of the ninja world. If the two major families cannot finally negotiate a break, then Senju and Uchiha will continue to fall into war. Only other families can deal with the thorny threat of the Uzumaki clan. Once these families cannot suppress the Uzumaki clan, then the Uzumaki clan will most likely be in trouble in the future. In a few decades, he alone poisoned the ninja world. If the Liangda family chooses to take action, other families cannot just watch, otherwise they will offend these two behemoths. If the two families take action at the same time, no one family can withstand it. If Senju and Uchiha really join forces, the Uzumaki clan will undoubtedly be defeated. This is the consensus of the entire ninja world. No one will believe that the Uzumaki clan can survive with the two heroes of the ninja world joining forces. As time passed, the day finally came for the meeting between Senju and Uchiha. The location was set at the junction of the two tribes, so that if the negotiations really broke down, reinforcements from the two tribes could rescue them in time. In this meeting, Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Tajima had a surprisingly tacit understanding. Both of them only brought 2 guards, one was the guard commander of their respective families, and the other was the young clan leader of their 2 clans, namely first-generation Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The two had experienced previous ruptures, and this was the first time they met again. However, because of the rift, Uchiha Madara looked expressionless at Senju Hashirama. As for Senju Hashirama, although he wanted to renew his relationship with Madara, it was such a serious occasion and his father was present, so he could only keep his mouth shut. Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Tajima walked out first, while the guards and son behind them naturally watched from a distance and failed to follow. When the two met, Senju Butsuma was the first to speak. "Let's cease the war. The Uzumaki clan won't be able to control them if we continue to fight like this." It was a critical period now, and all the family's glasses were focused on this negotiation, so Senju Butsuma was not in the mood to talk nonsense. Although he wanted to kill Uchiha Tajima with a knife, he directly chose a truce. Uchiha Tajima originally planned to cease the war, but was a little surprised by Senju Butsuma's decisiveness. The Uzumaki clan does have to take care of it, but we, the Uchiha clan, will not help. If you want to exterminate the clan, organize it yourself. Even the Uchiha clan was extremely greedy for the sealing technique that sealed 9 tails, but Uchiha Tajima was still not prepared to take action because there was a senju between Uchiha and the Uzumaki clan. If they really choose to join the alliance to attack the Whirlpool clan, they will definitely have to borrow Senju's territory. It seems like they can find an opportunity to defeat them, but that is Senju's territory after all, and there is a steady stream of reinforcements from others in the 847. As long as they can't succeed in a tug of war, they will definitely not be able to defeat Senju. What's more, if you go deep into the territory of a family that has a deep hatred for you, then the subsequent food and grass resources will definitely not be guaranteed. It is impossible to really believe that Senju will cooperate with them seamlessly. Senju Butsuma also has a bad temper. When he heard that Uchiha Tajima wanted to leave the problem alone, he immediately stamped his feet and shouted, "You bastards! You still let me, Senju, organize an attack without taking action? What if you take the opportunity to make a sneak attack? You really think that I, the Senju clan, are fools?" Although Uchiha Tajima is calm, he represents the Uchiha clan after all, not to mention that he is not a fool. He also stood up and looked at Senju Butsuma without showing any weakness. "Don't be so shameless, old guy. Uchiha has never been afraid of you if you want to attack us." Senju Butsuma saw Tajima's attitude, ready to fight if he disagreed, so he quickly forced himself to calm down. If today's negotiations break down, it will only allow the Uzumaki clan to take advantage of the opportunity to rise. Senju Butsuma calmed down his anger and said with a serious face, "It's okay if you don't want to help. Let's start a war with the Hyaga clan. Unless you send out a large force to attack Hyaga, Senju will not rush out." Since Senju Butsuma said it calmly, Uchiha Tajima also took advantage of the situation and sat down. He did not want the two tribes to continue fighting at this time and let the Uzumaki tribe take advantage of the situation to rise. However, Uchiha Tajima had to consider Senju Butsuma's opinion carefully. Logically speaking, attacking Hyaga is indeed a good choice. The Hyaga clan has always been arrogant due to its supercilious look. Uchiha Tajima has been clamoring to compete with Uchiha to see who has the best eye skills in the ninja world. Uchiha Tajima has also had the idea of attacking Hyuga for a long time, but due to the constant pressure from Senju, he has never had time to take care of the Hyuga clan. Although this proposal is good, the Hyuga clan is not foolhardy. The Byakugan's detection range is extremely terrifying. If any clan wants to go to war with them, there is only one option, and that is frontal combat. However, casualties often cannot be estimated in this way. Once a frontal war breaks out, hundreds to thousands of people may be killed. Even if they put in so much effort to defeat the Hyuga, they would only be able to obtain some Jujutsu unique to the Hyuga clan. Those things cannot be used without the Byakugan. Should they, the Uchiha clan, give up their Sharingan and transplant the Byakugan? Senju is different. If they can really capture the Uzumaki clan, not to mention a large number of sealing techniques and barrier techniques, they can also directly master the ninjutsu that seals 9 tails. This is a powerful clan leader level forbidden technique. Comparing the two items, Uchiha is at a huge loss no matter how you look at it. But after weighing the threat from the rise of the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Tajima finally chose to compromise. I can agree to attack the Hyuga clan, but you must bring the Heite clan to join the battle. I don't want those white-haired ghosts to sneak up on me when I attack Hyuga. The Heite clan has been waiting and watching these days, turning a blind eye to the diplomacy of other families. It is clear that they want to reap the benefits. The Uchiha clan is also a clan bordering the Heite clan. How can they let these guys watch the show? Seeing Uchiha Tajima's compromise, Senju Butsuma's mood finally improved a lot, but when he heard that he was going to bring the Heite tribe into the war, Senju Butsuma also hesitated. The main reason is that the Heite family is a family with a high IQ per capita. It is very difficult to deal with them. Simple words are probably useless. If the Heite family cannot taste some sweetness, they probably will not take action easily. After also weighing the threat of the Uzumaki clan in his mind, Senju Butsuma had already made a plan. Leave it to me to persuade the Heite clan. In that case, it is decided today that the armistice will last for 1 year. Uchiha Tajima has no objections either. It's settled. Uchiha and Senju will have a 1-year truce from today. The 1-year armistice period sounds very short, but for the Sengoku era, which was full of wars all year round, it can be said to be a rare peace. After agreeing on the truce time, the two then negotiated on the details. Finally, the two signed and pledged, and the truce agreement between Uchiha and Senju officially came into effect. Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Tajima will also publicize the truce this time in order to let the entire ninja world know that they will not let other families rise. As long as such signs appear, they will immediately choose a truce and extinguish them. Although the two had some small plans with each other, overall the meeting was not harmonious. Returning to their respective families, Senju Butsuma first began to mobilize with the top management. The first is to start shrinking the border defense lines, leaving only some basic patrol forces. Then a large number of ninja troops began to move towards the border of the Uzumaki tribe. Along the way, food, supplies and ordnance were the first to move. Even Senju Butsuma doesn't know how long this battle will last. Even if the time is shorter than a few months, it will still be 3.0, and the necessary preparations must still be made. The second step was to arrange a meeting in person with the Heite clan. He knew that the others would definitely not be able to convince Heite Kashine, so this time he had to appear in person. Senju Butsuma. Only the clan leader could come forward in person to get the old foxes of the Heite clan to take it seriously. At this time, Senju Butsuma did not forget to find his eldest son Senju Hashirama. This boy has grown extremely rapidly recently, and chakra has even reached the level of elite Jonin. Although it is not comparable to the Atsutsuki Genma, in Senju Butsuma's estimation, Hashirama is now fully capable of fighting the clan leader alone. This battle is very important, and Senju Hashirama cannot be ignored. Not to mention the recent Senju Hashirama, who has developed a move that even Senju Butsuma is amazed by. Less than a day has passed since the truce between Uchiha and Senju, and the heads of major families in the ninja world already have more detailed information on this matter. Neither Senju Butsuma nor Uchiha Tajima deliberately concealed it, so other families could get the news so easily. Now these families also understood that Senju and Uchiha were determined to destroy the Uzumaki family. The Inoshikacho clan, which had always been on the sidelines before, chose to join the alliance of the Sarutobi clan on that day. So far, the two major forces have formed an anti-Uzumaki clan alliance. At this moment, in the Uzumaki clan's clan territory, next to the clan leader's mansion in the center, Genma's courtyard sits quietly here. After several days of training, Genma, who had a fierce battle before, finally fully recovered. During this period of time, he was completely in a coma. When he woke up, he found that although there was nothing wrong with his body, because by overusing his pupil power, his reincarnation Sharingan deteriorated. Not to mention the reincarnation Sharingan in a short time, even the Rinnegan's ability cannot be used 0-1, and it can only be opened to the level of the eternal Mangekyo at most. Fortunately, this problem will not bother him for too long, and it will recover naturally in a month or more than 10 days. Fortunately, Genma's physique is its Satsuki's sage body, and the recovery speed is amazing. Otherwise, ordinary people may directly damage the meridians through the overdraft of chakra, and it is not certain whether they can continue to be ninjas in the future. As soon as he opened his eyes, Genma saw a familiar cute face. It was the red-haired Uzumaki Mito. At this moment, she was lying next to the bed, sleeping. The cute little face looked crystal clear, but the slightly frowned brow affected the beauty. Genma knows that the other party must have been here for a long time. It has been 10 years since he came to this ninja world. He has never felt the relationship with his family. Needless to say, Senju Butsuma is a very utilitarian family. Genma was just barely talented, so he rushed to live with his servants. After arriving at the Uzumaki tribe, they were even more tired of dealing with all forces, and had to help Uzumaki Kubo wipe his to deal with the rebellion. Uzumaki Mito at the moment made Genma feel a rare warmth. Although she was just a little girl, her feelings were sincere and far better than those of the women Genma had met in her previous life. She looked glamorous on the outside, but inside she was more. A scheming person has no bottom line when it comes to love. While Mito was sleeping, Genma took the opportunity to explore Mito's body. Only then did he discover that Mito's seal was perfect. Nine Tails' chakra was completely sealed on her west. Not to mention these chakras alone, as long as Mito can use them flexibly, he already has super cage level strength. As Genma's hand touched Mito's head, his consciousness spun, and then he came to a dark and damp cave. It is the place where Nine Tails is sealed in Mito's consciousness. This is similar to what Naruto did later. It seems that this was done intentionally by Nine Tails in order to use its evil chakra and the surrounding gloomy scenes to lead its Jinchuriki astray. The sudden appearance of Genma in the cave of consciousness made Nine Tails, who was sleeping, instantly open his glasses. The moment the beast's pupils saw Genma, they couldn't help but shrink. When Nine Tails saw Genma, he immediately gritted his teeth and said, "It's Satsuki Genma." Although I want to jump out and kill Genma, Nine Tails is now firmly sealed. This sealing technique is not the half-hearted seal of Namikaze Minato later. Even the complete Nine Tails has no chance to break free. Now Nine Tails has become a turtle in the urn, and Genma has lost the power he had before. He has no intention of fighting Nine Tails anymore, and just said with a slight smile, "You seem to be getting worse after not seeing me for a few days, Kurama." Nine Tails, who was still in a rage, was stunned when he heard the word Kurama. Then he looked at Genma gloomily and said, "How do you know? I don't remember saying my name to any human being." Genma said with a sympathetic look on his face, "At this moment I know you hate humans. I can't blame you for all this. For their own selfish interests, they will kill even their own race without hesitation, let alone you. Originally, I wanted to ask why, but after hearing Genma's words, Nine Tails immediately became furious. These damn humans only know how to fight for power and gain, but they don't understand what peaceful coexistence is, nor what mutual understanding is." Seeing Nine Tails' reaction, Genma immediately knew something was going on and hurriedly followed Nine Tails' words. Now they only see immediate benefits, that's why they are so miserable. They need a leader, and I am this leader. Nine Tails glanced at Genma, then said disdainfully, "Only you? You are not a mere human being." Genma said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner at this time, "Have you forgotten my name? And you're not curious about how I know your name? I am the leader that Itsutsuki Higoromo said, and I will also lead the ninja world to true peace, because my strength can do it." Only then did Nine Tails remember that Genma not only had the same last name as Higoromo, but also had terrifying strength that far surpassed any ninja it knew. In the final analysis, the ninja world is still a 987 world where fists have the final say. In such a world, if you are not strong enough, talking about peace is just a dream. Genma does have this qualification in terms of strength, because the previous Nine Tails was beaten violently by this kid who looked to be no more than 10 years old, although Nine Tails caused a lot of damage in the process. But from the beginning to the end, Genma was not harmed. Even when Nine Tails was sealed at the end, Genma was not stained with a trace of dust. This shows how big the strength gap between the two is. Nine Tails even knew that after Genma won it, he also faced an attack by a group of other elites and still escaped unscathed. You must know that Genma is only 10 years old now. Even Sage of Six Paths Itsutsuki Higoromo may not have such strength at this age. Although I admit Genma's strength in my heart, but in my mouth Nine Tails is very arrogant. Your strength is far worse than Higoromo's. Genma has read the original work, so he knows the character of Nine Tails. This arrogant old fox will definitely not admit it personally, but being able to compare Genma with Sage of Six Paths means that the other party has recognized him. Then Genma revealed the purpose of his trip. "What you're inhabiting now is my future wife's body. You two should get along well in the future." Although Nine Tails is sealed in the body, its glasses are not blind. It can actually see clearly everything Jinchuriki does. Apart from anything else, in Nine Tails' opinion, this little girl from the Uzumaki tribe is at least a very caring person. Her only flaw may be that she fell in love with a bad boy. After these few days of contact, Nine Tails has discovered that Uzumaki Mito has a very kind heart, which is different from other humans Nine Tails has met. She will not have any schemes. Even if Nine Tails is gloomy or intimidating Mito, she can do it. Smiling and chatting with Nine Tails. However, in just a few days, Nine Tails has already gained some recognition with this girl. Now even without Genma's explanation, Nine Tails actually has no plans to take action against Mito, but it will not take the initiative to teach Mito how to use the Tailed Beast Chakra and how to activate the Tailed Beast mode. You seem to be worried about this girl? It seems like you don't have any weaknesses. Genma's expression suddenly became serious when he heard this. Don't think about doing anything to Mito, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. As he spoke, Genma's eyes suddenly turned into Mangekyo Sharinan. Genma's Mangekyo had come into contact with Nine Tails in previous battles. This time, after such a close observation, it found that these eyes had an irresistible power, as if the other party could completely control its own consciousness with just one word. Mangekyo can naturally control Nine Tails. Even Uchiha Obito can do this, let alone the current Genma, but he doesn't bother to use such inferior methods. What he wants is to conquer Nine Tails from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he could have directly used Mangekyo to control him when he first met Nine Tails. But in this way, Nine Tails will hate him from the bottom of his heart, and even bring it to Mito. This is not what Genma wants to see. Although Genma beat Nine Tails violently before, Nine Tails now sincerely recognizes him. You must have seen how powerful these eyes are. If you want to do something small, I can only forcefully control you, but it will erase your consciousness. Genma's slightly threatening words made Nine Tails feel a little afraid. Although it is made of chakra and cannot die, if it is really wiped out of consciousness, it will be no different from death. Even if another mental consciousness arises in the future, it will not be the current Kurama. However, despite being afraid, Nine Tails still said unforgivingly, "You really can't take a joke at all." Seeing Nine Tails surrender, Genma immediately put away his seriousness and then said, "I know you know how to practice Tailed Beast mode, but I won't force you to teach Mito. As long as you get in touch with her, you will find that Mito is worthy of your trust. When the time comes, you will take the initiative to teach her." The Nine Tails mode is not exclusive to Naruto and his son. The first generation Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito has a side note in the original book that the Nine Tails mode can actually be turned on. Jinchuriki, who can use Nine Tails mode, basically has super cage level strength. Although Nine Tails recognized Mito, they would not admit it and just snorted coldly. Genma saw that his goal was achieved, so he no longer stayed in consciousness. The next moment his consciousness returned to reality. As soon as he returned to reality, Mito woke up next to him. Seeing that Genma had opened his eyes, he burst into tears. Genma was so hurt this time because of her, so Mito has been feeling deep self-blame since he came back that day. "Brother Genma, you finally woke up. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have become stronger or sealed the Nine Tails." Genma jumped up and stood up, then hugged Mito and said, "I'm not fine anymore. Look, I've fully recovered. It's just a Nine Tails and Sarutobi team, but it won't kill me." Mito didn't know any medical ninjutsu, so when he saw Genma's lively appearance, he burst into tears and laughed. "Great, I'll cook for you right away. What do you want to eat?" Genma patted Mito's head and said with concern, "Let the servants do what you want to eat. You've been guarding it for a long time. Go and take a rest first." What else did Mito want to say when he heard this? But Genma scratched her nose and said, "Be good, go quickly." Mito could only go to bed obediently at this time. Considering that she had been staying by Genma's side for the past few days, it was really a long time since she had rested. As soon as she relaxed, she fainted. Genma hugged the fainted Mito, took her to the bed and laid her down gently, and then quietly left the bedroom. As soon as Genma came out, he saw a person standing outside the door. This person was his father-in-law, Uzumaki Kubo. This old guy is really haunted. Every time Genma wants to take advantage, Uzumaki Kubo appears at the right time. But now Uzumaki Kubo has a solemn look on his face. It is obviously not because Genma hugged his daughter. It is obvious that something big has happened to the Uzumaki clan. Although Genma knew something big was going on, he still said calmly, "Let's go, this is not the place to talk. By the way, prepare some food for me. I'm really hungry after not eating for a few days." Uzumaki Kubo didn't blame him much when he saw his careless appearance. Moreover, what Genma said was true. In the past few days, Genma had been in a coma and basically had nothing to eat except water and medicine. And this time they returned safely. It was entirely due to Genma alone, so Uzumaki Mito already recognized the son-in-law from the bottom of his heart, even closer than his own son. If that Uzumaki Shui Jing dared to talk to Uzumaki Kubo like this, he would have been blown away long ago. In the Uzumaki clan chief's mansion, Genma and Uzumaki Kubo came to Uzumaki Kubo's office. Uzumaki Kubo, who was sitting in front of the table, opened his mouth to tell Genma what happened in the past few days, while Genma was heartlessly enjoying the food prepared by his servant Go. After all, the leader of the Uzumaki tribe has an extraordinary status, and the food he eats on weekdays is no worse than in the 21st century. Moreover, the Uzumaki tribe is located along the coast, so all kinds of seafood are also available. Uzumaki Kubo looked at Genma eating and drinking, and veins suddenly appeared on his forehead. However, thinking of the importance of the other party at this moment, he still refrained from yelling, but said in unison, "Are you listening to me? The current situation is urgent. The four major forces have joined forces to prepare to attack our Uzumaki tribe." At this time, Genma also finished the last big lobster on the table, and then said with satisfaction, "Ah, it tastes really good. Why don't you reward me with this, chef?" Uzumaki Kubo couldn't hold himself any longer at this time and slapped the table hard. Genma came back to his senses at this time, looked at Uzumaki Kubo and said calmly, "They're just some clowns, don't be so nervous." After hearing this, Uzumaki Kubo started to sigh. Is this still a clown? When has the entire ninja world seen such a battle? The Senju clan plus the Sarutobi clan, as well as the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akamaike clans of the Inoshikacho alliance, the three major clans, let alone our Uzumaki clan, can be destroyed in an instant even by the Uchiha. Uzumaki Kubo's worries are not unreasonable. Although they now seem to have two patriarchs and a stable super cage level Mito in the future, their opponents are no joke. There are two clan leaders in the Senju family, and even the Sarutobi clan has shown extraordinary strength. Sarutobi Hiraki even used Sage Mode before. Even Uzumaki Kubo has not seen this move with his own eyes, but Genma looked like he was overdrawn on chakra that day. He still saw it. It can be seen that Sage Mode is definitely not simple. The three clans of Inoshikacho should not be underestimated. Even if their clan leader is not a clan leader, their combined methods are so unpredictable that even Uzumaki Kubo would not dare to fight them alone. Not to mention the gap in combat power at the bottom. If these large families are added together, it is conservatively estimated that there are at least 1,000 jonin, which is almost 95% of the total number of ninjas in the Uzumaki clan. These are only 510 ninjas used in battle, and there are even more ninjas left behind by others. Not to mention Genin Shinin, they directly crushed the Uzumaki clan several times. Not to mention Uzumaki Kubo, even Genma has never seen such a scene. In the original book, even Konoha, which was attacked from both sides during World War II and the Third War, has never encountered such a disparity in the number of people. However, the previous battle with Nine Tails had already made Genma understand that his combat power far exceeded the clan leader level, and he already had the ability to threaten super. Under such circumstances, he was even more afraid of these clan leader level experts. As for those Jonin Shinin, no matter how many they were nothing to mention in front of Genma's wooden golem and perfect Susanoo. The only thing that gave him some headaches was the Sage Mode of the Sarutobi clan. The ninjutsu enhanced by Sage Art was really extraordinary. Even the complete Susanna didn't dare to say that he could resist it. The previous Genma was of course a chakra and was not often taken advantage of. And enter. But Genma will not underestimate Sage Mode. Even in the final battle, this move can exert a certain power. Facing the truth-seeking ball that ignores any ninjutsu, Naruto finally relies on Sage Mode. Looking at the frowning Uzumaki Kubo in front of him, Genma comforted him, "Patriarch, don't worry, isn't my previous battle enough to reassure you? Nine Tails' strength beyond the Patriarch level. I didn't arrange it in the same way." Uzumaki Kubo felt a little better after hearing this. At this time, he also remembered the aftermath of Genma's battle with Nine Tails, which was like the aftermath of the world's destruction. He had never seen a battle of that level in his life. Compared with the battles at the clan leader level in his impression, it seemed that Genma's strength really surpassed the clan leader level by a lot. That's what you said. If that's the case, let's pack up and get ready to rush to the front line. I've already started setting up defenses at the border of Senju. Genma asked at this time, what about the Sarutobi clan? Didn't they also bring troops to attack? I'm afraid they can't stop the elite Jonin with only Shuijing. Uzumaki Kubo said helplessly, it's not that I won't let him go, but Senju here is not easy to deal with. If I don't stop here, wouldn't I let you face Senju Butsuma and Heitei Kishine alone? Genma waved his hand and said, don't worry, I've already controlled Heitei Kishine. Didn't I say it before? You don't need to worry at all. As for Senju Butsuma, I will just let Heitei Kishine stab him in the back when the time comes. There is no need for me to take action myself. Although Uzumaki Kubo knew that Heitei was being controlled, he had never seen the distinguished heavenly gods, so he was still a little worried. However, Genma had already mentioned this. Out of his trust in Genma, Uzumaki Kubo could only respond, then let Sujing guard Senju's side, and Abad, and I will deal with Sarutobi's side. Genma shook his head again and said, it's not easy here at Sarutobi. Even if you come here, you can't help much. Just let me stop him alone. Besides, Senju Butsuma is not easy to deal with. There is no clan leader who can't suppress him. Uzumaki Kubo said with some worry, is it okay for you to fight against the four major families alone? The Inoshikacho royal family is not easy to deal with. Genma showed a weird smile and then said, "Don't worry. Speaking of which, I was a blessing in disguise in the previous battle. After witnessing Sage Mode with my own eyes, I have completely learned it. Now I have mastered the truly perfect Sage Mode." Although Genma is afraid of Sage Mode, it doesn't mean that he has nothing to do. These days, Genma has been training on his own, so his strength has improved a bit slowly, but this way he is more solid and saves the day if he loses it. After bragging about the system, Genma will become a useless person instantly. This system is so weird. No matter how good it is to Genma, Genma will not completely rely on the system. His creed is to be careful about everything, but today he has to rely on the system again. What he wants now is to learn the perfect Sage Mode with the help of the system. If you don't rely on the system, the practice of Sage Mode must rely on the aboriginal people of the ninja world, that is, those summoning beasts. The Monkey Demon clan was first excluded. As for the three major holy places that appeared later, each of them lived in seclusion in the ninja world. Corner, you can't find it without spending some time. So if Genma wants a quick success, he can only rely on the bragging system again. In the past, Genma had used up 2 opportunities in addition to the one given by the novice, which meant that he now needed to fool at least 3 A-level characters to learn Sage Mode. The Uzumaki Kubo Genma in front of me has already been tested since the first time they met. He is a genuine S-class character. It is quite difficult to fool such a character, but I can't stand it anymore. Genma has a good relationship with him now. After getting along with him for so many days, as well as Genma's grace of resurrection before, and his tireless efforts to help the Uzumaki clan seal 9 tails, Uzumaki Kubo has treated him as his own son. If you continue to cheat in this situation, Genma will probably succeed. Sure enough, after hearing Genma's words, Uzumaki Kubo said, "If it's you, you do have this talent. What is the perfect Sage Mode? Wasn't Sarutobi Hiraki not perfect enough before?" When Genma heard this, a long-lost system prompt immediately came to his mind. Congratulations to host, S-class character Uzumaki Kubo's trust in perfect Sage Mode has reached 80%. This is the third B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** working hard. Sure enough, Uzumaki Kubo already trusted Genma. Genma just blew it casually, but he didn't expect the other party to believe it. As for Uzumaki Kubo's question, Genma himself doesn't have an accurate judgment on what the perfect sage mode is. In the original novel, whose sage mode looks the most perfect? It's probably Senju Hashirama's sage mode. Not only does it turn on instantly with just a clap of your hands without any preparation in advance, but the true several thousand hands used after turning it on have a great effect. Also extremely amazing. And the appearance of Senju Hashirama's sage mode has almost not changed. It still maintains a completely normal human appearance, except for some extra patterns on the face. Thinking of this, Genma had an idea. He was going to take this effect to a higher level and see if the effect would be as he described it. Like the previous sage mode of Sarutobi Hiraki, the reason why it is not perfect is that his appearance has changed a lot, the hair has grown and the irrelevant features on his face have also changed. The whole person is no different from an orangutan. Secondly, it takes a long time to prepare. The senjutsu chakra he obtained is not much, and it can only support him to increase his ninjutsu once at most. Uzumaki Kubo nodded after listening. All his knowledge of sage mode came from various intelligence. He had not seen the battle that day with his own eyes, so naturally he would not doubt anything Genma said. What about perfect sage mode? Genma said with an inscrutable expression at this moment. The so-called perfect sage mode means that it does not require any preparation time when it is turned on, and its appearance will not change. The natural energy obtained is not temporary, but is continuously obtained, and is higher than the original chakra limit. Need more? Uzumaki Kubo nodded while listening. The more he heard the following, the more frightened he became. Doesn't that mean twice as much chakra for nothing? And it can also increase the power of ninjutsu. Genma nodded and then said the biggest advantage of this perfect sage mode is that it can be turned on permanently. In this way, the lifespan and chakra limit of people under the long-term influence will be increased, and even physical skills will become stronger and stronger. The 3 legendary summoning beast Holy Lands are all alive immortals with a 1,000-year lifespan. Those guys have basically mastered the perfect sage mode. Uzumaki Kubo heard this and asked again, are you talking about the 3 holy places? I have heard of those 3 holy places, but they have been hidden for many years, and they hardly care about the ninja world. It is difficult for outsiders to find where they live. At this point, Genma is not going to describe anymore. As for the 3 holy places, if there is no such bragging system, Genma might look for them. After all, this is the only place where Genma knows how to obtain sage mode. But there is no need at all, it's the 3 holy places. That's it for sage mode. This perfect sage mode requires very high qualifications. I will teach you when I have the opportunity in the future. Genma doesn't know how to do it himself, so he has no chance to teach it to Uzumaki Kubo. Moreover, he thinks that even if Uzumaki Kubo learns it, he will be at the same level as Jiraiya at most. After all, Uzumaki Kubo's qualifications are not very good. Uzumaki Kubo nodded. Although he didn't say anything, he must be extremely grateful to Genma. If Sage Mode is really as mysterious as Genma said, its rarity is still higher than that of their Uzumaki clan's clan protection formation. This is a ninjutsu that the entire ninja world will fight for. Genma, a foreigner, can teach and teach. This is because he is sincerely devoted to the Uzumaki clan. Then this battle will be fought according to your plan. I will block Senju Butsuma, and you will resist the coalition forces of the Sarutobi clan. Genma turned around and looked at the sky outside, and said confidently, Clan leader, don't forget, we also have new ninja tools that can shock the ninja world. Uzumaki Kubo nodded, his previously anxious mood relieved, and he seemed to have regained his former self-confidence. That's right, with the ninjutsu scroll and detonating talisman, the combat power of our Uzumaki clan will never be the same again. After finishing the discussion with Uzumaki Kubo, Genma immediately found Uzumaki Mito. After taking a rest, Mito felt a lot more energetic. Genma also came with a purpose. He had only completed 1/3 of his previous bragging, so he still needed to find 2 more targets. And Uzumaki Mito himself is an S-class person, coupled with his unwavering affection for Genma, Mito will believe whatever Genma basically says. This is indeed the best candidate for Genma to fool. Mito heard what Genma said about Sage Mode and had no doubts. After mastering a certain amount of Nine Tails chakra in the past few days, her strength has begun to improve rapidly. Uzumaki Kubo did not hide information about various aspects of the family from her, so Uzumaki Mito also knew about the Sage Mode of the Sarutobi clan. Although the information was not much, he finally had a certain understanding of Sage Mode. Under this premise, it was much easier for Genma to deceive. Coupled with the experience of deceiving him several times before, Genma was able to control this little loli very well, but in just a few words, he successfully deceived Mito again. Congratulations to host, S-class character Uzumaki Mito for reaching 80% trust in perfect Sage Mode. This is the 3rd time to brag, the progress is 2/3, please host to keep up the good work. Then Genma talked about her plan to go to the south. Although Uzumaki Mito was extremely reluctant to give up, she didn't say anything. Now she has to start practicing with all her strength. After all, no matter how good the Nine Tails chakra is, it can't be used if she doesn't practice. Mito doesn't know it yet, but Genma has already paved the way for her. As long as she properly communicates with Nine Tails, she can directly be guided by Nine Tails to use Tailed Beast Mode. Genma did not forget to remind Mito at this time. Have you communicated with the Nine Tails in your body? Mito smiled slightly after hearing this. Of course it does. Although it always looks evil, it doesn't look very cute. Genma couldn't help but cough a few times after hearing this. If Nine Tails were to instruct Mito to describe it as cute, I don't know what the expression would be. It's fine since you don't hate it. I've already told him that he will directly guide you in mastering the Tailed Beast Chakra and learning the Tailed Beast Mode. Don't be polite to him. Mito couldn't help but his eyes lit up after hearing this, and then said, really? That's great. Then my strength will soon catch up with Genma's brother. Mito has seen the strength of Nine Tails from afar, and in her heart she thinks that Nine Tails is on the same level as her all-powerful Genma brother. Nine Tails in her body was a little embarrassed when she heard this. It wanted to jump out and tell Mito that even if she fully mastered her chakra, she would probably be beaten by the monster Genma. Mito was so positive, and Genma couldn't suppress her enthusiasm, so he didn't say anything. Nine Tails was a piece of shit in his hands. The two then stayed warm for a while, and after enjoying a dinner together, Genma left the clan. A battle may break out at any time now. Although Genma has just recovered, he doesn't plan to stay any longer. Besides, Genma has already made a plan for the bragging 3rd candidate. This time he rushed to the south first, just to meet Uzumaki Sujing first. Although this brother-in-law is not very powerful, he is an elite jonin, but he is also a Genma. You know, the Uzumaki clan is the 3rd A-level person besides Mito and Kubo. For other Uzumaki clan members, even jonin, the system's judgment is only B-level, which cannot meet the system's requirements at all. Because Genma's eyes are now degenerated, the reincarnation Sharingan cannot be used in the short period of 987, which means that the traveling artifact Huankwan Hirasaka Genma cannot be used either. Otherwise, Genma's mobility will absolutely crush the other families in this battle. Here Genma sets off to the south, and Uzumaki Kubo and the clan is not idle either. Recently, their detonating talisman has been developed and put into mass production. The power of this detonating talisman is really extraordinary. The power of each explosion is no less than an A-level ninjutsu. Even though the cost exceeded Genma's estimate, Uzumaki Kubo estimated that the cost of this detonating talisman was actually 10 times that of a shuriken. If Genma knew about this, he would probably have to sigh. Konan is so rich, throwing a billion detonating charms around is just like playing. He is indeed the 10th richest man in the ninja world this time. In order to resist the coalition forces of several families, the Uzumaki clan even used their housekeeping skills and devoted all their resources to creating detonating talismans and ninjutsu scrolls. Although there may be more battles in this battle, the trend still depends on the victory or defeat of the patriarchs, but when the number of middle-level ninjas reaches a certain level, even the patriarchs have to avoid the limelight. The Uzumaki clan may not be able to produce a billion detonating talismans now, but they still have the background to explode tens of thousands of detonating talismans for a clan leader. If so many detonating talismans are used at the same time, even a clan leader will have to shed his skin when encountering an immortal. For the Sarutobi clan, after the meeting between Senju and Uchiha, their clan leader Sarutobi Hiraki couldn't sit still. After joining forces with the Inoshikacho clan, he went to the people without stopping. He knew that now that he had exposed Sage Mode, he would definitely arouse the fear of the Senju clan, but he had to cooperate with the Senju in this battle, so he had no choice but to go to the door in person. Fortunately, Senju Butsuma hasn't set off to the Heite clan at this time, otherwise Sarutobi Hiraki would be in trouble. As neighbors, the two people have naturally interacted with each other over the years, and Sarutobi Hiraki has always been groveling, in order to anesthetize Senju Butsuma's consciousness and make them careless about the Sarutobi clan. Today is just a repeat of the same trick. I just don't know if Senju Butsuma will still be fooled. Senju Butsuma was about to leave when he suddenly heard that Sarutobi Hiraki came to visit him in person. His whole body suddenly became gloomy and he said to the secret guard in front of him, "How many people did Sarutobi Hiraki bring? Are you sure you can keep him?" The secret guard knew what Senju Butsuma was planning as soon as he heard this, but he said with some regret Sarutobi Hiraki just led people to the border and did not cross the border directly. Behind him were the 3 elite jonin of the Sarutobi clan. It may be difficult to take them directly. Not to mention the 3 elite jonin of the Sarutobi clan, but Hiraki Sarutobi who has already exposed Sage Mode, Senju Butsuma doesn't know if he can win. Although he still has a trump card, who is better than Sage Mode? Which one is weak? Senju Butsuma has never actually done it and cannot judge. Forget it, since he is here in person, let's meet him. Right now, the Uzumaki clan is the #1 enemy. Senju Butsuma is so petty, but he still knows his priorities. Joining forces with Sarutobi Hiraki to eradicate the Uzumaki clan will be beneficial to the Senju clan. It's just that there will inevitably be some trouble when the spoils are divided in the end. After all, Sarutobi Hiraki can join forces with the Inoshikacho clan, plus Senju and Heitake. In the end, the 5 major families will divide the resources of the Uzumaki family. Who knows, there will be another war. Senju Butsuma never thought that he would lose this battle. He brought together the elites of 5 families. If they can't defeat an Uzumaki clan who is not good at fighting, then these families will be in vain. The detonating talisman and the ninjutsu scroll are the trump cards of the Uzumaki clan, and no family in the current ninja world knows about them. This will also pave the way for their subsequent setbacks. Sarutobi Hiraki and Senju Butsuma met as promised. As soon as they met, Senju Butsuma felt the difference in Sarutobi Hiraki. Not to mention anything else, his momentum alone was stronger than the two of them a few years ago. Be strong when fighting. This thing sounds very mysterious, but strong people naturally have momentum. Sarutobi Hiraki used to give Senju Butsuma the feeling that he was at the middle level of the patriarch level, but now he is no less than himself. Thinking about this is another change brought about by Sage Mode. Thinking of this, Senju Butsuma couldn't help but become more solemn. Originally, they had Uchiha as their old enemy. The Senju were tired enough. Recently, the Uzumaki clan and Sarutobi jumped out. The Senju clan is really in trouble. If a powerful descendant does not rise, it is estimated that the life of the Senju will be difficult in the future. Fortunately, God favored Senju and sent Senju Hashirama, a once-in-a-millennium genius, during this difficult time. Why is Chief Sarutobi here? Senju Butsuma knew clearly that the other party was here to form an alliance, but he still pretended to be dumbfounded when they met in order to take the initiative. After all, it was Sarutobi Hiraki who was asking for help, so he would not let go of the opportunity and was ready to give it to him. Be prepared to be ripped off. Sarutobi Hiraki was already prepared to show weakness in 2.4, so he didn't get angry because of Senju Butsuma's pretending to be stupid. Instead, he said calmly Chief Butsuma should know the situation of the Uzumaki clan. Now the Uzumaki clan is the dominant family, and no family can just sit idly by. I heard that Chief Butsuma also intends to send troops, so I came here to discuss joining forces. Senju Butsuma said with disdain to say we are joining forces, it is nothing more than using me, Senju, as a spear user. In this battle, we will naturally join forces with the Heitei clan and the Sarutobi clan. I think it is not necessary. When Sarutobi Hiraki heard this, he knew that Senju Butsuma would definitely not agree if he didn't make a big deal. In this case, it seems that the 100,000 grains and fodder I prepared for Senju in advance can be saved. The amount of 100,000 grain and grass is really not low. Even 100,000 army can be fed for several months. Moreover, no family in the current ninja world has this number. For example, the Senju are regarded as the first family in the ninja world, and the total number of ninjas is less than 5,000. If there are really 100,000 grains, the Senju clan will not be short of food within a few years. No matter what era of war, food must be a top priority, but as the largest clan in the ninja world, the Senju clan naturally has the most extensive territory. Even if they fight all year round, they have never been short of food and grass. It's just 100,000 grains and grass. I heard that the Sarutobi clan chief has been very prosperous recently. After Nine Tails was sealed, the entire south belongs to you Sarutobi clan. The minerals there are really extraordinary. Sarutobi Hiraki was a little angry when he heard this. Senju Butsuma was really a lion. He asked for food and grass, but he actually wanted to go into those mines. If Chief Butsuma wants the mineral vein, it will be difficult for him to obey. Of course, Senju Butsuma doesn't really want that mine 01. After all, the Senju are quite far away there, and even if they really get there, they won't be able to defend it. So to put it bluntly, Senju Butsuma just wants some armaments. Chief Sarutobi, don't be anxious. Of course we don't want this mineral vein, but our Senju military equipment has been a little tense recently. You also know that we have been fighting Uchiha before, unlike you who have been hiding your capabilities and biding your time. Sarutobi Hiraki didn't believe that Senju Butsuma would be so stupid. He opened his mouth and asked for the mineral vein. Sure enough, Senju Butsuma's answer was not what he expected, but if he really agreed to the other party, the Sarutobi clan would inevitably bleed. After all, they have just taken over the southern part and cannot turn it into production capacity in a short period of time. It will take at least several months to have a certain amount of output. But thinking about the threat of the Uzumaki clan, he had to bleed a lot. After all, the Senju clan is not like other clans. In addition to Senju Butsuma, there is also a Senju Rama at the clan leader level. If the Senju clan cannot be stabilized, they can sneak attack on the Sarutobi clan during the war. That is also very possible. This armament is easy to talk about, but the mineral veins of our Sarutobi clan are not as good as those of the Senju. As for the southern part, it has not been fully developed, and there won't be many in a short time. How about I fund you with 10,000 shurikens? Senju Butsuma is famous for being stingy. When he heard about 10,000 shuriken, he immediately blew his beard and stared. 10,000 shurikens? Are the Sarutobi clan leaders sending beggars away? This amount is not enough for a few days. If the Sarutobi clan is this sincere, I think this alliance should be forgotten. Sarutobi Hiraki knew that this old guy was losing his temper, so he finally made up his mind to tell his bottom line. 50,000 at most. We Sarutobi clan don't have any more inventory. Seeing how determined the other party was, Senju Butsuma knew that this was probably the bottom line for the Sarutobi clan, so he did not threaten him again. If so, then I would be disrespectful. After saying that, Senju Butsuma shamelessly extended his right hand, ready to shake hands with Sarutobi Hiraki. Although Sarutobi Hiraki had just suffered a heavy hemorrhage, he was one less patriarch than the other family, which made him less confident during negotiations, so he could only shake hands with a smile on his face. This shows how extraordinary the clan leader's deterrent power is. The Sarutobi clan only lacks one clan leader. The Uzumaki clan has recently gained 2 more clan leaders, so don't blame other families in the ninja world for making a fuss, but the influence of this clan leader cannot be overshadowed. Senju Butsuma was worried about what to use to negotiate with the Heitei clan. Sarutobi Hiraki was really sleepy and came to give him a pillow. This time, Senju Butsuma was more confident in negotiating with the Heitei clan. Originally, the Senju clan alone was capable of attacking the Uzumaki clan, but that old guy Uchiha Tajima had to ask Heitei to also send troops, which left Senju Butsuma busy. Senju Butsuma was also unambiguous and took people to the Heitei clan's flagland that day. The Heitei tribesmen present basically knew the purpose of Senju Butsuma's visit. After all, they also knew the details of the meeting, so they knew that he came to Heitei to discuss the alliance. But the people of the Heitei clan are not stupid either. This time they all know that the clan leader is going to kill Senju Butsuma severely. Otherwise, they will never take action easily. As for whether the Senju clan will retaliate afterwards, the people of the Heitei clan know this very well. As long as the Uzumaki clan falls, the Senju and Uchiha will immediately go to war. Then there will be nothing else. Take care of them. At this moment, Heitei Kashine has actually received Genma's secret order and knows what to do next. Genma has Heitei Kashine as a hidden clue, so he naturally knows Senju's thoughts very well. Since Senju Butsuma is obviously here to give money, Genma tells Heitake High not to show mercy and just open his mouth. There is no need to give these resources to the Uzumaki tribe afterwards, as long as the Heitake tribe keeps them for themselves. After all, Genma will annex the Heitake clan sooner or later, so it doesn't matter who he stays with. And this battle is also a good opportunity for Genma to establish his authority in the hearts of the Heitake clan ninjas. If the previous battle only made the Heitake clan ninjas fearful, then this time Genma will fight against at least 3 clan leaders. Only then will his reputation truly be revered as a god. And Heitake did not disappoint Genma. As soon as he saw Senju Butsuma, he was not afraid at all and directly came to 967. Chief Butsuma, our Heitake clan has no intention of participating in this battle. I advise you to return the way you came. Senju Butsuma was furious when he saw Heitake Hine's face. When he heard this, he immediately wanted to have a fit. Finally, he thought of Uchiha watching behind him, so Senju Butsuma had no choice but to compromise. If he doesn't compromise, Uchiha will definitely not attack Hyuga, and it will still be Senju who suffers at that time. Of course, they can also choose not to take action, just sit back and watch the tiger fight, and let Sarutobi fight to the death with the Uzumaki clan, but in the end, if the Sarutobi clan wins, those Uzumaki clan's ninjutsu will have no chance with Senju. That's why Senju must take action no matter what, and he must be more active than anyone else. As long as he finally defeats the Uzumaki clan, all these losses will be worth it. Thinking of this, Senju Butsuma was also unambiguous and directly expressed his bottom line. I won't say any more nonsense. This time, as long as the Heitake clan is willing to take action, I am willing to support you with 100,000 grains and 50,000 shurikens. Heitake was intent on watching Senju Butsuma look like he was about to leave at any moment, and knew that the other party had directly stated his bottom line. If he were to raise the price now, he would probably break up on bad terms. Since Chief Butsuma is so sincere, then I, the Heitake clan, agree to take action. Senju Butsuma was so angry at Heitake's unscrupulous appearance that he was still refusing to agree, but he immediately changed his tune when he heard that there were so many supplies. Fortunately, these supplies were not Senju's own. The real culprits were the Sarutobi family, so Senju Butsuma felt much better when he thought of this. By this time, the entire coalition against the Uzumaki clan had been assembled. After the Sarutobi tribe shipped the first batch of supplies 2 days later, the alliance was completely established. Although everyone has their own small thoughts, the overall goal is to destroy the Uzumaki clan. After several days of planning, the Yinjun finally slowly arrived at the border of the Uzumaki tribe. At this time, seeing that the Heitake clan really sent troops, the Uchiha clan could no longer tolerate themselves, and immediately assembled 2,000 ninja troops and went directly to the border with the Hyuga clan. The two major pupil families started a life-and-death battle. Uchiha relied on his family's strong foundation, so he had no hesitation at all in launching this war. The most unlucky one is the Hyuga clan. They suddenly got into trouble with the behemoth Uchiha. Not to mention the number of ninjas in their clan, only about 3,000. Compared with Uchiha's number of nearly 5,000, the difference is almost double. Coupled with the gap in high-end combat power, it can be said that their chances of winning this battle are slim. At this time, the Hyuga clan is not as arrogant as before, and no one dares to say that their Byakugan is the best technique in the ninja world. Faced with the chaotic situation in the ninja world, the Uzumaki clan spies were naturally in a hurry. Fortunately, Uzumaki Kubo commanded it well, so there was a lot of information to be obtained. According to intelligence statistics, a total of 5 major families participated in the attack on the Uzumaki clan this time. Among them, the Sarutobi clan sent 2,000 troops, basically using all the elites in the family. The high-end combat power is, the clan chief Sarutobi Hiraki, the elite Jonin the Nara clan sent out 1,000 troops. For a family with moderate knowledge, this was also the end of the elite. Their clan had no leader-level warriors and only had 2 elite Jonin with high-end combat power. But this is not enough for other families to underestimate them, because the 3 families of Inoshikacho have always fought side by side, so the real strength can only be seen when the 3 families come together. The Yamanaka clan also sent 1,000 troops, including 2 elite Jonin with high-end combat power. The Akamaike clan, which is responsible for combat power among the 3 clans, dispatched 3 elite Jonin and 1,000 ninja troops. As the largest clan in the ninja world, the Senju's combat power is naturally the most terrifying. There are 3,000 people in the low to mid-range combat power alone. Only Senju Butsuma at the clan leader level participated in the battle. Elite Jonin sent 7 people. This kind of fighting power is worthy of being the first clan in the ninja world, and other families cannot compare with them. The Heitake clan, citing the heavy losses suffered by the Uzumaki clan in its previous attack, only dispatched 1,000 troops. The clan leader Heitake went out to fight with all his heart, and the elite Jonin sent 4. In this way, there are 3 clan leaders alone, and there are 22 elite Jonin. You must know that although the chakra of elite Jonin is not as strong as that of the clan leader, they can often burst out ninjutsu that is not weak at the clan leader level. Moreover, there are the Inoshikacho clans who are good at joining forces, so the pressure on the Uzumaki clan is indeed considerable. The middle-level combat strength is close to 10,000 people. Although it is not comparable to the 100,000 ninja coalition during the Fourth Ninja War, the number of ninjas of this size is close to the size of a ninja village. The Whirlpool clan had just experienced civil strife, and the total number of people they could really use was less than 3,000. Moreover, other people's coalition forces are attacking from two sides. If the Uzumaki tribe divides their forces again, the battle will be almost impossible to fight. It's almost what Genma said. The Senju side is easier to deal with. There are about 4,000 people in total. The Uzumaki tribe divides their troops, plus the detonating talisman and ninjutsu scroll. There is no chance of defending, but the Sarutobi tribe in the south is in trouble. With a combat strength of 5,000 people and so many strong men, this cannot be defended with only about 1,500 people after dividing the troops. But as of now, it is impossible for the Uzumaki clan to ask for help, and Uzumaki Kubo can only hope that the cooperation between Genma and Heiteki's Hine is enough to make Senju lose 10 steps. As for Genma handling the entire southern war situation by himself, Uzumaki Kubo was a little worried, but out of trust in his strength, he did not send more people to support him. At this time, Genma has also arrived at the southern station. The climate here is much hotter than that in the north. Most of the people in the tribe wear cooler clothes, especially the female ninjas. Their figures are better than ordinary people, plus the coolness the costumes are really a feast for Genma's eyes. Knowing that Genma was coming, Uzumaki Shuijing came out to greet her immediately. Seeing Genma's unfocused eyes, she suddenly felt a little angry. You said you want to watch it, forget it, when can't you watch it? But now the war is coming. Uzumaki Shuijing didn't even know he hadn't slept well for a few days. Genma is still watching the girl. I said, brother-in-law, you are too out of character. These are extraordinary times, can you be more serious? Although the current Uzumaki Nizukage is the young leader of the Uzumaki clan, his prestige in the clan is much lower than that of Genma. Uzumaki Shuijing doesn't care much about this. As the leader of a warring faction, he respects the strong. Moreover, Genma had previously turned the tide to prevent civil strife and even resurrected his father. This kindness alone would make Uzumaki Nizukage unable to repay it in his lifetime, so even though Genma was unreasonable, he did not get angry. At this moment, he can even be said to be Genma's little fanboy. Genma has only joined the Uzumaki clan for a long time, and his achievements really make Uzumaki Shuijing admire him. The chaos in Heiuki has sealed Nine Tails' battle against Sarutobi, and now the entire ninja alliance is trying to destroy Uzumaki. Although the situation is not very optimistic, Zhao, this feeling of being proud that the entire ninja world pays attention to is not exactly Uzumaki's water mirror. Have you always expected it? Genma looked at Uzumaki's water mirror. Unexpectedly, the other party was not even angry like this. He immediately knew in his heart that the other party had recognized him. It seemed that today's deception would be much easier. Withdrawing his erratic gaze, Genma did not talk to Shuijing about the war, but directly blew up his sage mode. Shuijing also knew about sage mode, but he only had a partial understanding of it. Genma first explained it in detail, and then said that he had mastered the perfect sage mode. Uzumaki Shuijing, who has become a fanboy, was even more shocked when he heard that Genma learned it after just watching it once. However, Genma's record was ahead of him, so he immediately believed it. A-level character Uzumaki Shuijing has a perfect sage mode, with a trust level of 80%. Congratulations to host for successfully bragging for the third time and getting the perfect sage mode. As the system beeped, Genma's third bragging was finally accomplished. Then the perfect running method of sage mode appeared in Genma's mind, as well as various information about sage mode. Fortunately, sage mode does not change the physique. This time, there is no reward. Genma's whole person undergoes huge changes. So Uzumaki Shuijing on the side didn't see any clues. At most, he felt that Genma seemed to look more natural now compared to the last moment, as if he didn't look carefully. You can't even see this person's existence. Genma's perfect sage mode is not a sage mode at all. This is actually a natural energy cultivation method. It is a way to store natural energy in the body to strengthen the body and extend life. It sounds familiar, but in fact it is very similar to the Eastern method of cultivating immortals. It's just that this cultivation method does not condense the natural energy into a sea of chi, and then finally form an elixir to transform into a baby. It is simply stored in the meridians. And as the cultivation level increases, the natural energy at the beginning will gradually turn from gas to liquid. And this natural energy can naturally perform magical arts, and its power is more powerful than ordinary 390 magical arts, and it strengthens physical skills more than ordinary magical arts. The key is duration. This sage mode will last a lifetime after you practice it. There is no need to restart it when the natural energy is exhausted. Just wait for time and the exhausted natural energy will be restored automatically. Of course, with such a powerful Sage mode, not everyone can trim their face. The minimum requirement for this Sage mode is to have Atsutsuki's Sage body. So speaking of the entire ninja world, the only ones qualified to practice this move are Genma and Atsutsuki Kagaya, who he has never met yet. As for the former Sage of Six Paths, it is true that they were not the first generation of Atsutsuki clan members, so their bloodline was actually not as good as that of Atsutsuki Kagaya. I haven't watched Sage of Six Paths and played Kagaya at all. Immune to death, it couldn't be sealed in the end. And Sage of Six Paths' lifespan is not as good as Kagaya's at all, but he died after living for a few decades, which is not much different from ordinary people. It can be seen that his bloodline is actually much weaker than Kagaya's. After finishing the Sage mode that he had been thinking about for a long time, Genma hurriedly asked Shui Jing to lead people to leave the south. You, Abob, take the elite and leave the southern station first. I will leave a few hundred people here to ensure daily operations. The order Uzumaki Shui Jing received was for him to take a few elite jonin back, but he did not say that he would also take away the people below. With only a few hundred people left, the defense of the entire station would be useless. What Genma has to face is the coalition led by the Sarutobi clan, which totals a large force of 5,000 people. Is this enough? Although you are very strong, it is still a coalition of 5,000 people. Traveling around the border all year round, Uzumaki Shuijing naturally knows that when the number of ninjas reaches a certain level, it can definitely produce qualitative changes. Even he has only faced troops of a few hundred people at most. If there are any more, his elite jonin strength will not be enough. Genma waved his hand and said confidently, I told you that I have mastered Sage mode. Now I am twice as strong as before. Do you think that 2 nine-tails are not strong enough to defeat the 5,000 ninja troops? After all, Uzumaki Shuijing has never seen Genma take action in person, so Genma can only use Kurama for comparison. He didn't have a Sage mode guarantee before, and the Samsara Sharinon couldn't be used, so he was on the safe side and didn't let Uzumaki Kubo take off his defense. Now that he has won the Sage mode, he naturally doesn't need too many people to defend. There are so many people, but it made him unable to use it. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Shuijing breathed a sigh of relief. If what Genma said was true, those 2 nine-tails chakras should be able to easily defeat the 5,000 coalition forces. Then I will leave this southern station to you, and I will leave my most trusted subordinates behind. You must take good care of it. After all, he has been coordinating here for many years. Uzumaki Sujing also has feelings for this place. Even his subordinates, Uzumaki Sujing values it very much. Naturally, he hopes Genma will take it seriously. Later, Genma asked Uzumaki Sujing for someone to help him manage the daily operations of the south, while Genma was solely responsible for the war. Speaking of which, the armies of the Sarutobi clan and the Inoshikacho clan are not far away from the Uzumaki clan. Because the Uzumaki clan was attacking, their coalition forces basically didn't send anyone in to assassinate them except for necessary spies. As the southern station bordering the Uzumaki and Sarutobi tribes, it can be said that it is the most tightly defended by the entire clan. It is almost impossible to infiltrate under such a defense line and conduct a sneak attack on the transportation troops. Only 100 kilometers away from where Genma is at the moment, the coalition forces of the 4 Sarutobi tribes have been assembled. In the temporary conference room, Sarutobi Hiraki is making the final arrangements to hide. The latest information has been sent. The person in charge of the south is Atsutsuki Genma. In addition to Sarutobi Hiraki, there were 4 other people present. 3 of them are men, all around 40 years old. One of them has yellow hair, another has long black hair, and the last one looks like a meatball. At first glance, you can tell that it is Nara Yamanaka and the patriarch of the Akamaike family. There was also a young man who looked to be no more than 15 or 16 years old. He looked quite capable with his short black hair. Although the young man was not old, his aura was amazing. The 3 Nara families looked at this boy with excitement, a solemn look on his face. The Sarutobi clan emblem on the shoulder proves that this person is a ninja of the Sarutobi clan, and his identity is known to the 3 clan leaders. He is Sarutobi Suzuki, the son of Sarutobi Hiraki. Speaking of which, Sarutobi Suzuki is very famous among their 3 major families. He reached elite jonin at the age of only 15. He has rich combat experience due to years of fighting, and he has no special skills, whether it is taijutsu, ninjutsu or genjutsu. Everything is perfect, and the Sarutobi tribe has a rare 5 attribute physique. It can be said that he is the top genius of the Sarutobi clan in recent years. If only the patriarchs of such a few families were paying attention at most, they would not be as dignified as they are now. The reason why they showed such expressions was because the current Sarutobi Hiraki, whom they had not seen for several months, had actually reached the level of clan leader. Class. That terrifying amount of chakra is not much better than Sarutobi Hiraki. This shocked a few people. The Sarutobi clan had quietly added a clan leader, and the chakra was so strong. It took more than a few months to achieve this. It was obvious that Saratobi Suzuki had been in the clan before. Hidden strength. With 2 clan leader level top-notch combat powers, the Saratobi clan already has a heritage that is no less than that of Senju and Uchiha. The shock and gazes of the clan leaders did not make Saratobi Suzuki change his expression at all. From beginning to end, he remained expressionless, like a robot without emotions. Seeing how many people ignored his father's words, Saratobi Suzuki coughed lightly. At this time, only a few people recovered from the shock. If the Saratobi clan had an extra clan leader before, they would definitely be in danger. Now that the war is going on, everyone's target is the Uzumaki clan, and it is the Uzumaki clan who should have a headache. There is no need to worry in the short term. It's just that after taking care of the Uzumaki clan, the Saratobi clan probably won't let it go. This Saratobi Suzuki is also mentioned in the original work of Hokage. Uchiha Suzuki's father Uchiha Fugaku once said that the name Suzuki comes from Saratobi Suzuki, and he hopes that Suzuki can become as powerful a ninja as Saratobi Suzuki. An Uchiha clan leader actually gave his son the name of a Saratobi clan member. This is extremely conflicting with the arrogant Uchiha setting. If there is no special relationship, then it can only mean that this Saratobi Suzuki once was powerful in the ninja world and even left an illustrious legacy. The reputation was such that even Uchiha at the time had to recognize it and recorded it in the family history. Saratobi Suzuki, as the father of the later third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen, was active during the late Sengoku period. If such a character wants to be powerful in the ninja world, then he must not avoid Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, 2 god tiers. In other words, no matter what the reasons were in the end, Saratobi Suzuki disappeared from the history of Konoha village, but in the current Sengoku period, the Saratobi Suzuki must be as talented as Hashirama and Madara. Perhaps only Genma could know all this if he was present. The heads of the Nara clan who were present had no way of knowing. Saratobi Hiraki naturally knows how outstanding his son is. His physique alone is already the best among the Saratobi clan. He has only recently mastered Sage Mode, which is stronger than him. If not for this, he would not have rashly used this use your trump card. Now Saratobi Suzuki has grown to the peak. What he needs to accumulate in the future is physical skills. All this can only be polished with time. What Suzuki needs now is fighting, so that he can become a strong choice. The 3 major families finally spoke at this time. Etsutsuki Genma was the most famous figure in the genin world at that time. He suppressed 9 tails with 1 person, and then fought against the elite of the Saratobi clan alone. This kind of record is enough to put any clan leader to shame. Even if the 3 of them join forces, they don't know if they can fight against each other. After all, they are only elite jonin in the end. This Etsutsuki Genma is coming menacingly. According to intelligence, his strength far exceeds that of a clan leader. Clan leader Hiraki has fought against him before. Is there any chance of winning by uniting the 4 clans? Originally, he was very proud of his son Saratobi Hiraki, thinking that he must be a genius no less than Senju Hashirama. But the recent emergence of Etsutsuki Genma really slapped him in the face, which made Saratobi Suzuki's clan leader level strength suddenly no longer seem so exaggerated. However, even though he was jealous, he still had to give him the respect he deserved. In the battle that day, Saratobi Hiraki didn't stay behind at all, and directly used all his magic chakra. In this way, he didn't kill Genma with a single move, which shows that the opponent's strength has already surpassed his own. His strength is beyond the reach of any clan leader alone, and he also mastered the space escape ninjutsu. If it hadn't been for this move that day, he would have died in my hands. Space ninjutsu has always been the most unpredictable area in the ninja world. Many people have tried to study it, but to this day, only summoning jutsu is more popular. There are almost no other space ninjutsu. This is because space ninjutsu involves the laws of space. A careless person can be crushed to death by space during the experiment, or even be directly teleported to a height of 10,000 feet, or to the deep sea. All of this is unknown, so there are so few space ninjutsu in the ninja world, not because they don't want to study it, but because if Shishen fails, he will basically die. As the brains of the 3 clans, the leader of the Nara clan also stood up and expressed his opinions at this time. Since we are fighting head-on like this, even if we gain the advantage, I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill him. We will need to deploy additional back UPS. This is something our Nara clan is very good at. In the opinion of the Nara clan leader, no matter how powerful the space ninjutsu is, it will definitely require sealing. Their shadow manipulation technique is a powerful control technique. As long as he finds a chance to control Genma, then the opponent's space ninjutsu will not be a concern. Saratobi Hiraki nodded and then said, Chief Nara is right. I am also planning to use your clan's secret skills, but this is not urgent. First of all, the information I gathered is that Etsutsuki Genma has never dealt with Yunara clan ninjas, so he may not know enough about shadow manipulation, so this trick must be saved for the last. Chief Nara's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Genma's intelligence gap was undoubtedly the best news for them. This shadow manipulation technique may seem inconspicuous, but if the Nara clan leader finds the opportunity, even the clan leader level can completely control it. And if the enemy doesn't understand this move, the success rate will be much higher. What about the previous battle? Chief Sarutobi probably already had a plan? Sarutobi Hiraki looked at the Nara clan leader and said confidently, all we need to start with is, he had been busy for so long in order to fight against the Uzumaki clan. Naturally, he had collected all the information he should have long ago and made a plan that he thought was perfect. Especially his number one enemy, at Satsuki Genma, he has compiled all the known information, and now he considers himself the best person in the ninja world to understand Genma. Listening to Sarutobi Hiraki's plan, even the Nara clan leader, who considered himself to be very intelligent, nodded slowly. As long as he acted according to the other party's plan, even if Satsuki Genma's strength was high, he would probably die in the end. Turning his head to look at the Akamaiki and Yamanaka clan leaders who had been looking at him, the Nara clan leader nodded slowly, indicating that this plan was feasible. The two of them had no objection at first glance and stood up together to express their agreement with this tactic. In this way, the tactics against the Uzumaki clan and Genma were completely finalized, and the three chiefs also went down to start preparations. After everyone left, Sarutobi Hiraki looked at his son beside him and said gloomily, "Everything is ready." Only then did Sarutobi Suzuki speak his first words. "Everything is ready. Make sure they all come back without any return." Sarutobi Hiraki looked at the direction in which the three Nara clan members were heading, his expression gradually became fierce, and his murderous intent was revealed unconsciously. Sarutobi Hiraki's murderous look here must be invisible to the Nara clan. This kind of performance has shown that Sarutobi Hiraki not only wants to take action against the Uzumaki clan, but also has hidden evil intentions for the three other clans. After walking out of the conference room, the three patriarchs took people back to their temporary residence. Just after they came back, the Nara patriarch said to the other two, "This Sarutobi Hiraki's plan is not simple. Come with me and I will tell you in detail." The three families are much closer than other families, and they have intermarried with each other for a long time. Even now, the wives of each clan leader are basically from the other two families. That's why the relationship is so close. After hearing the words of the Nara clan leader, the two clan leaders of Yamanaka and Akamaike quickly became serious and followed each other to the secret room. The old guy's plan seems to be strict, but he has treated our three tribes as targets from the beginning to the end. If we fight like this, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. The two of them nodded upon hearing this. This was actually very obvious, and both of them were aware of it, but he made his plan clear. Is it because he looks down on our three tribes and thinks we can't notice this? Chief Nara sneered and said gloomily, "This is his cleverness. You think you have seen the first floor, but in fact he has been on the second floor for a long time." After all, the two clan leaders, Akamaiki and Yamanaka, don't have enough brain capacity. At this moment, they suddenly heard such a set of rhetoric, and their heads were a little confused. Chief Nara also understood that the two men were not intelligent enough, so he quickly explained, since he has made this clear, what he wants is for us to be afraid. When the time comes, he will definitely restrain his hands and feet, and will also secretly recruit people from behind. When the time comes, they will take the opportunity to seize the Uzumaki clan's secret technique, and they can also take advantage of our emptiness to steal our home later. The two people understood immediately after hearing this, and then the Akamaike clan leader said in confusion, "But the Sarutobi clan is the vanguard. They have sent so many combat forces in this battle. How can they have a sneak attack from behind?" Chief Nara said solemnly, "If they hadn't taken the initiative to reveal it today, how would you have known that Sarutobi Suzuki already had the power of a clan leader? It is obvious that the Sarutobi clan has been showing weakness and hiding its clumsiness. It is very likely that there is still an unknown amount of high-end combat power that has not been displayed in private, which is why the Nara clan leader is so cautious." The Yamanaka clan leader said seriously, "In this case, we might as well withdraw our troops, otherwise we will have already lost half of this battle before it even starts. After all, they are just a middle-class family. If they were to play tricks with the current Sarutobi clan, they would not be able to make a big splash, especially since the other party's strength was hidden. In this case, they would not be able to guard against it." Chief Nara shook his head and said, "It's too late to leave now. Our elite troops have already arrived at the front line. As soon as there is any sign of retreat, Sarutobi Hiraki will probably take action immediately." The Akamaike clan leader, who had a relatively straightforward temperament, couldn't sit still when he heard this and said angrily, "Sarutobi Hiraki, that be **************** D, I'm going to slap him to death right now." The leader of the Nara clan quickly stopped him when he saw it, and then said, "Although all this has been planned by the other party, we still have a way out." When the two heard this, they quickly asked, "What's the escape route? Tell me quickly." Seeing that the two of them were so anxious, the leader of the Nara clan stopped talking and said, "Our current situation has long been a turtle in a urn. It is difficult to achieve results if we want to see our own resistance, but, although several major families seem to be united, there is a certain distance between them due to their scheming, but that real ninja force was no joke. In just 2 days, all the elites of the 4 major families gathered, began to advance toward the Uzumaki clan in a mighty manner. This time they didn't need to use any tricks. Under the absolute suppression of numbers, they only needed to push to win. So although there are still small units sneaking in to inquire about the transport troops, in general the decisive battle still needs to be fought head-on. The army here has just begun to move out, and the Uzumaki clan has also received news. Facing this terrifying number of ninjas, even Uzumaki Shuijing's men, veterans who have been fighting for many years, can't help but feel a little frightened. Genma didn't blame them. After all, this was human nature. The difference in numbers was close to 10 times. It was already a great honor for them not to escape from the battlefield. You can just stay at the station and defend with peace of mind. I alone am enough for these people. The person Genma told him was the assistant that Uzumaki Mizukage left for him. His strength was at the Jonin level. Although he was not strong in strength, he had a really good understanding. He is the most proficient in using detonating charms and ninjutsu scrolls in the entire South. Now, with proper planning, he can even threaten elite Jonin. The man listened to Genma's words and did not do anything to persuade him to stay. Everyone knew Genma's strength, and this time there was an order from the clan leader. They could only hope that Genma could return safely. After all, Genma represents the life and death of the entire South. As long as Genma loses, no one will be spared. As for doubting Genma, no one in the southern station would do it. After all, Genma's performance was perfect enough, and by now they had sincerely accepted Genma. Some female ninjas, because they couldn't bear Genma to face the enemy alone, even prayed for Genma as an only child at home. After all, Genma's appearance is quite handsome. Although he is still young, the prototype of that handsome man has already appeared. Among the younger generation of female ninjas of the Uzumaki tribe, many people secretly admire Genma. After Genma left the station, he quickly opened his perception barrier with all his strength. 2 days after arriving in the south, although he intended to penetrate deeply into Sarutobi's territory, the other party's arrangement was extremely cautious. The temporary camp was further away than Genma's perception distance, so Genma had no way of knowing the other party's situation. Fortunately, now that the 2.4 side is taking the initiative, Genma can naturally sense it clearly. This time, when he opened it with all his strength, Genma, whose strength had improved, immediately covered the barrier with a radius of 100 kilometers. But that was all. Genma was not satisfied. Thinking of the natural energy that he had not used yet, he quickly took action. Sage Art. Enchantment of Inspiration. His Sage mode does not require special refining. There is no less natural energy than chakra stored in the meridians. Because it is a perfect Sage mode, the balance is always perfectly grasped, and there is no change in Genma's face. Natural energy can enhance the power of any ninjutsu, and this barrier ninjutsu is naturally included in the scope. Now using natural energy to exert it, the barrier that originally covered 100 miles has increased several times again, covering an area of 500 kilometers at once. Not only is this area larger, but even the perception has become stronger. I couldn't hear people talking under the inspiration barrier before, but this time I can hear people clearly as if they are talking in my ear. And not only can it sense the ground, but it can also sense the underground clearly. Even some spies who are good at concealment can sense it clearly. Unlike before, they had to judge from various traces. This terrifying scope directly included the large territory on the border of the Sarutobi tribe. Genma now clearly perceived the overview of the Sarutobi tribe's coalition forces, but at this moment, Genma noticed a familiar face. Not far from the large army of the Sarutobi clan, there was a dark figure, hiding in the mud at the moment, following them quietly. Those present were all the elites of the 4 major families, and there were 11 elite jonin alone. This dark figure was actually hidden under the noses of such troops without any trace. Although it was only the first time to meet this person, 01 Genma still recognized him at a glance. This person was Black Zetsu, the 1,000-year-old silver coin of the ninja world. To sum it up, Genma was close to death several times due to Black Zetsu's plan. The rebellion of the Uzumaki clan, including the leak of information about the sealing of 9 tails, Genma knew that it must be Black Zetsu's hand. No one in the entire ninja world can have this intelligence-gathering ability, and can also pass on information without anyone noticing. To the chiefs of the clans. Seeing this biggest scourge, Genma naturally decided to go up and kill him directly. But at the moment when Genma said, the other person, Black Zetsu also looked over at the same time, and the direction he was looking at was exactly where Genma was. Genma is currently using the Sage Art Inspiration Barrier. Even Sarutobi Hiraki, the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, a proper clan leader, did not notice Genma's perception. However, Black Zetsu discovered it immediately. This shows how strong the opponent's anti-reconnaissance capabilities are. Black Zetsu glanced at Genma, and then sank to the ground with an expressionless expression. Genma knew at a glance that the opponent was about to escape, and quickly activated the inspiration barrier to follow him. However, when Black Zetsu went 100 meters deep into the ground, he suddenly disappeared from Genma's perception at a certain moment. Genma didn't understand at this time, and he let the other party slip away. This Black Zetsu's shielding perception ability was actually not at its limit before, but now it may be used at full strength. Now even Genma's Sage Art inspiration barrier cannot be sensed. Genma had no choice but to give up. But Genma's fear of Black Zetsu has not diminished at all. This Black Zetsu is so elusive that it is impossible to catch any traces. Now he has no way at all. Genma can only hope that when his strength reaches the 6 paths level, you can catch Black Zetsu when you cast inspiration barrier again. After all, the power of this move is also related to the person's strength. Although Genma's current state is only one step away from Chaoying, it is obviously not enough. Black Zetsu, who was in the mud, immediately noticed that the feeling of being probed disappeared. At this moment, he was also in shock. This Satsuki Genma actually has such a sense that he can detect me in my first form. Black Zetsu also started talking to himself. This guy is too dangerous. We must not let him go like this anymore. It seems that the training of Uchiha Madara will be accelerated. After saying that, Black Zetsu disappeared into the mud again, and this time he didn't know where he went. But judging from the other party's last words, it was very likely that Master Madara was going to suffer something serious recently. Putting the matter of Black Zetsu aside, Genma had time to take a good look at the coalition at this time. Genma had long known that the number of ninjas was 5,000, but Genma discovered that there were actually 2 clan leader level chakras among the crowd. Then Genma followed his perception and saw the figure of Sarutobi Suzuki. Genma has never met Sarutobi Suzuki, and Sarutobi Hiraki also hid Sarutobi Suzuki's information very well. Basically, only the Nara clan has heard about it. What the Uzumaki clan can know is that Sarutobi Hiraki has an elite Jonin son who rose up in the battle with the Nara clan. However, the Uzumaki have no way of knowing their appearance, specific age, and physical characteristics. But seeing Sarutobi Suzuki and Sarutobi Hiraki walking so close, and seeing the Sarutobi clan emblem on their clothes, Genma immediately understood that this extra clan leader was actually a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. 2 patriarchs in one family, this is the foundation that only the top families have. The entire ninja world can only be achieved by Kaishou and Uchiha. The Sarutobi clan actually had this background. Only then did Genma understand that the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to achieve Hokage was not simply due to the relationship between master and apprentice. After all, in such a complex Konoha village, if you don't have any background, let alone become the clan leader, even if you are swallowed up, you will not leave any dregs. The Senju clan and the Heite clan in the original work are the best examples. They once dominated the Sengoku period, but later completely disappeared, each with only a single seedling left. Genma wouldn't believe it if there was nothing fishy here. Not to mention anything else, this hidden clan leader level alone is enough for Genma to pay attention to the Sarutobi clan. This is a clan leader level. If he had taken it out earlier, the status of the Sarutobi clan would have changed long ago, but the other party can actually tolerate it until today. When used against the Whirlpool clan, it can be seen how deep the opponent's scheming is. Fortunately, Genma is not an ordinary person, otherwise he would probably have a headache facing the 5,000 coalition forces of 070. If he were to gain another clan leader level, he would basically be dead. After understanding the arrangement of the coalition forces, Genma no longer stayed, and flew lightly into the air, and then flew in the direction of the coalition forces. The advancing allied forces of the 4 major families were originally very aggressive. Behind them, Sarutobi Hiraki and the 3 major clan leaders were also full of confidence, as if they were bound to win this battle. Suddenly, a black spot appeared on the head of the ninja coalition. At first, everyone didn't pay much attention to it, but Sarutobi Hiraki shouted loudly as soon as he found out everyone forms a formation and prepares to face the enemy. Sarutobi Hiraki knew that Genma had the ability to fly, so he had been paying attention to the sky. As expected, he was the first to discover Genma. Sure enough, the man in the sky has white skin and long white hair, which are the standard characteristics of Genma. There is no doubt that he is Satsuki Genma. The coalition forces also discovered Genma at this time, and each of them immediately prepared for battle. The moment Sarutobi Hiraki discovered the enemy, the 3 clan leaders came to him. Sarutobi Suzuki, who had always been expressionless, looked at Genma with excitement, with a strong look of war in his eyes. Meaning, Sarutobi Suzuki is a stern person. Coupled with his father's strict discipline, he is used to facial paralysis. He actually showed such an expression today. When the people of the Sarutobi clan saw his appearance, they probably couldn't help but sigh. Only Satsuki Genma has such an honor. Sarutobi Suzuki is a rare genius in the family. Even before the rise of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the entire ninja world, he was the well-deserved #1 genius. He was a 15-year-old clan leader. Even the cheating family of the Uchiha clan was extremely powerful. Rare. As long as the Uchiha clan opens the Mangekyo Sharingan, they will basically have clan leader level combat power. Sarutobi Suzuki does not have that kind of plug-in, and all his strength comes from his own cultivation, so from the bottom of his heart, he was still quite arrogant. Knowing that Genma appeared, he could no longer calm down. He was a 10-year-old clan leader and might be stronger than Senju Butsuma. This surprised Sarutobi Suzuki. Therefore, although the two met for the first time, Sarutobi Suzuki couldn't wait to get to know Genma Itsutsuki, the 18th ninja in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiraki, who was next to Suzuki, looked at his expression and understood. He would be eager to try this kind of thing, but today's target is Itsutsuki Genma, and Suzuki will never be allowed to challenge him in a one-on-one duel. Calm down, Suzuki. Let the coalition forces rub his strength first. Sarutobi Suzuki on the side calmed down instantly when he heard this. Although he was confident that he was strong enough, it would be easy to even surpass Senju Butsuma, but Genma was so famous right now that the Sarutobi clan could not afford to lose in this battle. So it's better to be cautious. Yes. Seeing Suzuki being so obedient, Sarutobi Hiraki smiled slightly, then looked at the 5,000 ninja coalition in front of him and shouted loudly, "Work together with ninjutsu and capture the Itsutsuki Genma for me." The assembly of these 5,000 coalition forces in a few days is not just a simple integration of troops. It has gone through a short period of running in before, and now it is fully possible to use some joint ninjutsu. 5,000 people use ninjutsu at the same time, even the lowest level great fireball technique, and the fireball released in the end is far more powerful than any S-level fire style performed by a clan leader. What's more, because they have a large number of people, they can also use various chakras to increase their power. As the commander-in-chief of the coalition this time, Sarutobi Hiraki's orders were naturally obeyed by everyone. As soon as he issued the order, his ninjas began to take action. It is worth mentioning that although the ninjas of the Nara clan have their own secret techniques, they do not know any other ninjutsu. They can still do it with some C-level and B-level ninjutsu, but they are not grandmasters. Just the Tao Fire-style Great Fireball technique. The first to stand up were the 2,000 ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. They completed the seals almost at the same time, which shows that they had already cooperated well before, and then they used the Great Fireball technique at the same time. This move can be said to be Uchiha's favorite ninjutsu. Almost every Uchiha ninja can use it. The power of the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan is not bad at all. Each one is at least 5 meters in diameter. 2,000 fireballs flew out at the same time and then converged into a huge fireball in the air. Then a giant fireball with a diameter of more than 500 meters appeared. This power is comparable to the huge fire used by Uchiha Madara in the fourth battle, and it is probably even more powerful. A lot wind-style vacuum Dayama. The Nara clan ninjas who followed were not slow to react. After all, they had practiced it before. As soon as the huge fireball appeared, they simultaneously used the wind attribute B-level ninjutsu, which is greater than the vacuum. This move is not difficult to master, and its power increases with the user's strength. Then 3,000 ninjas spit out wind balls similar to the great fireball at the same time. Although the speed of use was not so tacit this time, there was no difference. In the end, all the wind balls came together and finally increased into fireballs. It already had a fireball with a diameter of 500 meters. After receiving the increase from wind style, its size once again skyrocketed, reaching nearly 1,000 meters in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, the forest that was used as a battle venue was covered by this terrifying sea of fire. Then the fireball flew quickly towards Genma in the air. The place it passed was a mess, and the space was slightly distorted at this moment. Although the power of the fireball may not be as powerful as Sarutobi Hiraki's Sage Art Fire Kirin, its size is superior. Too much has passed. Sarutobi Hiraki looked at the results after many days of guidance, and he felt extremely proud. The fire style used by these 5,000 people at the same time, even his speed could not completely dodge it, let alone the one who was not good at taijutsu. Itsutsuki Genma. Although fire style is not as powerful as Sage Art, it can definitely burn any clan leader to death. This is the advantage of numbers. No matter how strong the clan leader is, facing a ninja coalition that reaches a certain level, the final result will be death. The same is true for the arrogant third Raikage in later generations, and the same is true for the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Looking at the fireball that was 10 times larger than Suzanu's, even Genma had to sigh. It is true that there is strength in numbers. This is a mere 5,000 ninja coalition, and they can unleash this level of ninjutsu. If there were more people, he didn't even know if he could really block it. Later, during the Fourth Ninja War, Uchiha Madara showed off his power against a single coalition team at first, but in the end, after all the troops were assembled and faced with tens of thousands of coalition forces, even he had to rely on 10 tails to fight. Genma may not be able to handle tens of thousands of ninjas now, but he is still confident with only 5,000 people. Looking at the huge fireball, Genma instantly thought of several ways to deal with it. A simple Susan or wooden golem might not be able to withstand it. The power of this attack is so amazing that no matter how much Susan resists the beating, he will probably be beaten to pieces. Fortunately, Genma had just mastered the perfect sage mode, and had mastered a lot of S-level ninjutsu before he wanted to join him. At this moment, he wanted to see what level his senjutsu power could reach. Since he obtained this sage mode, he has never had the opportunity to test its power in actual combat, but now is the best opportunity. Sage Art, Super Large Jade Water Vortex Spiral Shuriken. That's right, Genma uses the Reborn. The principle of this move has been clearly explained in the original work. Genma's Itsutsuki Sage Body is even easier to learn. Facing this huge fireball at this moment, Genma did not forcefully choose the wind-style Spiral Shuriken. That would just be asking for death. This Water Whirlpool Reborn is a Reborn that changes the water attribute, and then adds the magic chakra to make it even more powerful. Originally, the water style was the least powerful of all escape techniques, but the Spiral Shuriken under the amplification of this magic technique rotated the water style at high speed. Now every drop of water in the shuriken is like a high-pressure water guns are average. Anyone hit by this attack can directly kill muscles and even cells in just an instant. Even if they are super cage level, they will die after taking this attack. Genma's Sage mode was already amazing, and the current increase has directly reached a level of nearly 50 meters. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to the fireball that is nearly 1,000 meters away, the essence of this move is originally concentrated. Compared to Naruto and Jiraiya's Big Ball Reborn, which is estimated to be about 10 meters and 20 meters at most, Genma's 50-meter diameter is much larger. When the ninja coalition below saw this move, they all looked down upon it. After all, their strength was limited, so they didn't know how powerful this move was. They can only judge the power of this move based on their body shape. In their superficial understanding, this kind of ninjutsu with a diameter of about 50 meters has a power that is less than S-level at most. A strong man at the Patriarch level can easily use it. They can all use ninjutsu on this scale. What's more, the fireballs used by 5,000 people like them are far superior to S-level ninjutsu. After all, Sarutobi Hiraki and Sarutobi Suzuki are not mortals. Their own strength is at the clan leader level, so it can be seen at a glance that the chakra contained in this move is not comparable to ordinary ninjutsu. In addition, when Genma used this move, he said it was Sage Art. As the only two people present who have mastered Sage mode, they naturally understand the power of natural energy. Once any ninjutsu is amplified by natural energy, it will be greatly strengthened several times. Coupled with the constant rotation and compression of the water vortex spiral shuriken, the two people immediately thought of Nine Tails Tailed Beast Bomb. The Sarutobi clan has been neighbors with Nine Tails for many years, so it is also the family that knows the most about Nine Tails in the entire ninja world except the Uzumaki clan. The principle of this move is not the same as that of Tailed Beast Bomb, and its size is not bad at all compared to Tailed Beast Bomb. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiraki and Sarutobi Suzuki looked at each other with solemn expressions. Then Sarutobi Hiraki and Sarutobi Suzuki had a clear understanding of each other, and slowly retreated behind them at the same time. The Nara clan leader, who had been paying attention to the situation on the field, saw the actions of these two people, and immediately winked at the two clan leaders, Yamanaka and Akamaiki, and then quietly retreated. At this moment, Genma's Sage Art Super Large Tamaki Uzumaki Spiral Shuriken was also completed. He was not a dabbler like Naruto. He used only one hand to perform this move. Then he threw the 50-meter blue Spiral Shuriken. With the bonus of perfect Sage Art, this Spiral Shuriken can naturally be thrown, and the speed is faster than the real Shuriken. I don't know how many times. The fireball was still flying slowly in the air, and the super large Jade Water Vortex Spiral Shuriken was already in front of him. As the two moves of water and fire collided, a huge roar suddenly sounded. This sound could be clearly heard even by the southern station of the whirlpool dozens of kilometers away. The fireball that looked astonishing was so powerful that even when facing Genma's Sage Art Shuriken, it was not extinguished instantly. But Sage Art is still Sage Art. No matter how big this simple ninjutsu is, the essential gap still makes it difficult to escape the fate of being defeated. As the water vortex spiral shuriken exploded, a huge rotating water ball was instantly produced. In just a blink of an eye, it rose to no less than 500 meters, and this size was still spreading rapidly. The originally arrogant fireball was completely covered by the water ball in just a few breaths. At this time, Sarutobi Hiraki finally couldn't sit still and hurriedly issued an order. Retreat immediately, everyone retreat immediately. He has seen the power of Tailed Beast Bomb, so he knows that the current size of this move is far from reaching the limit. If the shurikens are allowed to spread, then the 5,000 coalition forces will lose at least 1,000. The 5,000 coalition forces had never seen such a terrifying water style before. They were already stunned. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiraki opened his mouth in time. Everyone also understood at this time that their proud fireball was compared with Genma's Sage Art. not worth mentioning at all. Then one by one they retreated quickly as if they were running for their lives. Fortunately, the ninjas of the Sengoku period were all good at physical skills and their speed was extremely amazing, so they finally evacuated before the water ball completely spread. This is not to blame for their fast speed. In fact, the water vortex spiral shuriken is not as fast as the wind style because it is a change of the water attribute. Its power is completely dependent on the thickness and solidity of the water style, but speed must be sacrificed. Finally, after the coalition forces withdrew a few hundred meters, the water ball completely spread, and Nine-Tails-tailed beast bomb exploded, covering only a 2-kilometer radius. Genma's move itself is more powerful, and its range reaches a circle with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer. Because the water Uzumaki shuriken is a water style, what it produces is not an explosion, but an impact like a water gun, destroying all the surrounding woods in an instant and leaving no traces of the sun. Coupled with the collision of water style and fire style, a thick fog was generated around them. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as being blind. The ninja coalition forces present became blind in an instant and were unable to distinguish the situation ahead. Genma could see it clearly from the air, and was extremely satisfied with the destructive power of his move. It was no less powerful than Susanna's Senra Wangxian move, and even more destructive than it. The only regret was that his speed was a little low, otherwise he would have been confident that the number of 5,000 ninjas could be halved with just this one move. Looking at the heavy fog that filled the sky, the weak ninja must have been blind. Genma's terrifying sage art perception barrier was not in vain. At this moment, it was fully opened and he knew the situation of the entire coalition army. Naturally, the coalition forces below would not let the heavy fog sit idly by, otherwise their battle would not be able to continue. Sarutobi Hiraki immediately directed everyone to use wind style to prepare to blow away the thick fog. Genma saw that he just took this opportunity to fire another big move. When the thick fog cleared, he gave the coalition forces a surprise. Sage art. Would style true several thousand hands. Genma is currently using the true several thousand hands of the powerful Susanna weapon. Although Genma is not yet at the cage level, he has mastered the perfect sage mode, so he has barely met the conditions for casting the spell. The ninja coalition below could not see Genma's surprise at this moment. After they received Sarutobi Hiraki's order, they immediately joined forces and started to use wind style. Wind style hurricane blowing technique. A sea-level wind style ninjutsu, with the joint efforts of 5,000 people, suddenly exploded with power far exceeding that of a hurricane. The thick fog that originally covered the sky and the sun suddenly became insignificant under such a powerful wind style. However, in just a few breaths, the heavy fog in the sky was finally blown away. The ninja coalition, who had finally seen the light of day again, was just about to rejoice that Genma did not take advantage of this time to attack, but when they looked up, what they saw was a scene that made them despair. Genma, who was originally flying in the sky, is now standing in front of a giant Buddha made of wood. Genma's wooden golem jutsu is already well known in the ninja world, so it is impossible for the coalition forces present not to know about it, but the size of this giant Buddha is nearly 10 times taller than the wooden golem. The height alone is close to 1,000 meters. Genma's famous move, the wooden golem, is currently on top of the giant Buddha. The amazingly powerful wooden golem is as inconspicuous as a decoration on the top of the wooden Buddha. This move is Senju Hashirama's most powerful skill, true several thousand hands. Genma just barely meets the conditions to perform it at this moment, so although the posture of the backhand looks quite bluffing, in fact, the most important 1,000 arms behind it are missing. This move is currently an enhanced version of wooden golem at best. But even so, every punch of this giant Buddha is more terrifying than the tailed beast bomb. After all, where is the weight? Even a gentle wave of the hand is stronger than the wind of any dollar-level wind style. The ordinary ninjas were so shocked, not to mention the clan leaders and Sarutobi Suzuki present. The leader of the Nara clan changed his previous calmness and said, "Is this the true strength of Otsutsuki Genma? Compared with him, what's the difference between us and ants?" Chief Yamanaka and Akamaiki also swallowed their saliva and did not refute the words of Chief Nara, especially the leader of the Akamaiki clan. The Akamaiki clan is famous for its expansion jutsu, but to achieve such a terrifying body shape, only a handful of people from their clan can do it. And their expansion jutsu is not long-lasting, and it basically ends in just a few minutes. The giant Buddha in front of me is made of wood. As long as there is enough chakra, it will definitely be able to exist forever. It is much stronger than their expansion jutsu. Sarutobi Hiraki also regrets it now. He doesn't know whether it is right for him to go against Genma. Facing this giant Buddha who is like a true god, any of his plots and tricks seem to be somewhat powerless. As the person with the highest talent present, Sarutobi Suzuki naturally understands the value of this giant Buddha. This is a move that truly transcends the clan leader level. There is no one that Sarutobi Suzuki knows who can achieve this level. But today he knows, Otsutsuki Genma is one. And Sarutobi Suzuki has been working hard towards this realm, otherwise he would not have the strength he has now. This realm is the later Super Cage level, but the current Sengoku ninjas do not have an accurate name for this realm. If Sarutobi Suzuki is forced to describe it, perhaps only the Super Clan leader level can match this realm. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Suzuki quickly became energetic and said to his father beside him, "It's our turn to take action. If we let this giant Buddha take action, all the coalition forces present will be completely destroyed." Sarutobi Hiraki also recovered after hearing Suzuki's words. Fortunately, the two of them had already prepared for this battle. From the moment Genma appeared, they had already started planning Sage Mode. Sarutobi Suzuki's Sage Mode was becoming perfect, so he turned it on in a few breaths. At this moment, although Sarutobi Hiraki was less talented, he turned on Sage Mode. Sarutobi Suzuki's Sage Mode is no less than the one used by Naruto, and there is almost no change in appearance, except for the red eye shadow appearing around the eyes. Sarutobi Hiraki is still the same as before. The hair on his body has grown a lot, and his face has become 79 similar to a monkey. The Nara clan over there were not idle either. At this time, they each used their unique skills to look at their family's wealth. The Akamaike clan leader threw a pill directly into his mouth, and then used a super expansion jutsu. As a clan leader during the Sengoku period, even if the clan leader did not have a clan leader level chakra, his body size after doubling was still far greater than that of the wooden golem. You must know that the later Koji could be doubled and have a height no less than that of Gadu's statue. The clan leader may not be as talented as Koji, but he's not too far behind. After doubling, it directly has a height of nearly 200 meters, but compared with the wood-style Buddha, which is close to 1,000 meters, this 200 meters is just a little higher than the Buddha's knees. Chief Yamanaka formed a seal with his hands, his eyes always staring at Genma, ready to find an opportunity to directly control Genma's mind. As for the leader of the Nara clan, who was regarded as the final decider, he disappeared early and blended into the ninja coalition. It seemed that he was waiting for Genma to be careless, and then directly manipulated the shadow to control Genma from the dark. Sarutobi Suzuki is better than his master, and his strength has already surpassed that of his father, so after turning on Sage Mode, he took the lead in taking action. First, put your fingers in your mouth and bite them, then open your palms and place them on the ground, summoning technique. As the young patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, how could he not sign a contract with the Ape Demon clan? At this moment, he was trying to summon the two great immortals of the Holy Land. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the previous Sarutobi tribe elite Jonin summoning, these two great immortals are the real powerhouses of the Sarutobi tribe. The next moment, smoke appeared all over the sky, and then two giant objects over 100 meters tall appeared. The one on the left has golden hair. It looks like an ape but can stand upright. It has 6 weird 1.1 ears on its head, which is different from the ape demon's almost human appearance. This golden-haired giant monkey is still a complete monkey. He is holding a long stick of about 150 meters in his hand. The chakra on his body is still above the clan leader level according to Genma's perception. Compared with Genma's current chakra amount, this monkey is probably a little inferior. That's all. The other monkey is a monkey with black fur. It is much taller than the golden-haired monkey, at least 120 meters tall. The knotted muscles on his body looked full of strength, and his arms were a bit longer than those of ordinary monkeys, reaching directly to his knees. What he held in his hand was a black spear made of unknown material. This black monkey is even more extraordinary. Chakra is directly on par with Genma. As soon as the two monkeys appeared, they saw the wood-style Buddha that covered the sky and the sun. Their size could be considered very huge in the world of summoning beasts, but compared with this Buddha, they were slightly bigger. Just a mouse. The giant golden-haired monkey on the left spoke first and said to Sarutobi Suzuki above his head, Hey Suzuki, why did you make such a big guy as my opponent as soon as we met?" The black-haired giant ape next to him is obviously more calm, but his expression is still extremely solemn. Is this guy really a human? This kind of strength can only be compared to the great immortals of the major holy places. Sarutobi Suzuki seemed to respect these two great immortals, and even used honorifics when answering. Senior Lu Er, Senior Long Arm, this person is none other than the strongest man in the ninja world today, at Satsuki Genma. Let's take action together. This guy may have reached a state beyond the clan leader level. The long-armed immortal nodded after hearing this, and the six-eared immortal said frivolously, I didn't expect to see someone other than Brother Big 01 possess such strength today. Genma's perception is not limited. They have just had a conversation here, and Genma has clearly heard it. This six-eared immortal actually said that his eldest brother has a strength no less than his own. Doesn't this mean that there are still people in the Monkey Demon clan, with a real super patriarch level? Then he thought of the immortals of the three holy places. Even the Mount Mayaboku Toad clan, which was the most described in the original work, the great immortals should not be underestimated. The Toad Sage is named Gamamaru. He was born when Sage of Six Paths was born, but when Konoha was established later, although he looked a little old and confused, he was still alive and kicking. In other words, that Toad Sage has lived for more than 1,000 years at least. Not to mention other things, this lifespan alone is the best in the ninja world. Moreover, they are immortals who cultivate natural energy. Even if they are a fool who has practiced for 1,000 years, it is impossible. How weak. It was also the monkey demon clan in front of him that made Genma truly understand that the water in the ninja world is much deeper than he imagined. Not only the various bosses of the Otsutsuki clan in the original book, but even those holy places are not fuel-efficient lamps. Maybe one day a 6 paths level immortal will really pop up. This kind of thing is still very possible in Genma's opinion. Genma originally planned to use the giant Buddha to directly take down the Genin coalition, and then slowly deal with the clan leaders below. Now it seems that the other party will not give him this opportunity. Sure enough, after Sarutobi Suzuki summoning below, Sarutobi Hiraki also turned on Sage mode and jumped onto the shoulders of the long-armed immortal. It seemed that it was due to his lack of strength, but he did not stand on the head of the long-armed immortal. Then Sarutobi Hiraki issued an order: all coalition forces use wind style immediately. The previous coalition forces had already used wind style together once, and they were already familiar with it this time. However, in order to defeat this giant Buddha this time, they also had to take out the wind style at the bottom of the box. Wind style. Wind kill technique. This time, the wind killing technique is much more lethal than the hurricane blowing technique. Even if it is used alone to fight the enemy, the wind killing technique combined with this move can completely kill the leader level warriors. The wind killing technique of 5,000 people created a sharp blade-like wind that enveloped a kilometer range and instantly made a deafening buzz. At this time, Sarutobi Hiraki also took action, and it was his strongest trump card, which was also a move he had used before. Sage Art. Skyfire Kirin. This time he jumped on the long-armed immortal and was not just pretending. In Sage mode, he could directly borrow the long-armed immortal's natural energy for his own use, which gave him instant chakra several times greater than the original. At this moment, the Heavenly Fire Kylan is used again, and its power is even greater than that of the previous battle against Susanoo. In an instant, it reached a terrifying height of nearly 300 meters. The temperature of the Skyfire Kylan was a bit higher than before. It was originally just close to purple, but now it has completely turned gray after increasing again. I don't know if the temperature will increase again. Will it turn black? Sarutobi Hiraki has chosen the Skyfire Kirin as his trump card, so Sarutobi Suzuki will naturally not be worse than him. Sage Art. Explosive Volcano. The next moment, a large amount of magic chakra gushes out, and then a hollow volcano made of earth style instantly appears on the ground. This volcano has reached an astonishing height of 500 meters, and its power is much stronger than the fire unicorn that day. Then a large amount of black-red magma spurted out from the volcano, and then the crimson magma turned into a giant dragon and flew directly towards the giant Buddha that covered the sky and the sun. This move seems simple, but it combines the 4 attributes of wind, fire, earth, and water. It is Sarutobi Suzuki's favorite work. Not to mention the others, Sarutobi Hiraki's Skyfire Kirin encountered this move and was killed in an instant. What's more, this magma dragon has a height of more than 500 meters, and its diameter alone is close to 100 meters. This size has already crushed the fire unicorn that day. Of course, this was the power he could barely achieve with the help of the chakra of the 6-eared immortal at his feet. Sarutobi Suzuki and Sarutobi Hiraki both used wind style. When they encountered the wind style used by the coalition, their natural power was once again strengthened. Genma looked at the menacing unicorn and magma dragon in front of him, and the pressure on his body could not help but increase. Sure enough, Sage mode was Sage mode again, not to mention that there were 2 immortals performing 277 boosts. The power of these 2 moves was unparalleled. Every move has threatening power beyond cage level. Fortunately, Genma's giant Buddha was not a vegetarian. The next moment, Genma controlled the giant Buddha to swing out 2 fists at the same time. The 2 fists, which were said to be over 100 meters away, hit the Skyfire Unicorn and the Magma Dragon respectively. After all, it was a giant Buddha that was 1 level better than Susanoo. This time, even if it encountered the Skyfire Unicorn after the increase, it was still not melted instantly. Even relying on Wood Style's ability to absorb chakra, it was able to somewhat suppress this fire unicorn. The collision between the fist and the fire unicorn made no sound, as if the collision had exceeded a certain limit. Immediately afterwards, the seemingly invincible fire unicorn was finally blown away by the fist and exploded in the air. It seemed that although the color was close to Amaterasu, this move was still not comparable to Amaterasu's flames. The terrifying flames then swept through the surrounding area for several kilometers, but it could not hurt Genma, who was standing on top of the Buddha. At this moment, he had already sent out the strongest defense of Wood Style to protect himself firmly. As for the magma, it was truly extraordinary. It burned the Buddha's fist into coke, and then continued to spread up the arm. Genma saw it and quickly cut off his arm to survive. He cut off the Buddha's right arm directly before he defended himself. The invasion of this magma fire. After all, Genma is still not strong enough to fire a complete senju Buddha. Otherwise, how can 1,000 fists pass by? It's like there are only 2 hands now. Although the power is not weakened, the difference in quantity is too big after all. However, Sarutobi Suzuki was able to deal with his right fist. After Dabutu's left fist scattered Sarutobi Hiraki's Kirin, he continued to attack the ninja coalition. If the wooden golem's fist is just a small nuclear bomb, then if the Buddha's fist hits it, the power will far exceed that of a nuclear bomb. Although Genma's giant Buddha looks intimidating, after the initial shock, the Ninja Alliance has already accepted this setting and everyone has calmed down. When the 2 Sarutobi clan leaders took action, they all seemed to have a tacit understanding and all began to retreat backwards. Thinking about this fighting method, they had already communicated in advance. Since Sarutobi Hiraki has investigated all the information about Genma, he naturally understands that Genma is very good at large-scale damage moves, so the 5,000 ninja troops have been prepared for this battle, and they will dodge as soon as Genma takes action. Then, in the gap between Genma's attacks, they would carry out combined ninjutsu attacks. Genma, who was disadvantaged in terms of speed, would naturally be unable to do anything against them, and it is impossible for Genma to keep fighting with the large army. After all, there are also 2 clan leader level and a large number of elite jonin present. Sarutobi Suzuki, who had already defeated one fist, felt nervous when he saw the giant Buddha's fist attacking the coalition forces. Although they had laid out tactics before, it was also based on the fact that Genma was using wooden golem. This giant Buddha is now nearly 10 times stronger than the wooden golem. After this punch, even if the majority of the troops present are at least elite shinin, I am afraid there will still be heavy casualties. Thinking of this, I hurriedly took action. Sage Art. Doryu Dorabi. Fortunately, Sarutobi Suzuki's sealing speed is amazing enough. Such an A-level Earth-style move can complete the seal in the blink of an eye, and it is finally completed before the fist hits the ground. Then, in front of the giant Buddha's fist, a series of earthen city walls appeared. The thickness of each city wall was more than 30 meters, and the height was close to 100 meters, and there were 10 in total. This kind of defense could be considered cage. A full blow from a level expert is absolutely difficult to defeat. However, when this earthen wall encountered Genma's big Buddha fist, tragedy was doomed. After all, this is just soil and not a rock, so the defense is still a little bit worse. It is probably worse than Hashirama's 5-layer Rashomon. At most, it is a little stronger in quantity and thickness, but in front of the fist of the Buddha, it is still better than paper. Not much stronger. In the blink of an eye, all 10 walls were shattered. At this time, Sarutobi Hiraki's Sage Mode had ended. The previous move of Skyfire Kirin had already exhausted his natural energy, and he was currently weak. When the 2 immortals of the Ape Demon Clan saw this scene, they knew that they could no longer watch the show. As expected, 2 humans using natural energy alone could not stop the monster in front of them. After looking at each other, the 2 immortals shouted at the same time Sage Art. Muscle hardening technique. The next moment, the muscles of the 6-eared immortal and the long-armed immortal seemed to turn into the hardest rock, and the power contained in them was even more terrifying to people who had never seen it before. But even so, the 2 of them did not dare to be careless. They rushed towards the fist of the Buddha at the same time, one on the left and the other on the right. Finally, before the fist hit the ground, the 2 immortals worked together to resist the fist of the Buddha with the posture of the Overlord in Giant Cauldron. This was the first time that the 2 immortals came into contact with the Buddha head-on. As soon as the fist touched their bodies, they felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Their Ape Demon Clan is already good at strength, and this muscle hardening technique greatly strengthens their muscles, allowing them to explode several times more strength. But even so, it was still a bit difficult. The 6-eared immortal seemed to be weaker. His knees were gradually bending, and he was about to be unable to support himself. When the long-armed immortal saw this scene, he quickly increased his strength a lot. The muscles under his hair were even more erect, and he was about to reach his limit. At this time, the Akamike clan leader finally took action. Although he had used super expansion jutsu before, he had been waiting for the right time to take action, not to mention that he did not intend to be the target in this battle. But now he could no longer watch the show, because if he let this punch hit, a large number of the elite members of the Akamike clan would also be killed. Fortunately, although the leader of the Akamike clan is only an elite jonin, his strength has increased significantly after taking the forbidden drug in the clan. In addition, the power of this super expansion jutsu has reached an extremely terrifying level. Then with a sprint, the Akamike clan leader joined the cause of raising the cauldron before the 6-eared immortal was about to be crushed. Under the full defense of the 3 people, the fist of the Buddha was finally stopped. The Buddha's fist was actually stopped. Even Genma, who had always been confident in his strength, was a little shocked at this moment. It seems that it is not that easy for one person to fight against multiple clan leaders alone. He now also understands why Konoha village still failed to conquer the entire ninja world when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were present when Konoha was founded. Not because they are disdainful, but because even they cannot truly crush the entire ninja world. Once they attack at the same time, it is estimated that the other four major countries will join forces to attack Konoha. At this time, the number of clan leaders in each village must be at its peak. In this case, even Konoha village would probably be unable to defeat 4 people with 2 fists. Fortunately, Genma only faced 4 families, otherwise it would be hard to say who would win in this battle. Lao Dejiao. One fist can block it, but what if there are 2? One of the fists of the previous Buddha was indeed burned by Sarutobi Suzuki, but Genma's wooden golem can even regenerate its arm, let alone the Buddha at a higher level. The coalition forces below were just about to rejoice that this terrifying punch was blocked, and then there was another burst of darkness. When they raised their heads, they saw that the missing Tensong arm of the Buddha had grown back, and he clenched his fists and attacked again. This time, the 2 immortals and the Akamike clan leader were dumbfounded. They had trouble dealing with this fist, so how about another one? Sarutobi Suzuki, who had just taken a short rest at this time, knew that he had to step forward again. He was the strongest ninja present. His father no longer has chakra, and it will probably take a long time to recover slowly. Only his sage mode can last for a while. Unlike most Sarutobi ninjas who use stick weapons, Sarutobi Suzuki uses a katana. Pulling out the katana behind him, Sarutobi Suzuki gradually closed his eyes. Sarutobi Hiraki, who was a little nervous at first, saw his son behaving like this and knew that the other party was going to use a trick to show his wealth. If we say that Sarutobi Suzuki's strongest move is the opponent's sword skills, with the increase of Sage mode, the power of any of Sarutobi Suzuki's swords is not something that ordinary clan leaders can resist. In addition, the opponent is already good at this, so Sarutobi Hiraki has no way of knowing how powerful this sword will be. Sarutobi Suzuki, who raised his katana above his head, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyeshadow in Sage mode also disappeared. Then his katana changed. The next moment, the katana was only half a meter tall. A blue chakra begins to appear on it. In the blink of an eye, the katana seemed to increase dozens of times, reaching nearly 100 meters under the blue chakra, and the chakra attached to it was extremely solid without any fluctuations, as if it was always like this. Not at all. It seems to be condensed with that unstable chakra. Sage art. Kill. Ghost. God. After using up all the remaining senjutsu chakra, Sarutobi Suzuki finally slashed out with a sword. The sword was so fast that even Genma could only see a flash of cold light. The next moment, 387, this chakra knife, which was slightly smaller than the Buddha's fist, cut off the wooden golem's fist with one blow. The power of this sword is more than that. Chakra's katana seems to be only 100 meters away, but the slash extends for several kilometers. Because of its location on the ground, the direction of Sarutobi Suzuki's slash happened to cover Genma above wooden golem's head. Among them. Fortunately, Genma had already activated Mangekyo to respond to the enemy at this time, so the moment the sword was struck, he knew that these 10 swords would definitely hit the Buddha's head. Before the slashing attack could reach, Genma thought, and the wooden golem jumped off the top of the Buddha's head, and then landed heavily next to the Buddha. The power of this slash was no less than Sarutobi Suzuki's strongest strike, which directly cut off the head of the Buddha, although the slash dissipated afterwards. But being able to neutralize the giant Buddha's 2 fists by himself, and even chop off the giant Buddha's head, Sarutobi Suzuki's strength has indeed been recognized by Genma. Sarutobi Suzuki with this kind of strength may not be able to suppress Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama if they don't fully grow up. However, although Sarutobi Suzuki is, strong enough, chakra is also his weakness. This is not to say that the Sarutobi clan has less chakra, but compared to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Suzuki's chakra is probably not enough. Unexpectedly, after the sword was slashed, Sarutobi Suzuki not only exited Sage mode, but he could barely stand, and he kept breathing heavily. Genma knew that although this sword was strong, it should be Sarutobi Suzuki's final blow. Now the opponent had probably exhausted his chakra, and it would take at least a few minutes of refining the chakra to restore his combat power. Of course, Genma's current situation is incomparable to that at the beginning. After all, he barely used the wood-style Buddha, and then recovered his fist, so 70% of the chakra has been consumed. But where is the total amount of chakra he has? Although he can no longer control the Buddha, he can still control a wooden golem or a complete Susanna. On the other hand, the coalition forces estimate that there are only 11 elite Jonin left who can fight again. The 5,000 coalition forces are now retreated to a distance of 2 kilometers and there is no way to come back for support. Waste. Over there, Sarutobi Hiraki saw this posture and immediately understood that this battle could not go on any longer. Then the 2 clan leaders, Yamanaka and Nara, who decided the outcome, had not yet taken action, but his plan was not to resolve the battle in one day. Everyone retreat immediately. It seemed that there had been a rehearsal for a long time. Following Sarutobi Hiraki's order, the elites of the 4 major families present immediately fled. He, Sarutobi Hiraki, was faster than anyone else. He exploded his Taijutsu to ultimate and disappeared from Genma's sight in the blink of an eye. The other elite jonin and the heads of the three major families were not slow either, and retreated as soon as they received the order. However, Sarutobi Suzuki had just used his ultimate move, so he couldn't move much. Fortunately, the six-eared sage among the two sages quickly picked him up and ran away. The coalition forces, which looked like they were fighting to the death a moment ago, disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Genma alone and dumbfounded. He never thought that the coalition forces with an absolute superiority in numbers would actually choose to withdraw under such circumstances. Should the opponent not try again? Genma doesn't have much chakra left now. If the opponent cooperates properly, Genma might be the one to retreat. Genma wanted to pursue and expand the results, but speed has always been his disadvantage. Even after turning on Sage mode, his physical skills have greatly improved, but he is still at the elite Jonin level, so it is still a bit difficult to catch up with the elites in front of him. The other party seemed to know this, so he was so unscrupulous when he ran away, not even leaving the rear behind. Of course, the idea of pursuit was in Genma's mind for just a moment, because he also understood that his chakra was insufficient. Even with a terrifying recovery speed, the opponent still had a coalition of 5,000 ninjas. Although these people are not that good individually, the moves they use together are something that even the complete Susanna has to worry about. Coupled with the opponent's tactic of retreating after one shot, Genma really has no confidence in defeating them. Take it. Even though these 5,000 coalition forces have used a lot of ninjutsu in the battle so far, for one of them, it would only consume half of the chakra at most. Besides, going deep behind enemy lines is not a wise move. Genma can't detect the black Zetsu in the dark. If the enemy finally comes to take out the black Zetsu, then Genma's death will be unjust. In the end, Genma gave up the pursuit and chose to return to the station to recover chakra. Although there was basically no achievement in this battle, it at least dampened the spirit of the coalition forces. The mighty 5,000 coalition forces came with majesty, but now they were beaten and fled by Genma alone. This greatly boosted the morale of the southern garrison. They knew the battle situation after Genma came back. In addition, there were spies observing the battle situation outside. Therefore, they knew how Genma could defeat the 5,000 coalition forces, as well as the two Sarutobi clan chiefs. Especially the giant Buddha, which is close to 1,000 meters in height, has refreshed everyone's understanding of ninjutsu. In their hearts, everyone has already put Genma and Sage of Six Paths on par. After this battle, Genma gained a new title within the Uzumaki clan, that is, the god of the ninja world. This is so powerful that one person can resist the entire coalition army, which makes people naturally connect Genma and God together. Moreover, Genma's current strength has not yet reached its peak. You must know that the peak of ninja strength is basically around the age of 16, and Genma is only in his early teens now. He is still several years away from his peak. With such potential, how far it will grow in the future is beyond the imagination of the Uzumaki tribe. Their southern station can now be said to have peace of mind. Although Genma finally asked the ninja coalition to retreat, that was also based on the fact that Genma did not bring extra people with him. Otherwise, after a big battle, other ninjas from the Uzumaki clan would swarm up and kill many enemies. The Whirlpool tribe was happy, but the low morale of the coalition forces that they expected did not appear. After the coalition forces returned to the camp after the withdrawal, they just rested calmly, and they did not look like they had experienced a defeat. In the camp in the center, Sarutobi Hiraki looked at the three clan leaders and Suzuki around him, and then said with a smile, "Everyone performed very well today, so Atsutsuki Genma is in the trap." The Nara clan chief said with some hindrance and fear, "I just didn't expect that the strength of Atsutsuki's Genma would be so terrifying. If it hadn't been for the young patriarch's action against the previous great Buddha, I'm afraid the coalition forces would have suffered heavy losses." Although Sarutobi Suzuki was praised, he was not happy at all, because although he defused the fist of the Buddha, in the end Genma was not hurt at all from the beginning to the end, but he had exhausted all the chakra. If this was a one-on-one situation, he would probably have died countless times. Fortunately, this time Genma was fighting against 5,000 coalition forces alone, otherwise he might not have been able to escape unscathed. Sarutobi Hiraki didn't expect Genma to have the true several thousand hands move. Even with his careful planning, he was still a little unsure whether he could win Genma. However, there were other clan leaders present, so he couldn't perform well. "Come out, I can only bite the bullet and say don't worry, everyone. As long as you follow the previous tactics, no matter how strong Atsutsuki Genma is, he will not escape death." Although the heads of the three Nara clans were already on guard, they didn't say much and nodded in agreement. There may be several more battles in the next few days. I hope the clan leaders can also try their best to cooperate. The clan leaders of the other three clans naturally did not dare to say anything. After all, Sarutobi Suzuki's strength was there, and his strength was even better than Sarutobi Hiraki. Now they did not dare to conflict with the Sarutobi clan head-on. After sending away the heads of the three families, Sarutobi Hiraki said to Suzuki, "So, are these three old guys doing something secretly?" Sarutobi Suzuki's face suddenly turned cold and he said there has been no action since that day, and there has been no movement of personnel in the rear. "I think they must have seen through your plan." Sarutobi Hiraki nodded, then sneered. "So what if you find out this is all a conspiracy? From the moment they joined the coalition, they have been unable to help themselves." Sarutobi Suzuki also nodded and thought so too. "How is their contact over there? Where are they now?" Sarutobi Suzuki thought for a moment and then said it only takes about 3 days. "By then, we will definitely be able to capture the Nara clan. However, it will be difficult for the Uzumaki clan. I'm afraid they won't be able to capture it in a short time." In the original plan, the Sarutobi clan planned to swallow up all 4 families. Not only did they want to swallow up the Nara clan, but they also took the opportunity to destroy the Uzumaki clan. But now that there is a giant Buddha like Genma, it will be difficult to take down the Uzumaki clan. After all, although Genma's speed is weak, it is completely sufficient for defense. As long as this Atsutsuki Genma is still there, no matter how many coalition forces they have, it is estimated that it will be difficult to break through this iron wall. Although Sarutobi Hiraki was also unhappy, he just comforted himself and said there is no need to rush this matter. The senju over there haven't started a war yet. Let's take a look at their situation first. If they can gain an advantage, the problem of Atsutsuki Genma here will naturally be solved. No matter how strong Atsutsuki Genma is, he is only one person after all. Sarutobi Hiraki doesn't believe it. Could the Uzumaki clan have another monster? Uzumaki Kubo and Uzumaki Mito alone can. Sarutobi Hiraki never believed that he could stop the coalition forces of Heitake and Senju. After all, the Uzumaki tribe is still weak in combat power at the bottom. As long as this does not change, the Uzumaki tribe will definitely be able to defend Senju's coalition forces. Not long after the battle at the southern station here ended, a battle that lasted for a whole day ended at the border between the Uzumaki tribe and the Senju. The 4,000 ninja troops led by Senju Butsuma seemed to have good communication with the Sarutobi clan today and attacked the Uzumaki clan at the same time. There are also 2 clan leaders on this side, Senju Butsuma and Heitake Hine. In addition, 11 is also supporting Elite Jonin. They are full of confidence in this stop. The biggest reason is that they didn't see Genma here. Even Senju Butsuma, who has always been a little arrogant, is still a little afraid of Genma. This is a monster that cannot be judged by common sense. Who knows if their coalition can gain an advantage with the addition of this monster? So after seeing Uzumaki Kubo appear, Senju Butsuma already felt that he had a chance to win. However, their coalition forces suffered a heavy blow as soon as they set foot on the Uzumaki territory. The border defenses of the Uzumaki tribe have always been nothing more than a few shurikens. How could these hurt the attacking troops? But this time it was different. There was an extra kind of explosive talisman. As soon as the large army set foot on the territory, continuous explosions began. Especially the Senju clan received special attention, and they were the first to encounter almost every trap. In just one encounter, the Senju clan lost nearly 100 elite Chunin. Although the subsequent coalition forces were more cautious, no one was hurt by traps. But when the Uzumaki tribe's large army appeared, it also caused big trouble for them. This time, the kunao thrown by the Uzumaki tribe often had detonating talismans. The power of this detonating talisman reached a level, even if Jonin was not careful. If it is affected, it will lose its combat effectiveness instantly. Coupled with the Uzumaki clan's ninjutsu scrolls, it immediately made up for the lack of combat methods. With the cooperation of several mutual ninjutsu scrolls, it was actually able to barely block the coalition's joint ninjutsu. After all, their ninjutsu scrolls don't depend on the number of people, one person can trigger several. The Uzumaki clan only has close to 2,000 people, but when one person uses 2 or 3 scrolls, the power of the combined ninjutsu is even greater than that of a coalition of 4,000 people. When the coalition forces ran out of chakra and started close combat, the detonating talisman began to make a lot of achievements. They were the Uzumaki tribe who fought at home, and this elusive detonating talisman taught the coalition a good lesson. Fortunately, their coalition forces were not all fools. After suffering a big loss at the beginning, they immediately began to become cautious. In the subsequent battles, the Whirlpool clansmen did not show their majesty again. But as in the past, as long as they used some ninjutsu, the Uzumaki clan would run away with their heads in their arms, which never happened again. Now that my tribe has truly gained the ability to fight head-on, who in 260 is still afraid of the opponent's ninjutsu? Senju Butsuma didn't have a headache when he saw this. His original plan was to take advantage of the Sarutobi coalition forces in the south to start the battle. After they determined Genma's position, they would start fighting again. This will not only ensure that they will not be used as gun users, but also prevent them from encountering the hard nut Atsutsuki Genma. But now it seems that the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan are not vegetarians, and their fighting power is no less than that of the powerful Senju clan. Seeing this situation, Senju Butsuma hurriedly led his elite to attack first. Since the middle and lower level ninjas below could not make a difference, then they, the higher UPS, had to show their skills. The Senju clan has always been famous for their actual combat strength, not to mention their high-end combat capabilities. In the past, even if there was a battle between the Senju and the Uzumaki clan, they would definitely have the upper hand. In addition, today the Uzumaki clan only dispatched 10 Uzumaki Kubo, a high-end combat force. Senju Butsuma is even more confident. Fortunately, the high-end combat power of the Uzumaki clan has not improved much. Even if Genma asked Uzumaki Mizuki to bring a large group of troops to return for reinforcements, there is only Uzumaki Kubo, a clan leader, on the battlefield. As for the Whirlpool Mito that sealed Nine Tails, it is now unable to exert its combat effectiveness at all, at least according to Uzumaki Kubo's perception. He didn't even know that Genma had already greeted Nine Tails, and Mito could already communicate with Nine Tails, and could easily activate Tailed Beast mode. Except for one Uzumaki Kubo, the high-end combat power present is all the elite Jonin of the Uzumaki clan. As a major clan in the ninja world, the Uzumaki clan has a total of 8 elite Jonin. Although they are not comparable to Senju and Uchiha, they are still considered to be in the ninja world. One tyrant. But facing the 11 elite Jonin on the opposite side, it was a bit unsatisfactory. After just a short confrontation, the Uzumaki clan had been completely suppressed. Even the Uzumaki water mirror, which was originally given high hopes by the Uzumaki clan, was now suppressed. After the 2 elite Jonin were entangled, they became helpless and it was estimated that they would not be able to escape in a short time. Although the other elite Jonin are better, after all, they are all elite Jonin from the Sengoku era, and none of them are easy to get along with, so it is difficult to tell the winner in a short time. As for Uzumaki Kubo, he is better than others. Although on the surface he has to face the siege of 2 clan leaders, namely Senju Butsuma and Heitake Hine, in fact he only needs to concentrate on facing Senju Butsuma. At the beginning of the battle, he had to be careful of Heitake Hine, but as the battle continued, no matter how slow he was, he discovered that this Heitake Hine was just a pure act of soy sauce, and did not use all his strength from beginning to end, although he used a ninjutsu, more powerful than the other one, but it didn't hit Uzumaki Kubo at all. At this time, Uzumaki Kubo also understood that Genma had secretly asked Heitake to give up, so he could fight against Butsuma alone with peace of mind. Speaking of which, Senju Butsuma, as the number 1 Sengoku before Genma, naturally has no trump card at all. Even without any external help, his chakra is more than that of the Sarutobi clan leader who has activated Sage mode, not to mention that he still has his own trump card. But today's Uzumaki Kubo is also very different from before. He is no longer as single-minded as before. He will use detonating charms and ninjutsu scrolls during battles to sneak attack Senju Butsuma from time to time. This makes the already Senju Butsuma, who was used to Uzumaki Kubo's adamantine sealing chains, suddenly felt very uncomfortable. After the battle lasted for a while, Senju Butsuma also discovered that Heitake Hine next to him was simply ineffective. Now he was furious. He tried his best to win over the Heide clan to take action, but in the end this boy actually he was working hard but not putting in his efforts. Didn't this make all his previous efforts in vain? Heitake Hine, who are you acting for here? If you don't do your best, be careful. Lao Zi wants you to look good to the Heitake clan. Seeing this, Heitake Yishin knew that he could no longer pretend to be dead. Although Genma made him unable to work, he did not let him be exposed so early, so he started to fight all the time. This double attack between the 2 clan leaders immediately made Uzumaki safe for a long time. Several times, he relied on his strong perception to avoid the fatal blow in advance, otherwise he would have been killed on the spot. Just when the battle continued at this juncture, Mito Uzumaki, who followed Uzumaki Kubo on the expedition, could not sit still. As a princess of the Uzumaki clan, she had a very high sense of honor and sincerely desired to serve her family. Make a contribution. This time, she followed Genma's instructions and had a friendly communication with Nine Tails, so she was able to use the Tailed Beast's chakra for herself. Although she cannot activate the Nine Tails mode similar to Naruto, she can directly transform, become Nine Tails without harming your body 1.0. This was only accomplished recently, so not many people even within the Uzumaki clan know it, let alone Uzumaki Kubo, who has been worried about the war. Speaking of which, although Nine Tails likes Mito's personality, it is impossible for him to accept Mito in such a short time. If you want to ask why, it is because of Genma's previous conversation with it, which made Nine Tails, who always hates humans. Also I started to think about the feasibility of what Genma said. Such a young man with amazing strength and talent, if he is really a descendant of Sage of Six Paths, or even a backup man left by Sage of Six Paths, he will definitely be able to end this troubled world. For such a consideration, Nine Tails finally chose to accept Mito and gave all his chakra to him. Although Nine Tails has taught Mito Tailed Beast mode, Mito has just started practicing, so he cannot activate Tailed Beast mode on his own. What she can do in this battle is mainly to transform into a tailed beast to let 9 tails come out to fight the enemy. Tailed beast transformation is when Jinchuriki hands over body control to the tailed beast, thus turning into a small tailed beast wrapped in the tailed beast's coat. Of course, if the seal is not perfect enough, or if the relationship between Jinchuriki and the tailed beast is good enough, tailed beast transformation can also you can directly transform into a tailed beast, not just a small tailed beast. Because of Genma's explanation, Mito naturally trusted 9 tails, and 9 tails did not dare to swallow Mito's consciousness. Otherwise, if the monster Genma found out, its life would be difficult in the future. Kurama didn't want to fight Genma, who could easily seal 9 tails. Especially the palm of wooden golem became a shadow in 9 tails' heart. As the princess of the Uzumaki tribe, Uzumaki Mito is naturally a well-known figure in the ninja world. In addition, the entire ninja world now knows that 9 tails is sealed in her body. So Senju Butsuma was worried the first moment he saw Mito again. However, Uzumaki Kubo did not expect that his daughter would jump out to join the battle, and said worriedly from the side, "Girl, why did you jump out? Senju Butsuma is a clan leader. You are no match for him before you have completely tamed 9 tails." Originally, Uzumaki Kubo brought Mito just to let her accumulate some combat experience, and at most he would send her some patrol missions. Who knew that Mito would be so impatient that he would jump out to fight against a powerful leader-level warrior? Mito said confidently, "Father, please take a rest first. Just leave this to me." That confident look was something Uzumaki Kubo had never seen before. He couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart, but now he was at the end of his strength. At first, he could barely cope with Senju with the help of ninjutsu scrolls and detonating talismans. But Suma, and later Heitake after his Hein also fought seriously. He couldn't cope alone. Although he was still alive and kicking now, he already had numerous stab wounds on his body, and the bones on his arms were even more visible. In addition, the chakra was almost exhausted. If Mito hadn't if he stood up in time, he would probably die soon. As for the other elites of the Uzumaki clan, although they have not failed to deal with the 11 elite jonin of the coalition at this moment, they do not have time to spare their hands to use the original Uzumaki Kubo. Senju Butsuma didn't know the detailed information about Jinchuriki, so he subconsciously thought that as long as 9 tails was sealed, Jinchuriki would already have the fighting power of 9 tails, so he became cautious when he saw Mito appear. Even though the other party was just a little girl, Senju Butsuma was terrified when she thought about the 9 tails inside her body. 9 tails is a natural disaster in the land of fire, and Senju Butsuma has naturally been lucky enough to experience its charm. In Senju Butsuma's view, it is a monster that a single ninja cannot fight against. Even in a one-on-one situation, he can survive in front of 9 tails, but it is absolutely impossible to defeat or seal 9 tails. Sure enough, Mito's body began to change the next moment, and the bright red evil chakra began to cover her body. In the blink of an eye, Mito lost his human form and transformed into a small-tailed beast made of red chakra, with a long head and 6 tails behind his ears. This was the 6 tails Naruto who appeared in the Battle of Tenchi Bridge. But the current 6 tails Mito is different from Naruto, because she has been recognized by 9 tails, so in this form, she actually retains her own consciousness, can freely control the body and chakra, and her combat power is naturally better than that Naruto who relied purely on instinct was much stronger. Although she has always been a spoiled child and has no combat experience, she still has 9 tails in her mind. This old guy has lived for thousands of years. Even if it is not a ninja, it has finally fought against many masters, so the battle with ninjas is already you know how to deal with it. Heitake's Hein on the side suddenly felt nervous when he saw the small 9 tails. Genma had not told him before that Mito had mastered the chakra of 9 tails. Heitake's Hein thought Mito had no fighting power at the moment. But now this small 9 tails chakra is no joke. Even compared to Heitake's Hein and 6 tails Mito, the chakra has been crushed. After Mito turned on 6 tails mode again, 9 tails in his mind immediately spoke. "Little girl, use tailed beast bomb. Aim at the opponent's elite jonin. As long as your elite jonin is free, you will win this battle." When Mito heard this, he quickly controlled the tailed beast chakra to condense the tailed beast bomb. She has already transformed into 6 tails mode, and condensing tailed beast bomb is already an instinctive behavior. There is no need to learn anything in advance, so as the little tailed beast's head is raised high, a large amount of black chakra begins to appear in its mouth. Senju Butsuma is so knowledgeable. Although there is only a small tailed beast in front of him, he is too familiar with the action. This is obviously to get rid of the tailed beast bomb. Although I don't know who is stronger or weaker between this attack and 9 tails, Senju Butsuma doesn't dare to let the opponent throw him out. He and Heitake Jushin, as clan leaders, can certainly avoid or kill Miangong's move. But that's not necessarily the case with the coalition forces behind him and elite jonin. Uzumaki Kubo, who had always been worried about Mito, immediately believed what he said when he saw Mito's current form. At least Mito had mastered more than half of the tailed beast's chakra. Although the current 6 tails Mito only has 6 tails, the chakra contained in it is far beyond the ordinary clan leader level. Even Uzumaki Kubo, who thinks his chakra is amazing enough, discovered that Mito's chakra is no less than him. Coupled with the action that he was now familiar with, Uzumaki Kubo also understood what Mito was going to do, but this move was an undifferentiated range ninjutsu, so he had seen the complete tailed beast bomb of 9 tails. Finally, he also began to retreat subconsciously. While retreating, he did not forget to give orders to the elite jonin on his side. Quickly retreat. You can't stop this move. The elite jonin of the Uzumaki clan, including Mito's brother Uzumaki Nizukage, now knew that Mito had turned on the 6 tails mode. Although they had never seen it before, they understood after hearing the clan leader's order that what was going to happen next was an indiscriminate attack, so retreat immediately. Fortunately, they could retreat, but Ganshao and the elite jonin of the Heite clan over there were dumbfounded. It was definitely impossible to pursue them now, and it was too late to retreat. How could they hide within the tailed beast bomb's coverage area? The next moment, Mito's tailed beast bomb had completely condensed, and then she threw out the tailed beast bomb that was several times her body size. Seeing that the opponent was targeting the coalition forces behind him, Senju Butsuma immediately made a decision. No matter how cruel and disregarding his life, he must not let the large force behind him be hit at the moment, otherwise the thousands of coalition forces would have nothing to say. More than half will be killed or injured. Then he quickly put his finger to his mouth and bit it. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. As Senju Butsuma's hand hit the ground heavily, a door carved with evil spirits appeared in the ground. I don't know what material the gate is made of, but each side is tens of meters high, which just blocks the tailed beast bomb from the door. Orochimaru has used this move before, and it has exactly 3 gates, while Senju Hashirama has used the 5-fold Rashomon gate to change the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb, so it is normal for Senju Butsuma, Hashirama's father, to use it. Speaking of which, this move is unique to the Senju clan. This Rashomon is also their clan's secret technique. The entire body of each gate is made of fine steel. Even they, the first family in the ninja world, only made just 5 sides. However, such a huge expenditure also pays off. Don't look at the fact that Rashomon was destroyed in seconds when encountering the tailed beast bomb in the original book, but when encountering any full power blow at the clan leader level, Rashomon can also be completely defended. As the 3 Rashomon gates appeared, Heitakus Hine, who was about to run away, immediately stopped his steps and turned to the side to avoid it. Over there, 9 tails in Mito's consciousness also suddenly spoke, changed the track. Sure enough, after the tailed beast bomb hit the 3 Rashomon gates, the 3 Rashomon gates were also destroyed. However, the original goal was to eliminate those elite jonin and the large army, but now they seem to have strayed away from the side. With a loud explosion, the tailed beast bomb exploded completely 1 kilometer away from the left side of the coalition. Because it was only a tailed beast bomb in 6 tails mode, the coverage area was not terrible, but it was close to 1 kilometer. The combined forces of Senju and Heitake were almost at the very edge of the explosion. The ninjas on the left side had even felt the terrifying impact of the explosion, as well as the scorching heat contained in it. Some weaker chunin even had to pour chakra into their feet to barely stay standing. The coalition forces present were stunned when they saw the destructive power of the tailed beast bomb. Even though they were all elites in the family, they had never seen 9 tails before, and they had only heard about it from the old man's mouth. Just some legends about 9 tails. Today was the first time for them to witness with their own eyes the destructive power of 9 tails, which was designated as a natural disaster. The elite jonin breathed a sigh of relief. They were originally at the center of the explosion. If Senju Butsuma hadn't changed the trajectory, it would have been difficult for them to escape due to their speed. Even if they use their means to get in and out, they may be able to save 1 life in the end, but they will completely lose their combat effectiveness. After the aftermath of the explosion, all the ninjas present were left with a feeling of emotion. However, Senju Butsuma was not in the mood to feel emotional. His 3-fold Rashomon, which he was proud of, was actually destroyed in seconds. It can be seen that this Whirlpool Mito in 6 tails mode is definitely a monster far beyond the average clan leader level. Fortunately, Uzumaki Kubo has lost his fighting ability. Now he only needs to join forces with Heitake to fight against this Uzumaki Mito. Fortunately, both of them are experienced in combat. During the gap between 6 tails Mito used tailed beast bomb, the 2 relied on their terrifying speed to arrive at Mito's side. In terms of chakra, the 2 may not be able to compare to the tailed beasts, but in terms of speed, the 2 of them are the best in the ninja world, so before Mito could react, he had already beaten her. Kuong. Senju Butsuma is merciless at all and delivers the most powerful slash that ever cut off Genma Wooden Golem's arm. Thunder Blade. The best in the world. After a loud shout, Senju Butsuma's katana was suddenly covered with thunder and lightning, and then a blue slash flew out, aiming directly at 6 tails Mito's head. If this was hit by a sword, even if it was a tailed beast, Mito probably will be killed. After all, this move can kill even the wooden golem. Although Heitakus Hine on the side was willing to let go, he still used his strongest slash. Although it was also a slash, this time he did not use the chakra property amplification, so the power was still a little weaker. He didn't know whether Uzumaki Mito could withstand this blow, so he had reserved his hand and did not attack Mito's head. Tianxiang flashes. After all, it was Mito's first time fighting, so he was a little nervous, and he immediately panicked when he saw this situation. Fortunately, Nine Tails in his mind was very cunning and immediately commanded Asterisk attack the ground with an instant Tailed Beast Bomb. In addition to the charged form that condenses chakra, Tailed Beast Bomb naturally also has an instant form that does not require charging. In the previous battle with Genma, Nine Tails once used 5 Tailed Beast Bombs. Mito only has 6 tails open now, and of course she cannot instantly cast 5 Tailed Beast Bombs. However, facing the siege of 2 powerful men, as long as she throws out even 1 Tailed Beast Bomb, it will be enough to resolve this terrifying attack. Then he opened his mouth and instantly threw out a Tailed Beast Bomb, which hit the ground heavily. As the creator of the Tailed Beast Bomb, the Tailed Beast was naturally able to resolve a certain amount of damage. Although he was still inevitably injured, the terrifying explosion also scattered the slashes of the 2 powerful clan leaders. Senju Butsuma's Thunder Blade 2 Heavens is certainly extraordinary, but being completely hit by the Tailed Beast Bomb at such a close range inevitably loses its power. When the slash hits Mito's body, it is left behind. It's just a scar that's not deep. In Mito's Tailed Beast state, his whole body is transformed by chakra. Even if he is injured, he can use chakra to recover instantly. As for Heitake, who was always ready to let off steam, Tingxiang's current attack didn't even get close to Mito, but was resolved by the explosion of the Tailed Beast Bomb. What followed was that Senju Butsuma and Heitake's Hein were about to suffer. The two of them got very close to Mito in order to solve Mito with one move. The distance between them and Mito is only 2 or 3 meters now. Facing the instant Tailed Beast Bomb at such a close distance, it will be difficult for the two of them to retreat. When the instant Tailed Beast Bomb exploded completely, although the two relied on their own speed and reflexes to retreat more than 200 meters, they were still hit by the Tailed Beast Bomb and involved in the horrific aftermath. After another loud explosion, Senju Butsuma and Heitake's Hein finally dodged and jumped out of the explosion range. But the situation of the two people at this moment was a bit miserable. Senju Butsuma's whole body seemed to be burnt and his whole body was dark. The armor and clothes on his body had long been turned into rags, especially his chest, which had a deep scar visible to the bone. The mouth is dripping with blood from time to time. It can be seen that 6 Tails Tailed Beast Bomb explodes at such a close range. Even if it is only instantaneous, it is enough to threaten the life of any clan leader. Fortunately, Senju Butsuma's Senju Sage body level is not low. Although he was injured, scabs will form in a short time, and he will probably recover on his own after a while. It may not be comparable to Senju Hashirama and later Naruto, but the recovery speed is amazing enough. Heitake's Hein's strength is a little worse than Senju Butsuma, but luckily he is not much weaker than Senju Butsuma in terms of speed, so although he also has scars all over his body and even his left hand has completely lost consciousness, he still managed to save his life. However, his recovery power cannot be compared with Senju Butsuma. If he does not receive treatment for the current injury on his left hand quickly, there is a high probability that it will be amputated. It just so happens that he also has Genma's order and does not dare to take action against Uzumaki Mito again. Then he said to Senju Butsuma, Chief Senju can only leave it to you. My left hand must receive treatment immediately. 280 Senju Butsuma was a little angry when he heard it, but he didn't dare to get angry. Not to mention that he was still fighting, and Civil Strife now was seeking death. Even the injury to the opponent's arm was visible to him. Knowing that the Heide clan's resilience was not as good as if this injury was left unchecked, Heide's Hein would really be ruined, so he did not speak out against it in the end. But now he has to face Uzumaki Mito alone. The two of them couldn't get over each other before, so how can he deal with each other now? Fortunately, as a long-established patriarch, his mind is not very clear. He immediately discovered the disadvantages of the Six Tails mode. This move looked amazing enough, but it seemed that the only way to really hurt the enemy was the Tailed Beast Bomb. This would make it difficult for other members of the Uzumaki clan to join the battle. After all, the Tailed Beast Bomb is an indiscriminate attack. Although the Uzumaki clan has ninjutsu scrolls and detonating talismans, the number is definitely limited and cannot be used all the time. Therefore, when they hit the large coalition forces later, they can still use ninjutsu to support them. The Uzumaki clan must be able to watch the show from the sidelines. Then they were afraid of the Tailed Beast Bomb, and they definitely didn't dare to come up to fight in close quarters. At that time, the coalition forces once again had a numerical advantage. Thinking of this, Senju Butsuma quickly ordered the others and said all ninjas in the coalition forces obey orders and use their combined forces to suddenly trouble the enemy. Although Senju Butsuma is in poor condition now, he is confident that as long as he seizes the opportunity, he can still cut off Uzumaki Mito's head with one knife, so he did not choose to withdraw his troops at this time. The 4,000 coalition forces were still in shock when the two clan leaders launched an attack on Mito. They were about to capture Uzumaki Mito, but were defeated again by the Tailed Beast Bomb. they were already feeling a little desperate. Fortunately, the two all-patriarchs survived intact. In this way, everyone's fear of tailed beast bomb has been alleviated a lot. At least it is not a move that can crush the clan leader level. So they have 2 clan leader level combat power, and they still have a chance to deal with it. Senju Butsuma's subsequent order also made them understand their mission and the situation on the field. Fortunately, after a series of close combats with the Uzumaki clan, their originally depleted chakra has recovered somewhat, and they can continue to use ninjutsu, united ninja techniques. The powerful fire is extinguished. This time, the elites of the Senju and Heite clans join forces to perform ninjutsu. These two families are inherently more grandmaster ninjutsu than the ninjas of the Sarutobi and Nara clans, so their power is even more amazing. Even though the number of people was 1,000 less, they still used more advanced fire to extinguish them. After the fire attribute ninjas extinguished it with their powerful fire, Abeth, the wind attribute was immediately amplified. The cooperation of 4,000 ninjas actually created a huge sea of fire covering more than 800 meters in radius. The color of this flame is even deeper red, and you can tell at a glance that the temperature of the flame is extraordinary. At this time, Heite Kishine had already taken the lead in retreating, leaving only the elite jonin of his clan still fighting. No matter how he acted, it was difficult for everyone to retreat directly, so he still had to pretend. Seeing the blazing fire extinguishing the sky and the sun, Senju Butsuma nodded with satisfaction. With such a powerful combined ninjutsu, he didn't believe that Uzumaki Mito could still be safe and sound. Uzumaki Mito had never seen such a terrifying combined ninjutsu before, and she was inevitably a little shocked. Fortunately, after the previous battle, she had eased her fear of battle, and now she would not stand still looking at the enemy's moves. But she still asked Nine Tails in her mind, how do you resolve this ninjutsu, Master Nine Tails? The tailed beast bomb in 6 Tails mode may not be able to completely counteract it. Nine Tails naturally knows the power of this move combined with fire style. When it was still free before, it had faced such a scene of being attacked by an army together more than once. So he also understood that this move was definitely not something 6 Tails mode could resist. The next step is to leave it completely to me. You can take a rest in your consciousness first. Mito naturally understood what this meant. She did not expect that Nine Tails would actually take action personally. The 4,000 ninja troops joining forces were indeed no joke. Okay, Senju Butsuma, who originally thought he had a chance to win, was shocked by Mito's change in the blink of an eye. Although the previous Mito turned into a small-tailed beast, he still maintained some human form, but now she began to grow rapidly due to the red chakra, and dense white bones began to appear on her body, and the only remaining human features also quickly disappeared. But in the blink of an eye, Mito, who was wrapped in chakra, grew 9 complete tails, and even the flesh and orange hair grew out. Looking again, Mito has turned into a complete 9 tails demon fox. The huge body is exactly the same as the complete 9 tails, and the body length alone is close to 100 meters. As soon as 9 tails appeared on the scene, they let out a shocking roar, as if to tell the entire ninja world that the 9 tails demon fox, which had once made the entire ninja world feared, has seen the light of day again. Seeing the terrifying fire in front of him extinguished, there was no trace of fear in Nine Tails' eyes, but a contemptuous smile. When the flames were already close to the body, Nine Tails completed the impossible change, but it was not in time. He was not a half-hearted Uzumaki Mito. He was too experienced in facing this kind of joint ninjutsu. He opened his big mouth and threw out 3 instant tailed beast bombs in the blink of an eye. As soon as the tailed beast bomb was thrown out, it met with the powerful fire in the air. Both moves had extremely terrifying energy, and instantly exploded with an explosion that far exceeded the previously charged tailed beast bomb. After another loud bang, the battlefield was completely covered by horrific explosions, and mushroom clouds appeared directly in the sky. The terrifying power of the complete tailed beast bomb is fully demonstrated at this moment. Even the instant tailed beast bomb in front of you is no less powerful than a small nuclear bomb. The coverage area of the explosion this time also far exceeded the area controlled by Mito previously. In order to use this move, the ninja coalition joined forces and naturally moved a little closer to Mito. Naturally, they cannot avoid this explosion right now. Senju Butsuma, as the strongest person present, naturally could not watch the large army suffer such an impact, so he quickly formed a Seal Earth style Earth Flow Castle Wall. His strength alone is naturally incomparable to that of a coalition of thousands of people, so although this move has a large amount of chakra increase, it is not enough to block the tailed beast bomb. He just hopes that the Earth Flow City Wall can slightly reduce the explosion. Aftermath, just let the large army suffer less damage. The next moment, a rock wall tens of meters thick and up to 100 meters high appeared in front of the 4,000 troops. Although it was only a B-level ninjutsu used by a clan leader, its power was extremely astonishing. You must know that Senju Butsuma does not have a Sage mode. This move relies entirely on his own powerful ninjutsu attainments and sufficient chakra to be able to exert this power. However, even such a strong city wall only struggled slightly when faced with the tailed beast bomb of the complete 9 tails. In the blink of an eye, the wall was blown away, and then disappeared into the air in the aftermath of the tailed beast bomb. The ninja coalition behind them, blocked by Senju Butsuma, also reacted, and those with stronger physical skills retreated directly. Those who are good at ninjutsu will try their best to use defensive ninjutsu to resist. Those elite jonin were luckier. This time, 9 Tails was facing the coalition's ninjutsu, so the aftermath of the explosion was some distance away from them, and they could easily avoid it. When the horrific aftermath completely dissipated and the mushroom cloud in the sky officially dissipated, only 1,000 of the 4,000 coalition troops present were still standing. I don't know how many jonin were lying on the ground. Fortunately, most of them were stunned by the blast. Jonin's level of physique was not such that they could not even withstand the peripheral aftermath. Those Chunin, on the other hand, were a little miserable. The aftermath of this incident took the lives of at least 500 people, and the rest basically ended up crippled. Senju Butsuma's heart bleeds when he sees this scene. No matter how bad these people are, they are still the elites of the Senju clan. It is not easy to train each of them, but more than 500 people died in one encounter. As for Heitakus Hein, he was not so worried because he was controlled by Genma, but he could not help but feel a little regretful about the death of his own people. But now he has no choice. 9 Tails took action himself. Now he can't save himself, and he really can't share the worries of his people. When 9 Tails saw the situation he had caused, he couldn't help but smile and said proudly in his heart, "Have you seen it? This is my complete strength." Before he was sealed, he was dealt with by Genma's wooden golem. Now that he can finally fight back against humans, he will naturally not have any pity for the dead. Even though he has now accepted Genma and Mito, 9 Tails' attitude towards most other humans has not changed. This is 1,000 years of hatred that can be resolved with just a few words. Fortunately, although Mito is kind-hearted, he is not a holy mother after all. He will not start to persuade 9 Tails to stop because of the large-scale casualties of the enemy. The current coalition forces want to exterminate the Uzumaki clan. If 9 Tails hadn't taken action, the Uzumaki clan would not know how many people would have died, so Uzumaki Mito was also ruthless at this moment. Senju Butsuma felt extremely troubled when he looked at the majestic 9 Tails in front of him. He had consumed a lot of chakra from the battle until now. Even though his qualifications and talents were far beyond ordinary people of the Han tribe, it was difficult for him to deal with 9 Tails at the moment. Poses a threat. At this time, one of those elite jonin walked out. The man looked to be only about 1.2 meters tall, about 10 years old, with long black hair and slightly dark skin. "Father asked me to deal with 9 Tails. My technique is 9 Tails' biggest nemesis." Yes, it is the future first Hokage Senju Hashirama who is stepping out now. He had been fighting against the elite jonin of the Uzumaki tribe before, and he was suddenly unable to speak because of the incident. Now that he saw the death of a large number of tribesmen, he could no longer bear to walk out. Ever since he was knocked unconscious by Genma's move that day, he began to practice with all his strength, and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Now he has reached the realm of elite jonin. Chakra is no less than a patriarch because of Sage Body, and what style's attainments are inspired by Genma, and they have also improved a lot quickly. He said that he was able to restrain 9 Tails because of his in-depth understanding of Wood style, so he dared to say such things. In fact, Senju Hashirama's talent is really not comparable to that of other ninjas. Before he met Genma, he practiced casually and never worked particularly hard, because from the bottom of his heart he hated war, and he did not want to become a ninja. It is a killing machine, so those who practice it are not particularly hardworking. But even at the age of 10, he had the strength of Jonin before, which was stronger than Senju Tobirama, who had devoted himself to training. This shows that in terms of talent alone, Senju Tobirama is inferior to Hashirama. Senju Butsuma saw Hashirama coming out. He originally wanted to say something, but when he thought of the other party's powerful Wood style, he held back. In addition, Hashirama's strength had grown a lot, so he did not refuse. I've seen Hashirama's new moves, and they are no less effective than those of the Otsutsuki Genma. Okay, I'll be on the sidelines to help you. He still has some fighting strength, so he did not retreat rashly. He just left the battlefield to Hashirama to sweep aside, ready to take action to kill Uzumaki Mito at any time. At this time, 9 Tails also discovered the figure of Senju Hashirama. Although his figure did not look majestic, 9 Tails subconsciously felt that this kid was very dangerous. This may be due to instinctive fear, but 9 Tails doesn't understand why he is afraid of this boy. Senju Hashirama looked at 9 Tails with a very solemn expression. Now he is just a fledgling, and his strength is far from what it was when he became Hokage. Therefore, even if he stands up to face 9 Tails at this moment, he can only, but it was done forcefully. Out of subconscious fear of Hashirama, 9 Tails immediately reacted. Anyway, the Senju kid in front of him was only 10 years old at most. He didn't believe in monsters like Genma. How could there be two in the world? Can't make it? Then aiming at Senju Hashirama, Nine Tails opened its bloody mouth and began to use the charged tailed beast bomb. Naturally, the allied forces of Senju and Heitake at the rear knew Senju Hashirama, and knew in their hearts that 153 was the young patriarch of the Senju clan, and he also had the rare wood-style blood inheritance limit of the Senju clan. In other words, this Senju Hashirama was very likely it's the same monster as Senju Genma. After all, although Genma has used many moves to shock the ninja world, the most impressive one is actually the wood-style ninjutsu. Hashirama reacted immediately when he saw Nine Tails' actions, clasped his hands together and shouted loudly, "Wood-style, the birth of the tree world." Nine Tails, who was accumulating tailed beast bomb, heard the word wood-style and the beast's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Then Nine Tails noticed that trees began to grow crazily around him. At first it was only a few dozen centimeters, then 10 meters, and finally grew to more than 100 meters, with each tree among them being more than 10 meters thick. This move was born in the world of Senju Hashirama's famous skill tree. Even though these trees are just wood, they are extremely strong. Coupled with the unique enemy trapping effect of wood-style, it is indeed an excellent skill for clearing monsters. However, this is only useful when encountering the miscellaneous fish around Chunin. Even if Jonin cannot clear them all, this move can still be done by dodging. Therefore, those who thought that if the tree world was born and they could cheat and sweep across the ninja world, they should just go to sleep. Naturally, Hashirama is not trying to clear out the monsters now. It is a bit difficult to face the birth of the tree world Nine Tails, so Hashirama brings together all the branches that have been spawned, and instantly becomes a giant vine that is no smaller than Nine Tails. Nine Tails, who was charging tailed beast bomb, saw this scene and didn't know Hashirama's plan. It was once entangled by Genma's wood-style. Even it could not bear the chakra consumption at that moment. It is not known whether the Senju brat's wood-style is the same now, but Nine Tails has rich combat experience. How could it allow it? I'm caught up in it myself. The next moment, Nine Tails gave up the tailed beast bomb that was accumulating power, and retreated hundreds of meters with a strong step. Although wood-style's winding was tricky, his speed was not particularly fast, so he was unable to catch up with the huge Nine Tails in the end. Senju Hashirama was not discouraged when he saw that his tree realm failed to control Nine Tails immediately. After all, his first goal was to stop Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb. Moreover, as long as the tree realm birth is used, he can always control these trees, and the chakra consumed is much less than that of spawning. The strongest wood-style he can use now is this move. As for the wooden golem jutsu that Genma used to show off Kamui, it is still very difficult for him to use it now. Even if he uses it forcefully, it will only be a wooden of about 40 meters at most. Golem, it may not be enough to deal with Nine Tails, and because the wooden golem needs to be shaped, the chakra consumed is much more than the birth of the tree world. The giant vine that failed to succeed in the attack then changed direction and continued to wrap around Nine Tails, who was retreating. At this time, in Nine Tails' mind, Uzumaki Mito also raised a question: this is Genma and I's wood-style? Could it be that this guy is Senju Hashirama? Nine Tails heard Mito's words and quickly asked Senju Hashirama, "Do you know him well? How is his strength compared to that monster brat?" Mito showed a hint of disgust when she heard this. She didn't know much about this Senju Hashirama, but she had been engaged to this guy before. Unfortunately, she didn't like this Senju Hashirama. When we meet now, it is true that Senju Hashirama is far worse than Genma. Not to mention that he is far worse than Genma in terms of strength, but also in appearance. Genma, who has fair skin and handsome appearance, has the upper hand. Senju Hashirama's appearance can be regarded as correct in general, but he always had a watermelon head when he was a child, which was too bad. Coupled with his rather dark skin, he was not as lovable as Genma. Now Mito is very happy that he chose Genma in the first place. He has the same wood-style as Brother Genma, and Brother Genma once said that this guy's talent is outstanding. If he is given time, he can grow into the #1 under Sage of 6 Paths. After the previous simple battle, Nine Tails naturally understood that the strength of this kid was not simple. At least it was much stronger than any other 10-year-old kid. Although the birth of the tree world is powerful, it cannot be used without enough chakra. Moreover, the one he fears most, Itsutsuki Genma, is so optimistic about Senju Hashirama, so Nine Tails has to deal with it more carefully. After all, the opponent knows wood-style. If Nine Tails can't deal with it well, it may be like the previous battle with Genma. But although he was fast enough, he couldn't get rid of the vines formed by the birth of the tree world. In the next few minutes, Nine Tails was forced to dodge continuously by the tree world descending, and had no chance to use the charged tailed beast bomb. Senju Hashirama was also a little anxious. Although he suppressed Nine Tails, he could not give the opponent a fatal blow. Fortunately, Senju Butsuma was not just a showgoer, and immediately announced the turning point of the battle. He actually didn't expect that this newly developed move by 1.0 Hashirama would have such great suppressive power against Nine Tails. Even the demon fox that was as powerful as Nine Tails had to hide and be unable to fight back. All coalition forces joined me in taking action. Use joint ninjutsu. The current coalition forces saw Hashirama suppressing 9 tails, and the morale of the entire army immediately improved a lot, so after hearing Senju Butsuma's words, everyone began to form seals quickly. After the previous war, their 4,000 coalition forces actually don't have much chakra left. This shot is probably their last joint ninjutsu. United Ninja Technique. Dragon Fire Suppression. The next moment, a move combined fire-style dragon fire technique and wind-style pressure. A crimson fire dragon that was larger than 9 tails appeared, and then flew quickly towards 9 tails. This move is the last joint ninjutsu move of the coalition, and it is also the most powerful move. None of the 2 ninjutsu here are lower than B level. Even within their respective families, only the elite can learn it. So this fire dragon may not be as powerful as the sage art used by Sarutobi Suzuki and Sarutobi Hiraki with the help of Sennin on the battlefield over at Sarutobi, but it is definitely a powerful move that can hurt monsters like 9 tails. Senju Butsuma had already recovered a certain amount of chakra when 9 tails was fighting before, so after the dragon fire pressure appeared, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. He knew that 9 tails could not be killed so easily. At most, it would only be slowed down a bit. If he really wanted to take down 9 tails, he, the only patriarch present, would have to take action in the end. 9 tails, who was being entangled by giant vines, couldn't help but frown when he saw the terrifying joint ninjutsu. Even if this level of ninjutsu is used, it is estimated that 0-1 will cause damage if it is focused head-on. The most important thing is that once this move hits 9 tails, it will definitely cause a certain degree of movement slowness. If it is hit again by then, if this tree world is entangled, it will lose its ability to move. Thinking of this, 9 tails immediately used the instant-tailed beast bomb that he had never used before. It was not that he was unwilling to use it, but facing a tailed beast bomb of Wood Style's level, it might not be able to hurt the enemy at all. So it was not used on the principle of saving chakra. After all, although 9 tails chakra is infinite, it takes time to extract it, but its extraction speed is much faster than that of any human being. Just as he thought, 9 tails instantly threw out 3 instant-tailed beast bombs. The 3-tailed beast bombs attacked the menacing dragon fire from different angles. Senju Hashirama also understood at this time that his opportunity had come. If he cooperated well enough, he could definitely make 9 tails incapacitated. Thinking of this, he also used his bottom-pressing moves. Wood-style tree boundary wall technique. The next moment, in front of the 3-tailed beast bombs, a wood-style wall hundreds of meters square suddenly grew. The thickness of this wall was more than 20 meters. The defensive power of such a solid wood-style wall must be extremely amazing. This is a large-scale wood-style that is no less powerful than the tree world's fall. It is equivalent to instantly merging all the trees in the tree world's fall into a large wall specifically for defense. And because the entire body is made of wood-style, this move itself is extremely resistant to ninjutsu. Any ninjutsu attack will consume chakra immediately after it hits, and then it can actually attack the wall. No matter how terrifying 9 tails tailed beast bomb is, it is essentially condensed from chakra, so it immediately shrunk by 30% when it encountered the tree boundary wall. But the tailed beast bomb is a tailed beast bomb after all. Even if it is instant, it is used by 9 tails himself. Naturally, the power cannot be completely resolved by the tree boundary wall. Wait for the 3-tailed beast bombs to explode. The tree boundary wall that was blocking the sky and the sun just now was destroyed in an instant, leaving only sawdust on the ground. Although Senju Hashirama's proud ninjutsu did not completely defend against these 3-tailed beast bombs, the aftermath of the tailed beast bomb was nothing to mention the dragon fire. The crimson dragon fire in the sky passed through the aftermath of the tailed beast bomb. At that time, although it was consumed by 20%, it still survived intact. The next moment it came to 9 tails' face. 9 tails had just used the instant tailed beast bomb. Even if it was instant, it had to be spit out from the mouth. At this moment, the birth of the tree world had already arrived. And the dragon fire suppression arrived just in time, and 9 tails was immediately faced with the siege of 2 major moves. Seeing this, 9 tails could only believe in his powerful defense. Then he raised his sharp right claw and attacked the most feared tree world. His sharp claws can easily penetrate the body of any clan leader, and each swing is enough to cause a slash that is no less than a clan leader. However, facing the tree world, it was almost useless, even though he could grab the huge vine in one go. He opened the gap, but was still entangled in the remaining vines. At the moment of contact with Wood Style, 9 tails' most fearful feeling came again. His huge chakra was passing rapidly, which was exactly the same as Genma's Wood Style. Then the terrifying fire style struck again. The moment the dragon fire pressure came into contact with 9 tails, it exploded directly. Then it enveloped 9 tails and the Wood Style on his body. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding 9 tails, all the kilometers of forest turned into a sea of flames. At this time, Senju Hashirama couldn't hold on and knelt on the ground. His forehead was sweating profusely and he kept breathing heavily. After all, his current chakra is not as good as Genma. Even if it is Senju's strongest sage body, it is still far behind Genma. He only used 2 moves of wood style, which is the level of Shikai, and has already used up all the chakra. Now he can only hope that this move combined with the entire coalition forces and his strongest wood style can control this Nine Tails. Unfortunately, things just backfired. In the expectant eyes of the coalition forces in Hashirama, a huge beast roar came out the next moment. Roar! With this roar, a huge impact was formed in the center of the Sea of Fire. The sound wave of this roar was no less than any leader-level wind style, which directly blew away the flames in the center. This is the power of the complete Nine Tails. Just a slight swing of his tail is stronger than any physical technique, and its roar is the strongest sonic attack. Even its blow has the power of an S-level wind style. After the Sea of Fire was blown away, Nine Tails in the center appeared. Now it has changed from its previous majestic appearance. The fur on its body is scorched black in many places, especially on its proud head, where one ear is so burned that the flesh is visible. Originally, he only took action to protect Mito, but now Nine Tails is really irritated by the ants in front of him. He doesn't know how many years he hasn't been injured like this. No matter what, it will not give up. Senju Hashirama saw that Nine Tails was still very active, and he suddenly felt a trace of despair. Now he had no chakra and the 4,000 coalition forces were almost out of ammunition and food. In this case, we were unable to win Nine Tails, which was really the end of the road. Just when everyone was helpless, Senju Butsuma, who had disappeared before, appeared, and this time he jumped directly in front of Nine Tails. Originally looking at Nine Tails, who was about to use the most powerful tailed beast bomb by the coalition forces, an ant suddenly appeared in front of him. After a closer look, he found that it was Senju Butsuma. Now the katana in the opponent's hand was glowing with deep purple lightning, and he looked at it. Nine Tails' eyes are full of solemnity. Thunder Blade, the best in the world. This time, Senju Butsuma had already set a target. He knew that Nine Tails' recovery power was extremely strong, so it was useless to attack anywhere. Only the opponent's head was the best target. But this time, he risked being accidentally injured and forced his way into the range of the dragon fire. Now he was also covered in burns, which was worse than the previous situation, but the more injured his body was, his consciousness became stronger. Nine Tails looked at Senju Butsuma in front of him and immediately realized that something was wrong. However, the person in front of him was the former number 1 Sengoku. How could Nine Tails let Nine Tails slip away in the face of the opportunity that he had worked so hard to find? The next moment, Nichiru appears again. This time it seems that he used a large amount of chakra. The original thunder and lightning chakra has turned purple. It can be seen that this blow is far more powerful than any of Senju Butsuma's cuts. After the 2 purple slashes appeared, they directly attacked Nine Tails' eyes. No matter how amazing the defense was, Nine Tails' eyes were still the biggest weakness exposed outside the skin. So as long as this blow hits successfully, Nine Tails will definitely be seriously injured. This time Nine Tails also lost the chance to dodge. 2 slashes instantly hit his eyes, and then Nine Tails lost his vision. Although this is only temporary, after all, his eyes are condensed with chakra and can be restored as long as you give them time, but this will become his most fatal weakness on today's battlefield. After using 2-day first class once, Senju Butsuma naturally realized that Nine Tails had lost its strength, and now was the best time to win Nine Tails. However, his chakra has also been exhausted. This 2-day first class chakra was accumulated only after watching the battle for a long time. Now he really has no chakra left. Elite Jonin dispatches immediately, be sure to kill Nine Tails before he regains his sight. Although the 4,000 coalition forces had exhausted all the chakra before, the Elite Jonin in the coalition had been accumulating strength, and now was their opportunity to contribute. When the Elite Jonin saw Nine Tails being blinded, they immediately became motivated to fight. Then, except for Senju Hashirama, an Elite Jonin jumped out at the same time and came to Senju Butsuma's side. But just when they were about to attack, a middle-aged man with red hair appeared, and several golden chains instantly emerged from his body, directly protecting Nine Tails. This person is none other than Uzumaki Kubo, the leader of the Uzumaki clan. He was attacked by 2 clan leaders before and suffered numerous injuries. However, as the leader of the Uzumaki clan, his resilience is not inferior to that of Senju Butsuma. At this moment, he has recovered his fighting strength. Even the exhausted chakra has recovered to the point where adamantine sealing chains can be used again. Moreover, he is not the only one in the Uzumaki clan. After Uzumaki Kubo stepped forward, Uzumaki Shuijing immediately came with Elite Jonin from the Uzumaki clan, and happened to stand behind Uzumaki Kubo. In order to make room for Mito, they had not intervened in the battle before. Now they are in good condition and are not at all afraid of the coalition Elite Jonin in front of them. There are a total of 8 Elite Jonin in the Uzumaki clan, plus the clan leader Uzumaki Kubo. At this moment, they are facing 10 Elite Jonin from the coalition. Although the number is not as good as the opponent, the clan leader can still do it against 3 elite jonin, so overall, they still have the upper hand. What's more, the nearly 2,000 Uzumaki tribesmen behind them are not just watching the show. Even if the ninjutsu scrolls and detonating charms are used up now, they are not without any combat power. They are better than the 4,000 troops on the opposite side. Previous point. Nine Tails, who was blinded by a knife, also noticed the change in the situation on the field. Then he realized that Mito in his mind was completely unconscious. Only then did he realize that he was too proud. Mito was only a 10-year-old child after all. Even the genius with the strongest bloodline in the Uzumaki family still couldn't bear the long-term tailed beast transformation at this moment. And it is still the current complete tailed beast transformation, which is very harmful to the body. For Mito's body with 0 strength, it is already very good to be able to activate it, let alone persist for such a long time. Moreover, the injury suffered by Nine Tails during the tailed beast transformation will also be fed back to the host to a certain extent, so Mito estimates that the situation is also very bad now. Thinking back to Genma's explanation, even Nine Tails, who has always been arrogant, has to put away his arrogance. Although he was injured by the coalition forces today, Nine Tails would rather swallow his anger than Genma's operation to obliterate consciousness. Thinking of this, Nine Tails' figure began to shrink rapidly. In just a few breaths, the Nine Tails demon fox that covered the sky and the sun transformed into Mito's figure again. But now Mito's body is also covered in scars, and he is unconscious on the ground. Fortunately, Uzumaki Kubo had already led people to protect Nine Tails, so the current Senju coalition forces could not do anything to Mito. Uzumaki Shuijing, as Mito's brother, saw his sister like this and hurriedly picked her up and carried her with her. Went to the rear for treatment. Seeing that the biggest danger here was Nine Tails, Senju Butsuma was not willing to let it go, and then waved his hand. A group of elites rushed forward again, and Uzumaki Kubo did not show any signs of cowardice, and led the elite jonin of the Uzumaki clan to meet them without fear. Uzumaki Kubo didn't expect Mito to have such a strong combat power. Otherwise, if he had brought Mito out earlier in this battle, the situation might have been different. It's too late to say anything now. Fortunately, the current situation is not too bad. The RBN still has a chance to stop the coalition forces. The other elite jonin of the Uzumaki tribe are even more morale boosted. If Genma, the son-in-law of the Uzumaki tribe, is recognized by them, then Uzumaki Mito, the princess of the Uzumaki tribe, can show such great strength at this moment, overwhelming the 4,000 ninja coalition forces in Senju Butsuma, the former #1 ninja world. Even the wood style of Senju Hashirama, who is known as no less than Genma, was defeated. They, the Uzumaki tribe, naturally feel sincerely proud. This battle continued until late at night and refused to give up. At first, it was just a collision of high-end combat power, but as Senju Butsuma regained his mobility, he joined the standing circle again. The pressure on the Uzumaki tribe began to increase again. Fortunately, Heitake Hine finally took action at this time, causing the ninjas of the Heitake tribe to start to let go, allowing the Uzumaki tribe to gradually gain the upper hand. The ninjas of the Heitake clan are not good at protracted battles, so Senju Butsuma naturally didn't notice at this time. As the battle continued until dark, the 4,000 troops of the Ninja Alliance also recovered a certain amount of combat power and joined the circle again. This time, the Uzumaki tribe was beginning to find it difficult to resist. So when the night was dark and the wind was high, the Uzumaki ninjas retreated one after another. At this time, the coalition forces looked fierce, but after a day of fighting, even if they still had chakra, they were already exhausted. After all, no matter how strong the ninjas were, they were still human, and they couldn't do it without eating. Battle. In the end, Senju Butsuma had no choice but to withdraw his troops. Continuing to pursue may cause certain losses to the Uzumaki tribe, but if they continue to go deeper, they will reach the hinterland of the Uzumaki tribe's territory. At that time, those tricky traps and detonating talismans will become their biggest nightmare. After all, it is difficult to observe at night, and it is difficult to discover such ubiquitous traps. So even though they now have a certain advantage, Senju Butsuma does not dare to be too reckless. You must know that the Senju clan lost hundreds of people at the beginning of this battle. This is enough to make him feel heartache. Now he has everyone's losses must be calculated carefully. And the most important thing is Heitake Hine, who has been recovering after being injured by Mito. Now he only has Senju Butsuma with high-end combat power, which makes the battle situation no longer one-sided, so 540 he did not choose to pursue. As Senju Butsuma withdrew his troops, the Ninja Alliance finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Senju Butsuma would get mad and directly ordered the pursuit. This battle lasted from the sun to midnight, but all of their legs were weak. Senju Butsuma, who returned to the camp, immediately asked someone to bring up the casualty statistics of this battle. The more he looked at it, the more surprised he became. At the same time, he was extremely afraid of the Uzumaki clan's new ninja tool. In this day's battle alone, the Senju clan lost 453 Chunin, and even a master of this level lost no less than 50 people. On the other hand, only about 100 people from the Heidei clan died in the battle, and most of them were Chunin. In one day, the coalition's 4,000 troops suffered nearly 600 casualties, while the Uzumaki clan's casualties were almost negligible. Anyway, according to their statistics, the Uzumaki tribe only lost less than 100 people at most. This battle-loss ratio of 6 to 6 was something that the Uzumaki tribe would never dare to dream of in the past, but now they are struggling with it, and did it with the help of Uzumaki Nido. We can no longer rush into the Uzumaki territory rashly. We must send more spies to pull out the trap before we can launch the army. On the side, Heitei Kishine has returned to action after treatment. At this moment, he can be said to be an old god. Although the Heitei clan also suffered casualties, they were basically cannon fodder. The losses of the real elite were not huge. It's just that the two major families together have about 1,000 wounded soldiers. They fought hard in the previous battles. Now they have to receive comprehensive treatment after leaving the battlefield. This will inevitably delay the war. What Chief Butsuma said makes sense, and the power of the Nine Tails is really terrifying. There are a lot of wounded soldiers from the two tribes now, and it will take a period of admiration to recover the wounded soldiers. Wounded soldiers are nothing to the Senju clan. They can rely on their own talents to recover quickly. As long as they are not fatal, most injuries can be recovered naturally. However, the Heitei clan does not have this ability. At least it will take several days to half a month. Just rest. Senju Butsuma was not so ambitious. He led his people to attack the Uzumaki clan and let the Heitei clan rest in peace in the camp. Wouldn't that be regarded as a weapon? That's why he said that he would first send spies to find out the trap and then lead the clan. The strategy of the army's attack. Now that he heard the other party say Nine Tails, Senju Butsuma was extremely afraid. Today's Nine Tails really taught the ninja world a good lesson. Only then did they understand how powerful their powerful coalition was in front of the Nine Tails demon fox. Unbearable. Even if Senju Hashirama hadn't stepped forward in time, it was unknown whether the 4,000 coalition troops would be able to save 1,000 in the end. If this was in the past, Senju Butsuma would never bring anyone to fight Nine Tails, but now that the Uzumaki have mastered Nine Tails, they cannot let it go. Such a powerful Nine Tails is in the hands of a ninja family, which makes Senju, the overlord of the ninja world, have trouble sleeping and eating. Senju Butsuma can't imagine what the other families will do if the Uzumaki clan seals a few more tailed beasts. Confront the Uzumaki clan. Fortunately, it seems that Uzumaki Nido is not strong enough. She fell into a coma after today's battle. Heitei nodded in agreement and said it seems that the seal of this tailed beast is not perfect, and our coalition forces have no chance of winning. There is definitely a chance of winning, but the premise is that Senju can send more people to support, otherwise this battle will still be difficult to fight. The Senju clan is a clan with two clan leaders. As long as there is one more clan leader in this battle, the passive will definitely be defeated. Become active. I don't know where the deputy chief of the Senju clan, Luo Jian, is now. Why not send him to the front line? Maybe our pressure will be much less. After hearing Heitei's plan, Senju Butsuma said with a cold smile, Leader Heitei doesn't have to worry about Luo Jian's affairs. He has other things to attend to. Heitei just wanted to try his luck, so he naturally didn't believe that Senju Butsuma would really send Senju Rama to the battlefield. In fact, Senju Butsuma has not considered this idea, but he is still more wary of the Uchiha clan. If it is not absolutely necessary, he will never take Utelema away from the clan. Otherwise, the empty front would be a taboo for military strategists. He didn't believe that Uchiha Tajima wouldn't think of a sneak attack. Otherwise, why did he just go out on his own when attacking Hyaga, but let the deputy chief Uchiha stay in the clan? It's not like Senju Butsuma has the same thoughts. The two families must be on guard against each other, but it's not without any ideas to attack each other when the other party's attack fails. In this way, on the battlefield of the Senju and Heitei alliance, under the sudden emergence of Uzumaki Nido, the two sides fought a strange draw. After that, for several consecutive days, the two sides did not fight again. Needless to say, the coalition forces are afraid of the detonating charm, as well as the powerful strength of Uzumaki Nido. As for the Uzumaki clan, it was to allow Uzumaki Nido to recuperate well. Although the opponent's physique was extremely good, even after being in a coma before, he had fully recovered that night. But Uzumaki Kubo still let Nido rest for a few more days. After all, he didn't have much contact with the Nine Tails mode, so everything still focused on stability. The day's battle finally ended at midnight, and as the battle ended, spies from all forces began to become active. Regarding the Uzumaki clan subjugation war, all kinds of information flew into the hands of the major clan leaders in the ninja world like they had wings. It was originally thought that wherever the coalition forces went, the Uzumaki clan could only wait and surrender, but after this day's battle, the result was far beyond the expectations of the clan leaders. The first is Satsuki Genma from the south. This 10-year-old boy once again refreshed people's understanding of ninjas. The 1,000-meter-high Buddha is deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts like a god. One person fights 2 clan leaders alone, 11 elite jonin plus 5,000 coalition troops. This achievement is unprecedented. For a time, the clan leaders in the ninja world vaguely compare Satsuki Genma with the former sage of 6 paths, and even compare them to each other. It was a tacit understanding that the title of god of the ninja world was placed on Genma's head. At this point, Satsuki Genma is not only the #1 Sengoku, but also has become the god of ninja recognized by the entire ninja world. The clan leaders of each clan even issued an order to their clan members. Anyone who encounters Satsuki Genma can immediately abandon their mission and run away without having to bear any consequences afterwards. This was an honor that was only enjoyed by 4th generation later, but Genma enjoyed it in advance. As for Senju Butsuma, the former #1 person in Sengoku, he has long been forgotten by people now. Don't talk about Satsuki Genma, let's talk about Sarutobi Suzuki, who rose in the southern battlefield, and this Senju Butsuma is not necessarily an opponent. After all, no matter how unbearable Sarutobi Suzuki was, he still chopped off the head of the giant Buddha. Even if the chakra was exhausted in the end, he still showed strong fighting power. In the entire southern battlefield, if it were not for the rise of Sarutobi Suzuki, it can be said that the entire 5,000 ninja coalition army would have been annihilated. Even Sarutobi Hiraki did not cause much trouble in front of Satsuki Genma. The sudden appearance of Uzumaki Mito on the Senju battlefield made the major clans even more jealous of this Jinchuriki technique. The Uzumaki clan had just sealed 9 tails and gained a combat power that seemed to be no less than that of Genma. How could this be possible? Not greedy. You must know that the combined forces of Senju and Heitake also had 4,000 people, but the final result was heavy casualties. At the same time, it also refreshed the ninja world's understanding of tailed beasts. Major families that have not dealt with tailed beasts for many years, now I understand how terrifying it is for a tailed beast to go crazy. On the other hand, the appearance of Senju Hashirama, although it made the heads of clans shine, was eventually overshadowed by Mito and Genma. After all, Hashirama is still young now, even 5 years younger than Sarutobi Suzuki, and is far from growing up. It was enough to shock the ninja world. However, the equally excellent Wood style left a deep impression on people. At the same time, many people secretly laughed at Senju Butsuma. If he hadn't had his own way before, I am afraid that it would not be the Uzumaki clan that dominates the ninja world now, but the Uzumaki clan. They are the Senju clan. However, Senju Hashirama caused some trouble for 9 tails, and even the biggest contribution to the blinding of 9 tails was his tree boundary wall and tree boundary birth. Therefore, many knowledgeable people believe that as long as Senju Hashirama when he grows up, he will definitely become a monster no less than Satsuki Genma, and his potential is even higher than that of Sarutobi Suzuki. If you want to say which family in the entire ninja world is most concerned about this battle, it must be the Senju clan's old enemy Uchiha. Almost a few hours after the fighting stopped, Uchiha Tajima had already received the most detailed battle report. When he saw that the Senju clan had suffered at least 600 casualties, he was in a bad mood, not to mention the majority. Uchiha, who had such a record in the past, said that it would take several months of fighting to achieve results. The Senju clan is definitely at a disadvantage now. It is estimated that they will not be able to defeat the Uzumaki clan in a short time. The number of casualties may even increase at any time. After all, 9 tails chakra is endless, and every battle will be tailed several times. Beast bomb, no matter how many elites the Senju clan has, they are not enough to die. But while feeling happy, Uchiha Tajima's fear of Genma and Mito has reached the extreme, and the Sarutobi family also has a powerful descendant, Sarutobi Suzuki, who will be a man of the hour in the next few decades. Then looking at his eldest son Uchiha Madara, who was refining chakra at the moment, Uchiha Tajima knew that he had to train this boy well, otherwise the Uchiha family would probably be suppressed by other families in the future. Madara, take a look at this battle report. After hearing his father's words, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes and took the battle report from the opponent's hand. He is actually very satisfied with his son Uchiha Tajima. Not only is he the fastest growing genius in Uchiha's history, he also shows excellent talent in taijutsu and ninjutsu, and is several levels higher than Uchiha Tajima himself. So he is not worried that Madara will not grow up to the level of the patriarch in the end, but there are 3, 6, and 9 levels among the patriarchs. He still hopes that Madara can have a sense of crisis, and at least she will be the peak powerhouse among the patriarchs. Looking at the battle report in his hand, Uchiha Madara's hands started to tremble a little. This was certainly not because of fear, because the expression on his face was full of excitement. Yes, the excited and belligerent Madara will not be afraid of Genma's strength. He believes in the supremacy of strength and wants to fight Genma immediately. Even if Mito and Sarutobi Suzuki are mentioned in the battle report, Madara is now there was also a strong interest. Even in the battle report, he also discovered the name of Senju Hashirama, who had now broken up with him. Only now did he realize that the originally silent Senju Hashirama had grown up to a level that attracted the attention of the entire ninja world. Hashirama is also moving towards his long-cherished wish. After muttering something in his mouth, Madara looked at his father and said, "Tomorrow I will join the battle, and this time I will let the ninja world remember my name as the Uchiha clan." As the most talented person in the family, Uchiha hardly took any action against Hyuga this time, because from the bottom of his heart Madara looked down on the Hyuga clan, so the battle lasted for several days without taking any action. Even if he didn't take action, the Uchiha clan would suppress Hyuga and fight again, and they would surely be able to capture all of Hyuga's territory within a few months. But now with the two giants of Genma and Hashirama in front of him, and the pressure from the Whirlpool Mito and Sarutobi Suzuki, he finally decided to take action. This time he also wanted to show the entire ninja world that the Uchiha clan was not without a successor. At least he, Uchiha Madara, cannot be stopped by a B***************** D like Hyuga. Uchiha Tajima saw his son's fighting spirit and nodded with satisfaction. After seeing Madara's fighting spirit burning, Uchiha Tajima also struck while the iron was hot and said, "Since you want to join the war, then go to your mother's side. She has been saying that she is short of manpower recently. Besides, Izuna is also there. Together, you brothers should be able to take the lead." As Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna is also one of Uchiha's rare geniuses. Although he was killed by Senju Tobirama with a flying thunder god slash in the end, it could not conceal the fact that he was Uchiha's strongest strength under Madara. Now Izuna already has the strength of Jonin, and the gap between elite Jonin and elite Jonin is just a lack of chakra. And because of their close relationship with Madara since childhood, the two's cooperation is even more intimate, and is often more lethal than other ninjas' combined efforts. And when she heard that her mother was there, Madara showed a rare expression of emotion. Speaking of Madara's most irritating 440 family member, in fact, in addition to her younger brother Uchiha Izuna, she actually has her own mother, who is also from the Uchiha family. Her mother is a rare female elite Jonin in Uchiha, and her strength is second to none in the entire family. All ranked high. Perhaps only such a woman can give birth to a genius like Uchiha Madara. As for his biological father, Mr. Madara actually does not have such deep feelings. After all, he is a man who puts his family first, and he must be neglectful of his children. And because of the Sengoku era, in order to ensure the prosperity of the family, no one would engage in monogamy, especially for the patriarch of a big family, who had 3 wives and 4 concubines. So Master Madara has many brothers, but he is only closest to Izuna because they are brothers from the same mother, and he respects his mother more. Uchiha Tajima naturally understands Madara's thoughts, so he sent him there by such a coincidence, in order to allow Madara to increase his strength faster with the blessing of these bonds. Naturally, Madara had no objection to Uchiha Tajima's order and accepted the appointment immediately. Madara then left. Looking at Madara's leaving figure, Uchiha Tajima muttered silently, "Madara's future depends entirely on you, doctor." This Mina is Uchiha Tajima's real wife, Madara's mother, Uchiha Mina. She was also the teacher who taught Madara and Izuna their ninja skills since they were little. She is also their mentor in ninjutsu knowledge. Madara has been taught by Uchiha Mina since she was a child. Now that Uchiha also has the strength of elite Jonin, Uchiha Mina has never had any friendship with her. However, Madara's constant guidance and care have naturally been remembered by Madara. This is why she respects her mother even more, but she does not care about her biological father. Not paying much attention. Tajima also understands this, but he has no time to care about such things. Madara still doesn't know that Uchiha Mina is their brother's mentor, but it is Uchiha Tajima's instruction. On the second day, Master Madara came to the battlefield located to the east of the Hyuga clan. This place is close to Akita Mountain, the largest mine of the Hyuga clan, so it is also a place where the entire Hyuga clan is heavily defended. The Uchiha clan would not back down. They were determined to win this mine, so they sent a total of 3 elite Jonin to attack. Uchiha Tajima is sitting in the center, leading other elites and the old patriarch of the Hyuga clan, the Hyuga Tenin, to fight in the center. Calculating that the Hyuga clan can survive for so many days, they all rely on the Hyuga Tenin. As the only clan leader of the Hyuga clan in recent years, this old guy has used contortion to the ultimate level. Even though he is already old at this moment, he is still fighting against Uchiha. When it comes to Tajima, she still doesn't miss any flaws. From time to time, he can rely on his excellent combat experience to tap Uchiha Tajima's meridians. Under his gentle fist, even if he is lightly tapped, he can instantly block several meridians, directly causing people to chakra lost several %. This also gave Uchiha Tajima a headache. Fortunately, there are no Hyuga Tenin on the east side, and a large number of elites have been recruited from the front. There are only 2 elite Jonin left, so Uchiha's situation is much better. However, due to the Hyuga clan's supercilious relationship, although the Uchiha clan had a numerical advantage in the east, it was still difficult to invade the opponent's territory. After all, the Akugan's mid-level combat power bonus is very high, not even inferior to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. And in terms of the difficulty of opening the eyes, the Akugan is much easier than Uchiha Sharingan. Basically, as long as you are old enough, you can easily open the eyes. Under such a premise, Uchiha Mina will apply for Uchiha Tajima to transfer some manpower. It is not that she lacks high-end combat power, but she has few people to make up for the vacancy in mid-level combat power. At this moment, Uchiha Madara arrived. As soon as he arrived at the camp, someone naturally took him to meet Mina Techiha, the top person in charge of the entire eastern battlefield. This is a tall woman in her 30s, with fair and breakable skin that makes it impossible to tell that she is an elite jonin who has been fighting all year round. Her long black hair is also soft and elegant, accompanied by a light breeze, floating and moving. And the woman's face is even more beautiful. If Uzumaki Mito's face is 9 points, then this woman is 10 points. Her natural face, as if she was born with a hint of foxiness, will make any man fall in love with her. This person is naturally Uchiha Mina, Madara's biological mother. Uchiha Mina already knew the news about Madara, so she was not that surprised to see him, but after all, he was his biological son, so it was inevitable that he would lose his temper when they met. The next moment, Mina left the place where she was before, and then her elite jonin level speed was fully revealed, and she hugged her eldest son Madara to her chest in 10 seconds. Although she was still on the battlefield at the moment, Mina was still wearing combat uniforms, but her perfect figure was still evident. Madara, who was suddenly hit by facial cleanser, also said with a proud look on her face, "I'm not a child anymore. Don't hold me like this." Although Mr. Madara insisted not to do so, he still showed a rare smile of peace of mind in his mother's arms. Mina patted Madara and said proudly, "Hump, you're just a 10-year-old brat. You will always be your mother's little baby." Master Madara has nothing to do with his mother's character. He has always been aloof in front of outsiders, but he can't be cold at all when facing this one. At this moment, another boy of about 9 years old walked into the door. This man was Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. After hearing about Madara's arrival, Izuna, a true brother controller, naturally rushed over immediately. Seeing his mother's dishonest look, he said angrily, "Mom, we are on the battlefield now, could you please be more serious?" The reunion of the mother and son was naturally filled with laughter, but this was on the battlefield after all. And then Uchiha Mina returned to her seriousness, changing her previous somewhat off-the-wall personality. When it came to the battle, Mina acted extremely rationally, and then analyzed the situation on the battlefield for Madara. Mina's mission was to lead people to attack Akita Mountain and successfully occupy the mines here. As for the enemies of the Hyaga clan, there was no need to deliberately kill them. It's a pity that the Hyaga clan defends extremely tenaciously. The height of Akita Mountain is more than 700 meters, and the mountain is extremely steep. There is basically only one way to go up the mountain. Climbing from the 2 rock walls is basically the same as losing your life. The difference, even if you, as a ninja, can walk on the wall with a chakra on your feet, when you climb halfway up the mountain, others are weak and waiting for you to work together with ninjutsu to come down. How will you hide then? There weren't that many places to dodge on the cliffs, and there were people guarding the top, so this strategy was rejected from the beginning. For this reason, the ninjas of the Hyaga clan, taking advantage of the geographical advantage, have been hiding in the front gate of Mount Akita, and have not come out to fight the Uchiha clan. 01 After all, as long as they hold on to this mineral vein, the foundation of their Hyaga clan will still be there. If even the Akita mountains are lost in the course of time, the Hyaga clan will become completely rootless. The strategy chosen by Uchiha Mina now is to besiege without attacking until the opponent's food and supplies are exhausted. By then, the Akita mountain will be self-defeating. But the other party was also prepared. As early as when Uchiha's army set out, tens of thousands of grain and grass were already prepared. This was at least enough for the Hyaga tribe to last for several months or even half a year. For Uchiha Mina, who is planning to race against time, this is naturally the last thing she wants to see. But she didn't want her people to attack by force. Even the Uchiha clan would suffer heavy casualties if the time came. Uchiha Madara sneered even more when he heard this, thinking that the Hyaga clan is really a mob. They don't even have the courage to fight head-on, they will only choose this path of slow death. It's not that Hyaga hasn't thought about counterattack, but the Uchiha clan's numerical advantage is there. Even if they divide their forces into 2 groups, the number of people attacking Akita Mountain is still close to 1,000. How can this be the total number of ninjas like them? A family of about 3,000 can resist. There are only 600 people left to defend the Akitayama garrison here, and almost all the other elites have been sent to the main battlefield. Uchiha there has all the elites, with a large force of more than 2,000 people. If they hadn't sent all their main forces there, they wouldn't have had any chance to stop them. After hearing this, Mr. Madara already had plans on how to break through the Akita mountain station, and then said to his mother, "Let me attack Mount Akita from the cliff myself." When Uchiha Mina heard this, she punched Madara on the head with her fist, and then said dissatisfiedly, "I think you don't want to live anymore. There are at least hundreds of Jonin guarding the cliff. Even if I get entangled with them, I will be in danger. Your current strength is like attacking alone. Although Senju Hashirama has suddenly emerged these days, Uchiha Madara is not just hanging around. He has already raised his strength to the peak of elite Jonin and is only one step away from the clan leader level. Coupled with his powerful talent, he has mastered a large number of S-level ninjutsu, and his taijutsu can even surpass his father Uchiha Tajima. If he is given a few years to grow up, his taijutsu can even suppress Tajima. It's a breeze. Therefore, his assessment of his combat effectiveness is already that of a clan leader. Fighting beyond the next level is just a normal thing for Uchiha Madara, a genius since he was a child. The defense of Akita Mountain seems to be extremely strong, but it is also because Uchiha does not have extra clan leader level combat power. Uchiha Tomohisa cannot come to guard the clan territory, so Akita Mountain becomes a difficult nut to crack. However, Uchiha is confident that his combat power is no less than that of a clan leader, so he does not pay attention to the defense on this cliff at all. Just believe me, I won't be left behind by Senju Hashirama. Even the current Uchiha Mina has heard of the name Senju Hashirama. He is a newly rising strongman of the Senju clan. He has absolute clan leader level fighting power at a young age and even shined in the battle with 9 tails. In addition, Madara had broken with Hashirama before, and Mina naturally understood how much her son cared about this Senju Hashirama. Since he himself said that he would not lose to Hashirama, Uchiha Mina could only believe in him. Moreover, Mina is very satisfied with her son from the bottom of her heart, and she doesn't think her son is any less than Senju Hashirama. Then Uchiha Mina said, in this case, I will believe you once. I will personally support you from the rear. I will also send soldiers to attack the front level to buy you time. She had actually tried to lead people in from the cliff before, but unfortunately the opponent's defense was extremely tight. Even if she brought 2 other elite Jonin, she had no chance at all, and she even dropped a dozen Jonin corpses. But at the moment, Mina still chooses to believe Madara, because she is too familiar with Madara's application. Madara is obviously 150 times more confident about this task, and Madara is not a blind and arrogant person. All of this must have already happened fully prepared. On the second day, the Uchiha clan once again launched a head-on battle against Mount Akita. This time, their almost reckless attack immediately put huge pressure on the defense at the checkpoint. The elite Jonin of the Hyaga clan who was in charge of this place had to send an elite Jonin to support the front when he saw this scene. Fortunately, the elite Jonin of the Hyaga clan were very strong, so they blocked the frontal attack. But this is just because Uchiha Mina did not show up. The strength of this female ninja from the Uchiha clan is recognized by the ninjas from the Hyaga clan. Even though she is just a woman, if anyone dares to look down on her, she will probably die without knowing it. How did he die? But the Uchiha clan is suppressed by numbers. Although there is no Uchiha Mina, the other 2 elite Jonin still put a lot of pressure on Jonin of the Hyaga clan, and even he can only barely support it. Fortunately, he doesn't need to go out to meet the enemy. He only needs to cooperate with other ninjas of the Hyaga clan to defend the opponent's ninjutsu on the level that is ready to destroy the castle gate. No matter how simple their attack methods are, the ninjas of the Hyaga clan are still unique in their defense. On the frontal battlefield here, after a period of luring the enemy with shurikens, Uchiha's tribe decisively chose combined ninjutsu and prepared to bombard this strong city gate. The 2 elite Jonin were the first to take action, and this action showed the level of elite Jonin. They used 2 amazingly powerful fire extinguishers, and then the troops behind them immediately used the wind style. With this combination, one move was enough to threaten the leader-level monstrous sea of fire. Although there were only about 1,000 Uchiha ninjas present, it was no problem for the fire style to burn down a castle gate made of rock. But the ninjas of the Hyaga clan opposite were not theatergoers. They reacted immediately when they saw this scene. This was not the first time they had seen this posture in the past few days. Naturally, they would not be confused by the combination of ninjutsu. The elite Jonin who took the lead immediately shouted, execute joint taijutsu, 8 trig rams revolving heaven formation. Although the Hyaga clan cannot use the traditional 5 elements ninjutsu, their attainments in self-taijutsu are not comparable to those of other families, so they naturally have joint taijutsu, which may not be as powerful and lethal as ninjutsu, but simply used for defense, it is more than enough. Following elite Jonin's order, hundreds of Hyaga ninjas present immediately dispersed, and then dozens of Jonin-level experts jumped into the air. From a distance, these hundreds of Hyaga ninjas seem to be dispersed in a chaotic manner, but they seem to coincide with some kind of formation, which makes them look extremely natural. Only those who observe extremely carefully can discover that these Hyaga ninjas stand the bit coincides with the 8 trig rams. As these Jonin jumped into the air, all the Hyaga ninjas present were told to spin. The next moment, a giant ball of chakra that was completely condensed by chakra and rotated at high speed appeared. As soon as the chakra ball appeared, it just blocked the Uchiha clan's joint ninjutsu. The seemingly powerful fire style didn't cause much trouble after colliding with the astonishing formation of 8 trig rams revolving heaven. In the blink of an eye, it was scattered in all directions, although the terrifying flames scattered all around it. The rocks were on fire, but they still couldn't get even half a step closer to the city gate in front of them. And the Hyuga clan's joint taijutsu is only beginning to take shape now. What they are best at is actually the siege technique. In their 8 trigram square formation, even the clan leader level can only be stopped by 32 jonin. This is also the basis for the survival of their clan. In this war between the Uchiha and Hyuga clan, if it were not for the insufficient population of the Hyuga clan, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Of course, Akita Mountain can achieve such a situation, and the Hyuga clan is also shrinking. The fight is really open in a wide field. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan will exert its greatest fighting power, not only ninjutsu but also there are illusions and physical skills that can be used to the ultimate level. The narrow valley in front of the level in front of us greatly restricted the combat effectiveness of the Uchiha clan. I didn't see the frontal battlefield. Although the Hyuga clan had the leader level Hyuga tenant sitting in charge, they were still retreating. Just like this, in the narrow valley in front of the checkpoint, Uchiha's frontal troops and the Hyuga clan once again started a tug-of-war. This battle may eventually end with both sides running out of chakra. After all, the Uchiha clan has been unable to fight for the enemy in several previous attacks. It's all the same outcome. On the backside of Mount Akita, close to where the Hyuga clan is stationed on this mountain, there is an elite jonin patrolling here with 100 jonin troops. Hyuga's elite jonin has no time to take care of the frontal battle, because he absolutely dare not ignore the northern cliff. Once someone sneaks in here, their Akita mountain station will be destroyed. On a mountain hundreds of meters high, they have enough strength to have nothing to fear, and because of Byakugan's powerful perception, even if someone approaches the foot of the mountain, they can detect it immediately. Any hidden technique is in vain in front of Byakugan, which is also the biggest contributor to their ability to defend this cliff. With a 360-degree blind angle and a sensing range of at least 1 kilometer at best, they can take action one step ahead of the enemy and gain the upper hand in every battle. At this moment, Elite Jonin, who was taking the lead, suddenly noticed something unusual. A boy of about 10 years old was walking towards the foot of the mountain. He had a black hedgehog head and the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothes. This person's identity is from the Uchiha tribe. Although the Hyuga clan borders Uchiha, Uchiha Madara rarely takes action, so they haven't recognized that the boy under the mountain is Uchiha Madara, the young leader of the Uchiha clan. Master Madara's appearance was also upright, as if he had no intention of infiltrating at all. In fact, he also knew that no matter how rubbish the Hyuga clan's Byakugan was, its perception was indeed unique in the ninja world, so Uchiha Madara had no intention of infiltrating from the beginning, and he didn't bother to infiltrate. Thinking of this, Madara's movements were not slow, and she was already moving as soon as she reached the bottom of the mountain. The next moment, he formed a seal with one hand, and started performing ninjutsu with just one seal. As the reincarnation of Indra, his ninjutsu talent is the best in the ninja world. This is not only reflected in the speed of learning ninjutsu, but also the power of ninjutsu. Even to perform ninjutsu, he only needs one hand, and no matter how complex the ninjutsu is, he often only needs to form a seal to perform it. This is the real talent of blood. I have to say that the world of ninja is indeed a world of fighting for blood. Anyone who is famous in the ninja world is more or less related to the Sage of Six Paths family. Lightning style. Cell activity technique. As Master Madara murmured softly, there was no change in the appearance of his body, hello, Wan, but a large amount of lightning-style chakra appeared inside, and it was continuously stimulating the cells in the body. This move requires meticulous control over the lightning style, otherwise even if there is any slight mistake, the result will be a disability at least. As the reincarnation of Indra, it goes without saying that Madara has chakra control. This move is his ultimate trick. It can not only stimulate cells and improve physical skills in daily life, but also temporarily strengthen one's own speed and strength in battle. It was also by relying on this move that he was able to fight against his patriarchal father at the age of 10. Even when facing the strange power of Senju Hashirama, who has now revealed his prowess, he was able to deal with it with just one move. As the first person in the ninja world to transplant Sharingan, Madara must have studied medical skills and even human structure, which is why she was able to develop such a powerful forbidden technique. After turning on the cell activity technique, Madara's physical skills instantly reached the level of a clan leader. After that, he raised his head again, and the pupils in his eye sockets had turned into bright red Sharingan. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, his Sharingan awakened naturally very early. It was only revealed when he broke with Senju Hashirama. In fact, his real time to open his eyes was a little earlier, and after opening his eyes, it didn't take much time to grow to the level of 3 Megatama. In this era when Mangekyo is not yet widespread, the Sharingan of the 3 Megatama is already an absolute symbol of strength. Any Uchiha tribesman who can awaken the 3 Megatama has at least the Jonin level of strength. The elite jonin of the Hyuga clan who was in charge of the azimuth cliff above also noticed Madara's eyes at this time. If he had previously despised Madara because of his age, he immediately took it seriously after seeing the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Everyone is on alert immediately, this guy has 3 Tomo Sharingan, don't slack off. The other jonin responsible for defense were also experienced, so even without the elite jonin's orders, they had already begun to respond. However, in the blink of an eye, all directions on the cliff to their station had been blocked. What makes elite jonin even more shocked is that 737 is probably Madara's meridians. He is stronger than others, and his Byakugan observation is naturally more meticulous. Now all Madara's meridians seem to have been stimulated. It makes the chakra in the meridians flow rapidly, and the amount of chakra in Madara is really extraordinary. This elite jonin of the Hyuga tribe asked himself that in terms of chakra measurement, he was not even as good as this 10-year-old kid. Thinking of the Uchiha clan, it seems that there is such a person. Although the young master of the Uchiha clan rarely appears in front of other families, the Hyuga clan secretly knows that there is such a person, and it is rumored that his strength is quite extraordinary. In fact, it's not that Uchiha Madara rarely shows up, but that every time he performs a mission, he will kill enemies directly whenever he encounters them, so naturally not many people know his specific information. Just when Hyuga's elite jonin was astonished, Madara's feet were already exerting force, and her speed reached the level of a clan leader. However, it was like walking on flat ground on this smooth cliff, and her speed was even more difficult to discern with the naked eye. This level of speed, not to mention the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, even Uchiha Sharingan's insight eye cannot easily capture the traces. In just a few breaths, the Hyuga tribesman responsible for defense discovered that the kid at the foot of the mountain had arrived in front of them. Madara was also unequivocal, and immediately approached a jonin. That jonin was experienced anyway. Although it was difficult for him to keep up with his speed, after realizing that Madara's target was him, he immediately used the absolute defense of the Hyuga clan, Revolving Heaven. As this jonin spun at high speed, a blue chakra ball instantly enveloped him. Under such defense, even A-level ninjutsu would be absolutely difficult to break. It's a pity that the person he met was Uchiha Madara. He has always hidden his strength. Now that he has chosen to take action, he will naturally become a blockbuster. The next moment, Madara didn't have any seals, she just kicked out hard with her right foot. The high-speed spinning Revolving Heaven used to be invincible when encountering ninjutsu, but in the face of Madara's seemingly light kick, she was completely lost. The ability to defend. With just one kick, Madara kicked the jonin who had used Revolving Heaven directly to the foot of the mountain. At such a high height, even an elite jonin would be in danger without any protection. When the elite jonin of the Hyuga clan saw this, he immediately understood how terrifying this boy's physical skills were. He kicked the jonin who was using Revolving Heaven away. It was not that he had never seen this kind of scene before, but he had been able to do it before. At this point, at least they are the powerful patriarchs of major families. Seeing this, the elite jonin didn't dare to let Madara play anymore. He hurriedly dodged and came to the cliff. After pouring chakra under his feet, he stood sideways on it. When the other ninjas of the Hyuga tribe saw elite jonin dispatched, they immediately retreated to his side. It was obvious now that this Uchiha brat was no ordinary person at all. His physical skills might even have reached the clan leader level. How could this be their single jonin, able to fight? If they want to fight against such a powerful opponent, they must at least form a formation to deal with it. Formation of 8 trigrams gentle fist. Sure enough, the next moment elite jonin gave an order, 63 of the jonin present immediately spread out to form formations, and the rest jumped to the rear to plunder the formations. 63 jonin plus 1 elite jonin formed the 8 trigrams, completely covering this cliff. No matter Madara wants to pass through from any direction, she will inevitably break into this formation. At the foot of the mountain, both Uchiha Mina and Uchiha Izuna rushed here. Looking at the Hyuga businessman who had just fallen and was bruised to pieces, Mina nodded slightly. It seems that the battle above has already begun. Naturally, she cannot appear easily as a backup, and the battle in the frontal canyon may require her support at any time, so now she can only watch Madara silently fighting on the cliff alone. On the other hand, although Izuna didn't say anything, he admired his eldest brother very much. In the blink of an eye, he killed a jonin, but he was much stronger than him. His strength was just that of a jonin now, although in facing the jonin of the Hyuga tribe, they always have the upper hand, but if you want to deal with a jonin, you have to use some methods. Madara on the cliff looked at the 8 trigrams gentle fist formation formed by. She rushes into the formation alone to go head-to-head with gentle fist, the Hyuga clan's special skill. No matter how confident Madara is in her own physical skills, she would not be stupid enough to do this. So he planned to use his ninjutsu to lure the enemy, and then find the weak point of the formation to attack with all his strength. This move is used to lure the enemy. It is also Uchiha Madara's special fire style. After all, it is the reincarnation of Indra. The power of this fire style has reached S level, which is exactly what the ninjutsu said. The power depends on the person's strength rather than the level of ninjutsu. Madara's realm at this moment may not be at the clan leader level, but this powerful fire extinguishing also made the Hyuga ninja on the opposite side feel like a formidable enemy. The coverage area of Madara's powerful fire extinguishing directly reaches 100 meters. If the opponent's flames are allowed to burn over, then this gentle fist formation will be self-defeating. Of course, the special skills of the Hyuga clan will not be so vulnerable when the fire is about to be extinguished. The 8 jonin standing at the front and the other 56 people behind them raised their hands at the same time, pointing their palms in the air together. Those who often fought against Hyuga ninjas with this move knew that it was the standard gesture of fist palm. The next moment, the Hyuga ninjas in the gentle fist formation began to move at high speed, and then produced waves of phantoms. From the direction of Madara, it looked like the 8 trigrams formed by the ninjas were spinning. And this 8 trigrams is not just rotating. As the 8 trigrams rotates, arms with fingers together begin to appear one after another, completely covering the periphery of the 8 trigrams as if 100 flowers are blooming. Uchiha Madara's powerful fire extinguisher began to melt rapidly after encountering the 8 trigrams, and the heating flame failed to have any impact, as if it had encountered a nemesis. Madara's Sharingan finally opened 3 Megatama, so he could barely see the trajectory of this gentle fist formation. These rotating 8 trigrams and the fingers above were all transformed by Hyuga clan ninjas, but all of them they are all moving at high speed according to certain rules. Only when 64 people play gentle fist at the same time can such an effect be achieved. If they were just allowed to use combined physical skills, they would probably be able to block this powerful fire attack, but the chakra consumption would be much higher. This gentle fist formation does have merit, at least every share of each person every effort is useful, and it is not a waste of effort. But that's how Madara discovered the weakness of this move. If he broke into the formation directly, he would definitely be unable to withstand such a dense rain of blows, but if he just used ninjutsu to counterattack, even though he could defeat it, it's not simple, but at least he won't be in any danger. After all, physical skills are also physical skills in cows. In the final analysis, they are still limited by the attack range. In fact, most of the enemies of the Hyuga clan know this. It is this point that makes this formation astonishingly powerful, but if the enemy cannot be trapped in the middle when it is activated, then basically no one will be afraid, and the worst is not to enter. That's it, or you can just use ninjutsu to fight and that's it. And Madara is indeed a fighting genius, and he discovered this with just one trial move. Naturally, he has no way around it now, so if he wants to break into the opponent's camp, he must use ninjutsu to blast open the 8 trigrams formation. What a coincidence is that now Madara doesn't have any Mangekyo Sharingan, his most powerful skill happens to be ninjutsu. If his taijutsu has been enhanced to the level of a clan leader, then the ninjutsu he can perform has reached the critical point of the clan leader level. Even Madara's father would have a headache to deal with the power. After the huge fire in the sky was finally completely resolved, Madara used ninjutsu again composite ninja technique. Gale Wind Dragon Flame Singing Technique. This time, Madara directly used the compound ninjutsu technique, which was basically only used by clan leader level experts. After all, in the era when Shadow Clone had not yet been developed, this compound ninjutsu technique basically relied on the ninja's own ninjutsu skills. Using the same body to use escape techniques with 2 attributes is not just a matter of opening your mouth. The complexity is increased several times. This is just a compound ninjutsu with 2 attributes. If it is 3 or more, it is basically very few people can use it. Of course, this range does not include Uchiha Madara. His talent in ninjutsu means that he has no rival in the entire ninja world. If there is, it is probably only the god of ninjutsu, Satsuki Genma. Gale and Dragon Flame Song is a powerful fire style that combines the A-level ninjutsu Gale Palm and Dragon Flame Song. 0 Please ask for flowers. The Dragon Flame Singing itself is a fire style that can threaten the leader level. The bright red dragon head composed of 4 flames is spit out from Madara's mouth first, and then a burst of dark green wind merges into the crimson dragon head king. Then the already hot dragon flames sang, and the temperature increased by several levels, and even the color began to change towards purple. Before this transformation, Sarutobi Hiraki could barely achieve this with the help of Sage Art and the Heavenly Fire Kirin. Madara actually had no magic and relied solely on chakra amplification to achieve this. The next moment, 4 lavender flame dragon heads measuring tens of meters in size attacked the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams formation. At this moment, the temperature of the flame is so high that even the rocks on the cliff are beginning to melt. Naturally, this temperature is not something that the Hyuga ninja can resist with his fingers. However, their formation of 8 trigrams is not easy to deal with. The next moment, the 8 trigrams that were originally rotating at high speed stopped with countless finger phantoms. Instead, the blue chakra appeared, and the entire 8 trigrams was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. Array coverage. Madara knew at a glance that it was the revolving heaven of the Hyuga clan again, but he was very confident in his ninjutsu. This level of fire style, let alone the 8 trigrams formation hosted by elite Jonin, even if he was the clan leader, you may not be able to reach the next level. Sure enough, the speed of revolving heaven's rotation began to slow down rapidly after coming into contact with Lanji and Fanga, but within a short time, the blue chakra on the 8 trigrams array had been reduced by more than half. Originally, the blue chakra could block all the figures inside, but now it has become transparent, and even the struggling expression of the Hyuga ninja can be clearly seen. When elite Jonin, who was in charge of the formation, saw this scene, he immediately knew that the formation could not be maintained. If they did not retreat, all of them would be burned to ashes under the flames. Quickly retreat. After giving the order, elite Jonin took the lead in withdrawing from the formation. The other Jonin were not strong enough, so their speed was inevitably slower. In the end, only about 20 Jonin barely escaped the range of the flames. The remaining people were covered by these 4 lavender flame dragon heads in just a blink of an eye, and then burned directly to ashes under the high temperature. The explosion of the dragon flame singing brought out the purple fire that reached the sky, which looked so gorgeous at night, but in the eyes of the Hyuga clan, this flame was like a nightmare. The Hyuga ninjas who managed to escape the range of the flames were in danger at this moment. The expression of the rest of my life. Even the elite Jonin couldn't help but gulp after seeing the power of this flame. This is not an S-level ninjutsu, it is clearly a ninjutsu beyond S-level. What kind of monster is this kid opposite, being able to use such powerful ninjutsu at such a young age? Thinking of this, elite Jonin couldn't help but murmured, isn't it possible that not only the Senju but also the Uchiha clan will produce a monster that is not born? At Satsuki Genma, also known as Senju Genma, and the recently all-powerful Senju Hashirama, the 2 great geniuses in the ninja world are both from the Senju clan. So many 573 families feel that the Senju are the first clan in the ninja world, and all the geniuses who come out there are so many of them, and each one of them is so powerful that it cannot be measured by common sense. But today's Madara officially taught the Hyuga clan a lesson. The Uchiha clan is not without geniuses. As Uchiha's card, Madara's ninjutsu attainments are enough for the geniuses of any other clan to learn from. However, Madara is still at the elite Jonin level after all, so chakra still has some shortcomings. Fortunately, he only used to combine ninjutsu now, and then he will continue to fight, and he is still completely fine. The moment the flame appeared, Uchiha Mina noticed it below. After opening her Sharingan, she immediately saw the situation above clearly, and the Sharingan in her eyes was also a 3 Magatama. As one of the few elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan, she naturally did not. How bad would it be? Seeing Madara using fire style to directly burn nearly 40 people to death on the cliff with a fire style, Uchiha Mina suddenly smiled. As expected, he is indeed her most proud eldest son. His strength is beyond the comparison of ordinary 10-year-old brats. This fire style move alone is estimated to have reached Super S level. Not even Senju's brats can achieve this level. Bundle. Proud to be proud, Uchiha Mina's mind is still spinning. Now it seems that the defense on the cliff may not be able to stop Madara. In this case, she can no longer watch the show. Now she is only one step away from rushing into the opponent's hinterland. Everyone listened to the order and immediately rushed to the cliff to cooperate with Madara and enter Akita Mountain. Following Uchiha Mina's shout, dozens of Jonin immediately appeared around them. These are the active forces that Mina left behind in order to support the battlefields on both sides. Now that the battle on the cliff has taken a turn for the better, she will naturally not let this turn of events slip away. And Uchiha Izuna is naturally among these Jonin. He has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. His eldest brother on the cliff is Kamui. How could he be willing to just watch the show here? The screen came to the frontal battlefield between Uchiha and Hyuga. Here, Uchiha Tajima just sent Madara yesterday. In order for the Akita mountainside to proceed smoothly, he naturally couldn't just watch the show, so he started leading an all-out attack early this morning. But as soon as the battle started, he discovered something was wrong. Although the fighting power of the Hyuga clan has not declined at all today, and even the middle-level people are fighting harder than the others, the high-level people have never seen the figure of the Hyuga Tienin. When he entered the battle as a clan leader, he was like a fish in water and soon harvested the lives of dozens of Hyuga ninjas, but even so, the Hyuga ninja did not appear. This is not at all in line with the temperament of the Hyuga Tenin. This old guy always values his offspring more than anything else. Normally, Uchiha Tajima would kill a mid-level fighter of the Hyuga clan. That old guy would fight to the death without saying a word. At this moment, no matter how slow his reaction was, Uchiha Tajima realized that the situation was not good. If the opponent did not attack the transport troops in this situation, they must have gone to support other battlefields. After all, there are only 2 battlefields between the 2 clans. Of course, Uchiha Tajima understands that the other party may have gone to Akita Mountain. But isn't the opponent afraid that he will slaughter this frontal battlefield? Uchiha Tajima is no weaker than Senju Butsuma. A mere elite Jonin may be able to stop him for a while, but he will end up dead in the end. Thinking of this, Tajima was about to retreat to support Akita Mountain. After all, although Madara was strong enough to fight with him, but without any mental calculation, the opponent was the old fox Hyuga Tenin, and Uchiha Tajima did not dare to give in with confidence. Madara goes to deal with Zero. Now Tajima regards Madara as the hope for the rise of the Uchiha clan, so how could he be willing to let Madara die in a dangerous place? In a flash, Tajima left the central battlefield in an instant, preparing to rush towards Akita Mountain. Fortunately, his speed was not limited, and he was far away from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Uchiha also had a lot of elite jonin on the battlefield, which was enough to command the overall situation. In order to arrive as quickly as possible, Uchiha Tajima did not bring the elite jonin to hold him back. He just told the other party not to let Hyuga's people free up help. According to his own estimation, if he drove at this speed, he would be able to experience Mount Akita in only 1 or 2 hours at most. However, things failed to progress as he hoped. Not long after leaving the main battlefield, Uchiha Tajima noticed something unusual. The surroundings were too quiet, not even the sound of an insect. Before, out of concern for Madara, he did not observe the situation confidently along the way, but now he suddenly realized this. Just when he realized something was wrong and was about to retreat, the phantom of 8 trigrams seemed to appear on the ground around him, and then dozens of people shouted loudly at the same time. 8 trigrams gentle fist formation. The next moment, Uchiha Tajima discovered that there were already 64 Hyuga jonin ambushing in the surrounding forest at some point, and they also used the 8 trigrams gentle fist formation in 0.7. This time Uchiha Tajima was completely careless, but he was completely in the center of the 8 trigrams formation. In this case, even if the opponent organized the formation was only a jonin, he could still pester him for at least dozens of minutes. If the opponent's with the chakra exhausted, he has no chance to escape. Uchiha Tajima still didn't believe in evil, so he was just about to form seals and use ninjutsu to break out, when the arms of the Hyuga ninjas over there started to wave. In an instant, it seemed as if 128 arms were attacking at the same time, directly attacking those around Uchiha Tajima. The water is so tight that even with his powerful physical skills, he can only cope with this violent attack without any chance to fight back, and if he is hit even once, his meridians will be damaged immediately. Uchiha Tajima was struggling to deal with the 8 trigrams gentle fist formation of 64 jonin. On the cliff of Akita Mountain, after Uchiha Mina led people to join the battle, the situation on the cliff instantly became one-sided. Although they had been unable to break in after attacking several times before, it was only because no one could break the 8 trigrams formation. In addition, there were not many people who could stand on the cliff, so it was difficult to use the overly powerful combined ninjutsu. Now that Madara is used as an arrow, the seemingly impeccable defense suddenly has a flaw. In the case of fighting against each other, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are not afraid of the Hyuga ninjas, and all the jonin from both sides are killed together in an instant. The elite jonin of the Hyuga clan is even more difficult to resist. Before, he had to face a monster Uchiha Madara. In the blink of an eye, even Uchiha Mina appeared. Although this woman looks coquettish and weak, she is stronger than him, a bit stronger. In a one-on-one duel, this Hyuga elite jonin dare not say that he can beat Mina, let alone face the attack of 2 people by himself. But no matter what, he must hold on today, otherwise the Patriarch's instructions will be lost. The scene returns to last night. This elite jonin, who is the person in charge of Akita Mountain 01 of the Hyuga clan, was patrolling when he noticed a figure that shocked him. This is an old man who looks to be nearly 60 years old. His long pale hair does not make him look old. He looks calm and calm. Although there are wrinkles on his face, he is still full of energy. The chakra he wears is even more like a clan leader. With the samurai sword on his waist and the Hyuga clan emblem on his body, as well as the white pupils in his eyes, this person is naturally the leader of the Hyuga clan, a Hyuga Tenin. As the only patriarch of the Hyuga clan for decades, his strength and methods naturally impressed the entire family. But at this time, Hyuga Tenin should be commanding on the frontal battlefield. If he rashly appeared in Akita Mountain at this moment, wouldn't it be dangerous if Uchiha Tajima knew about it? That Uchiha Tajima is a clan leader, and he is the top expert among the clan leaders. It is extremely dangerous to let the opponent go on the battlefield like this. Hyuga Tenin is naturally known to everyone in the family, so although the patrol team was shocked when they saw his appearance, they did not raise any questions. Hyuga Tenin has directly recruited this elite jonin since then and directly told him that the Uchiha clan may attack again tomorrow. Elite jonin didn't think much about this. After all, Uchiha Mina would attack every now and then in the past few days. It would be strange if the opponent didn't attack one day. Only then did Hyuga Tenin reveal his true goal. Tomorrow's attack will be very tricky. As long as you know how to entangle Uchiha Mina and the other brat, and then sell a vulnerability to Uchiha Mina depending on the situation, then I will take action to take the opponent. At that time, Elite Jonin didn't know which kid was referring to, but now it seems that it must be the kid who broke the gentle fist formation. Coupled with his previous guesses, he felt that this was Uchiha Madara. Although it was dangerous for Hayagata Tienin to ask him to sell his weakness, after fighting Uchiha Mina for many days, this elite jonin was still confident, so he agreed without hesitation. After that, the Hayagata Tienin disappeared into the night alone. Even the elite jonin of the Hayagata clan did not know where the other party was lurking. The Hayagata Tienin did not disappear directly in the night. He appeared again in a dark corner somewhere, and then began to close his eyes to rest, but the next moment someone appeared next to him, and that was a person shrouded in black. This is the Black Zetsu who has threatened Genma several times. Although his eyes were closed, Hayagata Tienin seemed to have expected the appearance of Black Zetsu, so he was not shocked at all, and then said, "Is this really necessary? He's just Uchiha's brat. If I really want to deal with him, I can do it with my bare hands." Judging from the familiar faces of Hayagata Tienin and Black Zetsu, it is obvious that they have known Black Zetsu before, and maybe they have been in contact secretly many times. Black Zetsu replied in his dark accent, "Just do as I say, and I will naturally tell you how Tenseigan will evolve when the time comes." Hayagata Tienin, who could still remain calm at first, suddenly opened his closed eyes when he heard the words Tenseigan. His eyes looking at Black Zetsu were even more sharp, as if he wanted to see through the other person, but he couldn't. Black Zetsu's face was expressionless from beginning to end. In the end, Hayagata Tienin could only nod helplessly. "Just do as you say, I will take down either Uchiha Kid or Uchiha Mina tomorrow." The Hayagata Tienin has dominated the ninja world for decades, so naturally he will not take a young boy who has not yet risen in his eyes. As for Uchiha Mina, he is just an elite jonin of Uchiha. A Uchiha tribesman of this strength, more than one person has died at his hands over the years. After hearing Hayagata Tienin's affirmative answer, Black Zetsu disappeared into the darkness again. Hayagata Tienin looked at the moon in the sky with a hint of worry. Although the Hayagata clan seems to have a prosperous population now, compared to the real big clan, they have the biggest weakness, which is the lack of high-end combat power. This is related to the blood of the Hayagata clan. It is recorded in the secret books of the Hayagata clan that their clan is the descendant of the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths. They were originally some of the strongest clans in the ninja world. It is basically a matter of course for them to reach the realm of elite jonin. However, as time goes by, their 180 bloodline seems to be getting thinner and thinner. Gradually, there are fewer and fewer elite jonin level ninjas, and he is the only one at the clan leader level in recent decades. It has been recorded in the classics that when the Byakugan evolves deeper, a Tenseigan with the power to destroy the world will appear. This gave Hayagata Tienin hope again, so he has been working on how to evolve into a Tenseigan for the past 20 years. But how could he figure out the mystery on his own? It wasn't until the appearance of Black Zetsu that the light came to him. Even though he didn't trust Black Zetsu from the bottom of his heart, a lot of the information the other party told him was accurate. In the end, under pressure, Hayagata Tienin finally chose to accept the opponent's mission, kill Uchiha Madara and Toyakawa Ami in a sneak attack in this battle. Returning to the current battle, the elite jonin followed Hayagata Tienin's arrangement and sold a vulnerability to Uchiha Mina. Mina, who was experienced in combat, immediately pursued her and launched a powerful slash. Just when her sword was about to hit this elite jonin, she had already used her strength, and a person suddenly appeared from the ground. This person was no stranger to Mina. He was Hayagata Tienin, and his eyes were full of killing intent. The Hayagata Tienin appeared and struck directly at Uchiha Mina's heart with one finger. At this moment, Mina reacted and moved her body quickly. Although she was not hit by the finger, the invisible Gentle Fist chakra directly destroyed her heart. Gentle Fist is Gentle Fist after all. It doesn't just dodge the fingers. The length of the fingers has been increased invisibly. How could Mina, who didn't have a white eye, judge the true attack distance? And with this finger, the Hayagata Tienin was determined to kill, so he directly attacked Uchiha Mina's heart. The next moment, Uchiha Mina took a few steps back and started vomiting blood. She looked at the Hayagata Tienin in front of her with indescribable shock on her face. She didn't know how this old guy appeared. The Hayagata clan does not know any ninjutsu. How? Able to emerge from the ground. Looking at the ground, there are no holes there, which means that the holes were not dug in advance, which means that the opponent must have used some ninjutsu to appear. Of course Uchiha Mina didn't know that Black Zetsu helped the Hayagata Tienin achieve this move. The Hayagata Tienin couldn't use ninjutsu, but Black Zetsu could help him appear quietly. Uchiha Madara on the side was stunned when he saw his mother being hit, and then immediately attacked the Hayagata Tienin wildly. Over there, Uchiha Izuna, who was still entangled with a jonin, saw this scene and immediately rushed over to help his mother up. Uchiha Mina felt her wound, and then wanted to say something, but her lips began to feel extremely heavy. The damage to the heart pulse was not an ordinary injury, and the person who shot it was Hayagata Tienin. Even if she dodged the finger's move, it could easily kill her. After Hayagata Tienin pointed his finger at Uchiha Mina, he stopped caring about her. Now Mina is dead in his eyes. He has never seen anyone who can be hit in the heart and still survive his finger. Originally, he thought that Mina might be difficult to deal with because she was older, so he chose to kill Mina in this sneak attack. However, when faced with Madara's violent attack of taijutsu, Hyuga Tenen realized that he had guessed wrong. Uchiha Madara had no taijutsu at all. Not losing to him. You must know that Hyuga Tenen is a clan leader who specializes in taijutsu. There are only a handful of people in the entire ninja world who can compete with him in taijutsu. But today, Madara in front of him did it. No matter how you look at it, this kid who is only 10 years old has such terrifying physical skills. Coupled with the Super S-level ninjutsu used by Madara before, Hyuga Tenen suddenly understood why Black Zetsu wanted to kill him. The naive Hyuga Tenen felt that Black Zetsu must also be afraid of this kid's talent, so he had to let himself take action. Killed in the cradle. While fighting, Madara looked back from time to time, wanting to see how his mother's injury was. After all, he had not fought with Hyuga ninjas very often, and the person in front of him was the old guy Hyuga Tenen, so he didn't know that finger at all. The power. Seeing that Uchiha Madara in front of him actually slipped away in the battle, Hyuga Tenen had never been treated like this before, and he immediately hit out with 8 trigrams 64 palms. His 8 trigrams 64 palms were used so proficiently that there was no need to show anything at all. The hand starting posture can be used as soon as you raise your hand. Fortunately, Madara's Sharingan also has the level of 3 Megatama, and can barely capture the movements of these 64 palms. However, the opponent is the Hyuga Tenen, a rare genius of the Hyuga clan. Even the ordinary 64 palms are better than ordinary ones. The Hyuga ninja is several times faster. In the end, Madara was hit with 3 palms, and then she took several steps back with the remaining strength. Fortunately, these palms did not hit her vital points. Although several chakra meridians were damaged, Madara's injuries were not fatal. In fact, Madara was hit intentionally, in order to get away from the other party's entanglement and come to see her mother's injury. She took a few steps back and just arrived at Mina's side. The distance was perfectly controlled. The Hyuga Tenen's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He also guessed that the other party was deliberately hit. His evaluation of Madara in his heart suddenly became a little higher. He was able to completely see through his 60 in the first fight. With the 4 palms, it seems that Madara is more proficient in using Sharingan's insight than others. At this time, Uchiha Mina's heart had begun to bleed heavily, and her consciousness began to blur. She just vaguely saw Madara appearing next to her, imagining her anxious expression at the moment. Uchiha Mina opened her mouth and said with all her strength, "Don't be sad, this is my destiny, Madara, you have to protect my brother." After finally speaking the last words, Uchiha Mina took her last breath and slowly closed her eyes. Uchiha Izuna, who had been holding her mother next to her, couldn't accept this result and suddenly shouted no. The next moment, the Sharingan in his eyes began to rotate rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a circle made entirely of black in the middle, and there were 3 thick lines around the black circular pupil. The moment this pair of glasses appeared, Uchiha Izuna's aura began to rise rapidly, and in an instant he had an aura no less than that of a clan leader. Different from Uchiha Izuna's strong reaction, Uchiha Madara just looked at his mother's body expressionlessly, but the rapid rotation of the Sharingan and the faint tears in the corners of his eyes showed that he was equally restless at the moment. In the end, Madara's Sharingan turned into a black pupil, and surrounded this circle of circular black ripples. On the black ripples, there were 3 Megatama arrays with red background and black circles. How could the Hyuga Tenen have seen this scene? He would not even understand that today he is simply a tool used by Black Zetsu. The purpose of Black Zetsu is naturally to enable Madara and Izuna to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only the death of their beloved mother can the 2 brothers open their eyes at the same time, and only if both brothers open their eyes can they finally advance to become the eternal Mangekyo. After the Mangekyo advanced, Madara slowly closed her glasses and raised her head slightly to stop the tears from the corners of her eyes. The next moment Madara opened her eyes again, this time looking at Hyuga Tenen. He sent out a murderous intention. The next moment, Madara's surroundings began to change. A half-length skeleton made of lightning appeared. Then the skeleton began to change rapidly, and immediately began to give birth to flesh and skin. Finally, it turned into a man holding a katana, wearing armor, and wearing a Tengu mask. Thunder Giant. The giant only has an upper body and no legs, so it relies on Madara to move, but its height has reached an astonishing 50 meters. Such a level of ninjutsu and the ability to shape the chakras so stably is not an ordinary patriarch level ability at all. Master, not to mention that the Madara in front of him is only 10 years old. This is Madara's mature body, Susanoo. As the reincarnation of Indra, he also showed his talent, but he used Susanoo to the current Mangekyo's ultimate place as soon as he opened his eyes. When had Hyuga Tenen seen such a scene? He must have known nothing about Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone what level of combat power the giant transformed by chakra in front of him meant. However, the Hyuga Tenen is after all the leader of a large family, so although he has never seen Susanoo in person, Sarutobi Hiraki told the ninja world before that similar moves were mentioned in the battle between Itsutsuki Genma and the sealing of the tailed beast. The giants used by the two are very similar. The only difference may be that Genma's one is over 100 meters tall, while Uchiha Madara's one in front of you is only over 50 meters tall at most. This move is actually the same as the one used by Otsutsuki Genma. Facing the murmur of Hyaga Tenin, Uchiha Madara's expression did not change at all. It was only after he opened his eyes that he realized that this move was called Susanoo. He had also read the battle report about Genma, so he understood that which Otsutsuki Genma seemed to be able to use this move, and a foreigner, Otsutsuki Genma, seemed to be stronger than him, a genius with the purest bloodline of Uchiha. It was only after he obtained Susanoo that he understood the potential of this move, and Otsutsuki Genma could actually activate the perfect Susanoo. At this time, Madara had a deeper understanding of Genma's strength. 477. The Hyaga Tenin opposite saw that Madara and Izuna's glasses had changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Coupled with the appearance of Susanoo, he didn't understand that he was being used as a gun user. Although he wanted to find Black Zetsu, let's settle the score, but Black Zetsu's hidden ability is so high, especially if Hyaga Tenin, a mere clan leader, can find traces. Izuna, who saw Madara turning on Susanoo, seemed to be inspired, and immediately woke up from her grief, and then looked at Hyaga Tenin with the same eyes. The next moment, the skeleton giant appeared around Izuna just like Madara did before. Izuna's skeleton giant was purple in color, which was somewhat close to Uchiha Suzuki's Susan later. Izuna, who had just opened his eyes, seemed not as good at using Mangekyo as Madara. After using the Skull Susanoo, he transformed Susanoo's armor weapon. However, at this moment, his eyes began to bleed unconsciously, and then he degenerated again. Keep Susanoo in human form without armor. In the past, one Susanoo was enough for Hyaga Tenin to drink a pot, but now even Izuna has activated Susanoo. Even though it looks inferior to Madara's one, Hyaga Tenin doesn't dare to fight against it. At this time, he was also convinced that Black Zetsu had deliberately asked him to take action, and even planned to kill Uchiha Mina first, who seemed to be more troublesome. And this woman's death must have something to do with the sudden growth of the two brats in front of her. Although his intestines are full of regret, the Hyaga ninja has no way out now. The Battle of Akita Mountain has entered the final stage. Except for the battle between him and the two Uchiha brats in front of him, the Hyaga ninja stationed in Akita Mountain they are already dead and injured. The next moment, Madara's Susanoo took action. Facing the person who killed her mother, Madara naturally did not hold back. The first move was Susanoo's strongest slash. Although his Susanoo is not yet in full form, this slashing attack is not something that ordinary clan leaders can resist. In addition, his own physical skills are amazing, and this Susanoo's slashing attack seems to have been strengthened. Here, Susanoo's blue katana has just been swung down, and a blue slash dozens of meters long has already arrived in front of Hyaga Tenin. Hyaga Tenin's pupils widened when he saw this scene, and then he tried his best to avoid the blow with his feet. The Hyaga clan is good at physical skills, but their defense power is not very good, and it is impossible to resist such a level of slashing. Fortunately, Hyaga Tenin, as a veteran clan leader, has always had good speed, so he barely avoided this knife. But just as he stood firm for a moment, another purple chakra bow and arrow appeared next to him. A closer look shows that it is the Susanoo used by Izuna. His Susanoo weapon is a bow and arrow, not a katana like Genma and Madara. In this moment of effort, no matter how fast the Hyaga Tenin was, it was difficult to dodge the arrow. All he could do was move his body as much as possible to avoid the arrow hitting his heart. There was a loud bang. First, Madara's slash directly cut the Akita Mountain station in front of him into two. Then, the trend continued and the Akita Mountain was cut into a huge ravine from the middle. Then there was another loud noise, and the Hyaga Tenin was carried back by a purple arrow for hundreds of meters, and finally hit the wall heavily. And the purple bow and arrow was nailing him to the wall, and his left hand was completely bloody. In the Sengoku era, where medical conditions were quite backward, his hand suffered such a degree of injury, then there is probably no possibility of being cured. In other words, even if Hyaga Tenin does not die today, he will probably become a one-armed ninja in the future. The next moment, Hyaga Tenin vomited out a mouthful of old blood, raised his arm with difficulty, and gathered his chakra on the two fingers of his right hand. Then his two fingers seemed to hit the bow and arrow nailed to his body lightly. The seemingly weak fingers actually burst out with astonishing power, breaking the bow and arrow on his body with just one finger. Without the strength of his bow and arrow, Hyaga Tenin finally slipped from the wall to the ground, but he had no chance to breathe. Because Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were already surrounding him, and behind him was the mountain wall of Akita Mountain. Now he was really at the end of his rope. He doesn't expect any Black Zetsu to save him, although Black Zetsu can definitely save him if he wants to, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to make Hyaga Tenin appear quietly before. But Black Zetsu, who has obviously achieved his goal, has why should I care about the abandoned son of Hyaga Tenin anymore? Thinking of the possible situation of the Hyaga clan after his death, the Hyaga Tenin also smiled miserably, and then said sadly, I didn't expect that I, the Hyaga Tenin, who has dominated the ninja world for decades, would die today at the hands of two children. After all, Uchiha Madara and Izuna have just opened their eyes. Even Madara, who is more talented, and Susanoo, who has been opening up her mature body, have begun to feel discomfort in their glasses, and even the realization is a little blurry. So the two of them didn't talk nonsense with the Hyuga Tenin, and each struck again. Madara's Susanoo struck with a stronger slash than before, while Izuna stretched the bow to a full moon, and then 3 bow strings appeared at once. And arrow! When the Hyuga Tenin saw this scene, they did not choose to surrender or give up the fight. Instead, they concentrated on shouting. Let these two dolls experience the secrets of the Hyuga clan's physical skills. 8 Trig Rams. God. Sara. Palm. As Hyuga Tenin shouted loudly, the next moment veins began to bulge all over his body, as if they were about to jump out of his skin, and then there was a strange flow of blood around his white eyes. This move, 8 Trig Rams God Sora Palm, is the masterpiece of Hyuga Tenin's collection of gentle fist techniques. Even he has no authority to use it, because as long as this move is used, the full potential of the Byakugan will be exhausted, and even the chakra meridians will be severely damaged. From now on, even if the user does not die, he will directly become a useless person. And the power of this fatal move is indeed extraordinary. Thousands of arms seem to appear in the sky, attacking Susanoo's slashes and bows at the same time. Compared with 8 Trig Rams, 64 palms, or a 128 palms, this move can produce thousands of attacks in an instant. The power is naturally incomparable from a distance. The posture of the 8 Trig Rams Divine Air Palm looks a bit like the Buddha on the top of the true several thousand hands. The biggest difference is that one uses human hands, while the other uses the fist of a wood-style giant Buddha. Facing the death blow from Hyuga Tenin, Madara didn't even blink her eyes, she just looked at him quietly. The next moment, the 8 Trig Rams God Sky Palm was the first to make contact with Madara's slash, followed by a loud noise accompanied by a dazzling light flash. The battle in the distance has entered its final stage, and all the ninjas of the Hyuga clan have been killed and wounded, but no one in the Uchiha clan present can be happy. They could clearly see the scene where Uchiha Mina was killed in the previous battle. Although they captured the mineral-rich Akita mountain, Uchiha also lost an elite Jonin. What's more, this elite Jonin's identity is so special. Even if he doesn't count Mina's identity, as one of the most beautiful women in the entire ninja world, coupled with his pretty good temperament, he naturally has a lot of supporters. But since he lost his life so suddenly today, how can these Mina's men accept it? It was then that they saw that Madara and Izuna, 2 children of Mina, actually burst out with amazing chakra. Then came the scene where the 2 Susanoos appeared together. Only then did everyone understand that the death of a close relative would cause the Uchiha tribe to burst out with such powerful energy. Although the eyes of Madara and Izuna have changed, they still have the same red eyes and black patterns. It is obvious that their eyes are still Sharingan, but they may have evolved to a higher level. Naturally, they don't know what these eyes are called now. Only Uchiha Madara in the future will understand that these eyes are called Mangekyo Sharingan after looking at the stone wall of the Uchiha Assembly Hall. Susanoo's powerful fighting power exploded next, which made all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan feel excited. You must know that in recent days, the Senju clan has been very majestic. They have successively produced 2 great geniuses, Etsutsuki Genma and Senju Hashirama. However, the Uchiha clan has never had any leading figure in the younger generation. Even Madara and Izuna were completely overshadowed by Genma and Hashirama in the limelight, but after today, all Uchiha ninjas understand that no family will underestimate their Uchiha clan anymore. 2 of them have clan leader level combat power at the age of 10, and the Uchiha Madara in front of them may even be above the clan leader level. After all, when her eyes had not changed before, Madara had already shown a combat power close to that of a clan leader. Now with this pair of special Sharingan, Madara's combat power would most likely be far beyond that of an ordinary clan leader. Uchiha Madara's performance did not disappoint the clan members. Sure enough, under his Susanoo slash, the Hyuga Tenin, a long-famous clan leader, suddenly became as vulnerable as an ant. Finally, under the pressure of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, the previous scene was staged, and Hyuga Tenin, a well-known strong man in the ninja world, crippled an arm and nailed him to the wall alive. At the same time, in the forest not far from here, Uchiha Tajima's figure sprang out. Previously, he was stopped by dozens of Jonin from the Hyuga tribe. Now he spent a lot of effort to finally get the fist formation was cracked. Although he was almost arriving at Akita Mountain at this moment, Uchiha Tajima saw that Akita Mountain was already filled with gunpowder smoke. He didn't need to think about it to understand where the battle had already started, and might even have ended. Now he can only pray silently in his heart. It is best if Madara is strong enough and never let the old guy Hyuga Tenin succeed. Speaking of which, there are many elite Jonin on the battlefield on this side. As long as Madara is not particularly aggressive, there will be no danger at all. However, the strategy Madara proposed before was to take the initiative to attack from the cliff. This is playing right into the hands of the Hyuga Tenin who wants to make a sneak attack. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tajima's speeded up again. This time he directly used his lightning-style forbidden technique to increase his speed. After using this technique, his body would be weak for a long time. It is also because of this side effect that Uchiha Tajima is rarely used in battles. In the past, it was only used in battles with Senju Butsuma. The next moment, a trace of electric arc appeared around Uchiha Tajima, and then his speed increased a few points again. If he could barely detect the entity in the eyes of the clan leader, now his speed is even at the clan leader level, one can barely see an afterimage. Speeding up again, Uchiha Tajima finally entered the Akita Mountains before dark, and the battle at this time had already come to an end. Fortunately for Uchiha Tajima, the winner of this battle was the Uchiha clan. Along the way, the bodies of Hyuga clan ninjas were scattered all over the ground, and the patrol troops at various levels they have all been replaced by ninjas from the Uchiha clan. When they saw Uchiha Tajima coming, they naturally stepped forward and saluted. Uchiha Tajima was thinking about the situation of Madara and Mina, so she quickly asked the Akita Mountains were actually captured. Where are Mina, Madara, and the others? Why didn't they see them along the way? When these Uchiha patrol troops heard Tajima's words, they were immediately speechless, and several of Uchiha Mina's sincere subordinates even showed sad faces. Uchiha Tajima suddenly became more anxious when he saw the expressions of these people. Tell me what's going on. Finally, the man told the situation of the battle here, and Tajima quickly rushed to the depths of the Akita mountain station. Only when he was near the cliff of the back mountain did he see Madara's figure. At this moment, Madara and Izuna looked grave, kneeling in front of the corpse of Uchiha Mina. In the distance, there was a corpse cut into two pieces. It was the corpse of the Hyuga Tenin. In the end, Hyuga Tenin was defeated by the two Mangekyo Sharingan's flanking attack, and was chopped into two pieces by Uchiha Madara. With this level of injury, even a terrifying medical ninja like Tsunade could still survive. The already old Hyuga Tenin forbearance, naturally there is no possibility of survival. With the arrival of Uchiha Tajima, the Battle of Akita Mountain has come to a complete end. Uchiha Mina's death may be considered to be of great importance to the entire Uchiha clan, but for the entire ninja world, there is no such thing as a dead end in a war. It was possible to capture the mineral-rich Akita Mountains, but only one elite jonin was killed. For the heads of major families, this was actually acceptable. Uchiha Madara, who emerged completely in this battle, was widely publicized under the arrangement of Uchiha Tajima. Uchiha Madara's 340 performance in this battle is worthy of such publicity. First, he single-handedly defeated the Hyuga clan's joint formation, and then in the battle with the Hyuga Tenin, he personally defeated this ninja. The world-famous clan leader-level powerhouse was beheaded. The performance can indeed be said to be shocking. You must know that the clan leader is not a bad person. Even in such a chaotic Sengoku era, the death of every clan leader is often enough to shock the ninja world. After all, for a being whose strength has reached the level of a clan leader, even if he loses to his opponent in battle, as long as he wants to leave, basically even if he is an opponent of the same level, it will be difficult for him to stay completely. As a veteran clan leader who has been famous for decades, Hyuga Tenin will definitely have more experience in this area. Even a strong man with such strength died at the hands of Uchiha Madara. Only at this time did the ninja world have to pay attention. This genius of the Uchiha clan. Some clan leaders know Uchiha's information quite well, and know that this Uchiha Madara is also only 10 years old, and is actually the same age as the previously famous Senju Hashirama and Itsutsuki Genma, and even 5 years younger than Sarutobi Suzuki. This also shows from the side that Uchiha Madara's strength is far from reaching its peak. He still has a lot of room for growth. After all, the age at which a ninja's strength increases the most, but at the age of 15 or 16, the current Uchiha Madara is far from this age. As for Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, even the Uchiha clan themselves don't understand it, so they won't do anything to promote it to the outside world. In Uchiha Tajima's view, the eyes of his two sons will definitely be the Uchiha clan's biggest killer in the future. It is only displayed suddenly when the belt is needed, which can definitely have unexpected effects. It was also because of this that he did not reveal the changes in Madara's eyes, and other families were even less able to know what was happening on the battlefield. After all, the battle was extremely fierce, and even if spies from other families wanted to infiltrate, it was impossible. As Uchiha's mortal enemy, the current Senju Butsuma is naturally paying close attention to Uchiha's movements. After all, if Uchiha really succeeds in attacking Hyuga, their hands will be completely freed up. At that time, Senju will have to think carefully. Do you want a vortex of genocide? Even if the Senju clan really defeated the Uzumaki clan in the end, Uchiha would also have captured Hyuga at that time. In that case, the gain would not be worth the loss. After all, Uchiha is the real enemy of the Senju in the final analysis. The powerful Sharingan and the genius per capita. Senju Butsuma is afraid of his physical condition. After losing the genius of Genma, the Senju clan still has Senju Hashirama as a trump card. He performed extremely well in the previous battle, making Senju Butsuma very optimistic about the future prospects of Senju. But when the information about the Akita mountain battle came out, Senju Butsuma really couldn't sit still. Let's not talk about anything else, let's talk about the Battle of Akita Mountain. The Uchiha clan won a great victory and directly took over the mine of Akita Mountain. This is one of the top mineral veins in the ninja world. It can produce enough ninja tools for a first-class family for more than half a year. As the largest clan in the ninja world, the Senju clan, like Uchiha, only has one mineral vein of this level. Now that Uchiha has captured Mount Akita, it is equivalent to adding another one. In the future, Uchiha will take the lead in the production of ninja tools. Senju is a big cut. Coupled with the news that Hyaga Tenin died in battle, Senju Butsuma couldn't accept it. It's not like he had never fought with Hyaga Tenin. This old guy may not be considered old, but once he is pressed, his strength will explode. Even he wants to avoid the limelight for a while. In the end, he died in the hands of the brat Uchiha Madara, which made Senju Butsuma even more shocked. He knew Madara's information quite well. He was already one of Uchiha's most talented people, and was the first to open his eyes to Sharingan so far. But now with the attack that killed Hyaga Tenin in this battle, his evaluation of Madara was still improving, just a few levels. After careful comparison, Senju Butsuma suddenly discovered that this Uchiha Madara was actually a genius as powerful as his son Hashirama. Moreover, this piece of information is vague and many details have not been written, including the death of Uchiha Mina and how Madara killed the Hyaga Tenin. None of this information has been disclosed. It is obvious that Uchiha Tajima has concealed the details of this battle, and Senju Butsuma also understands that this is inevitable. After all, the other party is not stupid and will not really reveal Madara's information completely. And Senju Butsuma also knew that to be able to kill the Hyaga Tenin, this Uchiha Madara must have used some amazing moves, otherwise it would be absolutely difficult to kill this long-famous elite jonin in a face-to-face situation. It's a pity that he can't investigate this information anyway. Even the secret guard commander he trusts the most probably won't be able to find out the relevant information under Uchiha Tajima's nose. However, this does not prevent Senju Butsuma from writing Madara's name into the list of Senju assassination troops. From now on, whenever there is any opportunity, he will kill this Uchiha Madara without any scruples, otherwise this kid will become their Senju head as a formidable enemy. What really makes it difficult for him now is how to carry out the next action. Should he continue to attack the Uzumaki clan, or should he turn the spear around and entangle the Uchiha who have already won? Senju Butsuma didn't know the existence of Mangekyo Sharingan, otherwise he probably wouldn't have hesitated. As long as Mangekyo Sharingan opened his eyes, he would be directly promoted to clan leader level combat power. Even if there is a risk of blindness later, he still has extremely terrifying combat power. The Uchiha clan has two strong men with Mangekyo at once, which is equivalent to having two more genuine clan leaders. In addition to the existing Uchiha Tajima and Uchiha Tomohisa, the Uchiha clan has four at once. There is one more clan leader than the current Uzumaki clan. In the end, Senju Butsuma chose to continue fighting with the Uzumaki clan because he did not understand Mangekyo, instead of withdrawing his troops to deal with Uchiha. After all, although Uchiha killed the leader-level Hyaga Tenin, the large army of the Hyaga clan is still there. With the addition of several old immortal elite jonin from the Hyaga clan, it is estimated that it can still be delayed for a while. After all, the 8 trigram's gentle fist formation, the specialty of the Hyaga clan, is still there. Even if it is really not as good as Uchiha at the early clan leader level, as long as the cooperation is proper, it can still hold back Uchiha Tajima. As for Uchiha Madara, Senju Butsuma can only comfort himself now, thinking that Madara may just be lucky, and the opponent's strength may be elite jonin at best. Besides, even if the Hyaga clan is really defeated, as long as they retreat steadily and finally defend the fertile farmland in the north of their clan, they will not really be wiped out by the Uchiha. As long as the Hyaga clan will not be completely exterminated, even if they lose some territory, they will eventually be able to hold back Uchiha. Senju Butsuma's prediction was very accurate. At this moment, the Hyaga clan was indeed what he thought. After 01 received the exact news of the death of Hyaga Tenin in the battle, the former Hyaga elder Hyaga Hichito was immediately accepted as the clan leader and commanded the troops. Start a quick retreat. They directly abandoned the large area of land bordering Uchiha, and even the tribal land where they had lived for nearly 1,000 years, and retreated directly to the last territory in the north. Although the terrain here is extremely flat, there are mountains stretching for tens of kilometers around it, covering the entire plain. It looks like a crater from a distance. Because of this place is famously easy to defend and difficult to attack. In addition, there are nearly 1,000 acres of fertile farmland in the central plain, which is enough for the remaining ninjas of the Hyaga clan to be self-sufficient. It's just that from now on, they will completely lose the output of ninja tools. If they want to join the struggle for hegemony in the ninja world again, they must lay down a vein of minerals. Otherwise, no family will do it in this Sengoku era. No one in the ninja tool business is a fool. Who would sell the ninja tools that they don't even have enough to other family rivals? Uchiha Madara, who had just suffered the death of his mother in battle, also fell into silence at this time, and did not fight again without further follow-up. In fact, there is no need for him. In this one-sided battle situation, even an Uchiha Tajima can be completely defeated. There is no need for the god-tier Madara to take action. Now Tajima is very fond of Madara. After talking to the two brothers Madara and Izuna, he knew that the two had awakened a new realm of blood chakra eyes above the three Tomo Sharingan, which was a pupil technique that could dominate the ninja world. I don't know how many times more powerful than three Tomo Sharingan. It was also the first time that Susanoo was officially known to Tajima. He had learned from information that Itsutsuki Genma had used it before, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Later, Madara and Izuna also told him that after using these eyes for a long time, his eyesight seemed to get worse. In addition, the eyes would bleed soon after each time they were turned on. Uchiha Tajima understood that these eyes could only it is used as the trump card to press the bottom of the box and cannot be used frequently on weekdays, so he didn't say much about Madara's truce, and approved it with a wave of his hand. Besides, Madara had already shown off his skills in the battle at Mount Akita, and the effect was better than what Uchiha Tajima had planned. Naturally, he was not dissatisfied at all. Only Uchiha Izuna didn't give up just like that. As if to vent his anger towards the Hyuga ninja, he rushed to the front in every battle. Fortunately, after his eyes evolved to Mangekyo, his own chakra has also improved a lot, and his realm has been upgraded to the level of elite Jonin. Otherwise, with his reckless fighting style, he would have died in the Hyuga tribe's gentle fist formation. Under siege. However, although Izuna was reckless, he still had some brains. He never used Mangekyo's pupil technique in the subsequent battles, so for the entire ninja world and even the current enemy Hyuga clan, they did not understand Mangekyo at all. After Uchiha Tajima took over 80% of the Hyuga clan's territory, he finally stopped the battle against Nakaichi. In the subsequent battle statistics, Uchiha Tajima was extremely satisfied. Not only did they win a large area of territory in one fell swoop, but the key point was that the losses were insignificant. In addition to one elite Jonin who died in the battle, all middle-level ninjas died. Just about 100 people. This is nearly 10 times worse than the nearly 1,000 people killed in the Hyuga clan. The heritage of the Hyuga clan is indeed extraordinary. It is worthy of being a family that has also existed for thousands of years. The food stored in the clan is no less than that of the Uchiha clan. This has increased the Uchiha clan's food and grass inventory by a large amount. Then there were ninja tools and ninjutsu scrolls, which also made the Uchiha family fatter. Sure enough, genocide is the most profitable business in the ninja world. Although it only drove the Hyuga clan out of the clan, the harvest was equivalent to the output of the Uchiha clan for several years. This makes the next Uchiha family more confident no matter which family they want to attack. Although the ninjas of the Hyuga clan are not good at using ninjutsu, it does not prevent them from having a large number of ninjutsu scrolls in their trophies. Therefore, even if the Hyuga clan is not good at ninjutsu, they still have many good ninjas in their inventory. Scroll of Magic. There is also a curse seal technique that makes Uchiha Tajima shine. This curse seal is called Caged Bird. It is a powerful curse seal that can directly control the life and death of the person being cast. This is also the ninjutsu used by the Hyuga clan to distinguish clan houses and branch houses. People in branch houses will be engraved not long after they are born, and will not dissipate until the moment of death. The Caged Bird can also protect the Hyuga clan's Byakugan from being captured by other clans. Even if a ninja from the Hyuga clan is captured alive, they can kill that person directly with one move to prevent the Byakugan from falling into the hands of others. However, this scroll is incomplete. It only records how to cast the spell, but it does not record how to trigger the Caged Bird and how to cancel it. Uchiha Tajima understood when he saw this. This must have been taken away by that old guy Hyuga Haidu. He didn't expect that the other party would not forget to come back and bring the Caged Bird scroll in such a hurry to escape. As for the scroll left behind, it is a bit useless. There is no way to release or trigger it. It is just used to make wedding clothes for the people of the Hyuga tribe. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tajima tossed the scroll casually and threw it to the subordinate in charge of statistics. Keep this Caged Bird in mind again. The large-scale expansion of Uchiha's territory suddenly increased by nearly half of its original size. This completely surpassed the Senju clan and became the true first family in the ninja world at this moment. Territorial expansion has brought countless benefits, but along with it, the number of families bordering Uchiha has also increased significantly. At this moment, they are not only bordering the Senju clan, their old enemy, but also the Heide clan, the surviving Hyuga, and the Inoshikacho clan who are attacking the Uzumaki clan in the south. After territorial expansion, they are even more closely related to the Higoromo clan. The Inyazuka clan borders the Abarame clan. They were originally located in the center of the Country of Fire, and now they were almost bordered by other families in the Country of Fire. Under such circumstances, as long as other families are not stupid, I am afraid they will not let Uchiha continue to develop. As a supporting family in the original work, the Higoromo clan only appeared in one scene during the Sengoku period, and then there was no news after the establishment of Konoha. Their strength is not considered strong, they are just a second-rate family in the ninja world. There is no dazzling secret skill, and they are an average family in all aspects. The total number of ninjas in the Higoromo clan may be less than 2,000, but the reason why they can gain a foothold in the ninja world depends on the current clan leader. Originally, their previous clan leader was Elite Jonin, but the current clan leader has amazing talents and forced relying on the not-so-excellent family bloodline, they were promoted to the level of clan leader, which gave the Higoromo clan a certain status in the ninja world. Inyazuka and Abarame continued to have a certain status after the establishment of Konoha. Their respective families also had a place among the 12 small powers of Konoha. Although they are more prosperous than later generations, they are only second-rate families. Their respective clan leaders, that is the strength of Elite Jonin, but because of the secret techniques unique to the two clans, they are still well known in the ninja world. At the same time, he is bordered by so many families, not only the Senju, the top family in the ninja world, but also two first-class families, Hyaga and Heitake, and 6 second-class families. With so many opponents, even Uchiha Tajima can't help but have some headaches. Now he doesn't dare to continue to expand. After taking down Hyaga, he quickly started to recuperate and work hard to digest Hyaga's territory. Unfortunately, he wanted to rest, but the extremely jealous Senju Butsuma would not agree. While working hard on the Uzumaki battlefield to urge his men to resolve the Uzumaki trap, he was also dealing with the major families bordering Uchiha. The first one to bear the brunt was the Heitei clan. Since the opponent had gone through the previous battle, many clan members had been injured and needed recuperation. This time, Senju Butsuma did a favor and allowed them to rest for a few more days. It was said to be a recuperation, but what Senju Butsuma wanted was for the Heitei clan to stay still and continue to sit in the camp, in order to deter the Uchiha clan and prevent them from thinking of expanding to the east. Just one Heitei clan is definitely not enough. Then Senju Butsuma contacted the Hyaga clan and promised them a large number of ninja tools, hoping to continue to send people to harass the Uchiha clan and carry out construction work in their Hyaga clan territory. After all, it was still the former Hyaga territory. The Hyaga clan must know it better and harass it more easily than other clans. And since the Senju clan is willing to fund a large number of ninja tools, the Hyaga clan certainly agrees. They seem to be able to sit back and relax now, not afraid of the Uchiha clan's attack, but if they keep hiding in that valley, they will lose touch with the ninja world sooner or later. In the future, Uchiha will even be able to directly attack the valley close to them after a few years of growth. By then, they won't even have the ability to resist. So Hyaga Hito, the current leader of the Hyaga clan, after receiving tens of thousands of ninja tools from Senju Butsuma, chose to start harassing Uchiha's development with a wave of his hand. Because the Inoshikacho clans were still attacking the Uzumaki clan, Senju Butsuma didn't have much contact with them, but the Higoromo clan also had the Inyazuka and Abarame clans. Senju Butsuma tried his best to explain their strong relationship with them, hoping that they would not continue sitting on the mountain and watching the fight between tigers and tigers. We must take action immediately to curb the development of Uchiha. I have to say that the Higoromo clan and the Inyazuka clan still have brains. Coupled with Senju Butsuma's instigation, they immediately decided to form an alliance with a slap on the thigh. As soon as the three second-rate families joined forces, they immediately formed an alliance with a scale of more than 3,000 people. In the coalition, this number of mid-level forces is not inferior to Uchiha. Coupled with the high-level combat power of the three clans, the elite Jonin has 12 people, including one at the clan leader level, so they can compete with Uchiha. Of course, they are not stupid. They can attack Uchiha, but the Senju clan can no longer stare at the Uzumaki clan. They ask the Senju clan to give up the attack on the Uzumaki clan and attack Uchiha instead. Senju Butsuma had long weighed the danger level of the Uchiha and Uzumaki tribes. In the end, he did not agree to this request, but chose a more appropriate method, which was to send Senju Rama, who has been guarding the clan area all year round, and let him take several numbers with him. Hundreds of elite troops attack Uchiha. This is equivalent to sending out the last line of defense of the Senju clan. This approach will leave the Senju rear empty, but Senju Butsuma has to do this. Who makes the current situation so unfavorable to them? If Luo Jian continues to shrink in as for the family's clan, it is no different from chronic death, so Senju Butsuma can only take dangerous risks. Fortunately, the foundation of Senju is still there. Although there is one less Senju Rajian, there is still an elite Jonin in the clan, and there are a large number of Genin for defense. Although it is not foolproof, ordinary clan leaders want to break into this place. Clan land is not that easy either. This time, the Senju are really the whole family. Anyone who has some chakra in the family will use it regardless of their age. If they can't survive, the Senju, Mano Jiao, clan may not be far from extinction. As for the battlefield on the Uzumaki side, after a few days of observation, Senju Butsuma has already formulated a rough strategy. This battle will definitely not be rushed, so he will lead the army to advance slowly, and then let the Heide clan take the rear, and then kill at the appropriate time. I guess, under the pressure from the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans, Heide's Hine won't be able to play any tricks anymore. Facing the two chief clan leaders of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kubo, Senju Butsuma also made a good allocation of personnel. From Senju Hashirama's previous performance and his subsequent inquiry to Hashirama, he learned the current Hashirama does have the ability to contain 9 tails for a period of time. If his realm improves, he may be able to directly seal 9 tails. In addition, Uzumaki Mito's combat effectiveness yesterday was not lasting. Senju Butsuma waved his hand and asked Hashirama to fight Uzumaki Mito full-time from now on, while Senju Butsuma himself mainly dealt with Uzumaki Kubo Hiroshi. Although Senju Butsuma's series of arrangements were considered exquisite, he ignored the biggest problem, which is that the current Uchiha clan is no longer the two clan leaders of the past. After Mangekyo opened his eyes, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna became real clan leader-level combatants. They seemed passive in the face of this coalition, but in fact they still had some strength to spare. So after Uchiha Tajima saw the alliance between the 3 Higoromo clans, although he had a headache, he was not nervous. However, at this time, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan also began to attack. They fell to the opponent's chassis, and several times it was from his own side. When the support troops arrived, the attackers had already left. In this way, Uchiha's expansion in Hyuga territory was greatly delayed, especially when the Akita mountain mine veins were attacked for several days in a row, and the mining work was put on hold. Hundreds of civilian miners were massacred by the Hyuga clan. This made Uchiha Tajima extremely angry, and Zoho had no choice but to directly send his son Uchiha Izuna to suppress it. It just so happened that Izuna hated the Hyuga clan so much that he might as well let them vent their anger. Facing the coalition forces of the 3 tribes, Uchiha Tajima immediately organized an army and rushed to the border to deal with it. He also brought Uchiha Madara with him. This time, it was Uchiha Madara who personally proposed to join the war, and with that gloomy expression at that time, even Uchiha Tajima was a little scared after seeing it. He didn't know what 897's eldest son was thinking now. Ever since the death of Uchiha Mina, Madara had become extremely gloomy. Although he rarely participated in battles, whenever he did, he would be violent. Although Uchiha Mina died, Uchiha Tajima was also very sorry, but after all, he was the patriarch of the family. He decisively chose the family in front of women and family, so there was no big change due to Mina's death, and he continued to live as usual. Because of this, he naturally couldn't understand why Madara suddenly became so extreme. On the contrary, from the perspective of the Uchiha clan leader, such Madara was easier to use. As for Senju Rama leading troops to attack in a sneak attack, Uchiha Tajima paid great attention to it, but they did not have enough manpower at their disposal. Facing the 3,000 coalition forces, they had to send at least the same number of troops, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with Aberame and Inyazuka. The secrets of the two races. As for the strength of Senju Rama, Uchiha Tajima must send out Uchiha Tomohisa, who is also in charge of the clan, plus some elites from the Uchiha clan. This time Uchiha also came out in full force, with ninjas of all ages. All used. The entire Uchiha family is a little more than 4,000 ninjas. This time, in order to deal with enemies from all directions, they used all of them. As for the Heide clan who is watching eagerly, Uchiha Tajima now can only hope that the only elite jonin in the clan can play a certain role. Heide's Hine seems to have been injured in the previous battle, and he should not be able to attack for a short time. Uchiha. After the Uzumaki clan's crusade lasted only a few days, the Uchiha clan rose rapidly again, and the situation in the entire Fire Country also evolved to the most intense situation at this moment. Involving the Fire Nation has almost become a big family war. As long as the winner is determined, the situation in the Fire Nation will be completely reshuffled. As the nominal masters of the Fire Nation, the current daimyo of the Fire Nation are extremely helpless. Their daimyo claim to be the masters of the country, but in fact, they were only granted the title when the Sage of Six Paths divided the ninja world. In the Sengoku era, various after the rise of the ninja family, the daimyo has long been extinct in name only, and the only thing that remains may be the daimyo's name. Fortunately, now the great names of the Land of Fire have seen an opportunity for change. The full name of the contemporary Fire Nation's daimyo is Mito Tenchi, also known as Tenchi daimyo to the outside world. Their daimyo clan, Abeb, is actually a ninja family to put it bluntly. However, in recent years, due to the weak bloodline, their dominance has dropped significantly. Now the Mito clan has been driven to the west of the country of fire, almost bordering the desert in the west, and is just one step away from being driven to the boundary of the country of wind. In recent years, because of the name of the daimyo, the Mito clan not only has not been respected, but has been opposed by various families. If the Mito clan did not have thousands of ninjas, and Mito Tenchi had the strength of a clan leader, it would have been long ago even the swallowed bones were gone. Today, the Mito family has long lost the majesty it had 1,000 years ago. Mito Tianzi has been living with his tail between his legs all his life. Fortunately, Mito Tianzi does have some tricks. In recent years, through continuous efforts, he has finally joined one of the first-class families. Once the relationship is established, you will become the Sarutobi clan. The two clans also reached a secret alliance agreement this year. On the one hand, the Mito clan fully supports the Sarutobi clan in ascending to unify the Fire Country. At the same time, the Sarutobi clan wants to ensure that the Mito clan has a permanent status as a daimyo. For this purpose, Mito Tenchi not only gave his most beautiful daughter, she was betrothed to Sarutobi Suzuki, the young patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, and even gave the golden dragon cane, a symbol of the daimyo's identity, to Sarutobi Hiraki in exchange for his trust. Otherwise, how could the Sarutobi clan agree to the alliance? Now is the most critical step of the alliance, which is the war against the Uzumaki clan. As secret allies, they naturally do not need to send troops to attack. What they have to do is to cooperate with the secret troops of the Sarutobi clan and jointly annihilate the tribes of the Nara Yamanaka Akamaiki clan. Among these three families, Mito Tenchi hated the Nara family very much. According to the records of the year, the Nara family relied on their own brains to be the first to stand up and propose that the ninja family should no longer obey the orders of the daimyo, but instead go their own way. Be the king. As the initiator of all chaos, the Nara clan is naturally the biggest enemy of the daimyo clan. Therefore, Mito Tenchi had been actively preparing for the annihilation of the three clans of Inoshikacho for a long time this time. All he wanted was a thunderous strike to completely destroy the three clans, and he would never be able to raise his head in the ninja world again. Mito Tenchi, who has the strength of a clan leader, has been pretending to be weak for many years, and has already numbed the tense consciousness of the surrounding families. This is what Sarutobi Hiraki has been doing these years. The methods of the two clans are surprisingly similar, both are secretly accumulating strength. And then a sudden wave of outbreaks shocked the ninja world. The previous Sarutobi clan had shocked the ninja world, and it was time for the Mito clan to re-enter the history of the Jonin world. If the Mito clan were ninjas of this era, at most they would have known one of the former daimyo clan and then ignored them. However, in the decades since Konoha was established, there is probably no Konoha shinobi who does not know that the Mito clan is stable. Sitting in the position of Konoha's advisor, his status is no less than that of any generation of Hokage. Even after Uzumaki Naruto became the advisors of the Mito clan still have a certain influence. On the battlefield between the Sarutobi coalition forces and the Uzumaki tribe in the southern part of the Fire Country, the morale of the Uzumaki tribe has increased several times since the battle that day. Therefore, even though the number of people is only a few hundred, the defense on the border has been much better than before. Of course, none of this was sent by Genma, it was just that the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan couldn't sit still. Although these traps can also delay the coalition forces to a certain extent, in the end, it is the large troops of thousands of people that determine the outcome. Therefore, Genma's main enemy is still the troops of about 5,000 people. The previous battle made Genma understand that these people are obviously well prepared, so if they want to rely on the powerful wood style and a wide range of skills to directly destroy the coalition forces, they probably will not have a chance, because the opponent he will continue to fight guerrilla warfare with himself, giving Genma no chance to get close. As for the space ninjutsu that Genma was finally able to perform, Yomi Hirasaka could not use it for a short period of time due to previous overdraft, so Genma simply was not ready to do it. He had to wait for his body to fully recover, and then he could strike with one blow, conquer the enemy. By then, with his spatial ability, he would no longer be afraid of his opponents playing guerrilla games with him. With a mere 5,000 ninja coalition, Genma would not believe it as long as a Huankwan Hirasaka teleported to the center of the coalition, and then a wood-style Buddha's fist hit him. These people can also make waves. Speaking of which, Genma is also relatively unlucky. Since he became famous, the enemies he has encountered have all been large-scale coalition forces. Almost none of them have been dual, so that he has almost no chance to kill the enemy. The only chance he has is killing Heitakus Hein made him choose to give up and instead choose to control the other party. Genma was currently recording information about Uchiha in his hand. Although it was just a sloppy and concise piece of information, Genma smelled the smell of black Zetsu. Compared to Genma's information, Uchiha Madara is the one who stole the show. Not only did he play a decisive role in the Battle of Mount Akita, but he also killed the clan leader Hyaga Tenin, who was famous in the ninja world at the age of 10. If the patriarchs of other families read this news, they might think that either Madara is lucky, or the Hyaga Tenin is really getting old and has lost strength, but Genma knows Uchiha very well, especially the Uchiha housekeeper bloodline Sharinan. Although there are not many records in this information, it does state one thing clearly, that is, Uchiha's elite Jonin Uchiha Mina died in battle. Genma didn't care at first when he saw that the name was unfamiliar, but then the information said that this Uchiha Mina was Uchiha Tajima's wife and mother of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. In this way, Genma had to think carefully about this battle. First of all, Uchiha Izuna must have also participated in this battle, which means that the two brothers, Madara and Izuna, likely witnessed their mother's death at the same time. Then Madara killed Hyaga Tenin afterwards. If Madara now has the strength to kill Hyaga Tenin, or Hyaga Tenin's strength has really declined, these Genma will definitely not believe it, although they have not fought with Hyaga Tenin. He had dealt with him before, but he knew the full extent of the patriarchal level during the Sengoku period, and he was definitely not someone who could be killed easily by leapfrogging. Coupled with the death of Uchiha Mina, Genma has reason to suspect that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna have activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. If this is the case, it means that Uchiha has 2 more clan leader level combat powers. In this way, Uchiha's rise will be unstoppable, and he may even become the biggest competitor of the Uzumaki family for a long time to come. And the Hyaga Tenin suddenly rushed to Akita Mountain. This move Genma could not understand. This was equivalent to giving up the battle with Uchiha. Without his clan leader, even if the Hyaga Tenin really stabilized Akita Mountain, he would not be able to understand it. The army will definitely be defeated in the frontal battlefield, so Genma suspects that Black Zetsu must have taken action again. After all, this old silver coin Shixiang likes to engage in such small tricks. In the following days, the situation in the ninja world became even more turbulent. Even the senju, who had originally planned to attack the Uzumaki clan, had divided their forces to prevent the rise of the Uchiha clan. As a Genma who has read the original work, I am no longer optimistic about senju after seeing this. People in other families still don't understand that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna opened their eyes. Only Genma understands this matter, so he knows how big the impact will be. At least for now, it seems the aggressive coalition forces may not even be able to stop Uchiha Madara. The best they can do is to stop Madara, who has not fully grown up in the first few years. If Madara is a few years older, the coalition forces will have to worry about whether Uchiha will attack. Zero, please give me flowers. However, with Black Zetsu as the mastermind behind the scenes, Madara's growth will inevitably lead to the eternal Mangekyo as long as there is no interference from someone of Genma's level. The situation in the Genin world is disrupted, which is definitely a good thing for the Uzumaki tribe. The first thing to bear the brunt is the war on the Senju border. Uzumaki Kubo and the others have already established a foothold, and they have no fear of being breached by the other side in a short time. As for the chess piece of the Heitei clan, since Senju Butsuma asked Heitei to take the rear, Genma has no intention of letting Heitei take action immediately. After all, Uchiha's momentum is not small now. Genma would be happy to see Senju left to deal with Uchiha. As for the battle with the Sarutobi coalition here, since Genma has made a strategy, he has no plans to change it. The strength of the coalition has not changed anyway, so Genma plans to rest for a few days and wait for his body to recover as he prepared before. When the time comes, use Huangquan Hirasaka to defeat the enemy with one move. Genma was taking his time here, and the Sarutobi clan over there seemed to be in no hurry, and had been waiting for something. At this moment, Genma received a scroll, and the things recorded on it made Genma look even more excited. He did not expect that there would be such friction between the Sarutobi clan and the Inoshikacho clan, and then he waited. After thinking about it again and again, Genma chose to believe what was in the scroll. In Sarutobi Hiraki's camp, he and Sarutobi Suzuki were the only ones there at the moment. Looking at Sarutobi Suzuki beside him, Sarutobi Hiraki asked with a frown, "Mito Tenchi hasn't taken action yet? If they don't take action, we can't continue head-on." Sarutobi Suzuki said Mito Tenchi has already set off. The intelligence we just received indicates that he has met with our people. It is estimated that action will begin over there tonight. Sarutobi Hiraki only smiled a little when he heard this, and then said with a solemn tone, "What's the situation with the Nara clan? Have you noticed any clues or anything unusual?" "There is nothing unusual at the moment. Our people have secretly surrounded their camp. Do you want to take action immediately?" Maru. After listening to Sarutobi Suzuki's murderous words, Sarutobi Hiraki pondered for a while and said it's not necessary for the time being. "We must block the news first and make sure that the heads of the 3 clans don't know what's going on behind the scenes. When Mito Tenchi arrives, we'll try to see if we can capture its Satsuki Genma first. We're considering whether to take action." Sarutobi Suzuki couldn't help but feel a little moved when he heard Satsuki Genma's name. As a genius, he didn't understand until today. What does it mean that there are people outside the world? There are actually such monsters in the ninja world. He is only 10 years old, with the strength to crush the ninja world. Even now, the figure of the wood-style Buddha is still lingering in his heart. If it weren't for the 2 immortals of the Ape Demon clan, he really doesn't know how to neutralize the fist of the Buddha. Although he was extremely reluctant to admit it, Sarutobi Suzuki still answered truthfully. "At 840 to Mito Tenchi, and we probably won't be able to take down that Satsuki Genma either." Sarutobi Hiraki didn't have any surprise after hearing this, he just sighed and said, "Hey, Uzumaki Kubo is so lucky to have picked up such a monster and returned to the family. Why didn't we go and greet the Senju Genma that day?" Saying this really made the scheming Sarutobi Hiraki believe in a foreigner. He couldn't do it anyway. Then he looked at Sarutobi Suzuki and said, "Have you met Mito Tenchi's daughter? How is it? After all, she is the wife of the future patriarch of the Sarutobi clan." Sarutobi Hiraki, the father-in-law, naturally has to ask about it. If nothing else, at least she must not look like a disgrace to the clan. Of course, the daughter Mito Tenchi Blue can only exist in the sky, but Sarutobi Hiraki, I still need my son to confirm it with his own eyes. Sarutobi Suzuki is a cold-blooded person, and he doesn't care much about women, but after seeing Mito Tenji's daughter once, no matter how cold-blooded he is, he has to comment that she is as beautiful as a fairy. Not bad. Although he was very satisfied with the candidate for his future wife, Sarutobi Suzuki still said this coldly. Sarutobi Hiraki really smiled when he heard these 3 words. It seems that Mito Tenji's daughter must be really good, otherwise he would not let his facially paralyzed son give such a comment. In that case, after we capture the Nara clan this time, you two will get married as soon as possible. Then Sarutobi Hiraki once again brought the topic to this war. Then Atsutsuki Genma seems to be waiting for something. He hasn't launched any active attacks in the past few days. You must be on guard and don't make any mistakes in advance. Sarutobi Suzuki naturally understands this better than anyone else. After all, from the bottom of his heart, he has regarded Genma as his lifelong enemy. It would be unreasonable if he did not take it seriously. Recently, he has sent more patrol manpower several times, and even he is still in disgrace, patrolling almost 20 hours a day. Sarutobi Hiraki is planning quite a lot. Over there, the chiefs of the 3 Nara tribes are also gathered together at this moment. As the leader, the Nara chief has a very deep expression at the moment, and then he says with some sadness, "It has been 2 days, and there has been no information from the tribe." When the Yamanaka clan leader heard this, he also said excitedly, "Has the rear been captured?" The 3 tribes attacked the Uzumaki tribe this time. In order to gain some benefits, they brought nearly 70% of their manpower. There are only a few hundred people left behind in each tribe, plus 1 elite jonin. The blame lies solely on the clan chiefs of the Yamanaka and Akamaiki clans. The Nara clan chief tried his best to persuade them that this time the alliance would definitely not bring any benefits and might even cause embarrassment. However, the two were so blinded by the benefits that they finally chose. Only then did he take action, and this led to the current dilemma. Chief Nara glanced at Chief Yamanaka. Although he didn't say anything, the blame in his eyes was real. The Yamanaka clan leader had just asked a question, and when he saw the other party's eyes, he immediately locked his neck. Who made him and the Akamaiki clan leader disobey the advice that day? Now he has no shame to see the Nara clan leader again. Chief Nara sighed and said, "Even if the Sarutobi clan is planning carefully, they probably won't take over our clan so quickly. However, they should have been blocking the news recently, and the day of taking action is probably not far away." The Akamaiki clan leader had the most violent temper. At this time, he stood up and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's start a counterattack as soon as possible. If we start now, we might be able to rush back to our clan." Looking at the 2 pig teammates in front of him, the leader of Nara asked himself for the first time, is it right or wrong to form an alliance with these 2 families? Although on the surface, the combat power of the alliance of the 3 families is directly comparable to that of the first-class families, but then 2 pig teammates came, which really broke the heart of the Nara clan leader. But now the 3 tribes are like grasshoppers on a rope. No matter what Chief Nara says, he has to get over the current difficulties first. It's too late to go back now. Haven't you noticed that there have been more Sarutobi ninjas patrolling outside our camp recently? It seems like they are helping us patrol, but in fact they are basically putting us under house arrest. After all, the Yamanaka clan leader is more intelligent than the Akamaiki clan leader. Hearing this, he said with some horror, "Are you saying that the Sarutobi clan is ready? As soon as we make a move, the other side will take action immediately?" Chief Nara lamented that at least one of his teammates still had a brain, and then said, "Yes, so we must not act rashly at the moment. Fortunately, I prepared a backup plan when fighting the Uzumaki clan. Now we can only hope that the Atsutsuki Genma is wise enough to see our intentions." Chief Yamanaka said with some reluctance, "Are we really going to do that? Then our clan will cease to exist in name only. Is there really no chance of us resisting?" Chief Nara said angrily after hearing this, "If we don't do that, all 3 of our clans will be dead. What's the point of being in name only? You don't think that we can fight against that Sarutobi Suzuki? That guy can fight against Atsutsuki Genma. It's not like that. We can deal with it if we work together and use tricks." 0.4 Then the leader of the Yamanaka tribe remembered the day when Sarutobi Suzuki chopped off the head of the giant Buddha with a sword. At this time, he also understood that what the leader of the Nara tribe said was right. The coalition of their 3 tribes seemed to have 3,000 people, but it had high-end combat power. There is no comparison with Sarutobi at all. After that, the Yamanaka clan leader and the Akamaiki clan leader were both speechless. After all, they were still the 2 main culprits of today's situation. The leader of the Nara clan didn't get along with each other when he saw the 2 people's confused looks, but he didn't dare to get angry immediately. After all, they still had to work together to overcome the difficulties at hand. You don't have to be too pessimistic. With this at Satsuki Genma, the future of the Uzumaki clan will only become brighter and brighter. Our decision may look very wise after a few decades. In the following days, the ninja world was surprisingly quiet, but no one from any family really thought that the ninja world would really stay silent like this forever. This was just the calm before the storm. There seems to be no fighting between the Uchiha clan in the northwest, but the Uchiha and Higoromo clans are each gathering troops. The two sides may start a ninja war with a scale of 6,000 people at any time. A war of this level, even if we look at the entire Sengoku era, can definitely be called a great battle recorded in history. Although it seems that all the forces in the southern Uzumaki clan's crusade have stopped fighting, everyone understands that this is just a few major forces licking their wounds or accumulating strength. After a few days, the Uzumaki clan's crusade is still going on. The outbreak will continue, and I am afraid it will be more intense this time. The Fire Country is in turmoil, and other countries are not much better. After learning about the rapid rise of the Uchiha and Uzumaki tribes, any powerful family in each country, he also began to attack continuously vertically and horizontally. After just a few days of silence in the ninja world, the bloody 01 war took the lead in the southwest of the Land of Fire. What no family leader could have imagined is that this war was not against the Uzumaki clan, but the target was actually then the Nara clan. The scene comes to the southwest of the country of fire. As a family that has been married for a long time, the three Nara clans are actually very close to each other. They are like horns to each other, and they can be considered to be well defended when guarding each other. But this also requires the elites of the three tribes to be stationed. Now the three tribes combined have a little more than 1,000 ninjas. If you want to defend this station with such a force, you basically rely on the high-end combat power in the tribe. The current high-end combat power here is composed of 3 elite jonin, which is also the wealth left by the 3 clans. These 3 people join forces to have the strength to resist the clan leader level in a short period of time. Only under such circumstances did the 3 clans dare to go out to encircle and suppress the Uzumaki clan. At this moment, it was close to 3 o'clock in the middle of the night in Uebi-Fenga-Gao. Except for the patrol troops that the 3 major families should have, almost the entire flag area fell into a deep sleep. But just at this moment, a few kilometers away, a group of uninvited guests appeared. This group had a size of nearly 1,000 people, and each one was dressed in black with their faces covered, making it impossible to see their appearance. But judging from the fast pace of this team and the distance between leaps and bounds, every one of these people is a ninja, and the one with the lowest strength is elite shinin. The sudden appearance of such a troop was definitely not to look at the moon. Looking at the direction in which they were heading, it was obvious that they were heading towards the tribe of the Nara tribe. The leader of this unit is a man who looks to be in his early 20s. The man looks quite handsome. If this appearance were placed in Genma's era, he would probably be much more handsome than that chicken "you are too beautiful," but the person's true age is actually 35 years old. This person is wearing a patriarchal chakra, with 2 samurai swords on his back, and an aura of calmness and self-reliance. Anyone who sees this person must first look at him, suppressed by his momentum. This man is the current patriarch of the Mito clan and the contemporary Tenchi of the Fire Country, Mito Tenchi. Mito Tenchi had already met with the Sarutobi clan when he arrived. Now their goal is to destroy the Nara clan. The hatred that has transcended 1,000 years has made Mito Tenchi's clenched hands still tremble even though he tried to persuade himself to stay calm. Behind him was an elite jonin from the Sarutobi clan, and an elite jonin who was thought to be from the Mito clan. With such a force of 1,000 people, plus a clan leader and 2 elite jonin, it seemed that the Sarutobi clan was not prepared for this attack. It can be said that it is inevitable. At this moment Mito Tenchi said to elite jonin of the Sarutobi clan, "Chief Sarutobi should keep his word, then the Nara clan's land can be returned to our Mito clan." Mito Tenchi wishes that the territories of the 3 families would belong to him. After all, he is the nominal master of the Fire Country. However, the form is stronger than the people at the moment. The Sarutobi clan is a big clan with 2 clan leaders. It is not the Mito clan who can touch it. Therefore, he was very satisfied to get the territory of the Nara clan. After all, the Nara clan's territorial output is also quite rich. Not only does it have a lot of fertile fields, but also a medium-sized mineral vein, and a large amount of deer antlers. These are high-quality medicinal materials. In this war-torn era, medicinal materials are naturally extremely valuable. If it were other families, they might not think highly of the Tenchi daimyo, but after all, the Sarutobi clan had formed an alliance with the other party, and Mito Tenchi also had the strength of a clan leader, so this elite jonin said more respectfully, "Don't worry, Daimyo Tenchi, when the time comes, our Sarutobi clan will definitely not take any more from you." Mito Tianzi looked at this elite jonin, but he was constantly calculating in his mind. If they took action directly, what chance would they have of killing this elite jonin, as well as the 500 ninja troops brought by the opponent, as long as the battle was nearing the end? By swallowing each other when the time comes, wouldn't the Mito clan be able to take over the territories of the three clans openly? But no matter how he calculated, Mito Tenchi could not escape the formidable enemy of Sarutobi Suzuki in the end. This Sarutobi Suzuki was really a monster. Not to mention reaching the clan leader level at such a young age, his combat power was far beyond that of ordinary clan leader level. Although Mito Tenchi was also clan leader level, but he asked himself that if he faced Genma's giant Buddha, he would probably be killed instantly in just one face-to-face encounter. 590. It is also for this reason that Mito Tenzi did not choose to take action in the end, but continued to behave with his tail between his legs. He believed that as long as he implemented this strategy of risking his life and taking risks, the Mito clan would be able to rise sooner or later. At the moment, he must not become the target of public criticism because of a little gain or loss. After all, the Nara clan sent a large number of elites. It was not until this 1,000-man troop reached a range of nearly 2 kilometers that patrols began to notice abnormalities. However, Mito Tenchi and Sarutobi Hiraki had already planned for this attack. I don't know how long it took. How could I let this one spy mess up the situation? Which spy died under Mito Tianzi's double sword without even being able to pass on any information? Then in the night, the coalition forces of Sarutobi and Mito entered the camp of the three tribes. Although the ninjas of the three tribes were also experienced in fighting for many years, they immediately organized a counterattack with manpower. But it is difficult to make waves. A clan leader can fight at least 3 elite jonin alone, and with the assistance of 2 elite jonin, the outcome of this battle was destined from the beginning. Mito Tianzi spent a lot of time and finally solved it. After one of the elite jonin, the battle became one-sided. In the end, the three clans were surrounded by water and there was not even a single survivor. The nearly 1,000 ninja troops, the families of the three clans' ninjas, and the 3 elite jonin were all slaughtered in the clan territory. Middle. To say that the Nara clan is not defenseless at all, it is a pity that in the past few days, even if the troops in the clan area desperately sent information to the front line, all of them were intercepted by Sarutobi Hiraki, who had been prepared. In addition, for this plan, Sarutobi Hiraki has been preparing for who knows how long, so he has already planned everything from the initial interception to the final attack. It is basically foolproof. It is for these reasons that caused the clan's territory was so easily breached. Otherwise, if they attack rashly, even if it is really a first-class family, it will not be so easy to break through the clans of the three clans. After laying down such a large piece of land, there must be a problem of dividing the spoils. The three major families of Inoshikacho do not have much to say, but the three families together are no better than the first-class family of Sarutobi. Well, before the Sarutobi clan took over Nine Tails territory, their territory was almost the same as the three clans combined. Normally, with such a large land, Sarutobi and the Mito clan would argue for a long time before coming to a conclusion, but this time they had already negotiated, and with Sarutobi's strength, Mito Tenchi didn't say much in this regard. He doesn't want to break up with the Sarutobi clan yet, otherwise, the Mito clan will not even have their last ally, then the entire ninja world will be enemies, and it will be even more difficult for the Mito clan to survive. In addition, the two families took action late at night and planned extremely carefully in advance. Therefore, although there was a lot of movement in the Nara clan's territory, spies from other peripheral families were unable to get any news in a short time. It will probably be at least 2 days before I realize the situation here. By then, everything here has been settled, and the Mito and Sarutobi clans have already guarded this place tightly, and they are not afraid that other families will come to covet this territory again. As for Sarutobi Hiraki, he had already received the information that night. Looking at the battle report in his hand, Sarutobi Hiraki finally smiled. I have been planning for many years, and now it is all worth it. Since the day he became the clan leader, Sarutobi Hiraki has begun to arrange all of this. At that time, he had just started to learn the sage mode of the Monkey Demon clan. The answer he got was that he was talented enough to practice it. It was also from that time that Sarutobi Hiraki now I have the opportunity to become an immortal. But he did not get carried away because of this. Although the Sarutobi family was a first-class family at that time, the strength of the entire family was only at the middle level among the first-class families, let alone compared with the two major families of Senju and Uchiha. So at that time, he decided to start developing his forbearance and let the ninja world know his true strength when he could become an amazing person. Later, the Sarutobi clan welcomed another great genius, that is, his son Sarutobi Suzuki, a sage mode aptitude still above him, which further deepened his intention to continue to hide his strength, and during this period of forbearance, the expansion plans of the Sarutobi clan have already been planned. If the Sarutobi clan wants to grow, the population is bound to increase, so in these years they have vigorously encouraged childbirth, even to the point of spending a lot of money to have children. As a result, basically every family of the Sarutobi clan now has at least 5 children. 6 descendants. Then there is the plan for the 3 Nara clans. As second-rate families, these 3 families occupy a large area of territory. They are basically the first candidates for the expansion of the Sarutobi clan. Even Sarutobi Hiraki, their old enemy for many years, is not in a hurry to destroy them. If it weren't for the incident of sealing 9 tails this time, he wouldn't be so anxious to take action. After all, no matter how weak the Uzumaki tribe is in combat, their population is still there. It will definitely not happen overnight, and it is even more likely that they will expose too many of their trump cards. If 9 tails hadn't been sealed this time, and the Sarutobi clan had taken over 9 tails chassis in one fell swoop, and the 3 major Nara families had joined the coalition, he wouldn't have attacked the Uzumaki clan so rashly. Now that the tribes of these 3 tribes have been captured, the next step is to encircle and annihilate the elites of these 3 tribes on the battlefield. The elites of these 3 tribes also number 3,000, and they cannot be swallowed up in one breath. So this requires the help of Otsutsuki Genma. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiraki said to Sarutobi Suzuki, who was standing aside, "The remaining combat power of these 3 clans will be left to the Otsutsuki Genma to deal with tomorrow. We just need to reap the benefits." Sarutobi Suzuki nodded, and then said thoughtfully, "In this case, tomorrow will be the decisive battle between us and the Whirlpool clan. I will also take the time to ask the Great Immortal if he is willing to come out." Hearing the words Great Sage, Sarutobi Hiraki stood up immediately, and then said with some excitement, "Are you talking about the Great Immortal? If he is willing to take action, our chances of winning will be much greater. After all, we still have to capture the Otsutsuki Genma, otherwise everything will just be a wedding dress for the Uzumaki clan. This Great Immortal is the Great Immortal from the Holy Land of the Ape Demon tribe. Like the 3 Holy Lands, the Great Immortal in the Holy Land is often an old monster who has lived for countless years. His strength is also the strongest in the entire Holy Land. This is why this Great Immortal they generally rarely take action, so no one knows their true strength, and few people can see them. Even Sarutobi Hiraki, who also practiced Sage Mode, has never met the Great Immortal. Sarutobi Hiraki also learned about the legend of the Great Immortal from the people of other monkey demons. Although he has not seen it with his own eyes, compared to the previous Sarutobi of the 2 immortals summoned by Suzuki, this Great Immortal will definitely be stronger. He also did not expect that his son could even speak to the Great Immortal. This meant that Sarutobi Suzuki was recognized by the Great Immortal. If he could really summon this Great Immortal, then the future of the Sarutobi clan would definitely be different. It's flatter. Wangs, as a rare genius of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Suzuki's talent is even more amazing, so he has been recognized by the Great Immortal of the Monkey Demon clan. However, even Sarutobi Suzuki himself cannot guarantee that he will be able to get the Great Immortal to come out of the mountain. Then Sarutobi Suzuki answered to his father, "Although the Great Immortal appreciates me, he may not take action. You have to ask before you know all this." Sarutobi Hiraki then said curiously, "Since you have met the Great Immortal, you must know him very well. Can you tell me his story and his current strength?" Sarutobi Suzuki thought for a while. The Great Immortal didn't say these things and no one can say them, and then he answered Sarutobi Hiraki's question about the Great Immortal's strength. The Great Immortal's evaluation of his own strength is that his strength is close to that of a real immortal. In fact, he himself is not a real immortal. After all, it only took him 500 years to attain enlightenment. Sarutobi Hiraki got goosebumps when he heard this. He didn't know what realm a sage was, but he thought it was probably the Sage of 6 Paths. His strength was close to that of a real sage. Isn't that not too different from Sage of 6 Paths? In the legend of Sage of 6 Paths, even the Sarutobi clan has some simple records. Existences at this level can easily destroy the ninja world. Is there actually a strong person with this kind of strength in this world? Then how do you think this great sage compares with Otsutsuki Genma? Since there was no opponent to compare with, Sarutobi Hiraki could only choose Otsutsuki Genma. After all, in the current ninja world, his Genma is the only one who can be close to a sage. When Sarutobi Suzuki heard Otsutsuki Genma's name, his expression became serious, and then he said, "From what the long-armed sage said before, the strength of this Otsutsuki Genma may be no less than that of the great sage. This is why I am thinking of trying to win over the great sage, because even now, I may not be the opponent of Otsutsuki Genma." Sarutobi Hiraki was also a little shocked when he heard this. The great sage of the 663 Ape Demon clan was a living immortal to him, but now the long-armed sage actually directly compared this Otsutsuki Genma with the great sage. Isn't that what he meant? A kid who looks only 10 years old is actually more terrifying in talent than the Ape Demon immortal who has lived for 500 years. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiraki became even more afraid of Genma, and then said with some excitement, "No matter what, we must win over the great immortal. No matter what price he wants, we, the Sarutobi clan, are willing to pay. If it is true as the long-armed immortal said, then the great immortal will have to fight for it." This time with a real comparison, Sarutobi Hiraki truly understood how terrifying the Otsutsuki Genma was, so he no longer had the dispensable attitude towards the great immortal. Instead, he had to use all means to win over the great immortal. Support. Sarutobi Suzuki also understands why his father behaves like this. Any ninja who faces Atsutsuki Genma alone will inevitably undergo such a change. This is Wooleye in the face of absolute strength. Understood. After having this conversation, Sarutobi Suzuki did not stop, and directly, Ab-J, followed the reverse summoning technique and left the camp of the Sarutobi clan. After all, there will be a decisive battle with the Uzumaki clan tomorrow, and he doesn't dare to stop. Fortunately, this great immortal of the Ape Demon clan actually doesn't sleep very much. After all, he is a monster that has lived for hundreds of years. With such a long lifespan, he may have already reached the so-called inescapable state. The Holy Land of the Monkey Demon clan is also considered top-notch among the summoning beasts. There is also a full name called Hueguo. It is rumored that this Holy Land was originally occupied by Four Tails. Later, the great immortal of the Ape Demon clan took a fancy to this mountain, so he directly expelled the tailed beast Four Tails from Hueguo Mountain and led the tribe to start settling here, so the Ape the Demon immortals became the managers of this Holy Land. As for where the Four Tails went and where they lived in the ninja world, no one knows. Presumably they will not be in the Land of Fire. After all, the ninja family of the Land of Fire, I have never heard of Four Tails. In fact, Four Tails was originally based on the setting of Journey to the West, and even the name was directly named after Sun Wukong, so it is understandable that this holy place is called Hueguo Mountain. The great immortal of the Ape Demon tribe was able to defeat the Four Tails, which shows that the opponent's strength is at least at the clan leader level. Among the tailed beasts, even the Four Tails' strength is very close to Super Cage level, so this alone can suffice. See the strength of the great Ape Demon immortal. As one of the most sacred places in the ninja world, Mount Hueguo has an extremely beautiful scenery. Towering trees can be seen everywhere, giving the entire mountain an emerald green color. Yamanaka is dotted with crystal clear mountain springs, as well as peach trees. There are peaches as big as sandbags everywhere, which make people want to take a bite. The Ape Demon tribesman in the outer reaches of the Holy Land live on the Hueguo Mountain, and as the strongest person in the entire tribe, the great immortal lives in the most mysterious place in the Hueguo Mountain, the Water Curtain Cave. Shuoliandong is located in the Hueguoshan waterfall. If you want to enter, you must pass through the waterfall flowing down. When Sarutobi Suzuki entered the waterfall, he immediately saw a huge cave. This is the most mysterious place in Hueguo Mountain, the Water Curtain Cave. Legend has it that not only the great immortal, but also the six-eared immortal and the long-armed immortal practiced cultivation here. This is not the first time for Sarutobi Suzuki to come here. Every time he walks into this Water Curtain Cave, he feels that his level of conformity with natural energy has improved a bit. If he practices here for a long time, he will have confidence in his ability. Sage mode can also be upgraded to a higher level. However, this is the base of the great immortal, and other tribesmen are not eligible to enter. Even he, Sarutobi Suzuki, is only allowed to come in and practice for a few days every year. After entering the Water Curtain Cave and walking for several minutes, Sarutobi Suzuki finally arrived at the location of the great Ape Demon immortal. This is a cave with a height of several hundred meters, surrounded by various exotic flowers and fruits, and the great ape the demon immortal is sitting in the middle with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. From a distance, it looks like he is asleep while sitting. This is the ignorance of the ninja. If Genma saw this posture, he would definitely recognize it as an ancient Taoist at a glance. Practice posture. This great ape demon is different from the six-eared and long-armed immortals. It is not an alien among apes, but an out-and-out ape demon. It has white hair all over, and is a genuine white ape. But the great ape demon the immortal is different from other ape demons. Although his height seems to be just over 2 meters, he cannot compare with the other two immortals. But the great ape demon immortal is very close to humans. Not only does he wear a golden armor, but his face also has some human characteristics. The only thing that can distinguish him from humans is his white hair. Moreover, the great ape demon sage, who is rumored to have lived for 500 years, now does not look old at all. At least in Sarutobi Suzuki's opinion, this white ape looks like he is 30 or 40 years old at most. Although the great Sara demon sage closed his eyes tightly, he seemed to know that Sarutobi Suzuki was coming and softly said, "Sit down." Sarutobi Suzuki was not surprised by this scene. The power of the great Monkey King was naturally beyond his ability to predict. Then he found a seat and sat down. He knew that the great Monkey King had not finished training yet, so he could only wait quietly on the side. That cautious look shows that he has great respect for this great immortal. If other people from the Sarutobi clan saw this, they would probably be shocked. After all, Sarutobi Suzuki is also well known in the ninja world, and he has strong strength. There is no need to show such an expression when seeing anyone.